Shen Cihuan, the youngest daughter of Prime Minister Shen, is innocent and charming, yet she is sent to the palace to vie for favor on behalf of her sister. What if one cannot compete for favor? Fear not, for there exists a palace intrigue system designed for auspicious outcomes. An irresistible fragrance, a sovereign's instant infatuation, and an array of potions such as the childbearing pill, the dragon and phoenix pill, the whitening pill, the wisdom pill, the flatulence pill, the malicious detection talisman, and the loyalty enhancement pill. There is nothing unattainable, only what you haven't yet envisioned. With the system in hand, the world is at your feet. Ultimately, the tyrannical emperor, his eyes tinged with longing, inquired, Jiaojiao, shall we have another child? Shen Cihuan gently pushed him away, refusing, no more please. Father, must I truly enter the palace? Why can't my sister go? Prime Minister Shen gazed into his youngest daughter's watery eyes, almost succumbing to his paternal instincts. Yet, recalling his eldest daughter's disposition, he steeled his resolve. Huaner, this is to bring glory to our family. Your sister's temperament is too harsh. His Majesty would not favor her. It is you, my sweet and gentle child, who will win hearts easily. At 16, Shen Cihuan is indeed the Prime Minister's cherished daughter. Though her elder sister, Shen Yinshu, is more suitable in age, Prime Minister Shen resolved to send his youngest to the palace. The reason is simple. Shen Cihuan is exceedingly beautiful. Her eyes, glimmering like rippling waters, resemble those of an innocent fawn, evoking an irresistible flutter in the heart at just a glance. Most striking is her skin, as translucent as jade, smooth as the finest silk, exuding a subtle pink hue, embodying the youthful shyness and innocent charm unique to young maidens. Prime Minister Shen, a man of considerable allure, with over 30 wives and countless beauties outside, knows well the type of woman who captivates hearts. Moreover, despite her tender age, Shen Cihuan's physique is remarkable, her bosom ample, her waist delicate, exuding a captivating grace. Such an innocent yet alluring beauty is sure to stir the heart of the domineering emperor. Shen Cihuan, ever obedient, found herself unable to voice any objections, merely nodding, though her expression bore traces of anxiety. Noticing her unease, Prime Minister Shen offered heartfelt reassurance. Huaner, rest assured, His Majesty is a man of nostalgia. If you serve him diligently, he will surely reward you. Upon uttering these words, he lowered his voice slightly. Our Shen family is prominent yet precarious, with new nobles rising. We must constantly gauge the emperor's intentions to preserve our family's honor. Shen Cihuan bit her lip, her determination solidified as she replied in a melodious tone. Father, don't worry. I understand. Hearing her promise, Prime Minister Shen felt a sense of relief and smiled warmly. Moreover, His Majesty currently has only 2 princesses and no princes. If my daughter can bear a dragon son, then the Shen family will have hope for the future. If you wish to avenge your mother, this will increase your chances. At the mention of her mother, Shen Cihuan's eyes sparkled with resolve. If it could indeed come to pass, she would strive to win favor. Seeing his daughter's fighting spirit ignited, Prime Minister Shen nodded with satisfaction, beginning to formulate his plans. Returning to her chamber, Shen Cihuan's heart raced. 8 years prior, her mother had merely gone out for a spring outing, yet she never returned. All that returned was a bundle wrapped in straw matting. It was said that her mother had offended the princess of the state, which led to her tragic demise. The princess of the state is the emperor's elder sister. Married to a powerful general, how could the Shen family compete with such stature? Shen Cihuan could only weep silently, vowing to avenge her mother. Now, this opportunity lies before her. Shen Cihuan could hardly contain her excitement. Yet how could she win the emperor's affection? There are only 2 prevailing rumors about the current sovereign. One suggests he has little interest in women and seldom summons anyone for company. The other claims he suffers from an ailment that prevents him from fathering sons. Otherwise, how could a man in the prime of life, married for a decade, have only 2 princesses aged 4 or 5? Shen Cihuan found herself at an impasse. Gaining favor was difficult, and bearing a dragon son was even more challenging. As she pondered in despair, a sudden, unfamiliar voice echoed in her ears. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have been selected as the bondholder of the Universe Invincible Cutie System. Please choose whether to accept. Shen Cihuan was bewildered. She had no idea where this voice originated from. Why did she not understand a single word? As the host is an ancient native, I will kindly explain. I, the Universe Invincible Cutie, am a system for auspicious outcomes, capable of assisting in palace intrigue and favor-seeking, with the primary goal of childbearing. The selected host must complete the tasks assigned, give birth to many children, engage in palace intrigue, elevate your status, and ultimately reach the pinnacle of life. Shen Cihuan was even more confused, but she could roughly grasp that this was an invisible entity here to assist her in navigating palace intrigues and childbirth. Could this be the fox spirit that possesses Su Daji, as described in the tales? Wouldn't that be akin to a disaster-inducing seductress? Shen Cihuan felt a surge of excitement with such a talented ally. How could she not succeed? Thus, she quickly nodded in agreement, choosing to accept. Ding. Host has agreed. Binding will now commence. Upgrading. Ding. Binding complete. Now issuing the beginner's gift package. Beginner gift package. 200 points. Ding. The Universe Invincible Cutie system has issued a task. Please successfully impress the Emperor during the selection. Leave a lasting impression. Task reward. 50 points. Shen Cihuan, intrigued, could not resist asking, Esteemed one, what are these points for? Are they currency? My father has plenty of silver. Can it be exchanged? Host, please call me Universe Invincible Cutie moi. Points are not currency. They are rewards for completing tasks and can be used to exchange for items in the points mall. A variety of beauty, palace intrigue, and childbirth items are available for selection. Host, would you like to open the points mall? Shen Cihuan was quite interested in this mall, believing it to be the treasure trove. However, the esteemed one's name was rather lengthy. Host, if you dislike this name, you may change it, but it should preferably be something cute. Dear. The system's voice resembled that of a sweet child, easily evoking affection, and its playful words bridged the gap. Shen Cihuan felt emboldened hearing she could change the name. She pondered and proposed. Then, shall we call you Ali? All right, host. The Universe Invincible Cutie system is now renamed the Ali system. Would you like to open the points mall? Cihuan nodded. Let's open it. Ding. The points mall is now open. The host can check it on the control panel. As soon as the words ended, a vivid image appeared in Shen Cihuan's mind, displaying her information clearly. Name, Shen Cihuan. Status, healthy. Offspring, 0. Favor, cero. Position, none. Points, 200. Appearance, 800 stunningly beautiful. Skin, 700 flawless. Figure, 700 curvaceous. Temperament, 500 delicate beauty. Skills, none. Beside it was the symbol of a golden ingot. Shen Cihuan mentally tapped it, and the panel transformed. Numerous products appear before her, a dazzling array, roughly categorized into beauty, childbirth, and palace intrigue. She randomly selected a few products to check their information. Beauty Pill, 50 points, increases appearance by 50 upon use. Fragrance Pill, 50 points, grants any desired body fragrance upon use. Childbearing Pill, 200 points, guarantees the birth of a boy. Girl Pill, 200 points, guarantees the birth of a girl. Twin Pill, 500 points, guarantees the birth of 2 children, gender randomly assigned. Painless Delivery Pill, 100 points, ensures a painless childbirth experience, with no discomfort felt throughout. False Pregnancy Pill, 150 points, induces a state of false pregnancy, allowing the user to activate miscarriage skills at will. Heart-Winning Pill, 1,000 points, applicable to anyone except the Empress Dowager, the Queen, and the Emperor, ensuring their unwavering obedience. After casually perusing a few pages, Shen Cihuan's mouth finally closed. It seemed she had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 2. The Selection Controversy. After reviewing the points mall, Shen Cihuan resolved to diligently complete her tasks, aiming to bear the Emperor's son and earn his favor, thus avenging her mother. The first step was to participate in the selection, which she was not particularly worried about, given her status as the Prime Minister's daughter. The challenge lay in distinguishing herself among a throng of candidates and leaving a lasting impression on the Emperor. After much contemplation, she decided to exchange for a Fragrance Pill. Fragrance Pill successfully exchanged, funds credited. Remaining points, 150. Shen Cihuan gazed with delight at the golden pill nestled in her palm. Small as a thumb, yet exuding a delightful aroma. She swiftly consumed the pill, which dissolved instantaneously, and soon a subtle, enchanting fragrance enveloped her. It was neither the scent of flowers nor fruits, nor could it be compared to any mundane spices. It was a delicate, sweet aroma that evoked smiles and a sense of delight. This pill from them all was indeed extraordinary. Shen Cihuan felt increasingly confident about winning the Emperor's favor. Meanwhile, in the study, Yin Shu, father has already convinced Huaner to enter the palace in your stead. You merely need to secure the favor of Prince Yan. Prime Minister Shen regarded his eldest daughter, whose beauty was as radiant as peach blossoms, with evident satisfaction. Yet, Shen Yinshu's name and appearance were worlds apart. She possessed alluring fox-like eyes and luscious red lips, her very breath carrying an intoxicating fragrance, exuding an irresistible charm. At that moment, she wore an air of arrogance, disdainful of her father's confidence in Huaner, questioning whether the emperor would even notice her. The prime minister nodded. Of course. The current concubines in the harem are somewhat aged, lacking in freshness and vitality. Your sister, with her gentle demeanor, is just perfect. Shen Yinshu scoffed lightly. Does she truly possess such fortune? Our Shen family must rely on me, on Prince Yan. Prince Yan, the emperor's full brother, stood poised to ascend the throne should the emperor remain childless. Shen Yinshu had set her sights on this very prospect. In her view, the emperor was unlikely to have a son. Thus, it was wiser to place her bets on Prince Yan. Should she marry him and become his consort, she would inevitably rise to the position of empress, embodying maternal authority over the realm. Nevertheless, the prime minister remained cautious, sending his younger daughter into the selection as well. For one could never predict who might possess greater fortune. The selection in the Great Qi dynasty occurred once every 5 years. The current emperor married at 18 and ascended at 23. This was now the second selection since his marriage. In the decades since, only 2 daughters had been born, the second princess from the empress and the eldest princess from a concubine. With the emperor's offspring dwindling, this selection was particularly grand, with nearly all eligible maidens from official families in attendance. Among them, Shen Cihuan stood out, not only due to her noble lineage as the prime minister's daughter, but also for her exceptional beauty. Dressed in a delicate green ensemble, cradling a bouquet of blooming lotus flowers, she appeared more enchanting than the blossoms themselves, exuding grace and elegance. Concerned that her initial appearance might not leave a lasting impression on the emperor, she had prudently procured a beauty pill and 2 charm pills, enhancing her appearance by 50 points and her poise by 100. Such allure was undeniably striking. Yet beneath her confident facade, she felt a pang of unease. Nearby, a charming girl clad in pale yellow noticed Shen Cihuan's innocent and captivating visage, and jealousy stirred within her. Intent on causing trouble, she approached with a cup of tea, scheming to spill it on Shen Cihuan. Just as she was about to execute her plan, the system suddenly alerted her. Warning! Warning! A malicious intent detected. Host! The woman in yellow next to you intends to pour tea on you. Please evade. Caught off guard, Shen Cihuan's reflexes were quicker than her thoughts. She sidestepped just in time, redirecting the tea onto another woman. Who dares act so recklessly beneath the emperor's gaze? The woman, drenched in tea, appeared furious, hastily attempting to dry her ruined attire, the exquisite silk now marred and drenched. Shen Cihuan turned her gaze to the girl in yellow. Her expression solemn, yet her tone soft. Why did you spill the tea? Who are you? Her words lacked the authority she intended, prompting the yellow-clad girl to sneer dismissively. I am Yi Jiangwei, the daughter of the Grand Tutor, niece to the Empress, and cousin to the Emperor. And who says I did it on purpose? Clearly, you stumbled and spilled it upon yourself. The woman who had been doused, possessing striking features and a fiery temperament, retorted angrily, Yi Jiangwei, you are exceedingly audacious. Today is the selection day. Even with the Empress's backing, the Emperor may not tolerate your insolence. Enraged by the insult, Yi Jiangwei was about to retaliate when Shen Cihuan, startled, realized the girl was no pushover. The woman seized Yi Jiangwei's wrist fiercely. I am the daughter of a military general. You want to bully me a second time after spilling tea on me. With that, she forcefully released Yi Jiangwei, disdain evident on her face. I have no time for you. I must change my clothes before the selection. Remember, you owe me one. With her head held high, she departed like a proud peacock. Shen Cihuan couldn't help but admire her in her heart. Ali, that sister is so splendid. Host, that woman is the daughter of General Meng, a true tiger's daughter. Impressed, Shen Cihuan remained unaware that Yi Jiangwei, now humiliated, seethed with resentment. Unable to confront the other woman, she directed her anger at Shen Cihuan. You all wait. I'll have my aunt, the Empress, expel you. Shen Cihuan frowned, irritation rising within her. Ali, do we have any pills to retaliate against her? Indeed, host. There's a stinky gas pill in the Points Mall costing 50 points. Once used, it will cause continuous flatulence, comparable to the stench of a weasel. Shen Cihuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the perfect antidote for the insufferable Yi Jiangwei. Hastily, she exchanged her remaining 50 points for the stinky gas pill. As the selection commenced, the maidens lined up in anticipation. Shen Cihuan casually strolled past Yi Jiangwei, deftly tossing the pill on her. The moment it made contact, it vanished without a trace. Chapter 3. The stinky gas pill. Soon, the eunuchs called out Yi Jiangwei's name, bowing and gesturing for her to enter the palace. With her chin held high, she cast a haughty glance at the surrounding crowd, reveling in her uniqueness and certain of her selection. Shen Cihuan smirked, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Among the 6 maidens in Yi Jiangwei's group, she was certainly one of the more striking figures, possessing a tall, slender frame and a hint of playful charm in her features. As she performed her curtsy and spoke with feigned innocence, the Empress, the Queen, and the Emperor sat above them. The Empress beamed at her niece, clearly adoring her, and remarked, "Emperor, look at Wei Wei. She has blossomed into a graceful young woman. You two have shared a close bond since childhood. Do not forget your childhood friendship." Emperor Xiao Yi appeared disinterested, his eyes drawn to the woman before him who was overtly flirting, her eyelids fluttering incessantly, which repulsed him. Yet, out of respect for his mother, he replied, "What the Empress says is true. Let her remain by your side, allowing me to fulfill my filial duty." Upon hearing that she had been chosen, Yi Jiangwei's joy was palpable, as she quickly knelt to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress. I wish you both long life and happiness." The Queen's complexion was rather pale. After all, she was merely a woman. She did not utter a word about the matter of providing an extra bowl of rice. Just as Yi Jiangwei's face revealed a hint of joy, and she hastily rose to her feet, she suddenly felt a discomfort in her abdomen, a sharp pain accompanied by gurgling sound. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding fart echoed throughout the palace, unmistakably audible. The crowd was taken aback by the tremendous noise, particularly the Emperor, who could not help but gape in astonishment. What was that sound? An earthquake? Then came another series of puff, and he finally realized that his cousin's gastrointestinal health was rather poor. Xiao Yi hastily covered his mouth, sensing a pungent odor that stung the eyes. Listening to the sound, he wondered if something solid might indeed have escaped. Yi Jiangwei's face flushed crimson. She was equally bewildered, just about to speak. "Your Majesty." "Empress." When yet another series of puff erupted. Just moments ago, the Empress had praised her grace and elegance, but now, overwhelmed by the stench, she could barely keep her eyes open. Unable to restrain herself, she pinched her nose and suggested to the Empress Dowager, "Mother, perhaps we should find a physician for Sister Yi." Yi Jiangwei was mortified and on the verge of tears, desperately trying to hold it in, only for the sound to grow louder. Halfway through, she clamped down again, but instead, an odd sound escaped, causing even more discomfort. It would have been better to let it all out at once. The Empress Dowager quickly waved her hand. "Go. Quickly find her an empty room, and let the physician take her pulse." The nearby eunuchs, having endured for a long time, swiftly took Yi Jiangwei away. Witnessing the Emperor, Empress Dowager, and Empress wearing expressions that were hard to bear, Yi Jiangwei's heart sank. This was it. She would never gain favor again. The foul odor she emitted lingered heavily in the hall, leaving Xiao Yi feeling slightly nauseated. "Mother, shall we step outside for a moment? Allow them to air out the place and burn some incense?" the Empress proposed. The Empress Dowager, equally disgusted and embarrassed, could only nod in reluctant agreement. The palace attendants were quick in their actions, and within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everything was set right. The selection resumed, but for the next few groups, the three had little interest, thoroughly appalled by Yi Jiangwei's incident. Xiao Yi thought to himself that next time, the candidates should be made to dine in the palace together beforehand. Before long, it was Shen Cihuan's turn. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, she displayed the standard smile with 8 pearly teeth that the system had instructed her to present. This humble servant, Shen Cihuan, pays her respects to the Emperor, Empress Dowager, and Empress. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a feather caressing Xiao Yi's heart. Bored and disengaged, he raised his eyes to behold the stunning beauty before him, holding a bouquet of pink lotuses. Her smile was enchanting, filled with unspoken allure. Xiao was utterly captivated by her beauty. It was the first time he had encountered such a remarkable woman, one who had completely won his heart. Her fair, delicate skin, rosy cheeks, and sweet smile invigorated his spirit. Furthermore, a faint, delightful fragrance lingered at the tip of her nose, which in stark contrast to Jiaojiao's earlier debacle was refreshingly enchanting. What is that fragrance? Xiao could not help but inquire. Shen Cihuan bent gracefully in a curtsy, her willow-like figure enticingly soft. Your Majesty, it is a fragrance that I have possessed since birth. Oh, such a thing exists? Xiao was astonished, his gaze towards Shen Cihuan filled with intrigue. The Empress, witnessing the Emperor's infatuated expression, felt a pang of embarrassment. While Shen Cihuan, the daughter of the Prime Minister, was indeed charming and sweet, the Emperor's enamored demeanor was quite unbecoming. It seemed he was on the verge of drooling. The Empress lamented internally for the poor little rabbit, who was about to be devoured by the big bad wolf. Truly a waste of beauty, she thought. Shen Cihuan, unwavering as the green mountains, ever companionable. What a splendid name. Xiao Yi's admiration overflowed, and he immediately conferred upon her a title. The Prime Minister has raised his daughter well, in my eyes. Cihuan is deserving of the title me. Henceforth, she shall be known as Noble Consort me Beep. Successfully passed the selection, left a profound impression on the Emperor. Task completed. Task reward, 50 points. Beep. Completed hidden task. Captivated the Emperor at first sight. Task reward, 200 points. Receive badge. Love at first sight. Viewable in my achievements. Beep. Ali system issues a task. Achieve the status of Noble Consort. Task reward, 100 points. Skill. Bedside joy. Increases interest during intimate moments, yielding multiplied pleasure, making it irresistible. Beep. Task completed. Achieve the status of Noble Consort. Task reward, 100 points. Skill. Bedside joy. A series of system notifications startled Shen Cihuan, and she realized that not only had she completed her first task, but also the hidden task of captivating the Emperor at first sight, as well as the task of being promoted to Noble Consort. The rewards amassed to 350 points and a skill. However, she could not help but feel a blush at the nature of this skill. Shen Cihuan hurriedly composed herself, expressed her gratitude, and then withdrew. As she gracefully departed, Xiao felt as though his heart was racing in response to her enchanting presence. Chapter 4. The Power Dynamics of the Imperial Harem in the Prime Minister's Residence. The news of his youngest daughter's successful selection and elevation to the rank of Noble Consort brought an ear-to-ear smile to Prime Minister Shen's face. Shen Yanshu, however, regarded it with disdain, feeling a pang of jealousy. How could someone like her possibly be chosen and receive such an esteemed title? The Prime Minister shot her a disapproving glance. Do not speak foolishly. Your sister is quite remarkable. She has captured the Emperor's heart at once. You must not linger. Why hasn't he, the Prince of Yin, expressed his intentions to marry you yet? Shen Yanshu's demeanor faltered slightly, her voice rising. He has mentioned it. The Prince of Yin said he would come to propose in a few days. The Prime Minister nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Once you become the Prince's consort and your sister becomes a Noble Consort, our Shen family will be more secure. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan, now honored as Noble Consort me, held the highest rank among this group of candidates, even surpassing that of the Empress Dowager's niece, Yi Jiangwei. She followed the eunuch to her assigned palace. In the Yaoguang Palace, the leading eunuch greeted her with an obsequious smile. Noble Consort, this Yaoguang Palace is the most picturesque place in the harem. Adjacent to the Imperial Garden, spacious, and even features a hot spring. It has historically been a residence for favored consorts. You are the first to occupy it in our Emperor's reign. Shen Cihuan felt elated. A hot spring was wonderful. It was her favorite indulgence. The palace itself was lavishly adorned, filled with exquisite furnishings, each piece worth a fortune, enough to sustain an ordinary family for 100 years. Having been pampered in the Prime Minister's residence, Shen Cihuan was accustomed to luxury and was momentarily speechless at the opulence surrounding her. 8 maids were assigned to attend to her, including 2 first-rank personal maids, 2 second-rank maids, and 4 common maids. Additionally, 8 young eunuchs were there to handle the chores. The lead eunuch, named Shouho, was slender and wiry, a name that suited him well. Yet she felt it was too unflattering. Should she really call him that? She inquired about the 2 first-rank maids, one named Yin Fei and the other Yin Gui. Shen Cihuan decided to name the eunuch Lai Fu after the maids. Once everything was arranged, Yin Fei approached her with news from the palace. Currently, the hierarchy in the Great Qi dynasty's harem was as follows. First rank, Empress. Second rank, Empress Dowager 1. Third rank, Noble Consorts 4. Fourth rank, Consorts 6. Fifth rank, 9 concubines Jiaoyi, Zhaorong, Zhaoyuan, Xiuyi, Xiurong, Xiuyuan, Chongyi, Chongrong, Chongyuan. The fourth rank, Jiu. The fifth rank, Pin. The sixth rank, Guiran. The seventh rank, Marin. The eighth rank, Kairen. The ninth rank, Baolin. In the present imperial harem, apart from the empress, the highest rank belongs to the De Fei, who has given birth to the grand princess. Among the old favorites from the time of the Hidden Palace are Yu Fei, Qing Zhaorong, Liang Jiu, and Dong Marin. The first selection included Li Chongyi, Yin Pin, Jing Pin by Guiran, Qin Marin, Wang Kairen, Lin Kairen, and Huang Baolin. If one were to speak of favor, only Liang Jiu and Jing Pin receive a modicum of affection, which amounts to merely a day or two of good fortune within a month. This emperor seems to possess a rather indifferent disposition towards feminine beauty. Among this batch of selected maidens, 8 were chosen, with the highest rank being Shen Cihuan. Following her is the Empress Dowager's niece, Yi Jiangwei, who was titled Marin. General Meng's daughter, Meng Jinhua, was also conferred the title of Marin. The rest include Yang Kairen, Song Kairen, Lu Kairen, and Tu Baolin, Wu Baolin, and Sun Baolin. Yin Fei and Yun Gui harbor great confidence in Cihuan. The emperor's disinterest in women has persisted for quite some time, with no particular favorites among the concubines. Previously, several concubines vied for favor and resorted to flattery, only to be sent to a temple for reflection. Since then, no concubine has dared to entice the emperor again. Additionally, some palace maids would dance in the imperial garden, attempting to capture the emperor's attention, yet they were all ordered to run 50 laps by the training grounds daily. Consequently, these maidens would almost circle the emperor in their efforts. However, who could have imagined that the young daughter of Prime Minister Shen would possess such ethereal beauty that even the emperor found himself smitten? Shen Cihuan felt a surge of joy within. It seemed the first step had been successfully taken, and her rise to favor was merely a matter of time. As she pondered this, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! The Ailey system has issued a task. Achieve a moment of intimate physical contact with the emperor. Task reward: 1 beauty pill. A beauty pill? Shen Cihuan's eyes gleamed. Ever since she used the stinky pill to punish Yi Jiangwei, she had refrained from spending points to enhance her own medicines, considering such palace intrigue remedies to be far more practical. Nevertheless, her current appearance only rated 850. Which woman does not yearn for a perfect score in beauty akin to a celestial being? Furthermore, is it not merely one instance of physical contact? Cihuan believed this task would be easily accomplished. After 3 days in the palace, the new maidens could attend to the emperor, and during this period, she planned to complete her task. Ali, please check the emperor's whereabouts over the next 3 days. Where might I conveniently encounter him? Understood, host. Tomorrow at noon, the emperor will visit Taipool to admire the lotus blossoms. I suggest this as a suitable opportunity for you to meet. Admiring the lotus? That sounds splendid. During the selection, she had held a bouquet of blooming lotuses, a little gesture of her own, as the interplay of human and flower would accentuate her tender beauty. Surely, the emperor would be left with a profound impression of her upon seeing the lotuses, and he would think of her, no doubt. Shen Cihuan began to prepare for the task ahead. She carefully selected a water-pink gauze dress that made her appear sweet and elegant, adorning her hair with a pair of intertwined lotus flower hairpins, enhancing her charm with her lively eyes. As she admired her reflection, she could not help but be captivated by her own beauty. "O Emperor, will you find me pleasing?" The following day, Shen Cihuan awoke early to groom herself, specifically asking Yin Gui to style her hair into a crescent bun, adding a unique touch. At noon, she made her way to Taipool with Yun Gui. The gentle breeze caressed her as the lotuses bloomed in abundance. Shen Cihuan feigned great delight, preparing to pick some lotuses. Host, the emperor is approaching. He is just 30 steps away." Upon hearing the system's reminder, Shen Cihuan quickly began to sing the song she had long prepared, Picking Lotus. "In Jiangnan we can pick lotus." The leaves spread wide. The melodious tune resonated from the edge of Taipool, capturing Xiao Yi's attention. Who is that? Following the sound, Xiao Yi reached the pool's edge, where amidst the splendid lotuses stood a delicate and beautiful visage, the very face that haunted his dreams. Miguiren? Xiao Yi felt a flicker of doubt, yet he could not help but be entranced by her song. Chapter 5. Picking Lotus Fish Frolic Among the Lotus Leaves. Fish frolic east, fish frolic west, fish frolic south, fish frolic north. Xiao Yi had never encountered such a captivating song sung by a beauty. Her voice, soft and sweet, seemed to tug at his heartstrings, igniting a yearning within him. Once Shen Cihuan finished her song, she pretended not to notice the emperor and playfully prepared to step into the water to pick lotuses. However, the edge of the pool was slippery, and she nearly lost her footing, her face paling in fright. Before she could react, she found herself in a warm and strong embrace. Shen Cihuan glanced up slightly, her eyes wide with alarm, meeting Xiao Yi's gaze. Their eyes locked, an ambiguous emotion flowed between them. The scent of the sweet fragrance from her body wafted into Xiao Yi's nostrils, reminiscent of their first meeting during the selection, more intoxicating than before, seemingly capable of sweetening the heart itself. The frightened expression on her delicate face, with a hint of tears, made her look like a lost little rabbit, evoking a desire to protect her, to offer her one's heart. Even the stars in the heavens would willingly be plucked for her. Ding! You have achieved a moment of intimate physical contact with the emperor. Task completed. Task reward: 1 beauty pill. Shen Cihuan was overjoyed. The task was accomplished. Before she could fully register the delight from the system notification, she felt a soft touch on her cheek, fleeting yet impactful. Just now, the emperor kissed her. Shen Cihuan was taken aback, gazing at the tall and imposing figure before her, whose handsome features bore a hint of smile. Looking at her with tenderness that was worlds apart from the cold indifference rumored about him. Host, the emperor's affection value for you is 50. What is this affection value? Shen Cihuan was somewhat astonished. Had the emperor truly developed feelings for her so swiftly? Ding! The current affection value of the emperor, 80. Reward points, 100. Wow, she hadn't anticipated such a significant increase in points. It seemed that raising the emperor's affection value also rewarded points. She now had 450 points. Shen Cihuan suppressed her excitement, gazing at the emperor before her. Her cheeks flushed and shyly said, "Thank you, your majesty." How soft and adorable. Xiao Yi felt his heart melt. This charming little white rabbit made him want to devour her whole. Moreover, his large hand encircled her slender waist, feeling both delicate and soft, a delightful sensation. No wonder the ancient spoke of the king of Chu's fondness for a slender waist. The beauty's waist was so petite it could hardly be grasped, utterly captivating. Yet, he managed to restrain his lecherous impulses, fearing he might frighten her. He gently inquired, "Did I startle you? It would be best to avoid the lotus pool in the future. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I simply adore lotuses, and upon seeing them in full bloom, I was momentarily tempted to pluck a few for a vase. I had not anticipated the ground to be so slippery. I owe my gratitude to your majesty for your valor. Otherwise, I might have fallen into the pool." Hearing the woman he cherished express her gratitude in such a soft, delicate manner filled Xiao Yi with immense satisfaction. He smiled and took her hand. "Come, let me escort you back." The warmth and strength of his hand created a peculiar sensation as he led her away, a rosy hue creeping onto Shen Cihuan's cheeks, resembling a radiant blossom. The emperor and Miguiren returned to Yaoguang Palace hand in hand. This news quickly spread throughout the entire harem. "What? It's that wretched woman." Yi Jiangwei's face turned furious as she smashed a teacup on the table, shouting, "I knew from the very first moment I laid eyes on her that she was a bewitching creature, and indeed, she has ensnared the emperor's soul. And this is before the time for sharing the emperor's bed. She shamelessly sought him out. How lowly! How could the emperor be so easily enchanted by someone like her?" The palace maids and eunuchs dared not refute, kneeling in fear, trembling as they listened to their mistress's tirade. "I am the emperor's close cousin, the empress dowager's niece. Who dares show me disrespect? Who can match the depth of my bond with the emperor?" Yi Jiangwei's anger grew with each passing moment. In her mind, if anyone among the candidates for the emperor's favor were to be chosen, it should undoubtedly be her. Yet, since her entry into the palace, the emperor had not graced her with his presence even once. Was he unwilling to even acknowledge her? The memory of her unfortunate incident during the selection day, when when she had lost control and embarrassed herself, gnawed at her, inciting a fury that made her teeth itch. Surely, she had been betrayed by some scheming individual. She immediately suspected Meng Jinhua, the enchanting Meng beauty, who had been doused with tea due to her clumsiness, followed by a heated exchange of words. She must harbor resentment. Yi Jiangwei was never one to forgive and forget. She would seek retribution. Both noble consort Mi and Meng Beauty should brace themselves for her impending schemes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, after escorting Shen Cihuan back to the Yaoguang Palace, indulged her with tea and a game of chess before leisurely returning to the Taiji Palace. Just before his departure, he could no longer suppress the flicker of desire within him. He gently took her small hand and planted a kiss upon it, reveling in her blushing, bashful demeanor, which filled him with contentment. He whispered, "Prepare yourself for our night together in 2 days." Upon the emperor's departure, excitement swept through the Yaoguang Palace. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Clearly, their mistress was destined to be favored. Observing the delight on the faces of the maids and eunuchs, Shen Cihuan felt compelled to assess their loyalty. In the palace, it was imperative that her own servants remained utterly devoted. Otherwise, they could become the sharpest tools in the hands of her adversaries. With this thought in mind, she resolved to open the points shop to see if she could exchange for some useful items. She first used a beauty pill and then checked her attributes. Name: Shen Cihuan. Status: healthy offspring, 0 favor, heartbeat value 80 rank, noble consort Mi points, 450 appearance, 900 unparalleled beauty, skin, 700 delicate and flawless, figure, 700 curvaceous, charisma, 600 enchantingly charming, specialty. Skills: bedchamber pleasures. Shen Cihuan found her attributes to be satisfactory for the time being and decided against further changes. Since the emperor had chosen her to be the first in his bedchamber, she believed it prudent to prepare a fertility pill as well. Although she yearned for a sweet and adorable little princess who would call her mother, given the current circumstances in the palace, it seemed wiser to first secure Prince. Thus, she exchanged 200 points for a fertility pill, intending to consume it immediately after their encounter. Continuing to browse the points shop, she was suddenly drawn to a loyalty detection talisman, priced at 250 points. Upon use, it would reveal the loyalty levels of her palace attendants. A score of 60 indicated passing, while 80 denoted excellence. This was precisely what she needed. She hurriedly exchanged for it, leaving her points balance at 0. Chapter 6. The Summoning of Favor. After successfully redeeming the items, her backpack displayed 1 fertility pill and 1 loyalty detection talisman. She first studied the talisman's usage instructions, realizing she merely needed to select it for activation, at which point the system would automatically define the scope. Host, do you confirm the use of the loyalty detection talisman? Please specify the applicable range if usage is confirmed. Yes, Ali, within the Yaoguang Palace. Confirmed, usage initiated, currently detecting. Detection complete. Before long, a panel appeared before Shen Cihuan, presenting the loyalty values of 8 maids and 8 eunuchs. Yan Fei loyalty, 90, Yungui loyalty, 85 Laifu loyalty, 85. Upon counting, she noted that the highest loyalty values belonged to these 3 leading maids and eunuchs, all exceeding 80, thus considered loyal confidants. Among the rest, for maids and 3 eunuchs scored above 60, barely passing, indicating no immediate betrayal risks. The remaining 2 maids scored below 60. One was an informant for the Empress Dowager, while the other served as a spy for the emperor. Among the 4 eunuchs with low scores, one was linked to Jing Pin and another to De Fei, with the remaining 2 being courted by Qing Zhaorong and Yi Jiangwei. Furrowing her brow, Shen Cihuan pondered how her Yaoguang Palace seemed to harbor so many leaks. Ali, do we possess any items to enhance their loyalty? Host, there's a heart-purchasing pill. Anyone except the Emperor, Empress Dowager. An empress who consumes it will obey your commands. Shen Cihuan frowned tightly, resembling a little bun. However, the heart-purchasing pill costs 1,000 points, which is exorbitantly expensive. Is there anything else? There's also a loyalty enhancement pill, priced at 300 points each, which will elevate loyalty directly above 60 upon use. This was still not cheap, and with no points remaining, she was left to await the slow accumulation of tasks. Just then, a task notification echoed in her mind. Beep. Ali's system task issued. Successfully spend the night with the Emperor. Task reward: 100 points, subject to increase or decrease based on the Emperor's satisfaction. Maximum 500 points. Beep. Ali's system task issued. Achieve the rank of Concubine. Task reward. 150 points. Skill. Heavenly Voice. Grants the host a voice akin to celestial music. Lingering in the air. Wow. 2 tasks at once, both offering substantial rewards. Shen Cihuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the degree of satisfaction from the Emperor would determine the points earned for the first task, causing her cheeks to flush. In the days that followed, Shen Cihuan awaited the Emperor's summons, relieved of the need to pay respects to the Empress, allowing her the opportunity to rearrange her palace attendants' positions. Her trusted confidants were undoubtedly Yin Fei, Yin Gui, and Lai Fu, who served closely by her side. The remaining attendants with loyalty above 60 were also assigned significant roles. The 2 informants remained, closely observing the Emperor and Empress Dowager, while the rest of the spies had been sent far away. After 2 days, the Emperor summoned the first candidate, and the news spread throughout the harem like wildfire. As expected, the first to be favored was noble consort Me. Shen Cihuan felt a tinge of nervousness as the maids helped her prepare. Initially, they intended to apply some fragrant ointments, but upon detecting her naturally sweet aroma, they deemed it unnecessary. While the maids adorned her, they praised, "Noble consort's skin is truly delicate, and her figure is exquisite. The Emperor will surely take a liking to you. Just be at ease and do not hinder the Emperor's desires. Also, do take care not to overexert yourself, lest you harm the dragon's body." Listening to the maid's open remarks, Shen Cihuan felt her face flush crimson, unable to lift her head. Observing her bashful and innocent demeanor, the maids exchanged glances, recognizing her beauty and predicting she would undoubtedly receive enduring favor. Shen Cihuan sighed in relief. She had diligently sought advice from Ali and perused various manuals, feeling she had acquired considerable knowledge. Yet, as the moment approached, her heart raced uncontrollably. The maids dressed her in a flowing crimson gauze gown, showcasing her slender waist and long legs, while the delicate curves of her figure hinted at her femininity. When such a captivating beauty was presented at the Taiji Palace, Xiao Yi's gaze became fixed upon her. He considered himself not a man easily swayed by feminine charms, generally indifferent towards women, except for the Empress and Fei, who held a slightly unique status in his eyes. However, ever since their first encounter, his heart had felt as if a long frozen lake had suddenly broken free, drawn irresistibly to her. Her innocence and naive gaze met his, and she sweetly called out, "Your Majesty, may you be at peace." Xiao Yi felt a rush of warmth surge through him. "Huaner, you are stunning." Such forthright praise rendered her even more flustered, especially as his gaze bore the intensity of a ravenous wolf, glimmering with hunger as he looked at her. Shen Cihuan gently tugged at Xiao Yi's sleeve, her voice soft and tender. "Your Majesty, please have mercy on me." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yi could hardly contain himself. He wrapped his strong arm around her waist and leaned closer, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, sending his senses into a whirl. "You truly are delightful," he murmured, before proceeding with fervor, akin to an eagle soaring through the skies. At that moment, Shen Cihuan realized that the intimate skill she possessed was, in fact, passive. Her body seemed to act of its own accord, responding perfectly to the situation. This brought an exquisite experience to both of them. After 28 years of life, this was the first time Xiao Yi felt such unrestrained pleasure, unable to resist indulging in this enchanting little rabbit repeatedly. Shen Cihuan was left in tears, her voice hoarse as she silently called out to Ali 1,000 times, wondering if there were any pills to enhance stamina. Unfortunately, Ali adhered to the principle of see no evil, hear no evil, and had automatically muted herself during their rendezvous, leaving her pleas unheard. Exhausted and sweating profusely, Shen Cihuan ultimately found herself cradled by Xiao Yi as he helped her wash in the bath. Gazing upon her delicate, fair form, he felt a stirring desire once more. By the time Shen Cihuan awakened the following day, the sun was already high in the sky. "Host, you have finally awoken. Congratulations on completing the task, successfully serving the Emperor. Task reward, 400 points. What? After all my efforts, and having been awake since dawn, I only earned 400 points? I had hoped for 500. She had no idea that 100 points had been deducted due to her low stamina. Chapter 7. Promotion to Mi Pin. When Shen Cihuan returned to Yaoguang Palace, her body weary and sore, she found an imperial decree had arrived. Hastily, She knelt to receive it. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. We, the emperor, hereby proclaim, to you, the noble Shen, scion of a prestigious family, possessing gentle grace and virtuous character, deserving of respect and honor. You are to be conferred the title of Mi Pin. Thus decreed, a promotion. Though it was an unspoken rule in the palace that serving the emperor typically resulted in an elevation in rank, she had never heard of any consort being favored so swiftly after such an encounter. Shen Cihuan felt a surge of joy, surprised by how quickly her rank had risen. She promptly expressed her gratitude and had Yun Gui present a heavy purse to the eunuch delivering the decree. The eunuch, smiling broadly, weighed the purse in his hands with satisfaction, showering her with compliments. Congratulations, Mi Pin. You are the first to ascend in rank after serving the emperor. Your fortune is indeed great. Surely, you will experience further blessings. Shen Cihuan smiled in response. Thank you for your kind words. Once everyone had departed, she returned to her chamber, and the system began to report. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task, attaining the rank of Pin. Task reward, 150 points. Skill acquired, Celestial Voice. With 550 points now at her disposal, Shen Cihuan contemplated using loyalty-enhancing pills on the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, ensuring that any future efforts to vie for favor would not be obstructed by them. Moreover, these pills could turn the Emperor's and the Empress Dowager's spies into her allies, allowing her to control the flow of information they received. Shen Cihuan felt quite adept at palace intrigue. However, with only 550 points, she realized she would need 50 more to purchase 2 loyalty-enhancing pills. Ali, I wish to buy 2 loyalty-enhancing pills. Could you possibly reduce the point cost? What? Host, are you not a noble lady? Why would you bargain? What do you mean by bargain? At this point, the system felt a mix of despair and amusement. My previous host was a modern salesperson, exceptionally skilled in negotiation, managing to acquire goods at half price every time, along with numerous free gifts. Recalling her last host made the system tremble, as she too had performance targets to meet. Providing such a significant discount would jeopardize her own metrics. All right, Ali, do not be disheartened. I shall not bargain. Please, let me know if there are any available tasks. The system, touched by her enthusiasm for completing tasks, felt tears swell in its metaphorical eyes. This was the first time it had encountered such a dedicated host. Thus, with an excited heart and trembling hands, the system promptly issued a new task. Ding! Ali system issues a task. Attain the rank of Jiu. Task reward, 200 points. Skill, talented, with a wealth of classical knowledge, the host will effortlessly articulate and compose. Ding! Ali system issues a task. Successfully bear child. Task reward, 200 points. 2 charm pills. Ding! Ali system issues a task. Achieve a favor value of 200. Task reward, 150 points. After receiving a series of tasks, Shen Cihuan suddenly remembered that since she had already served the emperor, she could now use the childbearing pills. She hastily chose to use one, causing the status panel to change, displaying pregnant, 10 months along, gender, male. Gently placing her hand on her abdomen, she felt the burgeoning life within her, a realization that stirred excitement in her heart. She longed to meet her child soon. That night, Shen Cihuan served the emperor again. Dressed in a green silk bodice embroidered with bamboo leaves, she approached the emperor to pay her respects, only to be hastily pulled back onto the bed by Xiao. Your Majesty, please slow down. As he inhaled the captivating scent that entranced him, he whispered playfully, I have thought of you all day. Come to Taiji Palace tomorrow to accompany me, will you? Before she could respond, sweet sounds filled the tent. Ali, does being pregnant affect our encounters? Seizing the opportunity before Ali muted herself, Shen Cihuan inquired anxiously, not wishing for any harm to come to her child. Rest assured, host. Children conceived with the childbearing pills cannot be lost to external forces. Unless you consume the miscarriage pills from the point shop, even poison will not harm the child. How remarkable! The palace intrigue and childbirth system truly lived up to its reputation. This was the last coherent thought in Shen Cihuan's mind as she maintained her clarity. The following morning, she was to pay her respects to the empress. According to palace regulations, any newcomer who had served the emperor was permitted to pay their respects in Fenghuan Palace. Shen Cihuan had Yun Gui select a pale yellow dress adorned with floral patterns, which accentuated her creamy skin and rosy lips, rendering her even more vibrant. Among the various dignified and alluring consorts, she resembled a delicate, charming, and exuberant spring flower, full of life and grace. Oh my, this Mi Pin is truly beautiful, her skin so tender, akin to milk. No wonder the emperor is so enamored. She is indeed extraordinary. The speaker was Li Chongyi, a woman of noble birth, whose elegance was unmatched by others. Yet, in the presence of the pure and lovely Shen Cihuan, her charm appeared somewhat superficial. This left Li Chongyi, who prided herself on her beauty, feeling quite dissatisfied. She believed herself to be the most beautiful in the harem, and now, with the ascent of Mi Pin, she felt overshadowed and could hardly bear it. Shen Cihuan, typically at a loss for words, found herself unable to respond to the veiled insults. All she could manage was a sincere reply. Thank you for your kind words. The emperor also says I am beautiful. You, Li Chongyi, taken aback by her straightforwardness, felt a surge of irritation. What was there to boast about? However, upon seeing Shen Cihuan's genuinely innocent expression, she realized there was no malice intended, which only fueled Li Chongyi's frustration. At this moment, De Fei, a woman of high rank and influence, intervened. Enough. Mi Pin has just served the emperor. There is no need for jealousy. Li Chongyi, intimidated by De Fei's authority, merely shot Shen Cihuan a resentful glance, huffing, what is there to be proud of? If you have the skill, why not bear the emperor a child? The empress, seated in a position of power, cleared her throat, and immediately an air of silence enveloped the room, underscoring her authority. It is our duty as sisters in the harem to assist the emperor in extending his lineage. If anyone can present his majesty with a prince, they will undoubtedly be a distinguished contributor to our great Qi. At this moment, the empress's gaze softened as she looked at Shen Cihuan. The young consort Mi must first nurture her health. Is there anything in the palace that feels unfamiliar? Shen Cihuan raised her head to meet the empress's graceful eyes, finding them exceedingly beautiful, and felt a wave of affection. Your Majesty, everything is well. Chapter 8. The Empress is a time traveler. Seeing Shen Cihuan's soft and delicate demeanor reminded the Empress of her own daughter, Princess Jiaojiao, filling her with maternal warmth. She smiled gently. That is wonderful. If you find yourself with leisure in the future, do come to Fenghuan Palace and keep me company. Shen Cihuan smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowing with joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Witnessing consort Mi not only being favored, but also receiving special regard from the Empress stirred resentment among the other consorts, particularly Yi Jianwei. As the niece of the Empress Dowager, the focus of attention during this newcomer's first greeting should have been on her. How could that wretched girl steal the limelight? Thus, Yi Jianwei interjected with a smile. I feel an immediate kinship upon seeing Your Majesty. By blood, the Emperor is my cousin, and Your Majesty is my sister-in-law, so we are naturally closer than others, and I shall certainly visit Fenghuan Palace often. Li Chongyi rolled her eyes in exasperation, and the other consorts shared her disbelief. Truly, there are fools who cannot help but flaunt their family ties. Shen Cihuan, feigning innocence, inquired, Your Majesty, Yi Maren claims to be both the Emperor's cousin and a consort. What is her true identity? How should I address her? Miss Yi or Sister Yi? Her words struck everyone as consort Mi, cleverly putting Yi Maren in an awkward position. Yet Shen Cihuan genuinely held this question. Before the Empress could respond, Yu Fei chuckled. Consort Mi, your tongue is indeed sharp, but you make a valid point. Yi Maren, how can you not even recognize your own status? Yu Fei, typically cold and aloof, displayed a rare mischievousness at this moment. Liang Jiu, who was usually favored, could not stand Yi Jianwei's arrogance and bluntly remarked, Indeed, Yi Maren, have you managed to recover your health? I heard your stomach was unwell during this election, making the air in the palace unbearable. Have you finally regained your strength? Or will you soon be in distress again? Yi Jianwei's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. As Liang Jiu's words echoed, laughter erupted among the consorts in Fenghuan Palace, especially from Li Chongyi, who laughed particularly loudly. They were reveling in her misfortune. Indeed, with Yi Maren around, the Empress must prepare incense in advance. Otherwise, how could they dare allow her to enter? Li Chongyi laughed heartily, her disdain for everyone apparent, launching a barrage of attacks. Watching Yi Jianwei's mortified expression, Meng Jinhua felt a sense of vindication. She deserved it. After all, she had always been so arrogant and had even soiled her dress during the selection. Meng Jinhua could only hope to see her humiliated further. As the laughter crescendoed, Yi Jiangwei could no longer bear it and excused herself, claiming illness. As she exited Fenghuan Palace, she could still hear Li Chongyi's taunting voice. Yi Marin, take care of your health and rest well. Wretched, wretched, you are all wretched. Yi Jiangwei's face twisted in anger, her rage boiling as she longed for revenge. Yet she restrained herself and hurried back to her quarters. After enjoying Yi Jiangwei's humiliation, the empress composed herself, reproaching a few of the most boisterous consorts, instructing Li Chongyi to transcribe 2 volumes of Buddhist scriptures before dismissing everyone. They all recognized that the empress harbored disdain for Yi Marin as well. Otherwise, she would have intervened much sooner, but she waited until they had driven her away to say a few words. As for those 2 volumes of scriptures, Li Chongyi thought she wouldn't be able to write in the Great Qi script anyway, and since the empress had not specified a deadline, she would simply delay. After everyone departed, the empress retained Shen Cihuan for a private conversation over tea. Li Chongyi is a thoughtless one. Her words are sharp, yet she means no real harm. The empress smiled warmly, offering Shen Cihuan a piece of pastry. Shen Cihuan adored sweet delicacies, and upon seeing it, her eyes sparkled with delight. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Watching her smile, with dimples appearing like a soft, charming rabbit, the empress could not resist the urge to pinch her cheek affectionately, her tone turning tender. You little one, appearing so dazed yet possessing a clever tongue. The empress's demeanor puzzled Shen Cihuan, but she was certain there was no malice. So she affectionately brushed her hand against the empress's palm as if treating a sister. The empress felt her heart soften at this instinctive gesture, so adorable. Much like the little rabbit I keep at home. That dog of an emperor is truly fortunate. Shen Cihuan gasped in surprise, her mouth agape, her eyes wide. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Oh, it's nothing. We are in my palace, so there's no need to be afraid. Little Hua Huan, has the emperor been bullying you? You appear so fatigued. TSK, at his age he should know better. Hearing the empress's words, Shen Cihuan could hardly raise her head. This. The empress was truly like this. The empress observed her reddened cheeks and the shy sparkle in her eyes, bursting into laughter. What a sweet girl. Then she sighed, a hint of regret surfacing. Such a young child, hardly of university age, and he has the audacity to pursue you. Truly, an old cow grazing on tender grass. University? Sweet girl? Shen Cihuan did not comprehend, but vaguely understood that the empress expressed sympathy for her. Oh my, host, this empress is a time traveler. The system suddenly interjected, startling Shen Cihuan. What do you mean by time traveler? She and I come from the same era, from several thousand years into the future. Shen Cihuan felt a slight shock. She had already realized that Ali was not merely a fairy from a storybook, but rather someone from a modern future. She had grown accustomed to Ali occasionally dropping incomprehensible terms. However, she was astonished to discover that such a graceful and poised empress also hailed from the modern world. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. The empress, gazing at her adorably clueless expression, felt an even deeper resentment towards the emperor. Little Hua Huan, regard the emperor merely as a tool for vying for favor, and do not allow your heart to be swayed. A man's words are often deceitful. The sincerity you believe he possesses today may become a betrayal tomorrow. Shen Cihuan, in her innocent confusion, wondered why the empress held such disdain for the emperor. Tentatively, she asked, Your Majesty, do you not love the emperor? Can love fill the belly? He cannot even uphold the most basic loyalty. What talk of love is there? All I need to do is fulfill my role as empress. I have a daughter, and whether he is present or not makes little difference. I manage affairs daily, admire the beauties, and live a leisurely life. Is that not better? Chapter 9. The malicious value of 80 from Qin Marin. Shen Cihuan was truly taken aback by her candid and audacious remarks. However, from her perspective, the empress possessed everything: supreme status and power, a beloved daughter, and the respect and admiration of the harem. What more could she desire? Surely nothing remained? Shen Cihuan, however, thought differently. Her goal was to gain favor, bear a son, and avenge her mother. The princess of the state was the emperor's elder sister, and the general held immense military power. Seeking revenge would not be easy. She could only bear the future heir to the throne to wield sufficient influence to confront them. The empress seemed to genuinely cherish Shen Cihuan, treating her as if she were her own daughter. After finishing a platter of pastries, she was specially served a bowl of milk tea, which filled her to satisfaction, leaving her heart content. Before departing, she was specifically instructed to keep her distance from the beauty. This woman, though lacking in intellect, was fiercely envious and might become a target for the Empress Dowager's ire. Shen Cihuan nodded hastily, grateful for the Empress's concern, and returned to the Yaoguang Palace. Upon her return, before she could even catch her breath, news arrived that Beauty Qin was visiting. Yin Fei quickly informed her that Beauty Qin had entered the palace during the first election. Though not particularly favored, she was known for her gentle demeanor and allegiance to Consort Da. She was allowed entry, as a conversation with such a mild-mannered person would likely be bearable. Shen Cihuan was curious about her intentions, given that she had only been the emperor's companion for 2 days. The system, sensing her apprehension, offered encouragement, but its words seemed like a sales pitch. Host, cheer up. You will face many more palace intrigues. Strive to grow. However, I have a malice detection talisman available in the shop. Would you like to purchase one? A malice detection talisman? What kind of tool is this? Shen Cihuan noted that Ali, much like a peddler, was always eager to sell her items. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what the system did with the points it earned and why it was so keen on making money. This tool is exceptionally useful and permanent. Once used, it reveals the malice level of anyone towards you. The higher the number, the greater the likelihood of harm. How many points does it cost? Intrigued, Shen Cihuan considered the offer. Her judgment was often flawed, and people's hearts were fickle. A good friend today could turn into an enemy tomorrow. With this talisman, discerning who to trust and who to guard against would be effortless. However, she currently had only 550 points and also wanted to buy 2 loyalty enhancement pills. Sighing, she realized she must complete more tasks and gain the Emperor's favor to earn a steady stream of points and access better tools. Rest assured, host, the malice detection talisman costs only 100 points. Only 100 points? Surprised, Shen Cihuan had expected such a valuable item to be more expensive than the loyalty enhancement pills. The system explained, host, information gathering tools are generally cheaper because they are basic offerings from the main system. Though not fully understanding, Shen Cihuan grasped that information tools were more affordable. Without hesitation, she spent 100 points to acquire the talisman. Ding! The malice detection talisman has been issued. The host can use it on any chosen individual without limit. As the talisman was activated, Beauty Qin gracefully entered. Beauty Qin, with her delicate features and soft demeanor, appeared amiable. Using the talisman, Shen Cihuan detected a malice value of 80 above her head. 80. Beware, host. Be cautious. Shen Cihuan's expression stiffened. Beauty Qin, smiling, greeted her. Greetings, concubine me, forcing a smile. Shen Cihuan's mind raced, pleading for help. Beauty Qin, seemingly at ease, sat beside her, admiring the palace's decor with evident envy. Concubine me, your quarters are truly exquisite. It's clear the emperor holds you in high regard. Shen Cihuan, unable to face this malicious woman, sipped her tea, contemplating how to dismiss her. Noticing Shen Cihuan's silence, Beauty Qin, feeling awkward, signaled her maid, who presented a translucent jade cup. Beauty Qin, in a soothing tone, said, I know you're new to the palace and may feel out of place. If you don't mind, I can visit often to chat. This small gift is to celebrate your promotion. Shen Cihuan, hearing the system's red alert, nearly spilled her tea. Warning, this object contains a large amount of Ziwei flower powder. Prolonged use can cause infertility or miscarriage. But rest assured, the birth pill you took renders this ineffective. Steadying herself, she accepted the gift, inwardly noting Beauty Qin's ruthlessness. Of course, a woman must be ruthless to secure her position. Thanking her, Shen Cihuan maintained a composed facade. Beauty Qin, pleased, continued. If concubine me likes it, I am glad. By the way, Consort has asked me to invite you to her birthday banquet next month. Many of the harem sisters will attend. Will you honor us with your presence? The consort? Shen Cihuan, wary, saw the potential trap. The system urged her to go, assuring her of protection. Host, go. No need to fear. I will ensure your safety. After Beauty Qin left, Shen Cihuan examined the jade cup, amazed by its hidden malevolence. Host, tell the emperor. Let him deal with Beauty Qin. That night, when Emperor Xiao Yi visited, he encountered a fervent Shen Cihuan. To captivate him, she used 100 points to obtain a tightening pill and a skin-softening pill. The tightening pill ensured her body remained firm, while the skin-softening pill made her skin as smooth and tender as tofu. In the candlelight, Xiao Yi found her skin exquisitely soft and supple. After their intimate encounter, Shen Cihuan, still dazed, mentioned, "Your Majesty, Beauty Qin visited me today." Xiao Yi, sated and in a good mood, drank the remaining tea. Shen Cihuan, flustered, realized he had just drunk from her cup. Xiao Yi, oblivious to the significance, teased, "My beloved's tea is indeed sweet." This lecher, who said the emperor was cold and unfeeling. He was clearly a cunning and lascivious wolf. But she could only vent in her mind. Regaining her composure, she quickly reported, "Your Majesty, Beauty Qin visited me today." Xiao Yi had just lain back on the bed, still yearning for a moment of intimacy with his soft and warm companion, when she mentioned Qin Marin. He was momentarily perplexed, searching his memory for who this Qin Marin might be. After a while, he recalled that there was indeed such a woman in the harem. She had entered the palace 5 years ago during the first selection, but he had no particular recollections of her and had never favored her. She seemed to be rather unassuming. Yet, what could she possibly want at Yaoguang Palace? Frowning, Xiao Yi asked, "Did she say anything to you?" Shen Cihuan had been waiting for this question. She leaned languidly into Xiao Yi's embrace, stirring desires within him. Qin Marin said she wishes to frequently visit Yaoguang Palace to keep me company and even presented me with a jade cup. Xiao Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, a trace of concern crossing his features. He could not guarantee that all in his harem were benevolent souls. They were likely a pack of beasts cloaked in beauty, and he feared this innocent little rabbit might fall prey to their schemes without realizing it. "What jade cup? Bring it here for me to see." Upon these words, Yin Gui entered with the jade cup. Xiao Yi sat up and inspected it closely. "Chen Bingzhong, examine this jade cup." Yin Gui hurriedly handed the cup to the imperial chief eunuch, Eunuch Chun, who was known as the emperor's trusted confidant. Eunuch Chun had served the emperor since childhood and was highly regarded, holding a status even higher than that of many concubines. Eunuch Chun courteously received the jade cup and then withdrew. Xiao Yi then instructed Shen Cihuan, "In the future, do not accept gifts from strangers without having them thoroughly checked. If something is amiss, it could harm you." With an air of innocence, Shen Cihuan inquired, "My lord, I have no grudges with Qin Marin. Why would she wish to harm me? We are both here to serve the emperor. Should we not support each other?" Xiao Yi sigit, recognizing her naivety. In the treacherous world of the harem, such kindness could be fatal. You must be more cautious. Without my protection, you may not last long in the harem. As Xiao Yi pondered the potential dangers Shen Cihuan faced, Eunuch Shen returned with his findings. Kneeling before the emperor, he reported, "Your Majesty, this jade cup has been coated with a large amount of Ziwei flower powder. Ziwei promotes blood circulation and can remove stagnant blood. Prolonged use can lead to infertility. And if a pregnant woman uses it, she may suffer a miscarriage." Vile wretch! Xiao Yi's face darkened, furious that Qin Marin dared to act so maliciously. "She is envious of your favor and seeks to prevent you from bearing an heir. Eunuch Chun, imprison Qin Marin in the Sky Prison. Use any means necessary to extract information from her and find out if anyone else is involved." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Chun bowed and retreated, his form blending into the shadows like a ghost. Xiao Yi, worried about frightening Shen Cihuan, comforted her gently. Her eyes, brimming with tears, glistened like pearls, her sobs making her both pitiful and beautiful. "Your Majesty, does Qin Marin truly hate me so much? I feel so sad, woo-woo." Her soft cries tugged at Xiao Yi's heart. He embraced her, soothing her like a father would a child. "Do not cry, my dear. It is Qin Marin who is wicked, not you. I will make sure she faces justice. As for the punishment, Xiao Yi sneered, certain that Qin Marin would not survive under Eunuch Chen's interrogation. He did not wish to distress Shen Cihuan with the details. Shen Cihuan continued her sweet, innocent facade. "I do not wish to trouble your Majesty. My heart belongs only to you, and I do not want to cause you any difficulty." Xiao Yi was deeply moved by her understanding. "You are so kind, my beloved. I shall now bestow upon you the rank of Jiu." Surprised and delighted, Shen Cihuan reveled in the system's praise. "Wow, amazing. You are natural at this, so cunning and endearing. A true candidate for court intrigue." In the next chapter, Shen Cihuan continues her charm offensive. "Your Majesty, you are so good to me. You are my whole world, and no one else treats me as well as you do." Xiao Yi, captivated by her, felt a deep, inexplicable affection. He was determined to protect and cherish her, giving her all the treasures of the world. Love, once ignited, grows ever deeper. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan received her system rewards. 200 points for reaching the rank of Jiu and 150 points for gaining 200 favor. With 700 points, she purchased loyalty potions for the Empress Dowager and the Emperor spies. She also planned to buy health and intelligence potions for her future children, ensuring their strength and wisdom. Lastly, she acquired a painless childbirth potion for herself. The system then issued new tasks, reached the rank of G-Pin, and gained 400 favor, with rewards including the skill to blend perfumes. Shen Cihuan was excited by this prospect, though she reminded herself to maintain her innocent persona. As she and Xiao Yi shared another tender moment, the palace maids discreetly left, the sounds of their affection soon filling the room. Tired from a long night, when Shen Cihuan was awakened by the palace maid to pay her respects to the Empress, Xiao Yi had already vanished to attend court, leaving behind 2 complete sets of dazzling jewelry that nearly blinded Shen Cihuan. The palace maid, an informant for the emperor, grinned as she presented the jewels to Shen Cihuan, exclaiming, "Your Highness, behold how the emperor dotes on you. I have never seen such a treasure trove. Even a noble consort, cannot compare." Shen Cihuan's heart swelled with joy. This brought her a step closer to being the favored one, and to her revenge. However, first, she needed to handle the 2 informants. Summoning the 2 maids, she used a loyalty-enhancing pill, swiftly raising their loyalty to 65. The Empress informant was named Jiaojiao, while the Empress Dowager's was called Dongmei. Shen Cihuan did not rename them, but instructed them to maintain discretion and report to her before conveying any messages. With these 2 challenges resolved, and having successfully undermined Consort Qin while being elevated to the rank of Jiu, Shen Cihuan felt immensely pleased. After donning her garments, she proceeded to pay her respects to the Empress. At Fenghuan Palace, Shen Cihuan arrived not late, but to her surprise, the other consorts had arrived even earlier. Already seated in a row, awaiting her, the newly appointed Jiu. She wore a silver-pink palace gown embroidered with lotus flowers, exuding both charm and dignity. Her skin, as delicate as fine jade, appeared even more flawless today, causing the other consorts to grind their teeth in jealousy. Once again, Lakanji took the lead in challenging her. "Oh, who might this be? Is it not consort me? Oh wait, she is now Jiu. Your rise to rank is remarkably swift, Jiu." Shen Cihuan merely nodded in response. "Indeed, quite swift. Were you flaunting? Do not think that your favor will shield you forever. One day, you shall reap what you sow." Shen Cihuan blinked innocently, reminding herself that in palace intrigues, those of lower rank should be directly confronted, while those of higher rank warranted feigned ignorance or seeking allies. As expected, her act of innocence did not last long before the Empress intervened, admonishing Lakanji, "Mind your words and actions. Return and copy the Heart Sutra 10 times. To be submitted in 3 days." Lakanji stood dumbfounded. This punishment was far more severe than the last, which had been trivial. 100,000 characters, 10 times. That amounted to 1,000,000 characters in 3 days. She could not possibly complete it without sacrificing her well-being. How could the Empress punish her? A creature so lovely and delightful? In disbelief, she began to plead, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the Empress coldly dismissed her. No need for further words. "It is time for you to learn your lesson." Lakanji felt tears welling up, fearing that if she completed the task, her hands would cramp. "Oh, Empress, am I not your favorite little darling?" She could no longer bear to remain and hurried off to begin her writing. The others ignored her, eager to return to their quarters, as each precious second meant an earlier opportunity for rest. Lakanji dashed away like a whirlwind, leaving the other consorts exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan observed their silent exchanges but paid them no mind, as she was occupied using a malicious intent detection charm to gauge the hostility levels of the consort present. The Empress had a hostility level of 0, which reassured her greatly, as she genuinely admired the Empress. Most consorts had hostility levels below 60, with only a few, such as Consort King Zerong, Jingpin, Domineering, Songkaren, and Lekaran, exceeding that threshold. The one with the highest hostility, without a doubt, was the infamous consort Yi Jiangwei, boasting a level of 90. Indeed, as Shen Cihuan glanced over, she saw Yi Jiangwei glaring at her with venomous intensity, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Adjacent to her, Domineering echoed the same sentiment. "Jiu, I seek your wisdom on a matter and hope you might enlighten me, domineering ventured. Having a closer bond with Consort Qin, she felt indignant upon hearing of Consort Qin's downfall at the hands of Shen Cihuan. What transgression did Consort Qin commit to warrant such a severe punishment from the emperor? Upon hearing this, the ears of the other consorts perked up, sensing the brewing confrontation. Shen Cihuan chose not to respond directly, but tilted her head and asked, "If it was the emperor's decree, should you not inquire with him?" Dong Myron huffed disdainfully. "The emperor is preoccupied with state affairs. Without your insight, one cannot easily gain an audience with him." Shen Cihuan smiled sweetly. "I understand now why the emperor is reluctant to meet with you." Dong Myron blinked, puzzled. "Why is that?" "Because your curiosity knows no bounds. Should the emperor summon you, there would be no respite, as you would incessantly bombard him with inquiries." Dong Myron's face reddened with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. As she struggled to find words, the empress chuckled, clearly amused by Shen Cihuan's retort. Dong Myron, accustomed to leaning on Consort felt the pressure mounting as her ally faltered, her demeanor now significantly more serious. "Jiu, do not overstep your bounds." Recognizing the higher rank, Shen Cihuan prepared to feign ignorance once more. Before Consort could speak further, a palace maid rushed in, falling to her knees in distress. "Your Highness, Consort the Grand Princess is choked and cannot breathe." "What?" Consort could no longer maintain her composure, immediately standing and rushing out. The others were equally alarmed. The Grand Princess was only 5 years old, having accompanied Consort to Fenghuan Palace. How could she suddenly choke while playing with the second princess? This was a precious heir. If anything were to happen, all the consorts present would face dire consequences. Thus, a throng of them hurried outside. The empress, too, was anxious. This was her domain, and the incident involved the Grand Princess, making it impossible for her to dissociate from the calamity. Shen Cihuan lagged behind the crowd, inquiring of her system, "Alalai, is there any remedy to save the Grand Princess? There is a body-strengthening pill available for exchange, but you may also utilize the Heimlich maneuver." "Emlik, how is that performed?" "First do this, then that." With the system's guidance, Shen Cihuan grasped the concept. Despite Consort's ill will towards her, the Grand Princess bore no malice. Being so young, she could not bear to see her come to harm. Upon arriving, Shen Cihuan found the small Grand Princess cradled in Consort's arms, her complexion flushed and nearing unconsciousness. Consort wailed, "Huayang, my Huayang, you must not come to harm. If anything happens, how shall I live? I can only follow you." The empress, frantic, paced like an ant on a hot stove. "Where is the imperial physician? Have they been summoned?" A maid replied hastily, "They have gone to fetch him." Consort, overwhelmed with despair, could do nothing but clutch her daughter, crying out in desperation. Shen Cihuan stepped forward, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around her, and took the Grand Princess from Consort's arms. The Empress Dowager now resembled a mother wolf fiercely guarding her cub, glaring at Shen Cihuan. "What do you intend to do?" "I must save her." "Release her at once." The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Shen Cihuan's intervention, and instinctively loosened her grip. Shen Cihuan encircled the Grand Princess from behind, her clenched fist in one hand while the other enveloped it, drawing her arms tight and pressing inward, striking upward with urgency. The gathered concubines were rendered bewildered by this peculiar display. Many had initially criticized Shen Cihuan for meddling, believing the Grand Princess's demise would benefit them all since none had children. Yet, they were now confounded by her strange actions. "Is Mi Jiu mad? Surely the Grand Princess cannot survive this." The Empress Dowager was momentarily speechless, forgetting her tears. The Empress, however, recognized the movement, recalling a first aid technique she had glimpsed in Shore videos. In her haste, she had completely overlooked it. Xiaoyi, having received word that the Grand Princess was choking, hurried to Fenghuan Palace, arriving to witness this scene. The concubines formed a circle around Mi Jiu, who was engaged in this peculiar exercise with the Grand Princess. With each repeated thrust, the Grand Princess soon expelled the obstruction from her throat, coughing violently. To everyone's relief, a large, round grape emerged. The young Grand Princess had a small throat, and swallowing such a grape whole could indeed have been fatal. Fortunately, thanks to Mi Jiu's strange actions, the Grand Princess soon regained her breath, her complexion improving, though her face remained somewhat pale, with tear-brimmed eyes. The Empress Dowager, frightened half to death, embraced her daughter with a sense of relief, as if they had escaped a calamity. At that moment, the imperial physician arrived, hastily bowing to the emperor and the concubines. The emperor, uninterested in wasting time, ordered the physician to quickly check the grand princess's pulse. Shen Cihuan, seeing this, discreetly stepped aside to wipe the sweat from her brow, realizing the physical exertion involved, and then noticed Xiao Yi instinctively standing beside him. "Were you startled?" Xiao Yi inwitted softly. "Not at all. I even saved the grand princess," Shen Cihuan replied, her small face lifting with sincerity and charm. Before Xiao Yi could respond, Liang Jiu, who had been watching, interjected, "Mi Jiu, your words seem rather hasty. How could that action possibly save the grand princess? Continuously striking her is clearly an attempt to bring about her demise. What is your true intention?" Liang Jiu harbored resentment. Having once been the favored consort before Mi Jiu entered the palace, sharing a day of favor with Jing Pin each month. Yet now, the emperoress' affections were solely for Mi Jiu, leaving her forgotten. Just as she intended to greet the emperor, she was interrupted by this enchanting woman, which fueled her desire to retaliate. Yi Jiangwei, eager to ingratiate herself with the emperor, chimed in, "Indeed, your majesty, Mi Jiu was far too severe with the grand princess. Had anything happened to her, it would surely have been Mi Jiu's doing." Xiao Yi, maintaining his cold demeanor, sneered, "I did not realize you two had acquired medical knowledge. Bring Liang Jiu and Yi Meiren to Chunyun female physician daily to grind medicine." Yi Jiangwei appeared bewildered, while Liang Jiu's expression changed drastically. Chunyun female physician was renowned for her exceptional skills, but had a peculiar nature, often working with unsavory creatures like maggots and frogs. The thought of grinding medicine alongside such entities made Liang Jiu's skin crawl, yet she dared not protest against the emperor's decree. Thus, she begrudgingly expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, the physician completed his examination. "Your Majesty, the grand princess had a grape lodged in her throat, but thankfully, Mi Jiu managed to extract it in time. Upon examination, the grand princess is no longer in danger." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress Dowager held her daughter tightly, unable to contain her tears of joy, relieved that her precious child was safe. Xiao Yi, equally concerned, gently stroked her soft hair and inquired, "Does Huayang feel any discomfort?" The grand princess, still shaken, looked fragile, yet her gaze turned to Shen Cihuan with a sense of innocent reliance. Shen Cihuan tilted her head, finding the grand princess utterly adorable, akin to a small puppy with glistening eyes. The Empress Dowager, overwhelmed with joy, wiped her tears and bowed to Shen Cihuan, her tone filled with gratitude. "Mi Jiu, we owe you our lives today. You are our savior." Thus, Shen Cihuan observed her malice value diminish from 70 to 0. Another enemy had been vanquished. The Empress seized the moment to speak. "Your Majesty, we must commend Mi Jiu for her bravery, resourcefulness, and kind heart." Xiao Yi nodded, his gaze toward Shen Cihuan brimming with admiration, disregarding the envious and complex expressions of onlookers, and issued a decree. Mi Jiu of Yaowang Palace, clever and capable, who saved the royal heir, is hereby elevated to the rank of Jiaoyi, with the title Chun. Shen Cihuan joyfully accepted the decree, her heart soaring, while the system erupted with celebratory sounds in her ear. "Congratulations, host. You are truly a prodigy in palace intrigue. I am certain you will top the performance evaluation this time." Other concubines were left in disbelief. Hadn't Shen Cihuan just been promoted to Jiaojiao yesterday? How could she ascend again today? They had been in the palace for 5 years, and aside from the annual promotions determined by the Empress, no one had the fortune to rise in rank otherwise. Moreover, the title Chun, historically reserved for favored consorts, was a glaring affront to the others. What a catastrophe! A new Yang Guifei in our midst. Yi Jiangwei fumed, feeling her envy boil over. She believed herself to be the most distinguished among the newcomers, deserving of the emperor's affections. Yet here she was, still a maiden after half a month in the palace, a source of embarrassment. Why did the emperor dote on Shen Cihuan, that wretched girl? All the glory should be hers. The title of Jiaoyi, the emperor's affection, and the title Chun were all rightfully hers. As Shen Cihuan sensed Yi Jiangwei's malice level reach a striking 100, she squinted her eyes, pondering. Should she concoct a fragrance of destruction? No, no. She dismissed the thought, reminding herself of her carefully crafted persona as a soft, innocent girl. Moreover, She noted that Yi Meiren was particularly foolish, loud, yet incapable of achieving anything substantial, always failing in her schemes. As the concubines made their way back to their quarters, they reflected on the day's events, realizing that the most significant outcome was the elevation of Jiaojiao. They exchanged subtle glances, their minds calculating. Life in the palace had been mundane, but with the sudden emergence of such a glaring figure, they knew she had to be eliminated for their own survival. Just look at how the emperor had clung to her as he sent her back to her palace. It was unprecedented. Shen Cihuan must perish. Many individuals harbor this notion and take decisive action simultaneously. They cannot fathom how, with so many women united in the harem, they could fail to eliminate her. Anticipating this, Shen Cihuan wisely spent 500 points in the system mall to acquire a rebound talisman, effective for 3 months. As the name suggests, this talisman ensures that any malicious acts directed towards her within this period would not harm her, but instead bounce back upon the perpetrators. Consequently, the other concubines were horrified to discover that the poison-laden screens, toxic fruit teas, poisoned delicacies, lethal flowers, and tainted perfumes they had intended for the residents of Jiaojiao were now present in their own chambers. What was happening? Did they have spies in their own quarters? While the harem appeared calm on the surface, tumultuous undercurrents stirred secretly, causing a ripple of unrest. The following day, news spread of Jing Pin's disfigurement, Yen Pin's severe diarrhea, and Song Siren's terminal illness leading to her demise. Shen Cihuan blinked in surprise. Song Siren was indeed ruthless. To Shen Cihuan's astonishment, the usually malevolent Li Chongyi, Liang Jiaojiao, and Yi Meiren seemed unaffected. Either they had refrained from taking action, or they were caught during the rebound. Shen Cihuan suspected the former. Yin Fei had informed her that Li Chongyi had been copying scriptures since she was punished by the empress the previous day, with the lights of Jinxiu Palace burning brightly throughout the night. Meanwhile, Liang Jiaojiao and Yi Meiren were preoccupied at the residence of the physician Chunyu, tending to their worms and maggots, too occupied to pose a threat to her. As she enjoyed a slice of watermelon, Shen Cihuan gazed at the bright sunshine outside, reveling in the beauty of life. This 3-month period was likely to be their most active time to strike. If she could instill fear in them during this duration, a tranquil existence would follow. However, Shen Cihuan overlooked the fact that the true authority in the harem was not the empress, but the empress dowager. Just 3 days after Yi Meiren's dealings with her vermin, Li Chongyi finally completed her relentless copying of the scriptures and sought the imperial physician for her cramping hand. The various concubines accompanied the empress to Xinang Palace to pay their respects to the dowager. To Shen Cihuan's surprise, her nemesis, Princess Zhenghua, was also present. At 50 years of age, the dowager was accompanied by Princess Zhenghua, who was 35, the dowager's eldest daughter and the emperor's full-blooded sister. Such a prestigious lineage, coupled with her title, ensured that Xiao Zhen was born to be willful and capricious. The dowager sat regally at the center, with Princess Zhenghua beside her, while other concubines surrounded them like stars encircling the moon. Shen Cihuan fought to suppress the hatred bubbling within her. The woman before her, with an elaborate high coiffure adorned with a 9-headed phoenix crown exclusive to the empress, exuded an air of opulence, especially with the round and lustrous pearls cascading down. Yet Shen Cihuan was acutely aware of Princess Zhenghua's penchant for extravagance, manipulation, and her numerous transgressions, which were too many to enumerate. Who is Chun Jiaojiao? Before the dowager could speak, Xiao Zhen languidly interjected, dismissing the gazes of those around her, her derision unmistakable. Is it you? With such a visage, you can capture the eye of my imperial brother? You are unworthy even to wash my feet. The songbird by my side hails from the flower house. You bear some resemblance to her. The other concubines, delighted to see the once mighty Chun Jiaojiao humbled, relished the moment. How splendid it was to witness Princess Zhenghua take her down a notch. Shen Cihuan clenched her fists. The humiliation felt like a slap to her face, reminding her of the bundle of grass mat her mother had sent, causing her heart to ache painfully, nearly losing her composure. Xiao Zhen squinted, casting a sidelong glance at her. In truth, she had spoken falsely. The moment the favored Chun Jiaojiao entered, she understood why her imperial brother appeared so enchanted. They were both individuals of high status, and she recognized the lethal allure such a woman held for the emperor. Xiao Zhen mused that if she were a man, she too might indulge in her, for the delicate little white rabbit, with her tearful eyes, could ignite a destructive desire within anyone, evoking an irresistible urge to ravage her. Yet, Xiaozhan quickly dismissed the fleeting thought. Patience was key. Such a delicate creature was best savored slowly. Moreover, she could not permit any situation in the harem to escape her control. With Chen Jiaojiao so favored, should she become pregnant, it would ruin her plans. Although the dowager had encountered Shen Cihuan before, she could not help but be captivated by her beauty. It was as if the flower that had bloomed brilliantly during the selection had now transformed into a captivating sprite, effortlessly drawing attention. No wonder her typically aloof son had succumbed to her enchantment. The Empress, ever the defender of Shen Cihuan, interjected with a smile, introducing her to the dowager. Mother, this is Chen Jiaojiao. She possesses a kind heart. She bravely came to the aid of Princess Huayang when trouble befell her. The Dauphin nodded vigorously. Indeed, dowager, Chen Jiaojiao exhibits a spirit of chivalry, and Princess Huayang holds her in high regard. The dowager nodded approvingly. Initially displeased with Shen Cihuan due to her niece's lack of favor and subsequent punishment by the emperor, her sentiments shifted. The emperor's lack of heirs weighed heavily on her mind, and with only 2 precious princesses, her gratitude towards Shen Cihuan for rescuing Princess Huayang grew. Consequently, she felt some discontent toward Xiaozhan for disparaging the emperor's concubine. How could she belittle the emperor as favored, as if she were a mere flower house courtesan? Clearly, this daughter had been spoiled beyond measure, though the dowager refrained from scolding her, merely stating, "Do not speak ill. Chen Jiaojiao has done a service." Shen Cihuan utilized the malice detection talisman, discovering that the dowager held a malice value of 30 towards her, likely due to her fondness for Yi Marin. However, coincidentally, Princess Zheng's malice value was 85. Shen Cihuan scoffed inwardly, pleased that her own malice value toward Xiaozhan was undoubtedly at its peak. In Sinang Palace, Yi Marin, feeling a sense of belonging, stepped forward, eager to serve the dowager and princess. "Dowager, I have prepared a sachet for you and cousin princess. I hope you like it." The dowager received the sachet, her demeanor softening towards her niece. "You are thoughtful, Wei Er. As my beloved niece and the emperor's cousin, your position warrants elevation. Let us promote you to a noble woman." Xiaozhan regarded her cousin with disdain, perceiving her as foolish, yet being family. She accepted the sachet without hesitation. Yi Marin was elated, reveling in the feeling of vindication, and turned to Shen Cihuan with a triumphant gaze. "What of your promotion by the emperor? I have the favor of the dowager." Shen Cihuan maintained a stoic expression, internally calling out to the system. Ollie, exchange the contents of those 2 sachets for maggots." "Understood, host." The transaction has been completed. 50 points deducted. As the dowager and Xiaozhan played with their sachets, they were suddenly assailed by an unbearable stench reminiscent of decay. The dowager felt a wave of nausea rising within her, realizing that the odor emanated from sachet. Remembering Yi Marin's previous blunder, she quickly removed it, pinching her nose and asking, "Wei Er, is your stomach troubling you again?" Yi Marin was equally perplexed. She had used licorice and mint leaves. Where could this foul smell be coming from? Her face flushed with embarrassment at the dowager's inquiry. She stammered, "Aunt, I assure you, I'm perfectly well. How could you present me and the Empress Dowager with this pouch filled with maggots? Are you attempting to harm us?" Hearing the reproach from the princess of the state, Yi Jiang was taken aback. What was happening? Were these not the larvae she had been nurturing for the past few days? How'd they end up in the pouch? She wanted to explain, to defend herself, but found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she could only stammer, "I don't know. I truly have no idea how this happened. I clearly placed licorice and mint leaves inside. Aunt cousin, you must believe me. Someone must be trying to frame me." Although the palace servants quickly removed the 2 pouches, the foul odor lingered, assaulting the senses, particularly for the Empress Dowager, who was closest and felt as though her last meal was rising to her throat. She had no desire to hear another word from her niece, hastily waving her hand for everyone to withdraw. The Empress, witnessing this, immediately held her breath, hurriedly saluting and speaking at a rapid pace. "Mother, please take care of your health. I shall escort them away now." Thus, a flurry of concubines fled from the Sinang Palace. While none had directly witnessed the contents of the pouch, the odor led to speculations that surely it was some peculiar vermin nurtured by Lady Yi under the care of the physician Chunyo. The usually dignified and aloof Yufei displayed a hint of disdain. casting a glance at Liang Jiu, implying, Liang Jiu, you have been assisting Lady Yi at Chunyu's. Do you know what's going on? Liang Jiu, equally repulsed, bristled at the insinuation. What do you mean, Yufei? Are you suggesting I swap Lady Yi's pouch? What motive would I have to harm her? Li Chungyi, with her straightforward nature, interjected. No, Yufei must mean that you do not happen to carry any of those foul-smelling creatures yourself, do you? At this remark, all the concubines instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from Liang Jiu. Infuriated, she retorted, how could that be? I bathe in milk daily. Just the other day, I indulged in a flower petal bath. Li Chongyi scoffed, who knows? We Haven Tea witnessed your bathing rituals. You are truly an uncouth woman. How shameless of you to wish to see me bathe. As two concubines began to bicker anew, the Empress widened her eyes. Enough. We are still outside the Sinang Palace, and you both are causing quite the uproar. Both Li Chongyi and Liang Jiu fell silent, the former nursing a subtly aching wrist, feeling that if she had to recite the Heart Sutra again, she might lose her mind. Fortunately, the Empress showed no intent to punish them, urging everyone to tidy up and return to the palace obediently before departing first. Defei nodded slightly to Shen Cihuan, being the second to leave, followed by Yufei. Once the ranks of the concubines had dispersed, the remaining ladies went their separate ways. Shen Cihuan, upon returning to the Yaowang Palace, checked her remaining points, discovering she had 250 left. Simultaneously, the system issued new tasks. Ding! The Ailey system has released a task. Achieve the rank of concubine. Task reward, 500 points. Skill, speak no lies. Choose one person to use this skill. For 1 hour, the selected individual can only speak the truth. Skill cooldown, 3 days. Ding! The Ailey system has released a task. Accumulate 600 affection points. Task reward, 500 points. In addition to the usual tasks of promotion and increasing affection points, the system had introduced 2 special tasks. Ding! The Ailey system has released a task. Obtain an oath from the Emperor, achieving the Emperor's oath. Task reward, 1 chance to spin the lucky wheel. Ding! The Ailey system has released a task. Achieve victory in any palace intrigue. Task reward, access to the system's trading mall. While Shen Cihuan could comprehend the other tasks, she was puzzled by the newly added lucky wheel and trading mall. Thankfully, the system clarified. Host, the lucky wheel contains hidden rewards, and spinning it provides a chance to win mysterious gifts. The previous system mall was for exchanging points earned through tasks for various elixirs and items. The new system trading mall allows for the buying and selling of items among different systems, meaning there might be product from other system hosts available for purchase. Other systems? Besides your palace intrigue system, what other systems exist? Many. In this cohort, there are also the StarCraft system, post-apocalyptic rental system, post-apocalyptic store system, horror live stream donation system, elementary school problem-solving system, and cultivation sex system, among others. So many systems. How impressive! Though I do not fully understand. They must possess numerous useful items. Shen Cihuan felt a surge of excitement. It was merely a matter of winning one palace battle. After all, with her newfound resolve, the system was quite pleased, believing that this time around, she would not lag behind in performance evaluations. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan contemplated whether she could exchange for something that could eliminate her foes invisibly. If she could ensure the quiet demise of the princess of the state, it would resolve her dilemma while safeguarding the Shen family from disgrace. Or perhaps it would be more fitting for Xiao Zhan's transgressions to be unveiled for all to see, so that she might receive her just desserts. That was the outcome Shen Cihuan yearned for most. As she was lost in thought, a crisp female voice called out from behind, Princess Jiaojiao, please hold. Turning around, Shen Cihuan was met with a face she did not recognize, until Yin Fei beside her reminded, Your Highness, this is Jingpin. Xingbin, the one who attempted to harm her, but ended up disfigured? If memory served her right, she had even placed a spy in Shen Cihuan's palace. No wonder she acted with such audacity, directly employing such a vicious scheme, relying on her insider information within the Yaowang Palace. Alas, her plans had backfired. Jingpin, do you have something to discuss? Shen Cihuan inquired with composure, maintaining her dignity despite her soft nature, as she was, after all, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's house. However, Jingpin, being an older figure in the court, especially having garnered some favor from Xiao Yi, regarded Shen Cihuan with a gaze full of malice, devoid of any respect. Today, Jingpin wore a veil, and should it be unveiled, one would find her face marred with swollen rashes, rendering her unrecognizable. She was beside herself with rage. She could not fathom how the beauty-inducing poison, which should have been administered to Princess Jiaojiao, had instead ended up in her tea. Suspecting Princess Jiaojiao was behind it, she had no evidence to support her claims, and no one would believe her. After all, Princess Jiaojiao had only just entered the palace. How could she possess such connections? Moreover, she dared not inform the emperor or the empress dowager, as the poison had been smuggled into the palace through her own contacts. If traced back to her, it would truly be a case of losing the chicken and the rice. Yet, gazing at her once flower-like visage now twisted in agony, she was certain that Princess Jiaojiao had discovered her plan and retaliated. She needed to teach Princess Jiaojiao a lesson. Princess Jiaojiao, I wish to invite you to my palace for a visit. Surely, you would not deny me this courtesy? Shen Cihuan nodded in agreement. Of course, she would accept. She had tasks to complete. Noticing her nonchalant response, Jingpin felt a surge of delight, believing she had lured the delicate princess into her trap. However, she soon witnessed the seemingly fragile Shen Cihuan being assisted into a palanquin, looking down upon her from a position of superiority, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. Oh dear, Jingpin, you like a palanquin? I forgot. Only concubines of the 9th rank and above are afforded such luxury. You must walk back to the palace. After saying this, she pretended to feign embarrassment. Jingpin sneered. She was humiliating herself, intentionally sitting in the palanquin that represented her status while forcing herself to walk, exposing her to ridicule. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself with the help of the palace maid, only to hear that soft, syrupy voice from above again. Jingpin, you should hurry along. Inviting someone to your palace for a visit and being late is quite impolite. After this, the palanquin carried by 4 men sped away, leaving her with nothing but their retreating figures. Jingpin's face turned a shade of green. Your Highness. The maid supporting her timidly inquired, shall we continue? Jingpin gritted her teeth in fury, yes. With that, she hastened her steps, usually graceful in her movement, now appearing utterly disheveled. By the time Jingpin finally arrived, she was out of breath and in pain, only to find Jiaojiao already seated, enjoying tea and snacks in the main position. Jingpin desperately held her composure, for she was on the verge of seizing Jiaojiao's flower-like face in rage. Jingpin, Jiaojiao began. What is it you wish to discuss? Shen Cihuan regarded her with a wary eye. The malice radiating from Jingpin had reached a glaring intensity. It was clear that all her frustrations about her disfigurement were being directed at Shen Cihuan. However, with 3 months left for the rebound talisman, she felt no fear of Jingpin's potential aggression, for she had the upper hand in this game of palace intrigue. Jingpin signaled her maids to withdraw, leaving just the 2 of them in the chamber. Oh no, there was also a system observing the unfolding drama. Once alone, Jingpin lifted her veil. Shen Cihuan squinted. Indeed, the sight before her was quite repulsive. Were it not for the rebound talisman, she might have found herself in a similar predicament. Her gaze toward Jingpin turned unfriendly. Yet Jingpin, in a frenzy, exclaimed, Your Highness, look at my face. How revolting it is. This is all you're doing. You have ruined me. What does this have to do with me? You brought this upon yourself, Shen Cihuan retorted. At her words, Jingpin revealed a peculiar smile. Ha ha ha, so you finally admit it. This is your retribution. You discovered that I had poisoned you and retaliated, didn't you? You vile creature. You are the reason I have become this hideous. Shen Cihuan ignored Jingpin's hysteria, instead examining her chamber and approaching her vanity, where she began to mix various powders and floral essences that were left out. Jingpin was taken aback. Why was Jiaojiao not following the usual script? She should be defending herself. According to tradition, there should have been a back and forth of accusations until the maids fetched the emperor, at which point she would feign injury to reveal the true nature of the seductress. But instead, Jiaojiao seemed to be casually browsing her palace. Excuse me. Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Shen Cihuan continued her meticulous work, grinding the powders without looking up. Didn't you say you wish to restore your beauty? I'm here to help. What? Jingpin was bewildered. Could Jiaojiao genuinely be so kind-hearted? She had brought the poison that caused her disfigurement. Could she really be trusted? Glancing at the items on her vanity, they appeared harmless, yet could they truly be effective? And would Jiaojiao really show such benevolence towards someone who intended her harm? How foolish would that be? Surely, she would seize an opportunity to strike back. It was simply intolerable for such a favored woman to exist within the palace. Yet the next moment, she leaned in closer. Jiaojiao, what is this you're concocting? Will it work? Of course it will. It's called the revitalizing fragrance. Burn a small piece daily, and within a month, you will be utterly transformed. Jingpin's eyes brightened instantly. Such a miraculous substance existed. Shen Cihuan scoffed. Indeed, it was remarkable. With her newfound skill in fragrance crafting, she could produce any scent. However, this fragrance bore a hidden purpose. It would gradually impair one's sanity, leaving Jingpin dazed and incoherent after a month, with no hope of recovery. Yet, that was a secret she need not disclose. After preparing the fragrance, she presented it to Jingpin with a gentle smile. Remember to use it daily. Missing even a single day will diminish its effectiveness. Chapter 17. To feed the little ones. As the two conversed, a voice called from the entrance, announcing the emperor's arrival. Jingpin, ever alert to the happenings outside, quickly devised a plan, collapsing to the ground in a dramatic display of tears. She thought, forgive me, Jiaojiao, I shall accept this fragrance, but I cannot tolerate you. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan, alerted by the system, swiftly regained her composure, slapped her own face, disheveling her hair and attire, sending items flying from the vanity. Her speed was astonishing. Jingpin momentarily forgot her tears, watching Shen Cihuan in shock. When Xiao Yi burst in, he found this delicate little rabbit in disarray. Her fair skin, enhanced by a beauty elixir, bore bruises upon the slightest touch, and that slap had left her face swollen, creating a frightful appearance, though it was not truly painful. Now, with her swollen face, disheveled clothes, and scattered hairpins, she embodied a shattered yet pitiful beauty. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, she softly called, Your Majesty. This instantly broke Xiao Yi's heart. What transpired here? Jingpin, have you lost your mind? Xiao Yi roared in fury, his focus not on Jingpin's disfigurement, but swiftly scooping Shen Cihuan into his arms, asking with concern, Huaner, does it hurt? Shen Cihuan clung tightly to the emperor's collar, like an injured little beast, refusing to let go or speak. Xiao Yi, filled with worry, ordered someone to fetch the imperial physician, cradling her gently while soothing her. Do not fear. I am here. Upon hearing you were at Jingpin's, I was alarmed, fearing you were wronged. Alas, I arrived too late. It is my fault. Seeing the emperor's pained and guilty expression, Shen Cihuan's lips curled slightly. Meanwhile, Jingpin was thrown into disarray. She recalled instructing the palace maid to inform the emperor that Jiaojiao had attacked her, emphasizing that she had been disfigured and was on the brink of death at Jiaojiao's hands. Witnessing the emperor's reaction, Jingpin longed to pull at his collar and ask if he had misunderstood, but she dared not. Instead, she timidly spoke, Your Majesty. It was the empress who struck me. I did not lay a finger on her. Xiao Yi's eyes turned red with anger upon hearing this, and he immediately yelled, That wretched creature! Take Jingpin away and feed her to the wolves. What? Jingpin was terrified, dropping to the ground, frantically kowtowing and crying, pleading for the emperor to spare her life, forgetting her scheme against Jiaojiao. Xiao Yi remained unmoved, even irritated by her noise. Do not frighten Huaner. Do not fear. Do not fear. Shen Cihuan, though not truly afraid, thought of how a kind and innocent little rabbit would react at the mention of being fed to wolves. Thus, she nestled deeper into the emperor's embrace, trembling, her voice filled with trepidation. Your Majesty, Jingpin, she is to be fed to the wolves? Yet within her heart, she silently urged, Do not stop. Do not stop. Do not stop. Xiao Yi evidently shared a deep connection with her and had no intention of changing his mind. If it weren't for the severe punishment inflicted on Jingpin, everyone in the harem would likely turn against Xiao Huaner. She was so frail and delicate, unable to fend for herself. How could she possibly withstand such adversity? Thus, he gently reassured her, Huaner, do not fear. I merely meant to suggest that she accompany Jiaojiao and Mimi. Let Jingpin entertain Jiaojiao and Mimi. Jiaojiao and Mimi? What adorable names. Shen Cihuan chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Xiao Yi nodded. I apologize, Xianing. Yi apologos, Feiti. From now on, you shall be known as Jiaojiao and Mimi. With Jingpin dealt with, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task, achieve victory in any palace intrigue. Task reward. Unlock System Trading Mall. The System Trading Mall is now open. Ding! The System Trading Mall has been opened. Please proceed to explore. Yay! How wonderful! Shen Cihuan suppressed her excitement, planning to examine it later that evening. For now, she wanted the Imperial physician to take her pulse. The physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau, a trembling old man with white whiskers, shook his head and mumbled a series of incomprehensible phrases. His final conclusion was that she was fine and merely needed some ointment. Only then did Xiao Yi feel relieved and personally escort her back to Yaoguang Palace. Once back in the palace, Xiao Yi embraced her and spent some time with her before recounting his morning visit to Xianing Palace, where he encountered the princess Zhaogua. Shen Cihuan fought back tears and indignation as she relayed the princess's words. The princess said that Huaner is only worthy of washing her feet, just like the maidservants from the flower house by her side. Xiao Yi's expression darkened immediately, shrouded in a heavy gloom. The imperial sister has always been unrestrained with her words. Do not take her to heart. Should you encounter her again in the future, do not engage. Come to me instead. Shen Cihuan obediently nodded, understanding that the emperor could not act against the princess at present, so she remained silent. However, she pondered why the emperor did not impose stricter limitations on Xiao Zhan's arrogance. She was curious about the nature of their sibling relationship. Speaking of the emperor's siblings, the current empress had borne 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest daughter was the now domineering princess Xiao Zhan, known for her arrogance and reckless behavior. The eldest son was the emperor himself, Xiao Yi, who had been designated the crown prince since childhood. The second son was Prince Yin Xiaochun, reputed to be charming and graceful, the object of many young ladies' affections. Shen Cihuan's elder sister, Shen Yinshu, was determined to marry him, and had even pushed her younger sister into the selection process instead of participating herself. Yet, she could never have imagined that within a mere month, she would become the favored consort Shen. Shen Cihuan was well aware of her elder sister's ill intentions. She had disliked her since childhood, competing for everything. Were it not for their father's occasional protection, she might have long been reduced to her sister's maid. Despite being biological sisters, their relationship was strained. Although the prime minister's wife had passed away, leaving only the elder sister, she had grown used to wielding power and disregarded her half-sister. Nevertheless, Shen Cihuan resolved to ascend step by step, becoming the most esteemed woman of the Deqi dynasty, ensuring her enemies paid their dues and bringing comfort to her mother's spirit in the afterlife. That night, as Shen Cihuan focused on her recovery, Xiao Yi chose not to stay overnight, returning alone to Ziqin Palace to rest. Finally alone, Shen Cihuan hastily checked the System Trading Mall, wondering what treasures other systems might hold. Chapter 18. If you have the ability to steal a man, then come out. The System Trading Mall is now open. Shen Cihuan clicked in and found only a few sparse pages. According to the system, this was due to the limited number of hosts who had completed such hidden tasks, resulting in few items for trade. Fairy Blossom Nectar, when used, it grants women smooth skin and enhances beauty, a premier product for skincare. 20 points Cultivation Sex System, Charismatic Aura, when used, it increases the goodwill of those around you and boosts fan fervor. 50 points Entertainment Selection System, Soul Exchange Talisman, when used, it allows for a soul exchange with anyone, no side effects, lasting 30 minutes. 500 points Horror Live Streaming System, Steel Armor, when used, it can resist any physical attack, no matter how lethal. 500 points StarCraft System, Seafood Culinary Compendium, includes all seafood recipes currently known in the world. 20 points Restaurant Culinary System. Shen Cihuan was dazzled by the variety of options before her. She had not anticipated such an abundance of valuable items. Clearly, she needed to accrue more points to unlock a wider array of items. The steel armor especially caught her attention. It could withstand all attacks, even in the case of treachery or archery, ensuring her survival. In ancient times, it would be an invaluable weapon. As she reflected on the day's events before sleep, Shen Cihuan suddenly remembered the rejuvenating fragrance she had yet to deal with. Her original plan was to use this fragrance to drive Jingpin to madness. However, she had not anticipated that the emperor, in his efforts to please her and seek revenge, would directly throw her to the wolves, rendering the fragrance temporarily useless. Later, when the emperor personally escorted her back to the palace, he forgot about this matter. Now, Shen Cihuan recalled it and hurriedly asked the system, Ali, Please check if the rejuvenating fragrance in Jingpin's palace is still there. Should we dispose of it? Host, I just checked. The rejuvenating fragrance has been secretly taken by Yinpin. Zanpin. Shen Cihuan search her memory for this person. A few days prior, during the activation of the Backlash Talisman, Yinpin had suffered from diarrhea, indicating her high malevolence towards Shen Cihuan. It seemed she had planted spies in Jingpin's palace. But what was her intention in taking the rejuvenating fragrance? Shen Cihuan questioned whether her skill in creating fragrances meant that her concoctions were of superior quality, undetectable to ordinary people, yet possessing harmful effects. Thus, she was not concerned that Yinpin would uncover the truth. It seems Yinpin is simply interested in the effects. She desires to become beautiful and alluring. Shen Cihuan found herself at a loss for words. So, she merely wished to enhance her beauty? Very well. That could only be seen as her own folly. Shen Cihuan had no intention of warning her. First, a hasty warning could expose her vulnerabilities, ultimately backfiring. Second, she was not naive. Yinpin had openly expressed malice towards her, and had even attempted to poison her. Why should she repay malice with kindness? Third, she was gradually acclimating to the palace's rules. I will undoubtedly rise to a high position, pulling Xiaojin down and avenging my mother. Shen Cihuan thought to herself, determined that no one would obstruct her path. After 2 or 3 days, the wounds on Shen Cihuan's face had nearly healed. During this period, the news of Jingpin being punished by the emperor and fed to the wolves had spread throughout the harem. Whispers circulated about how both Qin, Mei Run, and Jingpin had fallen victim to the newly appointed consort Shen within the span of less than a month, leaving many feeling embarrassed. Furthermore, the emperor's favoritism towards her was evident, and even the empress showed her favor. Liang Jiaojiao and Li Chong faced punishment after several verbal confrontations during their greetings. Not to mention, the Empress Dowager's niece, Yi Guei Run, frequently found herself at a disadvantage. Everyone soon realized that this seemingly innocent and naive consort, Chun, possessed a hidden sharpness, employing ruthless tactics that were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Despite facing simultaneous attacks from so many, she remained unscathed while her adversaries suffered retaliation. A palpable fear settled among the crowd, and no one dared to strike again. However, this cessation of conflict did not extend to Yi Guei Run. Due to the injuries on Shen Cihuan's face, she had refrained from visiting Fengwan Palace for greetings, leaving her unaware of the ridicule and exclusion Yi Jiangwei faced. Ever since the last incident involving the maggots found in the sachets for the Empress Dowager and Princess Jiaojiao, a foul stench had caused everyone to distance themselves from her. Fearing contamination and mockery had become commonplace in their conversations. After all, the Empress Dowager was nearing PTSD due to her antics. First, there were the incessant foul odors, followed by the unsettling presence of maggots. Who knows what other bizarre and disgusting phenomena this Lady Yi will conjure up next. The Empress Dowager has instructed her to refrain from frequent visits to the Sinang Palace. What does this signify? It indicates that the Empress Dowager has lost all hope in her niece. Not only does she fail to earn the Emperor's affection, but she also finds herself embroiled in one calamity after another. Even this benevolent matriarch has expressed her disappointment. It seems that Lady Yi has no future ahead of her. Thus, during the morning greetings, everyone strives to suppress and ostracize her with their words. After all, she had previously been so arrogant and overbearing that she seemed to wish ill upon everyone in the palace with her sharp tongue, constantly mentioning the emperor and the Empress Dowager in her conversations. The court ladies could only chuckle at her misfortune, thinking, look at her now. The emperor may have once favored you, but does the Empress Dowager still care for you? Yi Jiangwei was infuriated, her resentment extending indiscriminately towards all the inhabitants of the inner palace. Even in her dreams, she found herself slaying one person after another in a frenzied rampage. Yet upon waking, she was met with a renewed sense of fury and bitterness. Reflecting on her plight, she concluded that the root of all her woes lay with Chunjiao Yi. It was her entrance into the palace that had usurped the glory and favor that should have been rightfully hers. Consequently, on this day, she took a leave of absence, not to pay her respects at the Fengwan Palace, but instead diverted her path to the Yawang Palace. Upon learning of Lady Ye's arrival, Shen Cihuan was momentarily taken aback. Their relationship was fraught with tension. Lady Yi harbored a deep-seated malice, making her a dangerously unpredictable figure. However, the rebound talisman was still in effect, and Shen Cihuan felt no fear of any harm coming her way, as any malevolent actions would only rebound upon Lady Yi herself. But before she could utter a word, Yi Jiangwei barged into the chamber, her voice resonating with rage. Shen Cihuan, come out. You who possess the audacity to steal men. Show yourself. Yuan Fei and Yun Gui, loyal protectors of their mistress, quickly inquired, Your Highness, shall we seek out the Empress to summon aid? Shen Cihuan shook her head. No need. The system had advised her. In palace intrigues, one could simply strike those of lower rank without concern. Chapter 19. Your audacity is truly remarkable. As Lady Yi lay on the ground, bewildered and struck, she could hardly comprehend the situation. Had she truly been beaten? Had that wretched Shen Cihuan actually struck her? Had she approached seeking trouble, only to end up on the receiving end of a blow? Shen Cihuan rubbed her palm and complained, Your audacity is astounding. My hand aches from the impact, yet your face bears no mark whatsoever. Lady Yi was momentarily stunned, feeling a sharp pain on her face, yet indeed, there was not a single bruise to be found. When the Emperor, Empress, and the various concubines hurried to the scene, they were met with the sight of Lady Yi weeping profusely, claiming that Jiaojiao had delivered 2 resounding slaps, rendering her almost defenseless. The Emperor, observing her unblemished cheeks, could hardly contain his fury. Lady Yi, do open your eyes and state once more that Jiaojiao struck you with intent to harm. Lady Yi nodded fervently yes. Indeed, everyone in the palace can attest to it. She struck my face several times, causing me excruciating pain. The Empress raised an eyebrow, her expression laden with meaning. Lady Yi, are you certain of your recollection? Are you sure that Jiaojiao struck your face? I am certain. She used her hand to strike my face. Witnessing her fervent assertions, the other concubines could hardly suppress their amusement. Shen Cihuan, feigning innocence, shed tears like a weeping willow. Your Majesty, I am at a loss as to why Lady Yi would accuse me unjustly. I did not strike her, nor did I strike her face. It was Lady Yi who barged into my palace, hurling insults and calling me a shameless woman who stole her man. At this, she could no longer contain her faux distress, crying pitifully, evoking sympathy from both the Emperor and Empress. Lady Yi was on the verge of exploding with rage. Your Majesty, Empress, you cannot take her word for it. Look at my face. It is on the brink of swelling. Seeing Lady Yi still attempting to defend herself, the Emperor, in a fit of anger, tossed a bronze mirror her way. Lady Yi, take a good look at your own face. Where are the signs of injury? Even if this were a ploy to elicit sympathy, there must be some evidence. Your face shows no signs of harm. How can I believe you? Furthermore, why did you seek out Jiaojiao in her moment of recuperation? What ulterior motives do you harbor? Lady Yi hastily picked up the mirror, only to find her face as smooth and unblemished as ever. How could this be? Her face had been throbbing in agony. Was it truly as Jiaojiao had said, that her skin was remarkably thick? Lady Yi found herself engulfed in a sea of doubt. The Emperor, dismissive of his foolish cousin, issued a decree. Let it be known that Lady Yi has caused a ruckus, defying her station and showing contempt for hierarchy. She is to be demoted to Baolin and placed under house arrest, forbidden to leave the palace without a decree. Upon witnessing the Emperor's decision to discipline the ever-disruptive Lady Yi, the other concubines felt a sense of relief and glee, reveling in her downfall, especially Meng Jinhua. Having clashed with Lady Yi since the selection process, she felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing her rival's misfortune. Yet Lady Yi could not accept this outcome. She knelt on the ground, clutching the Emperor's robes, pleading desperately, Cousin, I am your cousin. We share blood ties. We are the closest of kin. You cannot treat me this way. Xiao Yi scoffed. Were it not for your status as the daughter of the Grand Minister Yi and my cousin, I would have already treated you as I did Jingpin. Jingbin. Lady Yi shivered at the thought. Suddenly, she realized that perhaps house arrest was not so terrible. At least, in the future, the Empress Dowager could decree her release. Thus, she ceased her weeping. As the spectators departed, only Xiao Yi remained, comforting the startled Shen Cihuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, dealing with an enemy harboring a malice value of 100. Task reward, 500 points. Still basking in the joy of Lady Yi's punishment, Shen Cihuan was elated to receive the system notification, surprised by the unexpected reward for vanquishing a foe. Xiao Yi embraced Shen Cihuan as they entered the inner chamber, instructing someone to bring forth a cosmetic box. Upon opening it, he remarked, "This is a gift for you." Shen Cihuan, puzzled, accepted the box and cautiously opened it to reveal a large, lustrous night pearl, roughly the size of her entire fist, causing her to exclaim in delight. "A night pearl?" Seeing her joy, Xiao Yi smiled, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "I found this in the storeroom and thought you would adore it, so I brought it for you. Am I not well acquainted with your tastes?" Shen Cihuan was genuinely thrilled. In this era, night pearls were exceedingly rare treasures, with even those the size of a fingernail considered priceless, let alone one of such considerable size. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she leaned in to plant a kiss on Xiao Yi's cheek. The unexpected kiss rendered Xiao Yi momentarily dazed, filling him with happiness. "My beloved truly is charming. Thank you, Your Majesty, for thinking of me. However, I implore you to show me less favoritism in the future." Originally brimming with excitement, Shen Cihuan suddenly adopted a pitiful demeanor that tugged at the heartstrings. She spoke in a way that evoked sympathy. "It is precisely because Your Majesty favors me excessively that it incites jealousy among the other ladies of the palace, leading them to harm me. I sincerely request that you temper your affections towards me henceforth." Seeing her disheartened expression, Xiao Yi yearned to present her with the finest treasures in the world, merely to elicit a smile from her. He held Shen Cihuan close, gently clasping her delicate hand and placing it over his heart, speaking with deep affection. "My dear, how could you think such thoughts? You are my beloved consort, the one I hold dear. I cherish and adore you. How could I ever bear to harm or abandon you? Rest assured, I shall protect you and ensure that no one brings you harm." Upon hearing the emperor's vow, Shen Cihuan was deeply moved, her mind fervently calling out to the system. "Ali, honey, does this not count as fulfilling the emperor's oath?" "Not quite. The emperor's emotional value has yet to meet the requirements. At this moment, he is merely feeling guilty, not truly in love with you." "What?" Unable to restrain herself, Shen Cihuan rolled her eyes. "How disheartening, to hear such sweet words only to find it is not genuine love. What a deceitful man. No wonder the empress forbids me from developing feelings for men." Shen Cihuan could not help but grumble, yet her exterior remained one of delicate vulnerability, her eyes glistening with tears and overflowing with affection. "Your Majesty, you are so kind to me. I adore you. You are my heaven, my earth, my one and only in this life." Xiao Yi was greatly moved and proceeded to shower her with affection, demonstrating his love through actions. Chapter 20, Brother. The following month was filled with Xiao Yi's exclusive favor towards Shen Cihuan, summoning her to his side each night, whether in the Zikan Hall or the Yaowang Palace. Their bond growing ever closer, their love palpable, prompting envy in those who witnessed it. The Empress Dowager had previously been indifferent to whom her son favored, even welcoming more attention towards Shen Cihuan, as it hinted at the possibility of a grandchild. However, the thought of her unruly niece compelled her to intervene. Additionally, Princess Xiao Zhan's constant whispers in the Empress Dowager's ear, declaring that Shen Cihuan was a potential source of calamity, only intensified her concerns. With the Emperor so enraptured, could she become another of history's infamous seductresses? This prompted the Empress Dowager to summon her informant, the palace maid Dongmei, stationed in the Yaowang Palace. She sought to learn how Shen Cihuan conducted herself within the palace and her interactions with the emperor. "Your Majesty, Shen Cihuan spends her days tending to flowers, sewing, and concocting perfumes. I hear she is aware of your recent sleep troubles and has crafted a special incense to aid your rest, though she is still pondering how to deliver it to you." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager nodded, considering her to be a dutiful and thoughtful individual. As for her relationship with the emperor, the maid admitted she had not observed much, but she knew that whenever the emperor was with Shen Cihuan, he was always smiling and appeared quite happy. This touched the Empress Dowager's heart. Her son, usually so stoic, rarely found solace outside of state affairs. Thus, she resolved to bide her time, refraining from taking immediate action against Shen Cihuan. Soon, it was time for the birthday celebration of the Defei. Shen Cihuan had known about the event in advance and prepared to attend. Since saving the eldest princess, the Defei had been exceedingly grateful, often sending her gifts and showing no malice towards her. Whenever there were other concubines who spoke ill of Shen Cihuan, the Defei would come to her defense, and they had developed a certain camaraderie. Shen Cihuan instructed Yun Gui to prepare a jade rui as a birthday gift for the Defei. Upon arriving at the Defei's Jiaojiao palace, many concubines were already present. The Defei greeted her with a warm smile, taking her hand as they entered together. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Huayang has been mentioning you incessantly. The eldest princess, now 5 years old, was dressed in a red outfit to celebrate her mother's birthday, making her appear even cuter. She was particularly fond of Shen Cihuan, often clinging to her, and now leaped in her arms, giggling. Mother Shen Cihuan had no resistance against children. She gently stroked the little girl's face and produced a small golden pig from her pouch, offering it to the eldest princess. Here, this is a little golden pig for you to play with. Huayang happily took the golden pig and began to play. Nearby, Li Chongyi could not help but voice her envy. The eldest princess is so attached to Shen Cihuan. She wasn't nearly as close to us. The empress arrived, just then, catching the tail end of Li Chongyi's remarks, and chuckled. Children's hearts are pure. They are drawn to those who are kind. Everyone hurried to pay their respects to the empress, and Li Chongyi fell silent. Once all were gathered, the Defei announced the commencement of the feast. Next came the gift-giving segment. As the highest-ranking concubine in the palace, aside from the empress and the mother of the eldest princess, the Defei was a figure of great importance, so no one dared to come unprepared. They all hoped to curry favor with her, knowing that aligning with the Defei could improve their standing in the palace, especially for the new arrivals who had yet to serve the emperor. They were anxious to catch a glimpse of him at the Defei's birthday banquet. Observing the exquisitely adorned concubines, the Defei couldn't help but smirk at their transparent intentions. Today was her birthday celebration. The emperor would certainly attend and remain for her and the eldest princess's sake, impervious to any charms these young women might possess. Soon, it was Shen Cihuan's turn to present her gift, a finely crafted jade rui that shimmered with a gentle luster under the sunlight, a truly exquisite piece. At that moment, Liang Jiu interjected loudly. I hear the emperor gifted Shen Cihuan a fist-sized luminous pearl. Such a treasure. What could its worth be? As the mention of the luminous pearl drew the attention of the crowd, Liang Jiu's voice grew louder. With such a precious gem, why not present it directly to the Defei as an offering? Are you envious of her, having a daughter while you remain childless? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Shen Cihuan remained unperturbed, instead turning to Liang Jiu's ornate hairpin. Liang Jiu, that rose hairpin of yours is truly lovely, crafted with remarkable skill. Hearing Shen Cihuan's compliment, Liang Jiu beamed with pride, boasting, of course. This was a birthday gift from the emperor, a one-of-a-kind treasure. With a smile, Shen Cihuan replied, if it is indeed one of a kind, why not present it directly to the Defei as an offering? Are you perhaps envious of her, having a daughter while remaining childless? You. Shen Cihuan's retort left Liang Jiu speechless, and for a moment, she could not form a response. Witnessing her swift defeat, the crowd could not help but scorn her ineptitude. Qing Zhaorong quickly intervened. We are all sisters here. Jealousy should not be spoken of. We all admire the Defei's good fortune. Given the emperor's limited heirs, only the Defei and the empress are blessed with this fortune. Who wouldn't envy them? Seizing the moment, Li Chongyi shot back. Indeed, Shen Cihuan, you are so favored. Yet we see no signs of a child. At that moment, the eldest princess, engrossed in her small golden pig, looked up and exclaimed, Brother. Chapter 21. Elevation to the status of concubine. Due to pregnancy, the eldest princess's words sent ripples through the gathered company. It is often said that a child's innocence is keen, and her mention of brother regarding Shen Cihuan's belly sparked a wave of speculation. Could she truly be pregnant? The possibility ignited the crowd's curiosity, their gazes sharp as arrows aimed at Shen Cihuan's midsection. Just then, the emperor arrived, and everyone hastily rose to greet him, momentarily forgetting their earlier inquiries. Xiao Yi first assisted the empress and the Defei before extending his hand to Shen Cihuan. He sat in the main seat, smiling as he inquired, What were you just discussing? It seems quite lively. Before the empress and the Defei could respond, Li Chongyi hastily interjected, Your Majesty, just now. The Grand Princess mentioned to Jiaojiao about a younger brother. We are all speculating whether Jiaojiao is with child. Oh, is this true? Xiao Yi was taken aback, quickly glancing at Shen Cihuan, his eyes betraying uncontainable joy and hope. Shen Cihuan instinctively touched her abdomen. She had planned to inform the emperor and empress in 3 months. But unexpectedly, After just over a month, it was revealed by the Grand Princess. Xiao, he turned to the Grand Princess and asked Huayang, "Did you see the younger brother with Chen Jiaoyi?" The Grand Princess nodded affirmatively yes. Chen Mu Fei is indeed with child. This time, her statement was clearer, causing a flurry of excitement among the attendees. Could this possibly be true? Chen Jiaoyi had only entered the palace for less than 2 months. Was it conceivable that she was indeed pregnant? The Empress, dismissing the fruitless pondering, immediately suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should summon a physician to check her pulse? It could serve as a precautionary measure for Chen Meimei's health." The Fei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Your Majesty, if Chen Jiaoyi is truly with child, it is a matter of great joy." Xiao Yi, suppressing his anticipation, promptly ordered the summoning of the physician, insisting on the most skilled physician from the Imperial Medical Department. Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou, advanced in age and unsteady on his feet, was hurriedly brought over by an anxious young eunuch, and upon arrival, he promptly began to examine the pulse of the favored Chen Jiaoyi. After approximately 15 minutes of intense concentration, he remained oblivious to the multitude of gazes fixated on his lips, all anxious to hear the words of confirmation. "Zhou, Dr. Zhu, is Chen Jiaoyi indeed with child?" Xiaoyi could no longer contain himself and inquired. Dr. Zhou finally withdrew his hand, feigning profundity as he stroked his beard. "Your Majesty, Chen Jiaoyi's pulse is indeed indicative of pregnancy. The signs are smooth and round, akin to pearls rolling on a tray. This is a joyful sign, and the fetus appears stable. There is no need for medication. Careful observation will suffice. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Empress and to Your Majesty." Astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Dr. Zhou, how far along is Chen Jiaoyi?" "Just over a month." "Just over a month?" That meant she conceived almost immediately upon entering the palace. The Empress was elated and immediately consulted the records, comparing dates, realizing it must have been during her first night of service. Such fortuitous blessings. The other concubines were on the verge of tearing their handkerchiefs apart, yet they still managed to force smiles. Xiao Yi was so overjoyed he nearly leapt from his seat, clapping and laughing heartily. "Excellent, excellent. Ha ha ha. Chen Jiaoyi truly holds my heart." Summon the edict. He arrived, the decree of promotion in hand. The crowd was left in awe since Chen Jiaoyi entered the palace. She had received countless promotions, while others found such advancement nearly impossible. As expected, Xiao Yi decreed, "As Chen Jiaoyi has borne me a child, she is to be elevated to Chen Fei, enjoying the rank of Gui Fei." What? The rank of Gui Fei? This implied that as long as Chen Fei bore a child, regardless of gender, her position as Gui Fei was assured. Regardless of their private thoughts, everyone joyously offered their congratulations. Congratulations to Gui Fei. Shen Cihuan was also delighted. Although this child was the result of the system, it was nonetheless her blood, a family member she would carry for 10 months. In the future, she would nurture her child with the same care as her own mother. In that moment, her maternal love overflowed, radiating a captivating glow that made Xiao Yi reluctant to look away. The birthday banquet concluded abruptly. How could the Fei's celebration compare to the joy of an heir? The emperor commanded his own dragon carriage to be brought forth, returning to Yaoguang Palace with the freshly appointed Gui Fei. The guests lost interest and began to take their leave, until only the Fei and the Grand Princess remained. The palace maidens, fearing the Fei's ire, cautiously attempted to console her. "Your Highness need not be upset. The emperor has long been without a prince, naturally placing more importance on this matter. As long as Chen Fei gives birth to a daughter, her position will be secure, and it will not affect our Grand Princess." The Fei shot her a disdainful glance. "What nonsense. I genuinely hope she is fortunate enough to bear a son." The palace maid was puzzled. Pouring herself a cup of wine, the Fei chuckled. "Do you think that without a prince, only the harem is at risk? Not at all. The entire Qi Empire is at stake. If the emperor has a biological son, he will ascend the throne, and our Huayang will be the esteemed eldest princess. If the emperor continues to remain without a son, someone else may ascend, and our Huayang would be left vulnerable." The Fei perceived clearly that under the current circumstances, having a son was the most stabilizing action for both the harem and the empire. Thus, Chen Fei's pregnancy was of utmost importance. Rather than wishing her harm, she would actively protect her. Moreover, the mother of the crown prince was particularly significant. Instead of allowing the likes of Liang Jiyu and Yi Baolin to gain the upper hand, it would be better to support Chen Fei, with whom she had a better relationship. The other concubines, however, were not so discerning. They dared not act against Shen Fei now. Previously, to conspire against her would have merely resulted in the death of a concubine, but now that Shen Jiaojiao carried the emperor's heir, they understood the gravity of the situation. To harm the heir would likely cost them their lives and their families, a risk none were willing to take. Thus, they could only curse her in secret, hoping for her to bear a daughter instead. Xiao Yi carefully escorted Shen Cihuan back to the palace, personally arranging her bedding and bringing soft cushions. Even when Yin Fei tried to bring tea, he snatched it away, determined to attend to her every need. Shen Cihuan smiled sweetly. Your Majesty is also very happy, isn't he? I'm so delighted to finally bear your child. I can finally give you a son. Chapter 22. The Emperor's Oath. At this moment, Xiao Yi could not express his affection enough. Even if Shen Cihuan wished to pluck stars from the sky, he would unhesitatingly ascend to do so. From a moment he heard Dr. Zhou declare her pregnancy, a wave of excitement surged within him, as if all his ambitions were on the verge of blossoming. Although it was not yet confirmed that it would be a son, he felt that little Huaner was a divine gift, destined to fulfill his every wish. He embraced Shen Cihuan tenderly, his voice laden with sincerity. Huaner, you need not worry. From this day forth, you and our child shall be my utmost treasures. I vow to cherish you both and ensure you are shielded from any harm. Hearing Xiao Yi's solemn vow warmed Shen Cihuan's heart, and at that moment, the system chimed in her ear with notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Achieve the status of a concubine. Task reward, 500 points. Skill, truthful discourse, allows the host to select one person to use the skill, causing that individual to speak only the truth for 1 hour. Cooldown period of 3 days. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Affection value reaches 600. Task reward, 500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Securing the Emperor's Oath. Achieving the title of the Emperor's Oath. Task reward, 1 spin on the lucky wheel. It seemed that this oath was heartfelt and earnest. Satisfied, Shen Cihuan nestled deeper into Xiao Yi's embrace, her voice filled with tenderness. Your Majesty is truly kind to me. Before they could indulge in further intimacy, a commotion erupted at the palace gates. The Empress Dowager's procession had arrived. Soon, they witnessed the pampered Empress Dowager dashing into Yaowang Palace with surprising agility. Where's my precious Huaner? Quickly, let this mother see. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Cihuan was momentarily taken aback. The Empress Dowager truly was capricious. As soon as she entered, she spotted the intimate scene between Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan and immediately narrowed her eyes, reprimanding, "Release her at once. She is of great value now. If you hold her too close, what will happen to my precious grandson?" Such nonsense. Hearing the Empress Dowager scolding, Xiao Yi quickly withdrew his hands and stood up. Shen Cihuan also remembered to pay her respects, only to be gently pressed down by the Dowager. The once regal Empress Dowager now wore a warm, beaming smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Dear child, do not rise. Rest well. I have heard the wonderful news that you are with child, a precious double blessing. Henceforth, you need not bow to anyone, nor pay respects to me or the Empress. This is my decree. Originally dissatisfied with Shen Cihuan, believing she was merely bewitching the Emperor, the Dowager now regarded her like a treasure gem, unable to take her eyes off her. Just look at that lovely face. How beautiful she is. Surely, her grandson will grow to be a remarkable young man. Observe her graceful figure. Her grandson will undoubtedly stand tall and poised. The more the Dowager looked, the broader her smile became. I have ordered the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital to be your personal doctor. From now on, he shall come to check your pulse every day. Listening to the Dowager's arrangements, the Emperor found himself sidelined. The Dowager continued, Your Yaowang Palace is a bit small. Once you give birth, it may not suffice. Let us integrate the Changchun Palace and Yanning Palace next door for use as side chambers. They shall be prepared for my little grandson. She added, and there are far too few attendants by your side. I will send more to ensure you have enough, along with a dozen experienced wet nurses. Xiao Yi chuckled in disbelief. Mother, combining these 3 palaces, Yaoguang Palace is even larger than Zicheng Hall. The Dowager shot him a glance. What of it? As long as it can bear my grandson, I would even offer up my Xinang Palace. Shen Cihuan once again witnessed the Dowager's fervent desire for her grandson. Fortunately, she had consumed the childbirth elixir. Otherwise, should she give birth to a daughter, the Dowager would surely be displeased. Before the dowager could finish, she had someone bring in over 10 large camphor-wood chests, filled with an array of treasures that nearly overflowed Yaoguang Palace. The glimmering gold and dazzling jewels were enough to blind one's eyes. These are gifts from me to you, dear child. Your only duty is to care for your health. As long as you deliver my grandson safely, there will be even greater rewards. Seeing the dowager's generosity, Shen Cihuan beamed with gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. The dowager clasped her hand, increasingly delighted, wishing to see her precious grandson emerge from her womb as soon as the next day. Xiao Yi, too, felt a surge of competitive spirit. Is that all? Who doesn't have treasures? Bring forth the treasury. Shen Cihuan, overwhelmed with gifts, smiled throughout the day until the emperor was finally led away by the dowager under the pretext that pregnant women needed more rest, allowing her some peace. Lying on her bed, Shen Cihuan caressed her belly. Though she felt no movement yet, there was a miraculous sense of blood connection. She couldn't help but murmur, "Oh, my child, you're far luckier than your mother. Look at how many people are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Be good. Host, will you not claim your rewards?" The system's voice interrupted her reverie. Shen Cihuan rolled her eyes, but obediently collected her rewards. Her attributes now displayed: pregnant, 9 months remaining, gender, male. Points, 1850. I have accumulated 1850 points. Not only have I struck it rich in reality, but my system points have also soared. Shen Cihuan was nearly wagging her tail in delight. Host, in addition to points, there is a lucky spin wheel. Oh, right. Shen Cihuan realized her memory had been slipping since her pregnancy, often requiring reminders from Ali. Ali, may I spin now? Yes. Then let us proceed. Ding. The lucky spin wheel has commenced. Shen Cihuan fixed her gaze on the spinning pointer, which eventually landed on the dream control symbol. The system then explained. Dream control symbol allows one to manipulate another's dreams at will. This meant she could dictate what someone dreams of? Shen Cihuan smirked, intending to save this symbol for Xiaozhan. She would have all those she had wronged, those who met tragic ends, converge in her dreams, compelling her to face judgment and preventing her from ever reincarnating. Chapter 23. A request for an audience. After claiming her rewards, the system issued yet another task. Ding. Ali system task issued. Achieve the rank of noble consort. Task reward, 800 points. Skill, bewitching hearts, can be used on one person at a time, increasing their favor by 50 points. Skill cooldown, 3 days. Ding. Ali system task issued. Achieve a favor value of 800. Task reward, 800 points. These routine tasks for rank elevation and favor accumulation were now exceedingly simple for Shen Cihuan. Her current objective was to secure her pregnancy and successfully give birth to the crown prince. Once her position was stabilized as noble consort, she could then contend with Xiaozhan. Shen Cihuan drifted into a slumber filled with beautiful aspirations. The next morning, while enjoying breakfast, she was approached by a lady from the Department of Imperial Affairs, accompanied by a procession of 30 maids and eunuchs, handpicked by the emperor and dowager to serve her. Utilizing the loyalty detection symbol, Shen Cihuan found that the loyalty of these maids and eunuchs was impressively high, all above 60 points. It seemed the emperor and dowager had indeed prepared them well in advance. Her palace now boasted 4 head maids: Yin Fei, Yin Gui, Jiaojiao, and Dong Mei, 6 second-tier maids, 8 third-tier maids, and approximately 10 serving maids. The head eunuch was Lai Fu, accompanied by 4 second-tier eunuchs and 8 third-tier eunuchs, with an additional 10 rough eunuchs. In total, over 50 individuals were dedicated to her service. For the care of her child, the standards were even higher, with around 50 to 60 individuals attending to the prince. However, as she was newly pregnant, it was not prudent to have too many attendants. So this group remained at the Emperor's Zicheng Hall until closer to her due date, when they would then transition to Yaoguang Palace. The numerous gifts had already begun to accumulate, filling the back hall to capacity. Given the circumstances, the dowager's proposal to expand into Changchun Palace and Yanning Palace was certainly justified. After assessing her palace, she found only 4 eunuchs with loyalty below 60. With a decisive wave of her hand, she arranged for each to receive a loyalty enhancement pill, reducing her points by 1,200, leaving her with 650. However, from this point forward, Yaoguang Palace was solidified as a fortress. Every maid and eunuch was unwaveringly loyal, impervious to bribery, and thus she could rest peacefully. As news of the empress's pregnancy spread throughout the harem, it stirred excitement. Given the emperor and dowager's lavish gifts, many came bearing congratulations. Shen Cihuan had the system assess these gifts and found several to be dubious. She mentally noted the names of those who had ulterior motives, planning to repay them in kind later. Among the mountainous pile of gifts, the offerings from the empress and the Defei were particularly heartfelt. The empress presented a white jade statue of Guanyin, revered for safeguarding safe deliveries, of exceptional quality, and notably blessed by Master Hui Ming of the Guaguosi. It was said that this was procured by the empress during her own pregnancy with the second princess. This can indeed be considered a generous gift. Thinking of how the empress has always shown her affection towards her, Shen Cihuan resolved to visit the Phoenix Luan Palace to accompany Her Majesty whenever time permits. The Defei had sent over some small garments for the eldest princess, along with 100 families' quilt. The heartfelt nature of this gift was evident, something that could only be bestowed by a mother. The eldest princess, known for her robust health, was undoubtedly expressing her hopes for the well-being of the prince in her womb through these small clothes. Among the other gifts, Ming Marin presented a pomegranate fairy lamp, intricately carved with a beautiful fairy and plump pomegranates, symbolizing fertility and blessings. She found it quite delightful. As she joyfully counted her treasures, Yan Fei approached with a note tucked in his sleeve, indicating it was delivered by someone sent by the chancellor. It turned out to be a family letter. Shen Cihuan took the note, and upon opening it, recognized her father's handwriting. It read, "Hearing of my child's pregnancy brings me great joy. Ensure the preservation of the fetus. Additionally, facilitate the marriage between the Yin Wang and your sister." The Yin Wang? She had often heard tales of his charm and talent, which had captivated her sister, prompting their father to send her into the palace. Yet, her sister had always claimed that the Yin Wang held her in special regard. So why was she being asked to facilitate this union? There must be some ulterior motive. In addition to the note, there was also a request for an audience from Shen Yinshu. She was reluctant to concern herself with Shen Yinshu's affairs or meet her, having suffered under her sister's haughty demeanor. However, a sudden realization struck her. She was now the consort and held a high position, no longer the second young lady subject to others' whims. Thus, even if she encountered Shen Yinshu, she would no longer be at anyone's mercy. Moreover, she carried within her the most esteemed prince of the Qi dynasty. At present, nothing was more significant than her child. With this in mind, meeting her esteemed sister would not be a burden. She was curious to see how Shen Yinshu would react upon encountering her, a sister she had often looked down upon. When Xiao Yi came to keep her company that evening, Shen Cihuan seized the opportunity to mention that she had received a family invitation, stating that her elder sister Shen Yinshu wished to enter the palace for a visit. Unaware of her family matters, Xiao Yi assumed that the sisters shared a good relationship and readily agreed. "You are the most precious now. If there is anything you desire or wish to do, just let me know." Shen Cihuan smiled sweetly, akin to having stolen honey, and nestled closer to him, saying, "Your Majesty is truly kind to me." However, she remained uncertain about the emperor's feelings towards the Yin Wang, so she cautiously remarked, "I fear my sister's visit to the palace may be for the Yin Wang." Xiao Yi's expression turned solemn as he discreetly inquired, "Oh, what do you mean? Is there a connection between your sister and the Yin Wang?" Shen Cihuan feigned ignorance of his change in demeanor, continuing, "Yes, I have heard that my sister is wholeheartedly infatuated with the Yin Wang. Alas, she has always been strong-willed. Not only does she disregard my words, but even father's. I can only hope that everything unfolds as she wishes." Xiao Yi sent something amiss. "Does your sister often make things difficult for you?" Shen Cihuan feigned tears but managed a forced smile, appearing as a delicate white flower in need of protection. "My sister has always been our father's treasured jewel. How could I possibly compare? Even at home, we seldom see each other. However, she is still my sister." With this, Shen Yinshu's actions upon entering the palace became irrelevant to her. Shen Cihuan lowered her gaze, concealing her calculations within. Chapter 24, Defiance Against Heaven and Earth. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi understood well that Shen Yinshu was not to be underestimated. Shen Cihuan, being young and kind-hearted, had always considered sisterly bonds, which compelled her to allow Shen Yinshu into the palace. Realizing this, Xiao Yi's frown deepened. To him, nothing was more important than Shen Cihuan and the child she bore, far beyond the concerns of the elder sister from the Shen family. Thus, he declared, "If Cihuan is unwilling, she need not come and trouble you." Shen Cihuan shook her head. My sister wishes to enter the palace, and father has also permitted her to accompany me. Xiao Yi felt a weight in his heart, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Chancellor Shen. It seemed he was also biased, oblivious to the hardships that little Cihuan had endured. He resolved to be her greatest support henceforth, ensuring she would suffer no harm. As for Chancellor Shen's desire for an alliance with the Yanwang, Xiao Yi scoffed. Let them fulfill their ambitions. However, he doubted they could bear the consequences. The Shen family's movements were swift. The day after receiving the emperor's decree, Shen Yenshu entered the palace. According to palace rules, any female relatives entering the palace must first pay respects to the empress in the Phoenix Lawn Palace. Coincidentally, that day, several concubines were in the palace, curious about the character of the consort's elder sister. Some, envious of the consort, thought to themselves that while they dared not act against her, could they not target her sister instead? This was precisely Shen Cihuan's intention. To maintain her persona and image, she could not directly confront her elder sister. Thus, the hostile concubines in the harem would become her weapons. Moreover, she had deliberately spent 50 points to exchange for a talisman that would allow her to boldly confront and challenge Shen Yenshu from afar. Eagerly awaiting the chaos her words would incite against the entire harem, Shen Yenshu arrived today dressed in splendid attire. Her natural beauty enhanced by a striking crimson silk gown that accentuated her slender figure. With her head held high, she performed her curtsy to the empress in the Phoenix Lawn Palace, adhering to etiquette, yet displaying a proud demeanor akin to a peacock. In her eyes, she was the legitimate daughter of the chancellor, a woman of high status who felt superior to all present. Moreover, she was soon to become the Yanwang's consort, and when he ascended the throne, she would be the revered empress. Thus, she believed the Phoenix Lawn Palace would eventually belong to her. With this lofty attitude, she regarded everyone in the palace with disdain. Observing her reluctant bow, the empress furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent. As Shen Yenshu was indeed Shen Cihuan's elder sister, and their relationship had always been cordial. However, if Shen Cihuan knew that the empress was giving Shen Yenshu face for her sake, she would likely weep in protest, pleading, "Your Majesty, there is no need for such leniency. Please punish her severely." Yet, the empress's silence did not mean others would remain passive. Shen Cihuan's gaze fell upon the easily irritable Li Chongyi, who quickly unleashed her caustic remarks, laced with mockery. They say that Chancellor Shen has raised his daughters well, but it appears otherwise. While it is unnecessary to comment on the consort, this Miss Shen seems to lack understanding of the rules. When we pay respects to the empress, one must bow their head. How can Miss Shen keep hers raised? Is this not a disgrace to the Shen family? Li Chongyi's provocative eyes locked onto Shen Yenshu. Shen Yenshu scoffed, and the talisman began to work its magic, allowing her to retort fiercely. "Oh, who might you be?" "Ah, the esteemed Miss Gao. Or should I refer to you as Li Chongyi now? But I have heard that you were born of an extramarital affair. Your mother, a lowly musician from Jiangnan, merely skilled in playing the qin and singing, entertaining guests. I assume you take after her?" Alas, time is unforgiving. A woman over 20 is like a withered flower. The other concubines gaped in shock, eyes wide with indignation. Shen Yenshu's words were a scathing rebuke to all present. What do you mean by comparing a woman past 20 to a withered flower? Indeed, a significant portion of the concubines are merely in their 20s, and they believe they are in the prime of their lives. What does Shen Yenshu have to be arrogant about, simply because she is the legitimate daughter of the chancellor? Li Chongyi was infuriated. Her most cherished asset was her exquisite beauty, yet now Shen Yenshu had reduced her to nothing. Moreover, she publicly revealed her background and mocked her own mother, which left Li Chongyi seething with rage, her gaze fixed on Shen Yenshu, wishing she could devour her whole. Lady Dong, an elder in the palace, could no longer tolerate the situation. Being older than most of the concubines present and marked by numerous wrinkles, she despised it when others mentioned age in her presence. Shen Yenshu's remark about withered flowers had struck a deep chord. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "What? Now the daughter of the official can dictate to the concubines of the harem? Miss Shen, you should refrain from overstepping your bounds and causing a ruckus in Fenghuan Palace. I wonder how many heads you think you possess." To this, Shen Yenshu erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the most amusing joke. "Ha ha!" The other concubines exchanged bewildered glances. Had this woman lost her mind? How could the sister of the concubine, Chen, be such a lunatic? Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan feigned panic, but internally she reveled in the chaos. "Excellent. Let the storm rage on. Shen Yinshu laughed until tears streamed down her face, and once she regained her composure, she pointed at Lady Dong and declared, "Oh dear, who is really overstepping here? You, an old woman, are using your status as a shield. You should reflect on your own worthiness to be here. Given your age, it's quite embarrassing to still be called a beauty. I assent to it. I believe you're simply envious of my beauty, my talent, and my lineage. A bunch of fools who think themselves superior. Once I achieve my ambitions, I could easily crush you with a mere finger." Silence enveloped Fenghuan Palace for a brief moment before pandemonium erupted. The ceiling felt as though it might cave in from the clamor. Shen Cihuan could only twitch her lips at the reckless abandon of this outburst. Chapter 25. Continuous bombardment. Shen Yinshu's tirade had successfully incited the wrath of all present women, who rose in unison, eager to confront her. Yet Shen Yinshu continued her verbal assault. "You are merely a bunch of hens that cannot lay eggs. Do you truly believe you can enjoy a few good days? As concubines, you cannot even bear heirs for the emperor. It is utterly hopeless. Better to end it all." At these words, the gazes of the assembled women shifted to Shen Cihuan, their eyes glinting with the unspoken thought that the Shen sisters were abusing their status due to their royal offspring. Yu Fei glanced at Shen Cihuan and Shen Yinshu, her expression turning icy as she spoke with a chilling tone. "I had no idea the Shen family harbored such grand ambitions. Perhaps you should clarify your intentions before the emperor." Shen Yinshu continued her onslaught. "What are you so proud of? You are merely a tribute from a small, barbaric nation. That we, the Qi, accepted you is a testament to your ancestors' good fortune. Just look at your features. They are disarray, none complementing the others. I truly cannot fathom how the emperor could be attracted to you. One glance at night would keep him awake." Though Yu Fei's appearance differed from the others, it was hardly deserving of such ridicule. Shen Cihuan realized that the ire of the concubines was now directed at both her and Shen Yinshu, and she felt a pang of concern. Her objective was to have Shen Yinshu make enemies, not to draw animosity toward herself. Thus, she quickly interjected, "Sister, please stop. Was it not enough for you to berate me at home? Now that I am the palace, you disregard the other concubines as well?" Shen Yinshu narrowed her eyes, recognizing the clever deflection. Internally, she was in a frenzy, though she held herself in high esteem and looked down upon the other concubines. She had not intended to provoke them so brazenly, especially as she aspired to marry the Prince of Yen. Preserving a good reputation was essential, yet for reasons unknown. Her tongue seemed to have a will of its own, lashing out uncontrollably. Continuing her tirade, she unleashed her scorn upon her sister. "You shameless little harlot. What do you have to be proud of? Do you think you become the matriarch? You are nothing but an illegitimate daughter, unworthy of consideration by our father. A girl of such lowly bloodline is merely a servant of the Shen family, unfit even to carry my shoes. What nonsense about being the eldest sister. How absurd." Witnessing Shen Yinshu's indiscriminate attacks, particularly her harsh words towards the esteemed concubine Shen, the other concubines found their animosity towards Shen Cihuan diminished. Though they began to ponder the dynamics between the Shen sisters, it was evident that their relationship was far from harmonious, bordering on hostile. The disdain with which the eldest Shen treated concubine Shen indicated that she had not treated her kindly out of pride in her status. Li Chongyi exaggerated her surprise. So it appears concubine Shen holds such a low position in the household? Not even worthy of serving Shen's shoes? How unexpected. Shen Cihuan narrowed her eyes, noting the malicious glee on Li Chongyi's face. Enough. The empress, having presided over the harem for many years, commanded respect. No one dared to cause discord in her presence. As she witnessed the turmoil, she had initially intended to extend some grace to Shen Yinshu, being the sister of her favorite Cihuan. Yet, Shen Yinshu's blatant disrespect towards all the concubines was a direct affront to the empress's dignity. With a cold snort, the empress issued a decree. The eldest daughter of the Shen family has spoken indiscreetly and has insulted the concubines. She shall be confined to the Qingxin pavilion and shall transcribe 100 Buddhist scriptures. She will not be released until her task is complete. The concubines whispered amongst themselves, realizing that this Shen lady might not see the light of day for 3 to 5 months. Afterward, the empress, still considerate of Shen Cihuan's reputation, consoled her, "Concubine Shen, do not fret. This matter does not involve you. Shen Yinshu's actions were reckless, and her presence here reflects upon you and the Shen family. Let her transcribe scriptures to calm her spirit, thus allowing her to learn the palace regulations. Once she has completed her task, she may return home. We shall say she sought to delve into Buddhist teachings, which delayed her return. Today's events must not leave this chamber. This final statement served as a warning to the other concubines. Yu Fei felt discontent, realizing the empress was entirely focused on protecting concubine Shen, punishing Shen Yenshu while simultaneously preserving concubine Chen's dignity. What the rest of them? They had been publicly scorned. Yu Fei wished to voice her discontent, but the empress preempted her, stating, "Enough, concubine Shen carries the emperor's progeny and should not be overburdened. Do not disturb her, lest you attract the emperor's and the empress dowager's ire." Yu Fei's words fell silent. She had no choice but to accept the situation, considering concubine Chen's precious status. Shen Cihuan was filled with gratitude, recognizing the empress's kindness towards her. Shen Yenshu bristled with indignation, but dared not confront the empress. She understood the potential consequences of such defiance. Yet, her situation was not improved. She could feel the cold, malevolent stares of the other concubines. Shen Yenshu shivered involuntarily, but her inherent pride compelled her to maintain her composure. However, her reckless audacity resurfaced. "What are you all staring at? It is merely writing, but once I emerge, I shall ensure my father thoroughly addresses you all. A bunch of toads, how dare you compare yourselves to me? I am to become the bride of the Prince of Yin, and in the future, you shall all pay me your respects." As these words left her lips, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Shen Cihuan twitched her lips and quickly rose to her feet, addressing the empress. "Your Majesty, my elder sister has suffered from a mental affliction since her youth, and she is not entirely aware of her surroundings. Perhaps we shall allow her to rest in the tranquil heart pavilion after such a taxing journey?" The Yu concubine coldly laughed. "The Prince of Yin is yet unaware that his reputation has been tarnished. Does this mentally impaired woman dare to dream of becoming his consort?" The empress, witnessing Shen Yenshu's increasingly outrageous remarks, signaled to a palace maid, who promptly subdued the still rambling Shen Yenshu. Chapter 26. The enchanting concubine seeks an audience at present. The entire palace of concubines harbors ill intentions towards Shen Yenshu, primarily because this woman not only insults them, but also covets high status, daring to dream of marrying the Prince of Yin. The Yu concubine is particularly incensed. To her, the Prince of Yin is a paragon of charm and elegance, a figure who haunts the dreams of many women. Even she, having caught a glimpse of him in her youth, feels she has lost her chance forever. Unfortunately, she was destined to be a tribute to the emperor. Though the emperor's looks rival those of the prince, his cold and domineering nature lacks the prince's romantic flair. Thus, the Yu concubine does not care for his affections. She presents an aloof demeanor to outsiders, seemingly indifferent to the favors of the court. Yet, deep down, she knows that her yearning for love is thwarted only by the fact that the one she loves is not the emperor. Now, to think that Shen Yenshu, so arrogant and oblivious, dares to aspire to become the prince's consort? The Yu concubine can hardly believe it, her anger reaching a boiling point. Regardless of Shen Yenshu's connections to the Shen family or the support of the Chen concubine and the chancellor, she is determined to thwart this union and ensure that Shen Yenshu does not achieve her desires. Fortunately, her indulgence has led the empress to confine her to the tranquil heart pavilion, providing her with the opportunity to act. Indeed, many concubines share the Yu concubine sentiments. If only Shen Yenshu's earlier outburst had incited their wrath, they might have remained passive for the Chen concubine's sake. However, her final declaration of marrying the prince completely shattered their restraint. Why should they, who have long resided in the depths of the palace, devoid of male affection and unable to bear children, suffer the emperor's disdain while Shen Yenshu dares to aspire to wed the Prince of Yin? The empress's actions have inadvertently opened the door for them. This is precisely Shen Cihuan's scheme. At this moment, the system is rejoicing. Ahaha, splendid. I never anticipated the effect of this talisman would be so profound. Now, nearly all the concubines are focused on Shen Yenshu, rendering our position even more secure. Originally, Shen Cihuan's pregnancy should have drawn the most attention, but now, with her beloved elder sister diverting the spotlight, she can retreat into the background and nurture her unborn child in peace. Even the system cannot help but admire her cunning. She appears delicate and innocent, like a pure little rabbit, yet harbors such a cunning heart. But cunning is beneficial. Cunning is delightful. cunning is spectacular. This woman has been far too overbearing, subjecting Shen Cihuan to considerable hardship. Now, it is time for her to face retribution. In high spirits, Shen Cihuan returned to the Yaoguang Palace, leisurely indulging in grapes, eagerly awaiting the concubine's maneuvers. She is confident that they will provide her sister with an unforgettable experience, having endured numerous underhanded schemes. Shen Cihuan knows her sister lacks the means to retaliate, rendering her an easy target. Just as she finished a plate of grapes and prepared to enjoy some pastries, Yin returned with news that the enchanting concubine sought an audience at the palace gates. The enchanting concubine? Shen Cihuan momentarily struggled to recall her until the system reminded her. Host, she is the one who secretly stole the rejuvenation fragrance. I suspect she may be here to gather intelligence. Ah, now she remembers. The effects of the rejuvenation fragrance manifest after a month, and only half a month has passed. So she likely hasn't discovered anything yet. She nodded. Let her in. Yin complied and exited, and upon entering, the enchanting concubine's malicious intent was glaringly evident. With a value of 85. Goodness, she truly comes with ill intentions. Shen Cihuan recalled that the enchanting concubine's malicious value had not been this high before. Only around 60. Perhaps Shen Yinshu's earlier antics had contributed an additional 25 points. Greetings, Your Highness, the Chun concubine, she said, appearing rather proper. Shen Cihuan sighed. In this palace, no matter how gentle one may seem on the surface, they may harbor a venomous heart behind closed doors, just like this enchanting concubine. Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Once the enchanting concubine stood, she appeared hesitant, her demeanor suggesting she wished to speak, but struggled for words. The system suddenly understood. I see. This is how it's portrayed in dramas. She wants you to dismiss the others for a private conversation. Shen Cihuan comprehended, but had no intention of complying with the enchanting concubine's wishes. Given her delicate condition, it would be unwise to be alone with someone whose malicious intent was so pronounced. The enchanting concubine, noticing Shen Cihuan's indifference, lowered her voice. Your Highness, please dismiss the others. I have something to discuss. No need. Speak freely. The system silently completed the thought. Speak whatever nonsense you wish. The enchanting concubine twitched her lips, feigning difficulty, and glanced at the palace maids beside Shen Cihuan before saying quietly, This matter is of great importance. I implore you to consider it carefully. Would it be so crucial? Surely, she merely concocts another scheme to harm me. Shen Cihuan thought to herself. Yet, with a malicious value nearing its peak, the enchanting concubine's presence could not be ignored. Better to confront her directly than remain in the shadows, uncertain when she might strike. Yun, leave Yinfeng here, and ask the others to step out. The enchanting concubine wished to say more, but seeing Shen Cihuan's growing impatience, she acquiesced. Yet, she pondered how the Chun concubine seemed to have changed since ascending to her position. Once timid and naive, she now exuded a considerable presence. Shen Cihuan thought to herself that this was because Ali had advised her to assert herself against those of lower rank, which made for a gratifying tale. Once the other palace maids departed, Yin poured tea for the two, while Yinfeng took his place on either side of Shen Cihuan. Taking a sip of the sweet fruit tea, Shen Cihuan felt her mood lift. What is it? Speak. The enchanting concubine whispered conspiratorially. Your Highness, I have discovered that there is a traitor in your palace. A traitor? Impossible. Every corner of the Yaoguang Palace has been fortified with loyalty-enhancing pills, ensuring that all loyalty values exceed 60, with several head maids and chief eunuchs surpassing 80. Seeing Shen Cihuan's skepticism, the enchanting concubine produced a handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to her. Your Highness, look here. This is a handkerchief belonging to one of your maids. Naturally, Shen Cihuan did not recognize it, signaling to Yinfeng and Yun. They exchanged glances and examined it. Your Highness, this is Jiaojiao's handkerchief, embroidered with chrysanthemums. Jiaojiao? Chapter Hai Hey Dui. Shen Cihuan certainly remembered Jiaojiao. She was one of her 4 first-class maids and had initially been placed beside her as an informant by the emperor. However, after administering the loyalty-enhancing pills, she had become one of Shen Cihuan's own. Following the news of her pregnancy, Jiaojiao's loyalty value had soared, now approaching 90. As long as a loyalty value remains above 60, betrayal is unlikely. Thus, Shen Cihuan did not believe the enchanting concubine's claims. After all, one is a hostile concubine with a malicious value of 85 who previously sought to cause her harm, while the other is a trusted maid appointed by the emperor, bolstered by the system's enhancements. It is clear who deserves her trust. Yin Pin took out a handkerchief, but Chun Fei remained indifferent, prompting her to speak plainly. Your Majesty, that Jiaojiao is the emperor's spy. Previously, when I waited in the imperial study for His Majesty's summons, I witnessed Jiaojiao stealthily leaving through the back door, personally escorted by Chief Steward Chun, who reminded her not to forget the emperor's orders and to closely monitor you. Shen Cihuan glanced at her, feeling somewhat perplexed. And then, Your Majesty, do you not understand? The emperor does not truly love you. He merely fears Prime Minister Shun and intends to keep you confined in the palace, planning to eradicate the entire Shun family. Yin Pin continued, from the moment you entered the palace, you became part of the emperor's game. He sees you merely as a pawn to be manipulated at will. After delivering this revelation, as if worried it lacked impact, Yin Pin added, the emperor will never allow your child to be born, for that would mean the continuation of the Shun bloodline. The Shun family has wielded great influence in court for years. The emperor has long desired to eliminate them. Shen Cihuan nearly laughed out loud, but managed to restrain herself. Very well, I understand. Understand? And then? Shen Fei's response was not what Yin Pin had anticipated. According to her own expectations, this naive young woman, who seemed so reliant on the emperor and viewed his affection as everything, should have been terrified upon discovering that all the favor she received was but a cruel joke, that her child was in jeopardy, and that her maternal family was about to face reckoning. Why did Shen Fei appear so composed? It was as if she was suppressing laughter. Yin Pin was baffled. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan found the situation genuinely amusing. It seemed the rejuvenating fragrance had begun to take effect, muddling Yin Pin's mind and rendering her somewhat foolish. The idea that Yin Pin thought to sow discord between herself and the emperor was laughable. Anyone could see how vital a biological prince would be for the current emperor, who was in his 30s and childless. This represented the future stability of the realm, preventing it from falling into the hands of distant relatives. Regardless of the child's mother, be it a Shun, Li, Zhang, or Wang family girl, or even a palace maid, the emperor would desire that child. Moreover, to suggest that the emperor feared Prime Minister Shun and sought to exploit her while eliminating the Shun family was even more ludicrous. The current emperor acted with decisive authority, his power unchallenged. Even entering the palace had been motivated by revenge and the honor of her family. Her father had sought to curry favor with the emperor to maintain his own wealth and status. It was utterly absurd to speak of love, of being mere pawns. She simply wished to ascend to a high position, bear a prince, and secure her own power and status, enabling her to make Xiao Zhen pay the price and avenge her mother. Beyond that, she truly cared little. Yin Pin awaited Chun Fei's reaction, her heart racing. At that moment, Shen Cihuan was deliberating with her system. Ali, if I dispose of Yin Pin now, would that count as eliminating an enemy with a malice value of 100? She recalled how, upon dealing with Yi Jiangwei, the system had rewarded her with 500 points, filling her with joy. Therefore, she had no desire to relinquish such a valuable opportunity. Of course not, host. However, Yin Pin's malice value has now risen to 87, increasing by 2 points. Perhaps you could provoke her a bit more? Shen Cihuan felt troubled. She was inherently kind-hearted and truly did not know how to anger someone. Observing Chun Fei's frown, Yin Pin's heart surged with joy. This seemed promising. She then moved closer to Shen Cihuan, lowering her voice to tempt, Your Majesty. I know you deeply admire the emperor, but between your maternal family and His Majesty, you must choose one, for the sake of your unborn child and your entire family. You ought to know how to decide, right? I have a brilliant scheme. I possess a doll. If you inscribe the emperor's birth date upon it, you can alter his heart. Thus, your predicament will be effortlessly resolved. The emperor will change his feelings and will no longer threaten the Shun family, nor harm her child, but will genuinely cherish you. Having said this, she eagerly awaited Shen Cihuan's response. What a web of deceit. Shen Cihuan was no fool, especially with the system urgently warning her in her mind. This was clearly sorcery. The notion of altering the emperor's heart, of him genuinely loving her, should she dare write his birth date upon it. Regardless of the intent, both she and her family would meet a dire fate. Yin Pin's malice was indeed insidious. Host, This woman's malice value has reached 90. She is utterly wicked, if not for the rejuvenating fragrance, dulling her senses and intelligence. She would undoubtedly be a villainous mastermind. Shen Cihuan regarded her round face, seemingly exquisite, yet harboring a foul heart. Truly unfathomable. She thought to herself, I cannot afford to let you remain, given your venomous intentions to harm me. It was time to expedite the increase of Yin Pin's malice value and allow the rejuvenating fragrance to deal with this insidious serpent. Then, Yin Pin observed the beautiful and charming Chun Fei transform her expression, as if grappling with a monumental internal struggle. Subsequently, Chun Fei parted her lips and uttered a resounding, "Hey Dui." A spray of saliva splattered onto Yin Pin's face. Oh. Yin Pin was left in a state of shock and confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Shen Cihuan felt as though one spat was insufficient, so she repeated the action, "Tue, Tue," twice more, while Yin Gue, ever perceptive, promptly offered an exquisitely embroidered handkerchief to help her wipe her mouth. Shen Cihuan mused that, thankfully, she had consumed plenty of fruit earlier. Otherwise, she would not have produced such saliva. Then, she watched as Yin Pin's malice value began to soar, rapidly approaching 100. Chapter 28. Sorcery. When Xiao Yi arrived that evening, he inquired, I heard that Yin Pin visited your palace today? In truth, there was also the matter of Shen Yin Shu, but Xiao Yi chose not to mention that overbearing fool. Such a person was unworthy to be Xiao Huan's sister. It was utterly laughable. Shen Cihuan pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, embracing her gently and caressing her still flat abdomen. What is it? Did she upset you? Should I send her to the cold palace? His words made Shen Cihuan feel akin to a seductive concubine, while he played the role of a foolish monarch blinded by lust. Shen Cihuan tugged at Xiao Yi's garment. Then do it. Yin Pin is truly wicked. Oh, Xiao Yi was genuinely surprised. It was the first time he had witnessed Xiao Huan express such strong disdain for a concubine. Previously, she had always been the kindest and most lovable. Undoubtedly, Yin Pin had overstepped significantly. Then, Shen Cihuan began to explain, she came today with a handkerchief, claiming it belonged to my maid Jiaojiao. Upon hearing the name Jiaojiao, Xiao Yi's expression shifted. Then she claimed that Jiaojiao was a spy the emperor had placed in Yaoguang Palace, that the emperor does not truly care for me, and that he summoned me into the palace solely to eliminate the Shen family. I'm merely a pawn he uses against my father. At this, Xiao Yi's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Jiaojiao's exposure. Compared to Yin Pin's nonsensical ramblings, he was more concerned about whether Xiao Huan would be angered upon learning the truth, whether she would ignore him. Thankfully, he noticed her gripping his garment tightly, her demeanor unperturbed, prompting him to tighten his embrace around her. Shen Cihuan continued. She also said that the emperor would not allow me to birth a child bearing the Shen bloodline, and would surely find an opportunity to harm the child. Before she could finish, Xiao Yi's fury erupted. Preposterous. How dare she speak of my royal child in such a manner? Indeed, Huana was infuriated. How could His Majesty not genuinely care for her? How could he wish harm upon her child? Observing little Huana, who wholeheartedly believed in him and relied on him, Xiao Yi's heart eased slightly. It seemed she had not succumbed to the slanderous words of the Yin concubine. Damn, the Yin concubine must truly be itching for trouble. It was baffling. She had previously held little presence in the palace, yet upon learning of Huana's pregnancy, she suddenly sprang into action. Could it be that she had backing, some form of support? Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, compelled to question. This was clearly an attempt to sow discord. Thankfully, little Huana trusted him. Otherwise, if a rift were to form, or if she were to act against the child, he feared he would go mad. In truth, Shen Cihuan harbored similar thoughts. Although the Yin concubine harbored ill intentions towards her, in light of her pregnancy and the Emperor and Empress Dowager's heavy protection, she still dared to act. If she truly had no support, how could she possibly be so bold? However, this was beyond her means to investigate and did not align with her character. So, it was best left for the Emperor to address. Shen Cihuan observed his expression and, feigning innocence, lightly remarked, the Yin concubine even mentioned a doll that could be gifted to Huana, claiming that if it bore your birth date, it could alter your sentiments. Xiao Yi could no longer contain the raging fury within him and bellowed, Chun Bingzhong, immediately search Yongfu Palace. Bring the Yin concubine to me. Every maid and eunuch shall be thrown into the dungeons. Interrogate them fiercely. Not a single one is to be spared. Shen Cihuan understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to delay. The emperor's wrath was anticipated by Shen Cihuan. Although the current dynasty had not faced witchcraft, history was rife with such calamities, and no emperor had ever allowed such a threat to go unpunished. Hence, the Yin concubine was doomed this time. Xiao Yi was seething. A mere concubine had the audacity to wield such power and undertake witchcraft? Surely, there was someone of high rank behind her, capable of orchestrating such sinister plots. Moreover, this witchcraft directly threatened the emperor himself. In a fit of rage, Xiao Yi laughed bitterly. The plan was indeed clever. First, using Jiaojiao as a pawn to incite discord between himself and Huaner, then enticing her to act against him. In this way, not only could he be harmed, but Huaner and their unborn child could also be jeopardized. A truly insidious scheme. Yet, the Yin concubine was foolish to think she could deceive Huaner with mere words and manipulate her. How utterly dim-witted. Suppressing his fury after cursing the Yin concubine 1,000 times in his heart, Xiao Yi gently patted Shen Cihuan and softly reassured her, "Do not fear, Huaner. The Yin concubine is wicked, but luckily, you are wise and know that I am the most reliable. Otherwise, with her vile scheme of witchcraft, it could have truly endangered both me and our child." At that moment, Shen Cihuan trembled slightly, her face displaying disbelief. "Witchcraft? Are you saying that the doll mentioned by the Yin concubine?" Observing Huaner's innocent confusion, Xiao Yi inwardly cursed the Yin concubine for her malicious intentions, aware that Huaner was oblivious to such matters and had been deliberately deceived. "Look at this adorable little rabbit," her eyes already reddened from fright. Xiao Yi felt a pang of heartache and hurried to comfort her. "Rest assured, it is all over now. You have done splendidly. From now on, whenever anyone visits Yaojiao Palace, you must inform me." With a pout, Shen Cihuan's tears fell like raindrops, her voice soft and tremulous. "I have no grievance with her. Why is the Yin concubine so malicious? If she truly harms you and the child, then I cannot live on." Xiao Yi quickly soothed her for quite some time, personally wiping her tears, showering her with kind words, and ordering the procurement of a towering jade statue to calm her spirit. Even the system could not help but marvel. "Oh, host, your acting skills are simply astounding. You must receive an Oscar for this. No wonder the emperor is utterly captivated by you." Just as the two were enveloped in their tender affections, Shen Cihuan acted swiftly. He led a group of eunuchs and a squad of imperial guards to swiftly surround Yongfu Palace, turning it upside down. When the Yin concubine was captured, she was utterly bewildered, crying out her innocence, while the surrounding maids and eunuchs were equally flustered and all ended up in the dungeons. Yet, strangely, despite Shen Cihuan's efforts, nothing was discovered in Yongfu Palace. When the Yin concubine was brought to Yaojiao Palace, bound and disheveled, she beheld the cold, unyielding figure of the tyrannical emperor, who was currently tenderly comforting the consort. Realizing the situation, she understood everything. It was merely that the consort had relayed her earlier words to the emperor. Fool! She concealed her rage and disdain, yet her heart was at ease. Let them investigate. What could they possibly uncover? As expected, kneeling in Yaojiao Palace, she noticed Shen Cihuan shake his head at the emperor and the consort, her heart swelling with smugness as she began to weep, pouring forth her grievances. "Your Majesty, I entered the palace through a proper selection process, a pure and innocent noblewoman. Why must I endure such torment from the consort? Is it merely because I am your concubine that she wishes to see me dead?" Xiao Yi's wrath flared. The gentle demeanor he had shown Shen Cihuan vanished, replaced by a terrifying imperial authority. "Yin concubine, I ask you, was it you who sought to incite the consort to employ witchcraft? Where did this witchcraft doll originate?" The Yin concubine shrank under Xiao Yi's gaze, yet she remained obstinate, vehemently proclaiming her innocence. "Your Majesty, I have served in the palace for 5 years without a single misstep. Even if you do not favor me, I have always behaved appropriately. Why would I conspire against you and the consort? I have no offspring. The consort and her unborn child pose no threat to me. Your Majesty, you are being deceived by the consort's beauty. To treat an innocent concubine this way will invite criticism from the court and tarnish your reputation. Preposterous. Huaner is not as you portray her, nor am I a fool. Now tell me, who is behind your machinations?" Xiao Yi was repulsed by her beauty, repelled by the notion that such a stunning visage could harbor a treacherous heart. The Yin concubine continued to shake her head, insisting, "Your Majesty, I truly know nothing of this witchcraft doll. It could not possibly exist in Yongfu Palace." Xiao Yi was both enraged and amused, knowing that Shen Cihuan had failed to find the doll, leaving them without crucial evidence. Just as he contemplated ending this matter decisively, the Yin concubine continued to weep, denouncing the consort as a seductress. "Your Majesty, there is no witchcraft within my quarters, and none among the palace staff have spoken of it. You only heed the consort's words. By favoring her, you forsake justice, disregarding lives. How are you any different from the tyrants of old?" Xiao Yi, seething, hurled a teacup across the room, striking the Yin concubine on the forehead and causing her to scream in terror. "How dare you speak of me and the consort in such a manner? You think that by uttering such words, I would believe you? If I truly feared the whispers of the world, I would be unworthy of ruling this great dynasty. This emperor exudes an overwhelming presence. He is far more formidable than my previous host's emperor, who was nothing but a mama's boy, always yielding to the Empress Dowager's whims. My previous host's arguments fell upon deaf ears. A mere word from the Empress Dowager would render all efforts futile. Yet this emperor possesses true fortitude." Shen Cihuan couldn't help but gaze with starry eyes, nodding fervently within her heart. Being so fiercely protected brings an unprecedented warmth, filling her with a comforting heat. However, it must be said this alluring concubine indeed possesses some cunning. "Dear host, where do you suppose she has hidden those witchcraft trinkets? Or perhaps they do not exist at all, and she has merely set a trap for us?" Even the palace intrigue system found itself somewhat perplexed. Just as Shen Cihuan was contemplating whether the shop might offer any useful items, she smiled gently. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? I possess a skill." Previously, upon discovering her pregnancy and being elevated to the rank of consort Shen Cihuan acquired the skill of truth unveiled. This skill allows her to choose one individual to speak only the truth for 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 3 days. Now is the perfect moment to employ this skill. She selected Truth Unveiled in her mental control panel, designating the alluring concubine as her target. A golden icon appeared, initiating a countdown. Within the hour, any words spoken by the concubine would be the unvarnished truth. The concubine had stubbornly refused to confess before, and Shen Cihuan feared a sudden change in her demeanor might raise suspicion. Thus, she chose to reassure her, flattering her in the process. "Concubine, His Majesty is the Emperor of Deqi, the sovereign of all under heaven. No one can rival him, and no one would dare to challenge his authority. Do not harbor any illusions. For your sake and your family's, it is best to speak the truth." Indeed, Shen Cihuan feigned a deep affection for the emperor, which elicited a fond smile from Xiao Yi. However, to his surprise, the concubine finally confessed. Shen Cihuan seized the moment to inquire urgently, "Quickly tell me, where is that witchcraft doll you intended to show me?" "In the commode I usually use. The wooden board has a hidden compartment where the doll is concealed." "The commode?" Shen Cihuan was taken aback. He had meticulously searched every inch of Yongfu Palace, even tapping on the tiles of the roof and excavating the soil in the garden. Yet, he never imagined it could be hidden there. Ailey felt nauseated. Heavens, she hid in the toilet. Seeing her finally confess, Xiao Yi scoffed coldly. "You are wise to comply. Should you continue to resist, it would not merely be a matter of confinement, but rather the extermination of your entire clan. I ask you once more, who incited you to sow discord? Who provided you with the witchcraft doll to plot against me?" The concubine bit her lip, visibly troubled, hesitating to respond. It was clear this was a deeply buried secret, something she struggled to resist revealing under the influence of the skill. Eventually, she managed to utter a few words. "The Princess of the State." Chapter 30. The flower that kills the concubine was dragged away. Following her instructions, Shen Cihuan took his apprentice to retrieve the doll and collect additional evidence. With overwhelming proof, coupled with the concubine's confession, she was thoroughly incriminated under the influence of Truth Unveiled. All of this was orchestrated by Princess Xiaozhen. Long before the first selection of consorts, Xiaozhen had chosen the concubine as her informant, intending to place her own people within Xiao Yi's harem, while remaining deeply concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The concubine had never enjoyed much favor or high status. Her position as a concubine was merely due to her modest beauty and her father's respectable rank. For the past 5 years, Xiaozhen had scarcely contacted her. Nevertheless, the concubine was aware she was under the command of the princess, her only true master. Upon Shen Cihuan's emergence and the news of her pregnancy, Xiaozhen could no longer remain idle. She hastily instructed her agents to eliminate Shen Cihuan. Unfortunately, the emperor and empress dowager were extremely vigilant in their protection of consort Shen, leaving Xiaozhen with no opportunity to act. It wasn't until today, when Shen Yanxu had angered the entire harem, that all attention turned towards Shen Cihuan, providing the concubine with a chance to infiltrate Yaowang Palace and execute her scheme. Yet, it seemed her efforts had ultimately failed. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Cihuan inquired about Xiaozhen's misdeeds, their communication methods, their allies, and the extent of their influence within the palace, including any informants. The concubine divulged everything. Xiao Yi immediately instructed Chen Bingzhong to act on her information, systematically rooting out Xiaozhen's agents from the harem. Regrettably, while the concubine knew of a few individuals, her knowledge was limited. After all, she had only been in the palace for 5 years and had never previously communicated with Xiaozhen. Both Shen Cihuan and Xiao Yi recognized that Xiaozhen's network likely extended throughout the harem. As the eldest princess, she had grown up in the palace, wielding significant influence, especially given her husband was a powerful general, leading many to seek her protection. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze deep and inscrutable, concealing his feelings about his sister's treachery. Nevertheless, it was evident he was far from pleased. Shen Cihuan felt a surge of joy and anticipation. She yearned for revenge and wished for Xiaozhen to face consequences. The emperor's assistance would be crucial in this endeavor, for if he were determined to protect his sister, it would pose a significant challenge, given his position as the emperor of the Qi. Moreover, Ailey reminded her, we are a palace intrigue system, not a dragon-slaying one. Thus, we cannot act against the emperor, otherwise this world will collapse. Xiaozhen's direct attempt on the emperor's life had undeniably stripped away her veneer of virtue, allowing Xiao Yi to finally grasp the true nature of his sister's malice. The concubine revealed that the princess had been trading in official positions within the court, and even her father's rank had been purchased from her. This loyalty stemmed from their family's dependence on her. Furthermore, the princess was notorious for confiscating the wealth of commoners and seizing land for amusement. Those who dared to provoke her faced confiscation of their property and death, acting with reckless arrogance as if the world belonged to her. As for taxes, local officials were required to allocate a portion to her estate. Such offenses were countless and unforgivable. Her current wealth and power had engendered insatiable ambition. Yet, did the emperor truly remain oblivious to all this? Shen Cihuan gazed at the silent emperor with curiosity, but Xiao Yi revealed no hint of his thoughts. He simply commanded Chen Bingzhong to detain the concubine, ensuring that he would not let her escape punishment for the witchcraft affair. She would be dealt with by nightfall. As for the princess, Xiao Yi remained silent. Shen Cihuan dared not inquire further. After such a long day, Xiao Yi felt fatigued. He managed to maintain a pleasant demeanor, comforting Shen Cihuan with a few words before retreating to the Zicken Hall to rest. Puzzled, Shen Cihuan began discussing with the system. Ailey, why does it seem the princess has committed countless heinous acts, even plotting against the emperor, yet he appears utterly unfazed? He is indeed furious. I saw him throwing things around in the Zicken Hall, ordering the servants to kneel outside, all while consumed by rage. I don't understand why such a brave and resolute emperor would shy away from confronting the princess. I recall my father saying that during the invasion of the Rongdi, the emperor personally led the troops in a battle, declaring, if the emperor falls, the state perishes. It was truly inexplicable to Shen Cihuan. Why would the emperor, who feared no one, not even the heavens, show such deference to Xiaozhen, the princess? Could it be an attachment born of blood ties? She curled her lips in disdain, finding it hard to believe that the emperor placed such a high value on familial bonds. In her own experience, there was no affection between her and her elder sister, Shen Yanxu. On the contrary, misfortune seemed to be what Shen Yanxu most wished for her. The system, too, was at a loss, as the information about this world was incomplete when it arrived. It could only uncover the truth bit by bit, just like its host. Alilamanta abitarli. I am supposed to be the golden finger. Why don't I have the ultimate golden finger, the heavenly eye? Damn, News of the emperor's grand search of the Yongfu Palace and the punishment of Yin Pin in the Yaoguang Palace spread rapidly, leaving everyone bewildered. Since the arrival of consort Shen, the number of concubines had been dwindling. Any who dared to cross her met with dire fates, death, exile, or worse. Some believe the emperor was merely bewitched by consort Shen, acting out of consideration for the unborn child. If the child were a princess, or if she miscarried, he would soon grow weary of her. Others, however, saw her as a formidable and cunning adversary, capable of winning the trust of both the emperor and the empress dowager. This made her a force to be reckoned with, and any confrontation with her was to be avoided. Yet, the question remained, should they continue to target Shen Yinshu? In Chapter 31, Yun Pian Gao, many concubines were preparing to make their moves, but Consort Shen's recent actions made them hesitant. Learning of their plans from the system, Shen Cihuan found the situation both amusing and frustrating. She had not anticipated such consequences. She decided to visit Qingxin Pavilion, instructing Yun Gui to prepare a tray of Yun Pian Gao. The eunuch guarding the pavilion, initially stern, immediately became obsequious upon recognizing Consort Shen. Your Highness, why have you come in person? You should take care of yourself. What can we do for you? Shen Cihuan smiled gently. I've come to see my elder sister. Of course, Your Highness. I'll open the door for you right away. The room was dimly lit, and when Shen Cihuan entered, the sunlight streaming in from outside created a halo around her, making Shen Yinshu squint. Her disdain was clear, and her tone was scornful. You're so slow. Why didn't you come yesterday? I've been stuck here without proper care, sleeping on a damp bed, and with no decent food. Enough. Take me out now. Despite her complaints, Shen Yinshu restrained herself, noting the entourage behind Shen Cihuan. She cursed inwardly, vowing to punish her later. This little wretch had shown no help yesterday, instead gloating over her misfortune. Shen Cihuan, seeing her sister's haughty demeanor, smiled and said, Sister, what are you talking about? Where are you going? To the Yaoguang Palace. Aren't you here to take me out? Hurry up and find me a dress. This one is ruined. Shen Cihuan's smile grew, radiant under the sunlight, and she replied, I'm afraid I can't, sister. The Empress ordered you to copy scriptures here. I can't take you out until you finish. You didn't plead for me? Then why are you here? I'll come to visit and bring you some treats. She gave Yun Gui a signal, and the servant placed a tray of Yun Pian Gao on the table. Shen Yinshu looked at the cakes, confused. What does this mean? Do you not remember, sister? You, who prided yourself on your intelligence and the future glory of our family, surely must recall the Yun Pian Gao. Seeing her sister's blank expression, Shen Cihuan continued. When father was away, you locked mother and me in the side courtyard, denying us food and water. Mother, in her desperation, jumped the wall, breaking her leg, and managed to steal half a tray of these cakes. But you caught us. You forced us to choose. One of us could eat, while the other had to drown in the lake. As Shen Cihuan recounted the story, Shen Yinshu's face changed. She felt threatened. How dare this lowly girl challenge her? The daughter of the prime minister? The servants, hearing the tale, were shocked and filled with sympathy for their mistress, and their gaze towards Shen Yinshu turned hostile. What of it? Shen Yinshu retorted. My mother is a noble lady, while yours was nothing but a poor orphan. Father took her in out of kindness. How dare you aspire to the status of a noble lady? How dare you seek his love? It's absurd. I never asked for it. I could have remained a fool, a nobody. But why did you always torment me? Why did you hate my mother? Talking about the past filled Shen Cihuan with sorrow. She had only wanted to survive, to avoid being crushed by Shen Yinshu. Now, as consort Shen, carrying the emperor's child, her fate was in her own hands. She no longer needed to beg or bow to anyone. She smiled faintly. I hope you will find your own way, sister. Then, amidst her astonished gaze, Shen Cihuan turned and fled outside, tears streaming down her face. Shen Yinshu? Why did she cry so suddenly? Just moments ago, she appeared to harbor a deep-seated hatred towards me. Nonetheless, Shen Cihuan was aware of the gravity of the situation, considering she was with child. Hence, she pretended to run a few steps, predominantly weeping profusely, supported by the palace maids as she lamented. Woo-woo-woo. So, my sister truly despises me. From now on, I shall no longer concern myself with her. Upon uttering these words, Shen Cihuan sighed in relief, hoping they would reach the ears of all in the palace. Chapter 32. Mother and son dispute within half an hour. Empress Chun arrived at Qingxin Pavilion with pastries to visit her elder sister, only for the encounter to end in discord. The empress was so enraged that she ran back to the palace in tears, even experiencing a fright that caused her to declare she would no longer manage her sister's affairs. This news rapidly spread throughout the harem, causing a stir. Many had long held disdain for Empress Chun, resenting her for monopolizing the emperor's favor while also attempting to bring her elder sister into the palace. Who among them was unaware of the intentions of the Shen family? They publicly professed a desire to marry the Prince of Yan. Yet what if they sought to emulate the legendary Fian and Hida, sharing a husband? Just considering Shen Yinshu's beauty, it was undeniable that she posed a threat to many concubines, so exquisite and alluring was she. Could she truly bear to watch her sister become a consort without feeling envious? Would she not desire to seize the opportunity to ascend to the emperor's favor? One Empress Chun and her unborn child were already formidable enough. Adding Shen Yinshu into the mix made life unbearable. However, now that the sisters had turned against each other, it was indeed a welcome development. It was likely that Empress Chun would no longer concern herself with Shen Yinshu. Rumors suggested that on that day, Empress Chun had cried with such sorrow that she neglected her demeanor, a fact witnessed by numerous palace maids and eunuchs. This provided the perfect opportunity for others to act. As long as no lives were lost, and the Shen family and Empress Chun did not suffer too much humiliation, merely punishing Shen Yinshu should pose no issue. Suddenly, everyone realized this. Some astute concubines, such as Qing Zhaorong, began to ponder the situation, believing Empress Chen's actions were deliberate. After all, during that day, in Fenghuan Palace, everyone had witnessed Shen Yinshu's disdain towards Empress Chun. It was clear that Empress Chun had suffered greatly at her hands in the past. Could Empress Chun truly repay malice with virtue? Was it conceivable that she bore no resentment towards her elder sister? Certainly not. Qing Zhaorong, having observed the rivalries and jealousies among women in the palace, understood that some individuals were inherently exceptional, proud, and sought to trample upon others. Just like the princess of Zhanghua. Therefore, Empress Chun, who had constantly endured Shen Yinshu's oppression, must also desire to resist. Thus, her actions today undoubtedly signaled to the harem that they could take action against Shen Yinshu. It was now a matter of discerning which clever individuals would grasp this opportunity. It seemed that Empress Chun was not to be underestimated. Qing Zhaorong narrowed her eyes. As an old inhabitant of the palace, she had long lost the emperor's affection. Nonetheless, she was eager to witness whether Empress Chun was merely a fleeting phenomenon or destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan was enveloped in a dual tempest of affection from both the emperor and the empress dowager. Little Huaner, are you still feeling unwell? Do you feel nauseous? Would you like something to eat? I have a newly offered sour apricots from Yongping, along with exquisite rose syrup. Would you care to try some? What were you thinking? Going to Qingxin Pavilion? You are now the most esteemed woman in Qi. You may summon anyone you wish. Do take care of your health. The empress dowager was exceedingly attentive, displaying a deep sense of responsibility and concern, with a hint of sorrow in her voice. Upon learning that the young lady of the Shen family had been punished to transcribe scriptures at Qingxin Pavilion, had cried, and experienced a fright, she became anxious. Fearing for the health of Empress Chun, despite her advanced age, she hurried over, refusing to use a palanquin or sedan chair, running as if propelled by fire. This astonished Shen Cihuan even more, as did the system. Oh my! The Empress Dowager is remarkably spry. It's as if she has the vigor of youth. At her age, her agility suggests she could easily live for several more decades. Shen Cihuan nodded. The distance from Xinang Palace to Yaowang Palace was not short, and the Empress Dowager's breathless demeanor was indeed impressive. However, she observed that Xiao Yi's expression remained sour. When Empress Chun timidly glanced toward Xiao Yi, the Empress Dowager shot him a disapproving look, scolding, "Why do you look so grim? Little Huaner has just been startled. Now is the time to comfort her. What are you standing there for?" Xiao Yi pursed his lips, his gaze towards the Empress Dowager darkening, leaving her perplexed. What is wrong with this child today? His demeanor is rather odd. Shen Cihuan sensed the strange atmosphere, suspecting it might relate to Xiao Zhen. After all, the Empress Dowager's most cherished child was none other than the Princess of Jinghua. Years ago, the Empress Dowager had personally selected her husband after 3 years of careful consideration, spending nearly half the national treasury on her dowry. Thus, the wedding of the Princess of Jinghua was unprecedented, unmatched in the annals of the Qi history. The princess's residence was extravagantly constructed, spanning a full 8 streets. nearly rivaling the imperial palace, and her private treasury was exceptionally rich, boasting thousands of palace maids gifted by the Empress Dowager herself. Given how much the Empress Dowager valued this daughter, it was understandable that the emperor would hesitate to punish Shen Cihuan out of deference to her. Shen Cihuan lowered her gaze, realizing she could only rely on her unborn child to regain the upper hand. However, Xiao Zhen's intention to employ sorcery against the emperor posed a grave threat. As an emperor, how could he tolerate someone with such ambition and a desire to harm him by his side? Thus, this might also explain the emperor's emotional turmoil regarding the Empress Dowager. Xiao Yi did not dwell too long in contemplation, and instead turned his attention to Shen Cihuan, expressing concern. Huaner is innocent and kind, yet her elder sister is so cruel and heartless. The world speaks of the bonds of kinship, of blood being thicker than water. Yet they fail to recognize that even siblings can inflict harm upon one another without mercy. Understanding the intricacies at play, Shen Cihuan knew this surely pierced the emperor's heart, for he was not one to tolerate betrayal. The Empress Dowager seemed oblivious, smiling as she comforted. After all, they are sisters. Shen Cihuan may not have acted with malice. However, for the sake of the heir, Huaner should refrain from visiting her. Once she has completed her transcription at Qingxin Pavilion and learned some decorum, she can return home, and they need not meet again. Xiao Yi scoffed coldly. Mother's intention is to let the tiger return to the mountain? This time, Huaner was merely startled. What if next time is different? What if the outcome is as today, with no harm done? If a grave mistake occurs, what then, mother? The Empress Dowager's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained a benevolent smile. How could that happen? Once the young lady of the Shen family returns home, Chancellor Shen will certainly keep a close watch on her. After all, both hands belong to the same body. He cannot favor one over the other. No parents can accept the idea of their children harming one another. Chapter 33. Scheming Mother, you are being excessively biased. It was Huaner who experienced fright. It was Huaner who was alarmed. It was Huaner who nearly faced disaster. If you continue to show such favoritism, I fear neither child will be safeguarded. Xiao Yi's gaze grew increasingly frigid, the aura of menace and resentment palpable. The Empress Dowager, witnessing this, felt displeasure rise within her. I understand that Huaner has been wronged, and I am willing to make amends. Is that not enough? Must you force the young lady of the Shen family to her demise? Xiao Yi coldly retorted. What is wrong with that? The Empress Dowager, taken aback, pointed at Xiao Yi, nearly speechless. You, how could you be so heartless? That is her own sister. If you were to kill the young lady of the Shen family, how would Huaner cope? Would she not resent you? What would become of Chancellor Shen? Could he endure the loss of a daughter in his old age? Would he be able to accept it? Xiao Yi was unfazed. Who told them to provoke those they should not have? Your Majesty, Huaner carries my flesh and blood. Destined to be the future emperor of Deqi, no one can compare to him even in the slightest. The Empress Dowager seemed taken aback by the emperor's murderous intent. She was greatly shaken, her lips pale and trembling. She then turned her gaze towards Shen Cihuan and asked, Huaner, speak for yourself. Do you truly wish for the emperor to take your sister's life? Xiao Yi also looked over. At this moment, the two most powerful figures in the realm focused their attention on her, seeking to reach a conclusion. Shen Cihuan was acutely aware that while they spoke of Shen Cihuan, they were, in truth, referring to the princess of the state, Xiao Zhen. Why would the Empress Dowager care about Shen Cihuan's fate? Having harmed her grandson, she would rather see her flayed and skinned. Yet for the sake of her daughter, she had to win this round against the emperor to ensure Shen Cihuan's safety. As for the emperor, Shen Cihuan looked at Xiao Yi, whose face was ashen, adorned with a mocking smile that made him appear almost ghostly, as if he could take a life in an instant. However, Shen Cihuan sensed that the emperor's apparent invulnerability was merely a fade, too, harbored vulnerabilities. Her elder sister sought to end her life, perhaps even to take her place, while her own mother showed unwavering favoritism towards her sister, entirely disregarding her own plight. Shen Cihuan clenched her fists, raised her head, and innocently declared, Your Majesty, Shen Cihuan is my biological sister, yet she wishes to see me dead. That makes her my enemy. A thunderclap echoed in the chamber. The Empress Dowager was stunned into silence. Spring had arrived, and it seemed a pink bubble enveloped Xiao Yi. He grasped Shen Cihuan's hand as if cherishing a precious treasure, his tone gentle. Fear not, Huaner, I shall surely avenge you. The Empress Dowager stormed out of Yaowang Palace in a fury. Shen Cihuan gazed into Xiao Yi's profound eyes, tugging at his sleeve. Curling up like a little kitten in his embrace. Your Majesty, do not be angry. I am not angry. I am merely worried for you, and disappointed in Mother. He replied, Huan is fine. My sister is merely accustomed to arrogance. If she truly marries Prince Yin, she may not find happiness after all. Shen Cihuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Xiao Yi's attention was captured. Does your sister yearn to become the Princess of Yin? She must be deeply infatuated with him. Shen Cihuan mused. Thinking of Shun Yinshu's singular ambition to become the Princess of Yin, her ultimate aspiration to be a revered matriarch. Yet she maintained a calm exterior. Prince Yin, Xiao Yi scoffed. They are merely indulging in foolish fantasies, believing I have no heirs. Xiao Zhen and Xiao Chun were nothing more than clowns lost in their dreams. Shen Cihuan's declaration of allegiance before the Empress Dowager had firmly placed her in Xiao Yi's heart as one of his own. Thus, when discussing such matters, there were no reservations. Shen Cihuan's demeanor, indeed, pleased him immensely, as she softly echoed, Your Majesty is the rightful ruler. No one can shake that in the slightest. Well said. Ha ha ha. With Huaner to bear me a son, anyone who covets my throne shall merely be chasing phantoms. Xiao Yi laughed heartily, though his gaze remained grave. Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qin's recent antics have grown excessive, yet Mother continues to favor them. I will not allow them to proceed unchallenged. The royal family knows no fraternal affection. For the throne, blood has always flowed freely. Shen Cihuan's expression turned serious. Although the emperor shared her objective of punishing Xiao Zhen, it was evident that the matter of witchcraft could not be used to directly bring her down. Her status was different. She was the emperor's elder sister, the only princess of the state, and commanded troops. They could not act rashly. However, a thought crossed her mind. If Xiao Zhen sought power and usurpation, what was the true nature of her relationship with Prince Yin? Shen Cihuan remained composed, and Xiao Yi seemed to grasp her thoughts, inquiring, Does your sister long to marry Prince Yin? This was the second time the emperor had asked, and Shen Cihuan nodded. Yes. My sister wishes to become the Princess of Yin, and I have heard from father that Prince Yin is also inclined to propose to her. Xiao Yi nodded, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Then let me fulfill their wishes. Shen Cihuan was not particularly interested in granting Shen Yinshu's dream. Yet she subtly understood that the emperor was plotting to ensnare them all. Prince Yin harbored ill intentions, seeking to usurp the throne. Should his scheme come to light, destruction would surely follow. Thus, if her sister earnestly wished to be the Princess of Yin, it would lead her down a path of ruin. Shen Cihuan offered a sweet smile. Very well, I shall heed your Majesty's will. In recent days, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager had been at odds. Yet they tacitly refrained from involving Shen Cihuan in their conflict, treating her with the same kindness as before, ensuring that the finest offerings were first sent to Yaoguang Palace. Even when Shen Cihuan had spoken in favor of the Emperor, the Empress Dowager did not vent her anger upon her. She continued to express concern and frequently visited her. However, Shen Yinshu's circumstances were far less favorable. The concubines of the harem had nearly all taken offense at her, and with the Emperor and Empress Dowager's sympathy towards the consort, her situation could only be described as worse than death. Each meal delivered to her was spoiled, the rice coarse and unfit even for the lowest-ranking eunuchs, while the vegetables were moldy, caked in a thick layer of filth, occasionally housing flies and other insects, enough to turn one's stomach. Shen Yinshu, accustomed to luxury, had never endured such fare. Thus, she resolutely chose to starve herself, believing that as the daughter of the prime minister and sister to the consort, they would never dare to let her die of hunger. However, after 3 days of fasting, feeling faint and dizzy, the eunuchs delivering her meals ceased to come at all. Chapter 34. Evil begets evil. This left Shen Yinshu terrified. Could it be that she would truly perish in the palace? The thought incited a wave of fury within her. That wretched Shen Cihuan. How dare she treat me thus? If I were in a manor, I would surely strip her bare and hang her in the courtyard, thrashing her with thorny branches until her body was a bloody mess. After all, she had often punished that wretched girl in such a manner while in the manor. Did she not pride herself on her beauty and delicate skin? Then let all of it be destroyed. Shen Yinshu's greatest regret was that when she had previously forced Shen Cihuan and her aunt to choose, she had hesitated, allowing their father to return to the manor and spare them. Otherwise, on that day, she could have dealt with those two eyesores directly. As she continued to dwell on this, the rumblings of her stomach brought her back to reality, and amidst her low curses, a sense of panic washed over her. Could she truly die in this palace? Shen Cihuan was no longer the illegitimate daughter who could be easily manipulated. She was now the consort, and in this unfamiliar territory, the title of consort was far more advantageous than her previous identity. Fear gripped her suddenly. She dreaded that before she could leave the palace, before she could marry Prince Yen, before her dreams of becoming a revered matriarch and empress could come to fruition, she would perish in this palace, never to see the light of day. With that thought, she mustered all her strength to reach the door, but as she stood, her legs weakened, and darkness clouded her vision. 3 days without food had drained her of all energy, forcing her to crawl, leaving her covered in dust. During her time in the palace, she had not brought a change of clothes. Such arrangements should have been made by the consort. Yet now she had nothing, no food, and certainly no fresh garments. Her attire exuded a foul odor. Shen Cihuan bit her lip, finally managing to crawl to the door. Pushing it open with great effort, calling out, "Someone, someone, quickly bring me food." Before she could utter another word, she fainted. When Shen Cihuan awoke once more, she found herself lying in bed, beside a bowl of cold gruel and half a dark bun. At that moment, she dared not express any disdain and could only devour the food ravenously. After consuming these meager provisions, she finally regained some strength. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented her decision to enter the palace. She was bewildered by the machinations that had led her to lose her composure and offend numerous concubines. Earlier, when the eunuchs delivered this intolerable food, she overheard their conversation, mentioning that a certain palace lady had taken a disliking to her and had ordered this treatment. She was certain the food had been tampered with, designed to weaken her further. Having filled her stomach, Shen Cihuan's mind cleared a bit. However, it was merely 3 days without food. Surely that could not account for her current frailty. Back in her residence, she had witnessed Shen Cihuan starve for nearly 10 days without appearing as weak as she felt now. It was evident that someone was deliberately tormenting her, administering drugs in her meals to render her powerless, preventing her from transcribing the Buddhist scriptures. As long as she did not complete the scriptures, she would remain trapped in the palace. They intended to drag her to her doom. How cruel! She felt a deep hatred. At this juncture, she could only place her hopes upon her father. Only he could save her. Before she could ponder further, a sudden wave of excruciating pain gripped her abdomen. She pressed her hands to her belly, bewildered by the cause of such agony. The cramping left her somewhat delirious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Shen Cihuan felt despair creeping in. Her cries for help went unanswered. Then, unexpectedly, a loud sound erupted from below, and she felt a slight alleviation of the abdominal pain. But a foul odor soon permeated the air. Before she could reach the toilet, she had soiled the bed and her clothes. How had she suddenly developed diarrhea? Shen Cihuan was too drained to contemplate further. She could not soil the bed any longer, yet there was no toilet in sight, forcing her to resolve her bodily needs in the corner of the room. For someone who prided herself on her noble lineage, this was a profound humiliation. At that moment, did you witness her pitiful state? Li Chuyi laughed uncontrollably upon hearing the eunuch's report, reveling in her amusement. Everyone in the palace joined in the mockery of Shen Cihuan. The maid beside Li Chuyi eagerly massaged her legs, flattering her. "Your Highness is indeed most clever. That Shen family miss is entirely at your mercy." Li Chuyi raised an eyebrow with pride, enjoying a grape as she mused. Was she not arrogant? Did she not consider herself superior? Did she not look down upon me? Very well. I shall ensure her existence is more pitiable than that of the lowest eunuch. Now her mouth is filled with filth. Let us see how she spews her disgrace. The maid pondered this last remark, finding it somewhat off. If her mouth was filled with filth, how could she speak without spewing it everywhere? However, emboldened by her mistress's joy, no one dared to correct her. Li Chuyi was lost in the satisfaction of delivering Shen Cihuan her just desserts, particularly relishing the fact that this person was the sister of the formidable Chun Fei. She continued to speak to herself. "Now your dear sister is being humiliated by me. I wonder how much it pains you? Oof. Every member of the Shen family is insufferable. However, I have tormented Shen Cihuan sufficiently. The face of Chun Fei is now tarnished. What a delight." After Li Chuyi had laughed heartily for a time, she finally instructed those around her to be cautious, lest they be caught in a misstep. Meanwhile, within the Fenghuan Palace. Your Highness, do you think Li Chuyi has gone too far this time? The Shen family miss seems utterly desperate now. The Empress, engrossed in her book, glanced up at her maid with a sardonic smile. Do you think Li Chuyi is so foolish? Why has her scheme unfolded so smoothly? The maid paused, her brow furrowed in confusion. Your Highness means the Emperor and the Empress Dowager are involved? The Empress narrowed her eyes. If it weren't for their wishes, how could Chen Fei's sister have been subjected to such humiliation by a mere concubine? Clearly, this Shen family miss has tormented Huaner to such an extent that even the Emperor and Empress Dowager find it intolerable. But Your Highness, you are the one governing the harem. The maid protested, her indignation rising. If trouble arises, will it not fall upon you? Rest assured, they will not overstep their bounds. They merely wish to preserve a semblance of her life, for she may still serve a purpose. The Empress replied dismissively, turning her attention back to her book. Chapter 35. Preparing to leave the palace in the blink of an eye, Shen Cihuan was already 4 months pregnant. Having stabilized her condition, Yaowang Palace was under tight protection. Thus her spirits remained high. However, this cheerful mood persisted only until the arrival of a letter from Prime Minister Shen. Shen Yinshu had been in the palace for nearly 2 months, much like a stone cast into water, leaving no trace, with nary a whisper regarding her engagement to Prince Yan. This left Prime Minister Shen perplexed and anxious. Recently, the Emperor had also been in a foul mood, relentlessly probing Prime Minister Shen for faults, while the palace was unable to relay messages to Chen Fei, as her pregnancy had yet to reach the 3-month mark. Only when Chen Fei's condition stabilized did the Prime Minister's letter finally reach her. Shen Cihuan opened her father's letter, which was filled with inquiries about the happenings in the palace, whether Shen Yinshu was well, and if she had mentioned the marriage to Prince Yan. Not a single word addressed Shen Cihuan's own well-being, nor the trials of bearing a royal heir. It was a stark reminder of her father's indifference. Gradually, her heart grew cold. She had long known her father's lack of compassion. To him, there were only children of value and those without. He had turned a blind eye to the suffering she and her mother endured, only to speak what appeared to be fair words when lives were at stake. This was merely because of her beauty, which could afford him greater advantage. Even her entry into the palace was predicated upon her perceived ability to win the Emperor's favor more readily than her sister, which led her father to send her without hesitation, revealing the truth behind her mother's death. Her father was heartless, consumed by ambition and the glory of the Shen family, leaving her with no support. She was certain that, should a choice arise between the family and her, he would invariably choose the former. Lowering her gaze, Shen Cihuan asked Yin Gui, "How is my sister faring?" Yin Gui hesitated momentarily before recounting all that transpired in Qingxin Pavilion. Recently, aside from Li Chuyi drugging her and denying her food and access to the toilet, other concubines had not been idle either. They unleashed all manner of torment upon Shen Yinshu, causing her to scream nightly in apparent madness. Even more heinous, some had sprinkled flower pollen in her drinking water, resulting in a rash that marred her face, making her appear disfigured. Shen Yinshu's experiences during this period were akin to hell. Her ability to retain her sanity was a testament to her formidable willpower. The schemes of the palace concubines were relentless, far beyond what a defenseless commoner like her could withstand. Shen Cihuan nodded. These punishments were sufficient. Shen Yinshu could no longer be kept in the palace, or else the grand performance involving Prince Yan would be impossible to stage. Thus, Shen Cihuan decided to visit Fenghuan Palace in person. Inside Fenghuan Palace, the Empress was engaged in a game of shuttlecock with the second princess. "Oh, mother, how impressive. That's already 42 kicks." The petite second princess, a delicate porcelain doll adorned in a pink skirt, beamed with delight as she watched the Empress skillfully juggle the shuttlecock, clapping her hands in glee. The Empress, dressed in a simple, form-fitting outfit, radiated vitality, displaying remarkable agility as she kicked the shuttlecock, executing a variety of tricks. In mere moments, she had kicked it over a dozen times, leaving Shen Cihuan utterly dazzled. Wow, the Empress's skills are truly remarkable. Shen Cihuan couldn't help but reveal her starry-eyed admiration. The Empress is indeed a master of concealment. She had always thought the Empress to be particularly dignified and composed, managing the harem with a relaxed demeanor, but she never expected her to be so adept at kicking a shuttlecock in private. After the Empress had completed 100 kicks, She smiled upon seeing Shen Cihuan approach, put away the shuttlecock, and wiped the light sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief offered by a nearby maid. Little Huaner has arrived? Are you free to move about now? Yes, indeed. Remaining in Yaowang Palace has been rather dull. It's much more entertaining here with you, Your Majesty. Second Princess, would you care to try some freshly made lotus seed cakes? Shen Cihuan cheerfully gestured for Yungue to bring a plate of snacks. Such delightful treats are an irresistible temptation for a young girl. The little second princess blinked her eyes and sweetly replied, "Thank you, Empress." One adorable child. Shen Cihuan beamed with an ant-like smile, unable to resist pinching the soft, tender cheeks of the second princess, her affection evident. The Empress, observing Shen Cihuan's fondness for the second princess, felt pleased and teased. "What is it, little Huaner? Do you desire a daughter of your own?" "Oh, indeed. Daughters are wonderful, so caring and delightful." Shen Cihuan's heart was truly stirred. She resolved to have a daughter in her next pregnancy. After saying this, the second princess even tiptoed to nuzzle against Shen Cihuan's face, soft and fragrant with the scent of pastries, instantly melting Shen Cihuan's heart. The Empress covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "You, in this harem, while so many are eager to bear a prince, are the only one hoping for a princess." Shen Cihuan smiled slightly, offering no explanation. After all, with the system in hand, whether prince or princess, one could have as many as desired. The two continued their conversation until Shen Cihuan clearly expressed her intent. "You wish for Shen Yinshu to leave the palace and return home?" The Empress appeared slightly taken aback, to which Shen Cihuan nodded. "My sister has been confined in the palace for nearly 2 months now. She has long recognized her mistakes, and our father has inquired more than once. I hope, for Huaner's sake, that your majesty will pardon my sister's punishment." The Empress laughed. "What is there to consider? She was too arrogant and spoke ill of you. I intended to teach her a lesson to prevent future troubles. Since you have spoken, I shall issue an edict to have Miss Shen prepared for departure 3 days hence." Shen Cihuan nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty. I know you treat me the best." "Oh, you." The Empress looked at her with a loving gaze, pinching her nose gently, then glanced at the second princess, smiling. "The two of you together resemble sisters. How could I not cherish you both?" After leaving Fenghuan Palace, the news quickly spread throughout the harem. Shen Cihuan understood why the Empress declared Shen Yinshu could only leave in 3 days. Given her current state, she looked far worse than a beggar on the street. Indeed, she needed considerable tidying up to avoid attracting criticism upon her exit. More importantly, within these 3 days, Shen Yinshu must learn to hold her tongue. Certain words must never be uttered. Otherwise, she might face a repeat of her previous ordeal. Chapter 36 Year-End Banquet and Marriage Bestowal. When Shen Yinshu learned she could leave the palace, she was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until someone came to wash her, apply medicine, change her clothes, and serve her warm white porridge that she abruptly woke up, bursting into tears. Heavens, what kind of life has this been? I can finally leave the palace. Yet, she remained vigilant, as the influential matron by the Empress's side had warned her that she could only leave in 3 days. And until then, she could not afford any slip-ups. She had truly had enough of this life. As expected, after her frantic meal, the matron reminded her that everything that transpired within the palace during this time must remain confidential. Not a whisper should escape. Otherwise, the Empress's spies are everywhere, and there will be no good outcome for her. The experiences of the past 2 months in Qingxin Pavilion would repeat, depending entirely on Shen Yinshu's behavior. Shen Yinshu felt despair. Even upon leaving the palace, they would not let her be free. She had genuinely planned to return and pour out her grievances to her father, hoping he would expose the families of the concubines in the harem for their offenses, ensuring they understood the consequences of crossing her. However, after the matron's warning, she hesitated. The past 2 months had been unprecedented, and she had no desire to endure them again. Observing Shen Yinshu's wavering resolve, the matron reiterated sternly, "Miss Shen, do you not realize what transpired during your 2 months in the palace? The emperor has repeatedly reprimanded Prime Minister Shen and may soon dismiss him. Remember, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. If Prime Minister Shen falls, the glory of the Shen family will vanish, and you will find yourself as fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others." Shen Yinshu's first thought was that it could not possibly be true. Yet a cold sweat broke out on her back. How could this be? Her father had navigated the political arena for so many years, firmly holding the position of prime minister, second only to the emperor. Why would the emperor suddenly target him? However, the emperor's might was unpredictable. Even though she cultivated a friendship with the Prince of Yan and was destined to marry him, becoming the Princess of Yan, the emperor still held the most power and influence over the vast Qi kingdom, a force the Shen family could not contend with. Shen Yenshu felt deflated. It seemed she had no choice in the matter. 3 days later, upon returning to Shen Manor, the familiar, concerned gaze of her father nearly brought her tears. But recalling the matron's words, she swallowed her emotions, simply shaking her head and assuring him that all was well. Prime Minister Shen, believing her, lamented about the emperor's recent actions toward him, uncertain of the cause, and emphasized the urgency of finalizing her marriage to the Prince of Yan. A shiver ran through Shen Yenshu. It appeared the matroness warnings had been entirely accurate. After Shen Yenshu left the palace, the atmosphere between the emperor and the empress dowager also softened considerably. After all, she was the emperor's own mother. He would not go to extremes. The issues at hand were with her sister and brother, and should not involve their mother. As the year-end approached, the emperor, under the pretense of delivering New Year gifts, sent a great array of treasures and rare items from various regions to Sinang Palace, all flowing in like a stream. The Empress Dowager graciously accepted them, selecting some suitable for a pregnant woman to send to Yaoguang Palace. Witnessing the reconciliation between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, Shen Cihuan felt glad. She simply hoped that Jiaojiao would face retribution. As for the Empress Dowager, she had always treated her kindly and genuinely cherished the child in her womb. During the year-end banquet, the Empress Dowager lavished attention on Shen Cihuan, even ordering a table to be added beside her so that Shen Cihuan could sit close at hand for easy care. This caused many to cast sideways glances. The Empress Dowager was clearly devoted to consort Shen. Historically, how many concubines had the honor to sit next to the Empress Dowager? This had previously been the position of the princess of the state, yet it was now occupied by consort Shen, causing quite a stir among the officials. Xiaozhen, watching consort Shen, felt her teeth grind in frustration. She was acutely aware that her informant, the beautiful concubine, had fallen out of favor, an utterly useless pawn. The emperor, destined to have no sons, was unable to produce an heir, which had given her an opportunity to advance. However, should consort Shen truly bear a dragon son, the emperor's position would only solidify further, leaving her no place to stand. Thus, the venomous glare Xiaozhen cast upon Shen Cihuan was palpable. Although she admired Shen Cihuan's charming visage, she loathed the thought of her womb, wishing she could flay her alive and extract her heart. Xiao Ying naturally noticed his sister's malice toward Huaner and intentionally spoke up. "Sister, why do you keep staring at Huaner? Are you fond of the prince in her belly? Rest assured, once the prince is safely born, I will notify you." Xiaozhen snickered coldly, saying nothing, yet her expression clearly conveyed her skepticism. Could it be that the consort Shen would truly have a safe delivery? Amidst this tense atmosphere, the Prince of Yan stepped forward. 17 years of age, he embodied the prime of youth, clad in a flowing black robe that exuded an air of nobility, his demeanor reminiscent of bamboo. Both elegant and strikingly handsome. "Your Majesty, I have long heard of the consort Shen's unparalleled beauty and her fortune in bearing a dragon heir for you. Today, upon meeting her, I can confirm she possesses the visage of a bodhisattva. I hereby extend my congratulations in advance," he proclaimed, raising his cup in a toast to Xiao Yi, who responded with a hearty laugh, seemingly oblivious to any underlying tension, and downed his drink in a single gulp. "Indeed, the consort Shen is blessed. Not someone of lowly stature could taint her. Only one of great virtue is worthy of our esteemed bloodline," Xiao Yi declared. This remark caused the Prince of Yan's expression to shift slightly. Born on the 15th of July, a date deemed ominous. The emperor's reference to great virtue struck a nerve with the prince. The Empress Dowager, feeling unsettled, quickly diverted the conversation. "Xiaochun, do sit down. You have traveled extensively through Basha this year and have endured much hardship. It is time to celebrate the new year." The Prince of Yan smiled gently. "Rest assured, mother, I am not weary. However, seeing my brother and sister-in-law in harmony, and with the consort Shen now expecting, I find myself yearning for companionship. I am already 17 and yet remain unmarried. Thus, I dare to request a decree for marriage." Upon hearing this, the court was abuzz with whispers. Among the noble young ladies in the capital, none wished for a suitor more than the Prince of Yen. The emperor, despite his stature, had been childless for years and displayed little tenderness towards his consorts, treating them as if commanding an army. The prince, handsome and favored since childhood as the Empress Dowager's youngest son and the Emperor's younger brother, was indeed the most coveted catch. As everyone speculated who might be fortunate enough to receive such a proposal, Prime Minister Shen stood tall, eagerly awaiting the princess' words. The emperor, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, which young lady has captured my brother's heart? She must be extraordinary." With a subtle smile, the Prince of Yen cast a glance at Shen Cihuan, then declared, "It is none other than the elder sister of Consort Shen, the Prime Minister's eldest daughter, Shen Yanshu." He paused deliberately after mentioning Consort Shen, and Xiao Yi scoffed. "So it is the daughter of the Shen family. Brother, do think this through. I have considered it thoroughly. I hope my brother will grant permission," the prince replied, bowing respectfully. The courtiers murmured amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on the Prime Minister and Consort Shen, astonished by the Shen family's remarkable fortune. Not only had they produced a pregnant consort, but now another daughter was poised to become the princess' wife. A stroke of extraordinary luck indeed. Prime Minister Shen, brimming with pride, was taken aback by the prince's straightforward request for marriage during the banquet, his smile nearly betraying his composure. Xiao Yi observed Xiao Chun's earnest plea and pondered briefly before turning to Consort Shen. "What are your thoughts, Huan Er?" With a gentle smile, Shen Cihuan replied, "I shall heed the emperor's decision." Xiao Yi nodded, his gaze flickering with intent. "Very well, then it is permitted. The grand wedding shall take place in July of the coming year." "Thank you, your majesty," the Prince of Yen said, bowing deeply, while Prime Minister Shen hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. "I humbly thank the emperor for this great favor." Xiao Zhen, observing the joyous scene, applauded enthusiastically. "Indeed, indeed. Truly splendid. Chen Er, I am here to congratulate you on your marriage. May you and your spouse enjoy a harmonious union, akin to the emperor and empress." "Thank you, elder sister," the Prince of Yen replied, exchanging a knowing smile with Xiao Zhen. As the topic of the empress arose, she could no longer feign ignorance, and merely remarked that she would assist in preparing the bridal adornments for the Prime Minister's daughter. The Empress Dowager maintained a stoic expression, betraying neither joy nor anger. After the banquet concluded, Shen Cihuan, being with child, was supported by Yun Gui and Yin Fei as she made her way to the carriage, only to encounter Xiao Zhen exiting the palace. With the regal demeanor of a national princess, Xiao Zhen cast a disdainful glance at Shen Cihuan, feigning a smile. The consort truly is a fortunate woman. With so many concubines in the harem unable to bear an heir, I wonder if you could be the exception? Suppressing her rising resentment, Shen Cihuan responded with a sweet smile. The true fortunate one is the princess. Who could possibly compare? Xiao Zhen's smile faltered. Her age 5 years senior to the emperor, at 35, she remained childless. She had always believed that a capable woman need not concern herself with progeny. Yet now, faced with Consort Shen's taunt, her complexion shifted between shades of anger and frustration. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Very well, Consort Shen. You seem to be growing increasingly capable. I shall observe how long you can maintain this arrogance." With that, Xiao Zhen turned on her heel and departed. Shen Cihuan then entered the carriage. She had initially intended to discuss matters with the system, but as the year drew to a close, the system announced its imminent annual evaluation, requiring a 3-day absence to attend a report conference, followed by performance assessments and rankings. This was evidently of great importance to the system, and Ali had been quite anxious, needing reassurance from Shen Cihuan. The previous hosts had been largely ineffective, failing in palace intrigues, which had placed Shen Cihuan at the bottom of the rankings, subject to ridicule from her peers. This time, she was determined to redeem herself, and before leaving, the system had equipped her with various tools to avert any mishaps during its absence. Among the items was a false pregnancy pill. Shen Cihuan contemplated its use, recognizing that Xiao Zhen harbored malicious intent towards her, seeking to prevent her from bearing child. If a son were born, it would solidify the emperor's position and jeopardize Xiao Zhen's schemes. Thus, it was clear that she would exert every effort to harm both Shen Cihuan and her unborn child, rather than remain a passive victim. Shen Cihuan resolved to take proactive measures. The principle of a thief being perpetually pursued holds true. There is no lasting defense against a thief as cunning. With the system absent, despite the abundance of spies within the palace, it was impossible to ensure that no oversight occurred. After all, Xiaozhan had grown up within the palace, her influence formidable. Thus, it seemed prudent to utilize the false pregnancy pill on Xiaozhan. At 35, if her pregnancy were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly disconcert her, leaving her little time to counter Shen Cihuan's maneuvers. Moreover, it would allow her to experience the anguish of gaining something only to lose it. If she had never conceived, it would be one matter. However, to realize that what she bore was not a child, but rather a burden, would surely provoke a vivid expression of shock on Xiaozhan's face. Shen Cihuan narrowed her eyes, resolved that as long as Xiaozhan suffered, feeling the sting of loss, her own resentment would find some measure of satisfaction. This wicked woman had shattered countless families and separated loved ones. Now, this false pregnancy pill would serve as a form of cosmic retribution for the many wrongs she had committed over the years. Selecting the false pregnancy pill with the target set as the national princess Xiaozhan, the system's control panel displayed Xiaozhan status, false pregnancy, duration, 10 months. A sigh of relief escaped Shen Cihuan as she caressed her own abdomen, vowing to refrain from further scheming until the system's return, maintaining the fade of an innocent and harmless flower. According to the customs of New Year's Eve, the emperor would either rest alone in the Tai Chi Hall or accompany the empress in Fenghuan Palace. Shen Cihuan originally had no concern regarding the emperor's whereabouts. However, Jiaojiao discreetly informed her that the emperor was in the Taiji Hall that night, without summoning anyone for companionship, nor did he visit the Fenghuan Palace. She realized this must be the emperor's intention, a declaration of his innocence towards her. A wave of sweetness washed over Shen Cihuan's heart, yet she did not wish for the empress to suffer any harm. Thus, she rose early the next day to pay her respects at the Fenghuan Palace. Chapter 38. 1,000 points with the arrival of the new year. The empress donned a rare and splendid crimson gown, exuding vitality and beauty, reminiscent of a spirited game of shuttlecock. Shen Cihuan's eyes brightened at the sight, and she breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly complimenting, "Your Majesty looks radiant today. A new year brings new fortune. It is evident that your luck this year will be splendid." The empress, overjoyed, affectionately pinched her cheek and teased, "Little Huaner, you are the sweetest of speakers. Did you come so early today to ask for a red envelope? Fear not, you shall have your share." With that, the empress signaled to her personal maid, who promptly presented a golden tray brimming with safety gold locks and exquisitely crafted zodiac figures. "Take these, for Chaoyang has already distributed some early this morning, and these are specially prepared for you." Shen Cihuan was delighted, not expecting her first New Year's gift to be from the empress. In return, she presented the empress with a piece of coral jade, its vivid crimson hue sparkling like a heart's desire, perfectly complementing the empress's red attire. The empress was equally pleased, feeling assured that she had not misjudged Shen Cihuan's character. The two exchanged gifts and engaged in warm conversation, feeling ever closer. Before long, the second princess arrived, accompanied by the first princess and the Defei. Upon seeing the Chun Fei, the first princess greeted her with a smile, sweetly saying, "I pay my respects to mother and have met the Chun Yang. Shen Cihuan was thrilled to see both princesses, presenting them with carefully prepared gifts, which elicited joyous exclamations of Chun Yang from the two princesses, causing her heart to bloom with happiness. The Defei exchanged glances with the empress, both smiling. The Defei remarked, "Huayang has grown a year older and still loves to be pampered. She insisted on seeing her sister this morning, eager to take her to the Yaowang Palace for New Year's greetings. What a coincidence to find her here at the empress's side." The empress beamed. "It is commendable that you rose so early to pay your respects. Did Huayang sleep well last night?" Children tend to tire easily when keeping vigil. She slept well. As soon as the clock struck midnight, she began to snore, resembling a little pig. The Defei replied, unabashedly recounting her child's antics. The first princess, now 6 years old, had developed a sense of modesty, and upon hearing her mother's words, protested with an O of disapproval. The Fenghuan Palace was filled with laughter and warmth. After concluding the New Year's banquet, Xiao Yi made his way to the Yaowang Palace. Observing his two daughters following Shen Cihuan and calling her Chun Yang, his heart softened, envisioning a life where he could have a daughter with Shen Cihuan, who would undoubtedly inherit her charm and intelligence. That night, nestled on the bed, Xiao Yi embraced the soft woman beside him, inhaling her fragrant scent. feeling an exquisite pleasure and joy. Today, I saw how much Huayang and Xiaoyang adore you. It must be your warmth that draws them near, he mused. Princesses are indeed delightful. I also cherish the princesses, Shen Cihuan replied, her large eyes sparkling like a dear little doe. Unable to resist, Xiao Yi leaned down and kissed her gently. If you love the princesses, shall we have another child next time? Certainly. Do you wish for a few princes or several princesses? Hearing Shen Cihuan's words, Xiao Yi found himself both amused and bewildered. Having even one son would be a blessing. However, he did not wish to dampen her spirits, so he indulged her fantasies. If possible, I wish for many children with you, perhaps 6 or 7 princes and a dozen princesses. Huh? Shen Cihuan exclaimed, astonished. While the system provided childbirth potions, she had not expected the emperor to be so ambitious. Xiao Yi chuckled at her astonished expression, teasingly pinching her nose, and whispered, I jest. As long as they are your children, I shall cherish them all. Shen Cihuan felt her cheeks flush, unable to resist the allure of his words. After all, the system had ample potions, and childbirth posed no harm to her body. It even allowed for multiples. So, meeting the emperor's desires seemed a trivial matter. Little did Xiao Yi realize that his casual mention that night would ultimately lead to a multitude of children, nearly overwhelming him with their numbers. Days later, as Shen Cihuan savored grapes, a rare delicacy during winter, she suddenly felt a rush of warmth. Although she had taken pain-free childbirth potions, the moment still filled her with anxiety. Fortunately, Yin Gui remained steadfast. She instructed Lai Fu to promptly inform the emperor and sent Jiaojiao and Dongmei to notify the empress and the dowager empress. While Yin Fei was dispatched to summon the imperial physician, she then joined the elderly midwives sent by the dowager empress, ensuring that the attending physicians and midwives prepared for the impending arrival. It was indeed the reliable old midwife. The crowd orderly lifted Shen Cihuan onto the birthing bed, and the midwife began to chant commands in her ear, instructing her to breathe in and out rhythmically. Shen Cihuan had not anticipated that the greatest challenge of childbirth would be akin to acting. Having taken the painless delivery pill, she felt no physical pain, only a gentle stirring within her abdomen, as if the child was preparing to emerge. Yet, she could not appear overly relaxed. Giving birth was a harrowing ordeal for anyone, and she feared it would raise suspicions. Thus, she strained her voice and let out a few cries. It hurts so much. Upon hearing that the concubine of Yaowang Palace was in labor, Xiao Yi, who was in the presence of his ministers, wasted no time and strode out, leaving the officials exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. It was Chun Fuchuan who spoke up. Gentlemen, the concubine of Yaowang Palace is in labor. His Majesty may not return for some time, so perhaps you should all head back to your residences for now. Oh, so it is Shen Chengxiang's youngest daughter who is to give birth. The crowd murmured. They all thought of Shen Chengxiang's good fortune. His eldest daughter was set to become the princess of Yan, while his youngest had become a favored concubine and was carrying the royal heir. Regardless of whether the emperor sired a son to inherit the throne, or if the prince of Yan ascended as the next emperor, Shen Chengxiang was undoubtedly the victor. Now, it hinged on whether the concubine could give birth to a prince. Outside Yaowang Palace, the Empress Dowager had not taken a sedan chair, but rushed over, coincidentally meeting the emperor and empress face to face. Upon learning of the concubine's labor, they were the first to arrive. How is the concubine faring? Without time for pleasantries, the Empress Dowager quickly inquired with the midwives assigned to her. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the concubine is progressing well. We can already see the child's head. Goodness. The Empress Dowager laughed. That is remarkably swift. For first-time mother, we can see the head after merely a quarter of an hour? That is quite fortunate. The midwife felt a sense of relief. The positioning of the fetus was correct, and the delivery seemed to be proceeding smoothly. It appeared that the concubine would soon give birth safely, and her rewards would surely be plentiful. Though this news was encouraging, Xiao Yi couldn't quell his inner turmoil. He was genuinely anxious for Xiao Huan, who was still so young and burdened with the task of childbirth. His concern was compounded by the presence of so many treacherous women in the palace. Fortunately, he kept a close watch, and Huan had her own fortune, which allowed her to endure until delivery. Just then, a woman's cries echoed from within. It hurts. It hurts. That was Huan's voice. Xiao Yi jumped up, startled, and asked, what is happening? Is the concubine in trouble? The empress quickly reassured him. Your Majesty, do not panic. It is perfectly normal for a woman in labor to cry out. Do not add to the chaos. If Juan hears you, it may distract her. The empress, exasperated, thought it futile for a man who could offer no assistance to create a disturbance while his wife was in labor. Xiao Yi suppressed his irritation, focusing intently on the sounds from within. Fortunately, the concubine only cried out twice before falling silent. Otherwise, he would have surely rushed in. At that moment, Shen Cihuan sensed something was amiss. Although she felt no pain and her cries were merely for show, she was acutely aware when a midwife pressed down on a specific acupoint on her abdomen, causing the baby to stir. Though unfamiliar with childbirth, she could discern the gravity of the situation and shouted, Yingei, seize Tian Lao Lao. She is meddling with my abdomen. In an instant, Yin Gui sprang into action, swiftly subduing Tian Lao Lao and binding her hands, rendering her immobile. The atmosphere in the delivery room shifted dramatically, leaving everyone astonished. How could the concubine exhibit such courage during childbirth? All eyes turned to Tian Lao Lao, who protested vehemently, I am innocent. I did nothing wrong. Shen Cihuan pointed to the spot where Tian Lao Lao had pressed down and shouted, she pressed here, and the baby reacted violently. The other midwives turned pale. The acupoint she indicated was of utmost importance, and excessive pressure could lead to severe hemorrhaging, resulting in a tragic outcome for both mother and child. Shen Cihuan trembled with anger, but rationality assured her that the child was likely unharmed, still struggling to make its way into the world. Ali, what has happened to the child after that old crone manipulated the acupoint? Do not worry, host. The system guarantees quality. Moreover, you have already given the child strengthening and intelligence pills, ensuring its health and vigor. Then that is good. By the way, exchange for an invulnerability pill to protect the child from harm. Understood. Your child is now an invulnerable golden baby. Yin Gui escorted Tian Lao Lao to the entrance of Yaoguang Palace, where she was handed over to the emperor and empress dowager for judgment. Upon hearing the details, Xiao Yi was furious and personally delivered a fierce kick to Tian Lao Lao's chest, causing her to spit blood. Chen Fuchuan, imprison this wretch in the dungeons for a thorough interrogation. Also, capture her entire clan. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. Just as Xiao Yi was in a rage, a resounding cry echoed from within Yaoguang Palace. Wah, 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 wah. What is this? Xiao Yi rijit. And before he could fully comprehend the moment, he beheld a spectacular scene as clouds and radiant light filled the sky, accompanied by flocks of celestial cranes soaring down, playing melodious tunes. Even the sun shone brighter, and an array of wondrous sights unfolded before him. Chapter 40. Concubine Chani. The entire palace, indeed the whole capital, was astounded. What was happening? The skies were ablaze with light, and clouds swirled above. The palace brimmed with celestial cranes chirping incessantly. What could it mean? Above Yaoguang Palace, two phoenixes circled, hovering directly over the delivery room. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, Lai Fu, particularly astute, knelt and proclaimed, the birth of a prince heralds a divine omen. Heaven blesses our Chi. His voice snapped everyone back to reality. Shall we laugh heartily? Ha ha ha. Excellent. Having blesses the key. Our lineage continues. Instantly, all within Yaoguang Palace, including the empress, knelt and cried out, Heaven bless the Chi. The voices harmonized, carrying an indomitable force that soared into the heavens. In that moment, Xiao Yi felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. Look, this realm of the Chi belongs to us father and son. Ultimately, it is my descendants who are worthy to rule this land. Meanwhile, the other concubines in the palace were equally astonished. They understood that the concubine of Yaoguang Palace was in labor, yet they witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon, with a legendary nine-winged phoenix circling above. What could this mean? Divine omens foretold great talent. It seemed that this child was destined to be the heir apparent. The citizens of the capital were equally bewildered, mistaking the spectacle for a celestial visitation, and they knelt to pray, making wishes. This event sparked a sensation throughout the entire capital and palace. Xiao Zhen and Xiao Chun wore grim expressions, cursing under their breath. Could it be that Xiao Yi's son truly possessed such fortune? The focal point of all this commotion was Shen Cihuan. The system relayed the scene to her with considerable pride. What do you think, host? Was the expenditure of 100 points worth it? This divine omen is the most cost-effective tool for palace intrigue. As long as one gives birth to a child, accompanied by a heavenly omen, it undoubtedly signifies a destined emperor, universally acknowledged as the heir apparent. What an impressive display. Wow. Indeed, this 100 points are incredibly valuable. Shen Cihuan was thoroughly pleased with the efficacy of the heavenly omen talisman. The people of the Qi were rather superstitious, especially regarding destiny and celestial phenomena. With such an occurrence, who could possibly question her son's position? What a pity. Host, why didn't you let me conjure a dragon? It would have been far more spectacular than a phoenix. Shen Cihuan could only twitch her lips in resignation. Summoning a dragon now would undoubtedly raise suspicions of vying for power against the emperor. As it stood, everything was quite satisfactory. Before long, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor entered in unison to visit Shen Cihuan, accompanied by the first prince. Huaner, you have worked hard. You are a great benefactor of the Qi, a true pillar of this nation. Xiao Yi grasped Shen Cihuan's hand tightly, his expression brimming with excitement. I shall bestow upon you the title of noble consort. You shall receive the dual title of Chun Yi noble consort. Enjoy the privileges of a noble consort in double measure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, achieving the rank of noble consort. Task reward, 800 points. Skill, enchanting hearts, can be used on one person each time. The chosen individual will gain 50 points of affection. Skill cooldown, 3 days. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Affection value reaching 800. Task reward, 800 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, giving birth to a prince. Task reward, 10 multiplet pills. Ding! The Ali system announces a task. Achieve the rank of Imperial Noble Consort. Task reward, 10,000 points. Skill, black and white impermanence, can be used on one person each time. The chosen individual will lose 50 vitality. If used consecutively 3 times, the target will die silently. Skill cooldown, 10 days. Heavens! This string of rewards left Shen Cihuan momentarily dazed. Points were of little concern since she previously had 10,000 points, certainly enough to spend. The multiplet pills were indeed timely. Once her confinement was over, she could make arrangements again. However, the task of achieving the rank of Imperial Noble Consort seemed excessively arduous. After all, the title could only be conferred in the absence of an empress or if a consort were nearing death. But with the empress in good health and herself thriving, it appeared that ascending to the rank of Imperial Noble Consort would not be feasible anytime soon. Yet, the allure of the reward was irresistible. The prospect of silently eliminating someone at will was undeniably powerful, while she continued to revel in the system's rewards and tasks. Xiao Yi mistakenly thought her expression of joy was a sign of foolishness. He leaned down and kissed her gently, his tone tender. Huaner, are you tired? Would you like to rest properly? Shen Cihuan snapped back to reality, noticing the Empress Dowager and the Empress surrounding her son, playing and laughing. In the bright yellow swaddling lay the child she had carried for 10 months. Her heart stirred. Your Majesty, Huaner has finally given you, and us, a prince. Indeed, Xiao Yi was equally thrilled, nearly shedding tears, yet he restrained himself for the sake of the emperor's dignity. He hurriedly cradled the first prince in his arms. The child was so small, soft, and seemingly boneless that it nearly startled Xiao Yi into dropping him. The Empress Dowager and the Empress quickly flanked him, guarding the child in his embrace. Fortunately, Xiao Yi soon placed the little one gently beside Shen Cihuan, allowing her to clearly behold her offspring. Shen Cihuan carefully examined the infant in the swaddling. She had procured every beneficial pill from the system shop for the child's well-being, excluding the Enlightenment Pill, Strengthening Pill, and Invulnerability Pill, but included beauty pills and skin-nourishing pills, among others. Thus, the little prince appeared exquisitely crafted, devoid of the typical wrinkles and redness of a newborn, instead possessing a rosy, plump visage that was truly delightful to behold. The Empress Dowager could not help but exclaim, Huaner has given birth to a splendid child. So fair and plump. I have never seen such a fine infant, with abundant fetal hair and fair skin. It is evident, even at this tender age, that he will grow into a handsome young man. The Empress chimed in, utterly enamored by the little prince. He is indeed remarkable. I recall when Xiaoyang was born. He was wrinkled and resembling an old man, unlike this little prince's pristine complexion. Clearly, Huaner is adept at childbirth. This prince takes after her. The empress's tone betrayed a hint of envy, not so much for Shen Cihuan's son, but for the extraordinary handsomeness of her child. How regrettable that such an exquisite boy could not become her son-in-law. The empress lamented for the second princess. Chapter 41. The crown prince, Xiao Junlin, after a brief exchange of words surrounding the little prince, he opened his mouth wide and began to wail. The empress dowager laughed. What a resounding voice. He shall undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Where's the wet nurse? Quickly, my grandson must be hungry. Shen Cihuan's heart softened as she gazed at the tiny child, a surge of maternal love overwhelming her. She wished to bestow upon him the finest treasures of the world. Your Majesty, the child has been born. I wonder what name you have chosen for him. Shen Cihuan could not contain her curiosity, and the Empress Dowager and the Empress also turned their gazes toward Xiao Yi. He smiled and replied, I have long contemplated this. After perusing countless historical tomes for half a year, I finally arrived at a name. Seeing him dragging his feet, the Empress could not help but roll her eyes. Spit it out already. Stop dawdling. Xiao Yi shot her a glance and, dismissing her antics, slowly announced, he shall be named Junlin. The prince's name shall be Xiao Junlin. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The Empress Dowager was the first to react, exclaiming, excellent. A splendid name. Junlin, meaning to reign over the world. Perfectly suits my royal grandson. The Empress nodded in agreement. This name exudes grandeur. Thus, the name of the first prince was set, Xiao Junlin. However, at that moment, Junlin was still nursing in the wet nurse's arms. Shen Cihuan found herself quite fond of the name. Its meaning was unmistakable, solidifying his status as the heir apparent. Subsequently, the group departed from Yaoguang Palace, allowing the newly appointed Shen, a noble consort, to rest well. The Empress Dowager returned to Xinang Palace to scour the treasury, contemplating the best gifts for her grandson's full moon celebration. The Empress was similarly occupied. One could say that the entire harem, upon learning of noble consort Chun Yi's elevation and the birth of the crown prince, was fervently brainstorming ways to ingratiate themselves in present gifts that would truly resonate. Previously, they had harbored jealousy towards noble consort Chen Yi, scheming incessantly, but now they had all become obedient. During this period, their underhanded tactics had been numerous, yet none managed to harm Chen Yi noble consort. Rather, they all suffered devastating setbacks. This was ample evidence that Chen Yi noble consort was far beyond their league. Moreover, previously, no one knew if Chen Yi noble consort possessed such fortune to bear prince. They believed that the emperor was destined to have no sons, likely resulting in a princess, which they deemed inconsequential. Yet to their shock, she had delivered the first prince, a child heralded by heavenly omens. And with a name like Xiao Junlin, it was evident he was the heir apparent. They were compelled to curry favor. Thus, the dynamics of the harem shifted dramatically. No one dared to confront Chen Yi noble consort any longer. Each was excessively sycophantic, fearing they might offend the noble consort and suffer dire consequences. Yaoguang Palace became a bustling hub. Shen Cihuan welcomed this transformation in the harem. While she was not intimidated by their schemes, their incessant plotting had grown tiresome. Who would prefer a tumultuous existence over a peaceful harem? However, she could not forget the deadly intentions of Granny Tian on the day of her childbirth. Xiao Yi had not forgotten either. He decreed the execution of Granny Tian's entire clan, ensuring that anyone connected to her faced the same fate, eradicating them without mercy. Better to mistakenly execute 100 than to let one escape. This was a matter that could shake the very foundation of the Qi. If anything were to befall Junlin, no number of lives lost at the hands of Granny Tian would ever equate to the value of the crown prince. Regrettably, the tight-lipped matriarch Tian had not divulged any information regarding the mastermind. However, Chun Fuqian reported a faint trace of the handiwork of the princess consort Gua. With a malevolent glare, Xiao Yi swept everything off his desk in a fit of rage. Xiao Zhen, just you wait. It won't be long before I annihilate you. His chest heaving with anger, yet thoughts of the noble consort Chen and the crown prince softened his heart, gradually calming him down. After taking several deep breaths, he steadied himself and began to write. This time, it was an imperial edict for a general amnesty. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, in celebration of the birth of the firstborn prince, Xiao Junlin, who was born under auspicious signs, celestial light, cranes singing, and phoenixes circling. This is truly a miraculous omen. Therefore, a general amnesty is granted and taxes are reduced by 30%. Let all rejoice in the joyous occasion of the birth of the firstborn prince. With this edict, the entire nation learned that the emperor finally had a son, one who was no ordinary child. At his birth, celestial portents and extraordinary phenomena heralded his divine destiny. For the people of the Qi, this was indeed a blessing. The absence of an heir had always been a source of instability, but now, with a prince whose birth was marked by such divine favor, the future seemed more secure. The reduction in taxes and the general amnesty brought tangible benefits, leading the populace to petition the emperor to designate the firstborn prince as the crown prince. This development suited Xiao's intentions perfectly. Since issuing the edict, he had directed trusted officials to spread the word among the people, extolling the firstborn prince as a divinely chosen leader destined to bring glory to the Qi. Moreover, having a crown prince would further stabilize the realm, making him the ideal successor. However, some still harbored doubts, questioning whether a mere infant could truly be a suitable heir. Yet, these dissenting voices were silenced by Xiao's firm measures. On the day of Xiao Junlin's full moon, Xiao issued another edict, officially proclaiming him as the crown prince. Xiao Jun was seething with fury. Despite her relentless efforts, Shen Cihuan remained unscathed and had even given birth to a son. In a fit of rage, she considered mobilizing all her spies in the palace to eliminate Xiao Junlin. An infant in swaddling clothes would be easy to dispose of, wouldn't it? Any slight disturbance could end his life. But just as she was about to issue the order, her unborn child moved within her womb. Overjoyed, Xiao Zhan felt a profound connection. She had initially believed that power and the throne were her only desires, but the pregnancy had changed her. Each movement of the fetus filled her with a sense of wonder, awakening a maternal instinct she had never known. Thus, she abandoned her plans to harm Xiao Junlin. Very well, he is just an infant. Whether he will grow up and become a threat remains uncertain. Besides, if he does, she would find a way to deal with him. Chapter 42, Eating Rabbit. The Yaoguang Palace was abuzz with activity. After her confinement, Shen Cihuan had purchased postpartum recovery pills, restoring her figure to its pre-pregnancy state, or perhaps even more enchanting. This caused some envy among the other consorts, who wondered why. Unlike the Empress and a Fei, who had gained weight after giving birth, Shen Cihuan appeared even more captivating. Her radiant glow, enhanced by the aura of motherhood, made her beauty even more striking. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the other consorts gathered around the swaddled Xiao Junlin. The crown prince was exceptionally handsome, surpassing even the emperor in appearance, likely inheriting his looks from his mother. Surrounded by so many, he remained calm and observant, his large, bright eyes taking in everything, endearing him to all present. The Empress Dowager, holding her grandson, was overjoyed, and the other consorts joined in with compliments. He is so well-behaved, so obedient in the Empress Dowager's arms. Call him Crown Prince? The Emperor has already proclaimed him the Crown Prince. We should address him as His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Chongyi, though displeased, kept silent. Meng Marin, on the other hand, flattered. His Highness the Crown Prince already possesses the demeanor of a future ruler. He is sure to excel in both scholarship and martial arts. The Empress Dowager, pleased, nodded in approval. Shen Cihuan also held Meng Marin in high regard, appreciating her lack of malice and previous support during a confrontation with Yi Jiangwei. Yu Fei, feeling sidelined, shifted the topic, asking Shen Cihuan about the upcoming marriage between the Yin Wang and her sister. Shen Cihuan smiled. The wedding is next month. Would Yu Fei like to send a gift? The Empress Dowager, noting Yu Fei's intent, reprimanded her. Yu Fei, mind your own business. Don't meddle. Where's the composure and dignity you once had? Chastened, Yu Fei retreated, much to the amusement of De Fei. The Empress Dowager, concerned for the safety of her grandson, dismissed the consorts, leaving the Yaoguang Palace. When the emperor arrived, he immediately picked up his son, delighted at his growth. Shen Cihuan, smiling, asked, Your Majesty, do you notice his changes every day? Of course, Xiao Yi replied, gazing into his son's lively eyes, feeling immense satisfaction. Grateful to Shen Cihuan, he then handed the baby to the wet nurse and turned to his consort. Their intimate moments followed, culminating in a passionate reunion. The system swiftly concealed itself once again. The murmurs within the hall persisted until dawn broke the following day. Shen Cihuan's voice had grown hoarse as she languidly reclined in Xiao Yi's embrace, playfully declaring her thirst. Xiao Yi, shaking off months of gloom, felt invigorated. Very well, I shall fetch you some water. He personally poured a cup of tea, but did not hand it directly to her. Instead, he took a sip first and then leaned in for a kiss. The tea spilling from their lips as they embarked on yet another round of fervent affection. At the entrance to the hall, Yin Fei and Yun Gui exchanged glances, bemusement evident in their eyes. Yin Fei hesitated, whispering, "Should we still deliver breakfast?" Yun Gui listened intently to the escalating sounds within and shook her head. "Let us prepare lunch instead." Yin Fei gasped, her mouth agape. "Has it really been that long?" Yin Gui shot her a disapproving look. To their surprise, lunch was also missed. Amidst Yin Fei's astonished and admiring gaze, Shen Cihuan finally rose from the bed. Having only eaten dinner, supporting her waist, she felt tears welling up. The system, too, harbored grievances. "Host, how can you be so infatuated with male beauty? It is detrimental to your health." "Oh dear, it is not that I am infatuated. I am helpless." Shen Cihuan lamented weakly as she finished her meal. Xiao Yi gently soothed her, narrating stories and personally assisting her with her bath. Then, gazing at the glistening rabbit before him, he could not resist indulging in her time and again. Shen Cihuan could not help but feel that the emperor was akin to a famished wolf, starved for months, eyes gleaming with hunger, devouring her until naught but bones remained. This existence continued for a month. When the imperial physician Zhou declared that the esteemed concubine Cheni was once again with child, Shen Cihuan sighed in relief, marveling at the efficacy of the multiplet pill. Chapter 43. Another pregnancy. Concubine Cheni is with child again? The news swept through the palace like wildfire. The Empress Dowager was the first to arrive. Grasping Shen Cihuan's hand, expressing her concern, nearly elevating her to a position of reverence. Xiao Yi was pleased, yet slightly regretful, wishing the child had arrived a few months later. The Empress Dowager, gazing at the clever and lively young prince, could not help but fantasize about whether Shen Cihuan would give birth to a prince or a princess this time. Given the current circumstances, another prince would undoubtedly be more secure. Yet, a princess would still complete a good fortune. The concubines were astonished, realizing that indeed, the esteemed concubine possessed remarkable fertility. The congratulatory gifts from the concubines poured in, led by Jiaojiao and a host of experienced maidservants who meticulously inspected and stored them away in the side hall to avoid disturbing the pregnant concubine Cheni. Just a few days after this news, the day of Shun Yinshu and the Yin Princess wedding arrived. Shen Cihuan was unable to leave the palace, thus unable to witness their union, though she held no desire to do so. It was easy to imagine the lively scene. Shen Yinshu had fulfilled his lifelong wish and would undoubtedly be overjoyed, while her father's face would brim with pride and satisfaction. The following day marked the Yin Prince and Princess's visit to the palace to pay respects, and Shen Cihuan awaited their arrival alongside the Empress in the Xinang Palace. Unexpectedly, the heavily pregnant Princess Zhenhua, appearing as if she was 7 months along, also arrived. The Empress Dowager fussed over her daughter, though she hesitated to meddle too much in the disputes between her children. With 2 sons and a daughter, the Empress Dowager was most concerned about her eldest daughter. At the age of 35, was finally pregnant, a momentous occasion indeed. Given the precarious nature of pregnancy at such an age, she could not be overly cautious, for a single misstep could lead to tragedy. Princess Zhenhua, cradling her belly, spoke joyfully with the Empress Dowager. Shen Cihuan curiously glanced at her abdomen, noting the striking similarity to her own pregnancy, which intrigued her. The system's fake pregnancy pill was indeed impressive, producing such a convincing illusion that even the imperial physician could detect no anomalies, and Princess Zhenhua herself felt no discrepancies. This left Shen Cihuan eagerly anticipating the day, 3 months hence, when Princess Zhenhua would prepare to give birth, only to discover a mass of excrement within. What heart-wrenching emotions would ensue? It would certainly be amusing. Shen Cihuan chuckled softly, thinking, "Oh, Princess Zhenhua, relish your triumph for a few more days." As she contemplated, the Yin Prince and Shun Yinshu entered, both clad in vibrant red garments, radiating joy. Shen Yinshu appeared especially charming, his face adorned with the sweetness and shyness of a newlywed, suggesting that the two were indeed harmonious. Shen Cihuan averted her gaze slightly. "Your son pays his respects to mother," they both intoned in unison. The Empress Dowager, Though harboring dissatisfaction towards Shen Cihuan, felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her upon witnessing her son establishing a family. "Rise," she commanded, her tone softened. "Thank you, mother." The Yin prince replied with gentlemanly grace, assisting Shen Cihuan to her feet, appearing affectionate. Shen Cihuan blushed shyly, yet her gaze held a hint of pride as she looked toward Shen Cihuan, as if flaunting her exceptional husband. Shen Cihuan struggled to suppress an eye roll. As they settled, the Empress Dowager inquired about affairs in the household. Shen Cihuan glanced at Shen Cihuan, unable to resist asking, "Sister, you seem a bit slender. Have you been overworked or feeling unwell lately?" The sarcasm in her eyes and the malicious glee on her lips were unmistakable. Clearly, she was unaware of Shen Cihuan's renewed pregnancy. Otherwise, her smile would have faltered. Upon hearing this, both the Empress Dowager and the Yin Prince turned their attention to Shen Cihuan. The Empress, protective of Shen Cihuan, scoffed, "Who is your sister?" Maintaining her dignified smile, she explained, "My daughter and I share a close bond, hence my concern for her." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Close bond? Has Shen Cihuan forgotten so soon? Did she not tear her relationship with Cihuan in the palace and face punishment for it? Or does she presume I have grown senile and forgotten? Thus, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened as she rebuked, "Foolish child, do not call her sister. She is the esteemed concubine Chini. You must address her as such. By virtue, she is your sister-in-law. To blur the lines of respect is unacceptable. I should never have permitted Chun heir to wed a woman with such a black heart." The gravity of the Empress Dowager's words shifted the countenance of both Shen Cihuan and the Yin Prince. Shen Cihuan reveled in the unfolding drama, further fanning the flames as she feigned innocence, saying, "Mother, she has always been this way. But, dear sister, while we may share sisterhood, we must also acknowledge the hierarchy and our roles as sisters-in-law. By calling me sister, are you not undermining your position as the Yin Princess?" Burning with anger, Shen Cihuan regretted her choice of words, realizing she had unwittingly provided Shen Cihuan with leverage. What hierarchy? What position as Yin Princess? Shen Cihuan clenched her teeth in frustration. This wretched woman had become so bold upon gaining favor. It was infuriating that the Empress Dowager was so unwaveringly supportive of her. Shen Cihuan felt wronged. Casting a hopeful glance at the Yin Prince, seeking his defense, she softened her tone, pouting, "Mother, I did not mean it." The Yin Prince pursed his lips, visibly annoyed. This foolish woman. He had married her for the influence of the Shun Chancellor and her beauty, yet here she was, foolishly offending both Concubine Chini and the Empress Dowager. Truly a misguided soul. However, since she is now his own consort, the King of Yin had no choice but to pluck up his courage and apologize to the Empress Dowager. "Mother, please do not blame me." Yinshu spoke without thinking. A mere slip of the tongue. "I beg you to forgive her." After speaking, he cast a glance at Shen Cihuan, narrowing his eyes. "Imperial noble consort, I implore you to be magnanimous and let this pass." Shen Cihuan feigned innocence, waving her hand. "King of Yin, do not speak thus. This palace defers to the Empress Dowager." Chapter 44. The Infertility Pill. The Empress Dowager clearly disapproved of Shen Cihuan, having never favored this match. That woman was as dull-witted as a pig, and now, married to her youngest son, she appeared even more devoid of any redeeming qualities, leaving the Empress Dowager utterly exasperated. The Empress could only step in to reprimand. "King of Yin, as newlyweds, I would not usually say much. However, as a consort, it is imperative that she adheres to the palace etiquette. The consort of Yin must practice more. Otherwise, not only will she disgrace the Shun family, but also the King of Yin and the imperial family." The King of Yin, who had always been the favored son, accustomed to getting everything he desired, was unaccustomed to such rebukes. He had to suppress his anger and nod in agreement. Shen Cihuan, noticing the Empress's impatient gaze, recalled the miserable days she spent copying scriptures in the Qingxin pavilion and shuddered, closing her mouth. Jiaojiao, observing the Empress and imperial noble consort exerting their authority, despite her need to protect her unborn child, could not resist a sardonic remark. "Oh, how formidable our Empress and imperial noble consort are. Even a king and his consort must bow down. At this rate, will even I, the Princess Regent, have to yield to you?" Shen Cihuan glanced at Jiaojiao. Feeling a chill, she relished being the center of attention, thriving on fear and deference. The Empress, known for her directness, did not mince her words. Princess, you are still the daughter of the Empress Dowager. Are you suggesting that you would disobey your mother? Xiaojun, flaring with temper, retorted, when did I ever disobey mother? Jiaojiao, don't think that just because your grandfather is the prime minister, you can act with impunity. The Empress Dowager, rising to her full height, glared, Zher, do not speak such nonsense. The Qi family has been loyal for generations, and the prime minister, a tutor to 3 emperors, has saved the lives of the late emperor and me. How dare you insult the empress? Shen Cihuan was astounded. No wonder the empress stood unshaken among the noble women, even defying the emperor. Besides her status, it was this illustrious lineage. The prime minister, a renowned warrior and savior, ensured the prosperity of the Qi family. The chancellor of Shen, in comparison, was but a junior, treated with utmost respect. She had indeed chosen wisely. Xiaojun, though disdainful, dared not challenge the empress further, replying coldly, Mother, sister, I am tired from my pregnancy. Forgive my words. The Empress Dowager, relieved, sat down, deeply troubled by her stubborn daughter. Learning of her use of dark sorcery, the Empress Dowager had feared the worst, hence her efforts to curb Xiaojun's actions. Her daughter's pregnancy brought genuine joy, both out of concern and hope that it would temper her mischief. The Empress Dowager, watching Xiaojun caress her belly, sighed, Your most important task now is to bear children. With Junlin born and the imperial noble consort pregnant, I hope, Zhener, you will deliver safely. And Shun, you must hasten too. Xiaojun and Xiaoqin froze. Shun Yinshu, incredulous, stared at Shen Cihuan's belly, unable to believe her luck. Xiaojun, seething with malice, realized she had underestimated this seemingly fortunate rabbit. The king of Yin, intrigued, wondered if Shen Cihuan's sister was equally fertile. Siring capable heirs was crucial for securing the throne, and his brother, despite his talents, struggled with this issue. If his sons were superior or more numerous, his chances of the throne increased. Deciding to discuss this with his consort, the king of Yin blinked. Shen Cihuan, smiling, touched her belly. Mother, rest assured. I'm sure the princess and the consort of Yin will soon have good news too. She then used 200 points in her system to acquire an infertility pill, targeting Shen Yinshu. The Empress Dowager, pleased, gazed at Shen Cihuan. Ah, Cihuan, what a good child. You are newly pregnant. Are you well? Should you rest? Thank you, mother. I am fine, Shen Cihuan replied gently. Shen Yinshu, despising her hypocrisy, wished to scratch her face. Why should she, who bore a prince and was now expecting another, be so favored, while she, unfavored, felt bitter? Yet, she pondered, if she bore a son, might she become the empress, allowing the king of Yin to rival the emperor? These thoughts aligned, and after leaving the palace, they rushed home. Xiaojun, however, chose to stay, pleading, My husband is away, and the mansion is lonely. Mother, let me stay in the palace. The Empress Dowager, hesitant, advised against it, given her advanced pregnancy. Xiaojun, softening, pleaded, I know mother is upset. I want to stay by your side, especially during childbirth. I need you. Touched, the Empress Dowager, remembering her own experiences, agreed, instructing her attendants to prepare a side hall. Leaving the palace, the Empress, concerned, warned Shen Cihuan, with the princess in the palace, be cautious. She is the Empress Dowager's daughter, and sometimes, the Empress Dowager may not support you. Shen Cihuan, warmed by her concern, replied, Empress, thank you for your kindness. The queen glanced at her with an expression of heartfelt emotion and could not help but chuckle. Look at your face. You resemble my sister so closely that I cannot help but dote on you. We are both naive young ladies, and I cannot bear to see you tormented within the depths of the palace, ultimately leading to a fate of withering away. After speaking, the queen playfully pinched her cheek before departing in her palanquin. Upon returning to Yaowang Palace, Shen Cihuan found it peculiar that Xiaojun was so determined to stay in the palace. The atmosphere between her and the emperor was currently fraught with tension. So why would she choose to remain here during such a critical time for childbirth? Was she not afraid of the emperor's intentions? Or was she perhaps stirred by the news of her own pregnancy? Shen Cihuan gently caressed her abdomen, knowing that she had taken a fertility pill that could result in multiple births with no control over the quantity or gender, only that it could be between 2 to 7, with the genders being random. Thus, she remained uncertain about whether she would have several princes or princesses. Regardless, armed with the palace's fertility system, She was confident that she would not fail in the endeavor of childbirth. Lost in thought, she noticed the wet nurse approaching with Junlin in her arms. One could not help but marvel. The child, having consumed the wisdom-enhancing elixir from his system, displayed extraordinary intelligence at such a young age. He never cried or fussed, but instead communicated through gestures. When hungry or in need of a change, he would express himself accordingly, much to the amazement of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, who believed that he was favored by the heavens, perhaps a celestial being incarnate. Upon seeing his mother, Junlin's eyes sparkled with joy, and he waved his little arms excitedly, cooing in delight. His laughter was infectious, bringing joy to all who heard it. Just then, Xiao Yi arrived, witnessing the joyful interaction between his son and beloved. His heart swelled with satisfaction ever since Junlin's birth. He had made a point to visit Yaoguang Palace daily, cherishing every moment with his son. As the emperor approached, the wet nurse instinctively handed over the prince, and Xiao Yi received his chubby son with a wide grin. Junlin is truly remarkable, so unafraid. During the full moon banquet, when I held him in Tai Chi Hall, he was completely unperturbed by the presence of the many officials. He truly embodies the essence of a future heir. Junlin relished being held by the emperor, giggling and reaching for the embroidered dragon robe. Watching this scene, Shen Cihuan felt a wave of emotion. Surely her mother in the heavens would be pleased to see this. Xiao, he spent some time playing with Junlin before retreating to his study to select an interesting tale to read to Shen Cihuan. Your Majesty, you are truly kind to me, Shen Cihuan remarked. The queen also cares for me deeply. Xiao Yi, initially pleased by her praise, was taken aback when she mentioned the queen, feeling a twinge of jealousy. What, is the queen now competing with me for your affection? A touch of annoyance flickered in Shen Cihuan's eyes as she defended the queen. She is not ill-tempered. On the contrary, she is quite amiable. Xiao Yi felt a pang of hurt. Cihuan, are you arguing with me in favor of the queen? Oh dear, your Majesty, that was not my intention. All right. I was merely jesting. The queen is fair-minded. It would benefit you to cultivate a friendship with her. And little Chaoyang is lively and adorable. It will be good for her to spend time with you and build a bond with Junlin. Sibling relationships flourish through companionship from a young age. As he spoke the last sentence, Shen Cihuan sensed a deeper implication. Did the emperor and the princess share the same mother but not grow up together? Otherwise, why was their sibling relationship so fraught? Before she could ponder further, Junlin caused a mishap. As Xiao Yi spoke, he suddenly felt warmth spreading beneath him. Realizing what had happened, he quickly lifted his son, only to discover the laughing. Cherubic Junlin had just released a considerable amount of urine all over Xiao Yi's dragon robe. The color on the robe darkened significantly, and had one not paid attention, one might have thought the emperor had soiled himself. Both the emperor and Shen Cihuan were momentarily stunned, but the culprit seemed utterly unconcerned, sporting a toothless grin that exuded joy, accompanied by delightful giggles that charmed everyone, leaving Xiao Yi speechless. What could he do? He could only indulge his son. Shen Cihuan stifled her laughter and playfully scolded. Little Junlin, you are quite mischievous. How could you tease your father like this? Be careful, or he might spank you when you grow up. Xiao Yi could not contain his amusement and called for someone to assist him in changing. Looking at the cheerful mother and son, he declared, I shall remember this debt and collect it later. Cihuan, do not interfere. Rest assured, your Majesty, I will keep track of it for you. After the Yin Wang returned to his residence, he seldom ventured outside, spending day and night in Shun Yinshu's study. When this news spread throughout the capital, the noble ladies secretly expressed their resentment, having torn countless handkerchiefs in frustration. With such devoted attention for over 2 months, the Yin Wang once again summoned the palace physician to examine his wife, only to receive another negative response. The Yin Wang felt a surge of frustration. What is going on? I have been by the princess's side for over 2 months without leaving her once. How could she not be pregnant? The physician appeared troubled, and the Yin Wang's heart sank, unable to believe. Could it be that I have some hidden ailment? During this time, Shan Yinshu had been nurtured like a blossoming flower, relishing the affection of her husband, believing herself vastly superior to that unremarkable half-sister. She hoped for a son, recalling how Shen Cihuan had swiftly conceived and given birth to a boy. Thus, she felt certain that her own time would come. However, with the physician's hesitance and the Yin Wang's grim expression, she instinctively began to suspect that it was the Yin Wang who was unable to conceive. A pang of anxiety struck her. Could it be that the men from the Xiao family were all barren? Otherwise, how could none of them produce offspring? Initially, she thought him so vigorous, yet he turned out to be utterly useless. At that moment, her gaze toward the Yin Wang was laced with disdain. The Yin Wang himself could not accept this notion. Seeing the physician's reluctance to speak, he feared that he was indeed the cause of their predicament. Struck by disbelief, he noticed his wife's contemptuous expression and felt a surge of anger, shouting, "What are you looking at? No matter what, I am still your husband and have the right to dictate your fate." Sensing his fury, Shan Yinshu quickly lowered her gaze, forcing a smile. "My lord, do not worry. The physician must have a way to treat this. Have faith." Yes, the physician must have a solution. The Yin Wang fixed his intense gaze upon the physician. Urgency in his tone. "Physician, is there still hope? Is there no remedy?" The imperial physician wiped the sweat from his forehead, trembling slightly. Shen Yinshu could not help but urge, "Physician, please be forthright. Our offspring is of utmost importance. If there are any issues with the prince, it is imperative that you treat them without delay." Under the scrutinizing gazes of both the prince and Shen Yinshu, the physician reluctantly divulged the truth. The princess's health was compromised, and it seemed she might never conceive. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yinshu's expression shifted dramatically. She pointed an accusatory finger at the physician, exclaiming, "Impossible! My sister was able to conceive so swiftly. How could I be incapable of bearing children? You are a quack. Surely you are mistaken. How could I possibly be infertile?" The prince's countenance also darkened considerably. Initially, he believed himself to be the one incapable of procreation, suffering the disdain of this woman, only to discover that the fault lay with her. Shen Yinshu could not accept this outcome, shaking her head vehemently as she questioned, "How could this be? How can I not bear children? What transpired?" The physician, witnessing their realization of the truth, decided to be brazen and spoke candidly. "The princess was born without a womb. Thus, she shall never conceive. This is beyond the reach of any medicine. The womb is the very sanctuary for the growth of life. Yet the princess lacks one. How could she possibly carry a child?" A thunderbolt of realization struck. "No womb? No womb? How could a woman be without a womb? What on earth have I married?" The prince was beside himself with rage. This was an utter disgrace. He had formally sought the emperor's permission to wed the princess, only to find that she was neither man nor woman. The prince felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him, nearly fainting from the shock. The physician, trembling, "No, no. What I mean is that while the princess cannot conceive, she can still fulfill certain rights of womanhood." As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper, while the prince felt as though he had consumed excrement. If the rights had not been mentioned, it would have been bearable, but now he felt that the efforts of the past months had been a cruel joke. The pain in his waist mocked him for wasting energy on a woman who could never bear children. The prince was so incensed that he could barely articulate his thoughts. Shen Yinshu, on the other hand, was utterly stunned, unable to accept this reality, instinctively retreating into denial, muttering, "No, no, no, this cannot be. How could I be incapable of bearing children? It is impossible. I should have conceived long ago. It is all your fault, you incompetent physician. Your lack of skill has slandered me. Or perhaps you have been bribed by that wretched Shen Cihuan to take revenge on me." Her voice was shrill and ghostly. The physician, equally exasperated, retorted, "Your Highness, while you may question my medical abilities, do not doubt my integrity. I have dedicated my life to healing. I have never acted against my conscience. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to consult another physician." However, Shen Yinshu was no longer receptive to his explanations. Murmuring to herself, Yes, I will find another physician. This must be false. It cannot be. How could I lack a womb?" When the prince heard her intentions to seek another physician, he swiftly struck her across the face, bellowing, "Stay put. You're not to go anywhere." After the slap, Shen Yinshu was momentarily dazed before collapsing to the ground, clutching the prince's sleeve, weeping bitterly. "My lord, I implore you, please summon another physician. I cannot be without children. You cannot be without children." The prince sneered. What good would consulting another physician do? Would it not expose the truth? "Do you wish for the world to know that I have married a barren woman? Do you want the entire capital to witness my humiliation?" Shen Yinshu was rendered speechless, trembling with fear. Indeed, if this were to leak, She would be utterly disgraced, recalling her earlier elation at receiving the emperor's decree for marriage to the prince. Juxtaposed with her current predicament, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. How could she endure such a life? Meanwhile, the prince narrowed his eyes, instructing the physician to keep his lips sealed. As for heirs, if this princess could not bear children, there were plenty of other women who could. Chapter 47. Siblings. Upon hearing Yan Fei mention that the prince had discreetly taken several concubines, Shen Cihuan was not entirely shocked. It was evident they had discovered Shen Yinshu's inability to conceive. She simply hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Only 2 or 3 months had passed. Shen Yinshu, who had always harbored lofty aspirations of leveraging the prince's favor to become a revered matriarch, could not bear children and was now neglected by the prince. According to Yan Fei, the prince had taken at least 7 or 8 concubines, clearly intent on securing an heir. Consequently, Shen Yinshu's once proud heart would inevitably be brought low. Shen Cihuan did not feel the elation she had anticipated. Instead, she pondered whether the prince had other schemes beyond merely seeking a son. With Jiaojiao nearing her due date, it was rumored that Xinang Palace was fully prepared, with the Empress Dowager having arranged for numerous midwives to assist the eldest princess in childbirth. Shen Cihuan scoffed when she herself bore Junlin, the midwife, Tian Granny, was a pawn of Jiaojiao, who had attempted to orchestrate a fatal outcome during her labor. This was now her retribution. While lost in thought, Shen Cihuan noticed a shadow outside the window, resembling a palace maid, moving stealthily near the entrance, as if preparing to execute some scheme. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yan Fei, who nodded and quietly approached the door. To their surprise, a petite girl stood there, clad in the latest fragrant silk, adorned with an exquisite Hatian jade pendant. "Eldest princess, what brings you here?" Yan Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Shen Cihuan hurried over and found the eldest princess at the door, her face betraying embarrassment at being caught. Upon seeing Shen Cihuan, she shyly smiled. "Your Highness, I came to visit my brother." "Very well, Yan Fei, quickly bring Junlin her." After giving her orders, Shen Cihuan took the eldest princess's hand and led her into the hall, puzzled. "If you wish to see your brother, why not come directly instead of lingering at the entrance?" The eldest princess pouted, slightly displeased. "Mother said my brother is still small and very important, advising me to refrain from visiting alone and only accompany her. But mother has been preoccupied with organizing the flower viewing banquet and hasn't had time to visit. So I came on my own." Shen Cihuan chuckled, pinching the eldest princess's soft, tender cheek, marveling at the delightful sensation. No wonder the emperor and empress adored pinching her face. It was indeed amusing. "Do not worry. In the future, if you wish to see your brother, just come directly. I will not stop you, as long as you are accompanied." Shen Cihuan understood Fei's somewhat distant attitude. After all, the position of crown prince was of utmost significance. She wished to cultivate a closer bond and provide the eldest princess with a sense of security. However, given the crown prince's tender age, his future was uncertain, and it was prudent to keep the eldest princess at a distance to avoid any complications. Nevertheless, the emperor hoped for a harmonious relationship between the siblings, believing that nurturing their bond from a young age was essential. Though the eldest princess was small, she exuded an air of maturity, having brought along her beloved plush toy and some exquisite trinkets. When Junlin was brought in by the wet nurse, he surprisingly recognized his elder sister, erupting into joyful movements, babbling happily, unaware of what he was saying. The eldest princess quickly presented a delicate, colorful ball, exclaiming, "Brother, I have missed you. Let's play ball together." Shout! Junlin leaned forward, extending his chubby little arm towards the grand princess, prompting a bemused smile from Shen Cihuan. When Xiao Yi arrived, he was greeted by the heartwarming sight of his son and daughter playing together, while Huaner sat nearby engrossed in a book, filling him with warmth. The Yao Guang Palace possessed an enchanting power each time he entered. A sense of calm enveloped him as he observed the decor and flickering candlelight. "Father." The grand princess was the first to notice Xiao Yi, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. He reached over to pat her head and then lifted Junlin, eliciting peals of laughter from the child. Just as they were basking in this cheerful atmosphere, the emperor turned to the grand princess and suddenly remarked, "I recall that Huayang is already 6. Soon, you shall go to the Chonghua Palace for your studies." The grand princess, momentarily taken aback, asked, Father, is it just me? You may select a companion for your studies. The emperor responded thoughtfully. I shall deliberate further on the choice of a female tutor. Tomorrow, I will visit Concubine to discuss it. Shen Cihuan smiled gently at the Grand Princess, praising, it is indeed a significant matter that you are to begin your studies. You are growing up, and Empress Chun should prepare a gift for you. Initially resistant, the Grand Princess's eyes brightened at this news. Is it true? Only big children can attend school? Certainly. Look, Junlin cannot attend school yet. He is still quite young. As she listened to Empress Chun's compelling arguments, a peculiar sense of pride swelled within the Grand Princess. Among her siblings, she realized she was the only one deemed worthy of education. Even the Crown Prince would not be attending. Moreover, it seemed from Empress Chin's tone that this was indeed a joyous occasion. She felt a rush of eagerness and patted her chest. I will study diligently. Father, Empress Chun, you need not worry. Very well. Our Grand Princess is truly ambitious. Shen Cihuan praised, prompting Xiao Yi to glance at her appreciatively. Later that evening, the Grand Princess reluctantly departed from Yaoguang Palace. Xiao Yi embraced Shen Cihuan and whispered with a chuckle, I never imagined our Huaner could be so eloquent. You have persuaded Huayang to the point that she wishes to attend Chonghua Palace tomorrow. In that moment, Shen Cihuan revealed a hint of grievance and sorrow. Pouting, Huaner is not particularly eloquent. She genuinely believes studying is a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, I lacked the opportunity to do so in my youth, and now I must seek out books for myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, his tone turning stern. What do you mean? Do not tell me that the Prime Minister and the Princess of Yin have prevented you from studying? How outrageous! After speaking, he realized this must indeed be the case. The two had never regarded Huaner as family, and the Princess of Yin seemed determined to eliminate her. How could they possibly allow her the chance to pursue her education? Contemplating this, Xiao Yi's expression softened as he looked at Shen Cihuan, feeling a deep sympathy for the poor child. He resolved to treat her even better in the future, ensuring no one could bully Huaner again. Chapter 48. A great mess as news of the princess of the state's labor spread. Shen Cihuan was strolling with Xiao Yi. With her belly noticeably larger, her pace had slowed, prompting Xiao Yi to support her as they walked leisurely, basking in the warm sunlight that evoked a sense of serene tranquility. Previously, Xiao Yi had been domineering, cold, and impatient, yet he now felt an undeniable softness since Huaner had entered their lives. However, when Shen Fuchuan reported that Xiaozhan was in labor, his expression turned serious. Yes, I am aware. With that, he dismissed those around him and turned to Shen Cihuan, wearing a smile that concealed an impending storm. Huaner, do you remember Grandma Tian? She meddled during your labor, and I have never forgotten that grievance. Today, I shall exact vengeance for you. Shen Cihuan's heart sank. Was the emperor planning to take action against Xiao Zhen? Your Majesty, you. Xiao Yi gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I shall not allow her to deliver this child. I want her to suffer, both mother and child. Both mother and child? Shen Cihuan was taken aback. Surely, there cannot be two lives at stake, for Xiao Zhen carried no child. Yet, the fact that the emperor remained resolute in seeking vengeance filled her with happiness. She leaned affectionately against him, surrendering herself completely. Your Majesty, Huaner knows you treat her the best. You're not only Huaner's husband, but also her everything. With those words, Xiao Yi felt he could face any number of Xiao Zhens without concern. Meanwhile, in the Xinang Palace. It hurts so much. Xiao Zhen cried out, her abdomen racked with severe pain, causing her to break into a sweat. The Empress Dowager paced anxiously outside, calling out to her, do not scream. You will exhaust your strength for childbirth. Endure it. A diligent maid quickly handed the Empress Dowager a handkerchief, which she used to wipe the sweat from her brow, muttering, what is happening? Why is the cervix not opening? Wasn't she already in labor? The midwives inside were equally perplexed. The Grand Princess had been vocally expressing her pain, claiming she was ready to deliver, yet the cervix remained closed. Furthermore, they had failed to locate the fetal position, feeling only a hard mass, which raised concerns. However, none of the midwives dared to voice their fears as they exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Growing impatient with the delay, the Empress Dowager burst into the delivery room, finding the midwives inactive, and erupted in anger. Why are you all standing there? I ordered you to assist the Grand Princess. Why is nothing being done? Faced with the Empress Dowager's wrath, the midwives faltered, trembling as they knelt and begged for mercy. The leading midwife, Quaking, stammered, "Your Majesty, forgive us. The Grand Princess. She shows no signs of labor." "Nonsense. Zhen is in such agony. She must be ready to deliver." Seeing the Empress Dowager's disbelief, the midwives clarified, "Your Majesty, we have not detected any fetal movements, and we cannot find a fetal position. There is only this hard mass. It appears the fetus may be in distress." The Empress Dowager gasped, nearly losing her footing, but one of her attentive maids steadied her. "Are you suggesting my grandchild is gone?" When the midwives hesitated to respond, Jiaojiao continued to wail in pain, prompting the Empress Dowager to stamp her foot in frustration. "What are you waiting for? Summon the imperial physician at once." By the time the physicians from the entire Imperial Medical Institute arrived, Jiaojiao was still screaming. She felt a strange sensation. Despite never having given birth, she had seen enough to know that childbirth should occur through the lower body. Yet, she felt an overwhelming urge to relieve herself. The abdominal pain felt alarmingly similar to the need for a bowel movement. She wanted to ask what was happening, but wondered if this was a common experience during childbirth. Before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed the room was filled with midwives and her mother, with heads bobbing outside the gauzy curtain. Those were the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute. The sheer number of people caused her heart to race, and suddenly, unable to hold back, she exerted herself, expelling an unpleasant mess from her body. A foul odor permeated the air, leaving the midwives in shock. The Empress Dowager was equally stunned. There lay the Grand Princess, pale-faced, yet still expelling the contents of her bowels, covering the bed in a repugnant stench that was hard to describe. The Empress Dowager was the first to succumb to the overwhelming odor, a noxious scent that seemed to carry the weight of 10 months, causing her to feel faint. The other midwives and palace maids dared not move, helplessly watching the eldest princess on the birthing bed. She was expelling a considerable amount, and after her relentless efforts, her belly visibly deflated. Once swollen with child, it gradually flattened. The midwives exchanged frantic glances, uncertain of what to do. Originally, they were loyal servants of the emperor, tasked with ensuring that the princess's child would perish within her, subsequently inflicting harm to cause her demise as well, resulting in a tragic end for both mother and child. However, this scenario was unprecedented for them. The princess had no child. Her cervix was not even dilated, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Jiaojiao's mind was blank, as if her soul had detached, watching her body relentlessly expelling waste, while her spirit agonized over the question, "Where's my child?" The only response was a cacophony of expulsion sounds. For an entire hour, the princess continued, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. The birthing bed was no longer suitable for her, nor could anyone enter the room. The Empress Dowager had intended for the court physician to take the princess's pulse, but as he approached, he could not suppress his own retching. With Jiaojiao showing no signs of cessation, they had to temporarily abandon their efforts. Once she finally finished, she ordered to be cleaned and dressed before moving to another chamber. Jiaojiao was still disoriented, numbly allowing others to tend to her, seemingly oblivious to the filth upon her. At that moment, the Empress Dowager realized that Jiaojiao's swollen abdomen was not due to pregnancy, but rather a buildup of unexpelled waste. Chapter 49. Punishment under the Empress Dowager's furious and oppressive gaze. The physicians nervously took turns examining the eldest princess. They had never encountered such a case before. How could someone with such a swollen abdomen, displaying signs of fetal movement and a slippery pulse, ultimately have no child? The physicians were baffled. When they had previously checked her for stability, her pulse had been normal. Only during labor did they discover the anomaly. They exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads before the leading physician stepped forward to address the Empress Dowager. "Your Highness, esteemed princess, the pulse is indeed peculiar. Initially, it was slippery and the fetus appeared healthy, but it has now vanished, leaving us utterly perplexed. Fools, what is the meaning of this? I entrusted the eldest princess to you, expecting you to ensure her well-being, and this is how you repay me." The Empress Dowager slammed her fist on the table, her fury palpable. "Are you all so inept in your craft? Not one of you could detect the anomaly in Zhen? A pack of quacks. I see no reason for any of you to remain. Go to the dungeons and await your fate." The physicians, in a state of panic, prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, please spare us. Enough." Jiaojiao, just regaining consciousness, could not contain her fury at the commotion. "What does this mean? Where's my child?" How can it suddenly be gone? Tell me, where's my child? Witnessing Xiao Zhan's frenzied state, the Empress Dowager felt a pang of sympathy and rushed to embrace her, soothingly saying, "Do not fear, Zhener. It is but a child. Once you recover, you will have another. Look at your mother. Did she not bear 3 of you?" Xiao Zhan clutched the Empress Dowager's sleeve, urgency in her voice. "Mother, who could be responsible? Is it Xiao Yi? Did he harm my child?" Upon hearing the emperor's name, all the physicians and palace attendants present immediately knelt, silenced by fear. The Empress Dowager gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide. "What nonsense are you speaking? He is the emperor and your own brother. Why would he wish you harm?" Xiao Zhan broke free, shouting, "Who else could it be? I was the one who set the curse in motion, instructing them to sabotage Shen Cihuan. He must seek revenge. Mother, he is so cruel. He harmed my child." The Empress Dowager, overwhelmed, signaled to her attendants to escort everyone out and silence them. As for the physicians and midwives, she decided against punishment for the time being, allowing them to reflect in solitude. Once the room was cleared, she sighed deeply, feeling as if she had aged decades in an instant. "Zhener, you are my dearest child. For your sake, I have pleaded with thee countless times over the years, yet you remain so obstinate. You should never have taken action against him. He is the emperor, the ruler of Dachi, and your brother. How could you resort to such cruelty? Mother, you have seen the truth. Between us, it is either his death or mine. There is no retreat, no choice. The struggle for the throne has always been so. I am your legitimate firstborn. By rights, I should inherit the throne. Why should Xiao Yi be the crown prince, the heir? Is it merely because I am a woman?" Xiao Zhan's heart brimmed with resentment and anger, fueled by indignation. The Empress Dowager intended to reason with her further, but upon seeing her daughter's ashen face, a sense of foreboding washed over her. True to her fears, Xiao Zhan soon fainted. The Empress Dowager frantically called for the physicians, and chaos ensued within Sinang Palace. She turned the beads in her hands, silently chanting prayers. At that moment, the emperor received the shocking news. When informed that the eldest princess was not pregnant, he was taken aback. Not pregnant? How could she have a swollen belly for 10 months? What an extraordinary event. Yet, this only solidified his belief that Xiao Zhan was nothing more than a treacherous rebel, never to pose a significant threat. Ultimately, the fate of the realm lay firmly within his grasp. Xiao Yi sneered, knowing that the midwives had administered poison to Xiao Zhan. If she did not survive, she would meet her end. If she did, she would be left a mere shell of her former self. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan felt this was the perfect opportunity to utilize her dream control talisman. Having successfully completed her previous task, she had been rewarded with a lucky draw, which yielded a dream control talisman, capable of manipulating another's dreams. This was the moment to employ it without hesitation, targeting Xiao Zhan. This night would be unforgettable for her, as the vengeful souls she had wronged would seek retribution, allowing her to witness firsthand the consequences of her misdeeds. The Empress Dowager sat by the bedside, wearied, gazing at her slumbering daughter, her heart heavy with sorrow. The physician had explained that Xiao Zhan was unable to accept the reality, subconsciously evading it, leading her into a deep sleep. Ultimately, this was a matter of the heart. The remedy for such a malady lay within. Zhener's affliction stemmed from the non-existent child. Yet, her body was no longer fit for pregnancy. Alas, my poor Zhener! The Empress Dowager's tears flowed freely. She then recalled Xiao Zhan's husband, Pei Xian, the only son of the late General Pei. He had once been the most handsome man in Dachi. He was a gallant horseman, celebrated for his military accomplishments from a young age, akin to the second coming of Hua Zhubing. At that time, all men admired Pei Xian, while women dreamed of him. Yet, when he returned victorious to the capital, it was Xiao Zhan who fell in love at first sight. Despite Pei Xian's repeated pleas for release, the loving Empress Dowager enforced their marriage. After General Pei's passing, he inherited his father's military title. However, their marriage had been devoid of affection. Over a decade of union had yielded only a handful of harmonious days. Xiao Zhan adored Pei Xian, yet he remained indifferent, preferring to lead troops at the borders rather than return to the princess's mansion. Thus, Xiao Zhan sought solace elsewhere, taking numerous lovers. Relying on the Empress Dowager's favor and her noble status, she wreaked havoc everywhere. However, now Xiao Zhan has faced her punishment. The Empress Dowager believes that perhaps the only one who can remedy her heartache is the prince consort Pei Xian. She has also heard whispers about the male favorites in the princess's residence and laments the estrangement between the couple, feeling regretful for having delayed the union of Zhen and Peixian. Nonetheless, at this point, there is no other course of action available. Chapter 50. Madness. My head aches so terribly it feels as though it might be torn apart. Xiao Zhen has never endured such suffering. It seems as if her head has been rent asunder by a wild beast, leaving her breathless. In this suffocating state, she suddenly feels the fog in her mind lift, revealing the hazy outlines of numerous figures drawing near. She furrows her brow, feeling a bit flustered, yet she manages to maintain the imposing presence and authority of the princess. Reprimanding, "Who goes there? Do you not know to retreat upon seeing the princess?" "The princess? You dare still be alive? Xiaozhen, it is you. You have brought ruin upon my family, and you shall not die a good death. Ha ha ha. Heaven has eyes. Today I shall take vengeance upon my enemy. Xiaozhen, come and meet your end." "Well, mother, where's my mother? You have caused her death. Princess, you are the villain. Return my husband's life to me. Xiaozhen, return my husband to me." The figures multiply, their wails growing increasingly mournful, instilling a sense of dread. Xiaozhen clenches her fists, unable to discern whether she is dreaming or facing reality. "We seek vengeance." One middle-aged man in official garb replies fiercely, locking eyes with Xiaozhen. "Princess, you have always looked down upon us, treating lives as mere straw, indifferent to the safety of the common folk, indulging in corruption and causing the ruin of countless families. Just because I reported your misdeeds to the court, you ruthlessly sought my life. I was unable to even gaze upon my newborn son." Hearing him mention the child, Xiaozhen feels a pang of anguish. She bursts into manic laughter. "Ha, now I understand. You are the deceased. You think to seek vengeance against me? Let me tell you, you are dreaming. I am of the illustrious royal family of Deqi. I am a future sovereign of this realm. You are but ants." After her tirade, Xiaozhen touches her abdomen, turning her gaze with venomous intent towards the crowd before her. "It is you who have harmed my child. Is it not true? You are the cause." At this moment, someone in the crowd shouts, "You have committed countless evils and deserve your punishment. Without your child, you have received retribution. Heaven has eyes and will not spare you." "Nonsense. You are all speaking nonsense. I have not faced retribution. I have not." Xiaozhen cries out in agony, but the crowd surges forward, threatening to tear her apart. Meanwhile, in Xining Palace, the Empress Dowager watches as her daughter, lost in a dream, begins to utter delirious words. "I have not faced retribution. You have harmed my child. You are the ones who should die. Do not touch me." Worried for her condition, fearing that she is trapped in a nightmare and that her illness has worsened, the Empress Dowager hurriedly sends for the imperial physician. However, at this moment, Xiaozhen has completely descended into madness. She suddenly opens her eyes wide, disregarding her surroundings, and begins to run barefoot, her hair disheveled, shouting, "Where is my child? Child, you shall not catch me. What has happened? Someone. The Empress Dowager, frightened by this scene, calls for help, hoping to restrain the frenzied Xiaozhen, but she now moves with remarkable agility. The lights in Xining Palace burn throughout the night. By the next day, the entire palace is aware that something has gone awry in Xining Palace. The Princess of Jinghua has gone mad. In Fenghuan Palace, the concubines pay their respects to the Empress. Shen Cihuan, too, has made an appearance today. Originally, she was exempted from such duties due to her pregnancy, but today she is eager to hear the news. No sooner has she taken her seat than Li Chongyi, living up to expectations, hurriedly inquires, "Your Majesty, I have heard that last night, Xining Palace summoned the imperial physician overnight. Might it be that the Empress Dowager is unwell, or is it the princess who is ailing?" The others, of course, are also curious, but this matter is clearly tied to royal secrets, so they dare not speak up. Shen Cihuan is also wary of being implicated. Fortunately, Li Chongyi charges ahead without fear. As expected, the Empress casts a glance at her and reproaches her sternly. "Li Chongyi, it seems you are simply idle, not using your time to study and enrich your mind, but instead running about like a gossiping old woman." "Your Majesty," Li Chongyi protests, feeling wronged. "Ever since the arrival of noble consort Chen Yi, you have treated me with such disdain. You have truly changed." After speaking, she glances at noble consort Chen Yi, who appears particularly large-bellied today. The Empress knows that the other concubines are curious, but this situation is suspicious, and she is uncertain who is stirring the pot behind the scenes, so it is best that fewer people get involved. She sits upright. Speaking seriously, the matters of Xinang Palace and the princess are to be decided by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. There is no need for you to worry excessively. If you are truly concerned, you might as well come to my courtyard daily. I could use someone to tidy up the garden, which would surely keep you occupied. Upon hearing this, the other concubines quiet down. Li Chongyi, too, must close her mouth. However, Shen Cihuan has gathered a general understanding of the situation. It appears that Xiao Zhan's condition is truly dire. Otherwise, the Empress would not be so evasive. Just then, the Empress turns her gaze towards her, her demeanor softening from earlier sternness. Noble consort Shen, have you been feeling unwell lately? How is the crown prince? Does he sleep well? This topic strikes a chord with all the concubines. Yet they are helpless, forced to watch noble consort Shen give birth time and again. Shen Cihuan smiles. All is well. I do not feel any discomfort, though I do feel a bit heavy. Junlin is quite well, eating and sleeping. The two wet nurses can hardly keep up with his needs. Speaking of which, she admires little Junlin's appetite, which is 2 to 3 times that of an average infant. Of course, his growth rate is likewise accelerated. He now appears as if he is half a year old, and is particularly intelligent. This is likely a result of the medicinal pills provided by the system. The Empress nods in reassurance. Li Chongyi seizes the opportunity to ask, Noble consort, your belly seems much larger than before. Chapter 51. The gluttonous noble consort. Upon hearing Li Chongyi's question, everyone's attention sharpens, their gazes fixated on noble consort Shen's abdomen. The more they look, the more they sense something amiss. How can she be only 3 to 4 months along, yet appear as though she is 5 to 6 months pregnant? Shen Cihuan touches her belly, feeling uncertain. Li Chongyi begins to mock. Has noble consort perhaps indulged a bit too much lately? Eating too heartily, perhaps? I have heard that the Emperor and the Empress Dowager have sent nourishing tonics to Yaoguang Palace. Could it be that these tonics are too rich? I advise you to control your diet during pregnancy. One cannot simply feast without restraint, especially not to the point you have reached. The others are bewildered, having heard Li Chongyi's insinuations. What does she mean, suggesting that the noble consort has overeaten? Shen Cihuan finds it laughable, and the system is equally speechless. My goodness, how can there be such foolish individuals in this harem? If this were the case in empresses in the palace, they wouldn't survive past the first episode. Yufei found it unbearable to look at Li Chongyi. She was merely a hindrance, achieving nothing but causing trouble. Consequently, she inquired, Your Highness, you do not seem like a person who indulges excessively. Could it be a matter concerning the dragon's offspring? This remark struck the right chord, and Li Chongyi suddenly understood. The other concubines wished to discuss it further, but were mindful of Shen Cihuan's status as the favored consort. Just as the Empress was about to reprimand them, Xiao Yi entered the room. Upon seeing the Emperor, the concubines hurriedly rose to pay their respects, and Shen Cihuan, supported by the palace maid beside her, stood up, only to be gently assisted by Xiao Yi. With a tone laced with affectionate reproach, he remarked, Why do you rise? Did I not say that formalities are to be waived? Be careful not to strain yourself or the child. Shen Cihuan smiled sweetly. Seeing your majesty brings me such joy that I momentarily forgot everything else. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yi's frown lifted, his expression softening as he unabashedly displayed his affection in front of everyone, playfully pinching her nose and chuckling. You have a way with words, little one. I just visited you yesterday. While the other concubines continued to bow, the Emperor and the favored consort began exchanging flirtatious banter, which left the others feeling quite discontented. The Empress, unyielding, stood up after a bow and resumed her position, prompting Xiao Yi to acknowledge her presence with a casual wave as he took his seat at the head of the table. Once the concubines were seated, Xiao Yi spoke. The Empress Dowager and the eldest princess have been unwell recently. Therefore, do not visit the Xinang Palace. The concubines bowed their heads in compliance. By the way, in 2 months, we will celebrate the Jiaojiao festival, and I wish to host a grand banquet in the palace, with the Fei assisting the Empress in its organization. The Jiaojiao festival marks the founding day of the Great Qi and is celebrated nationwide, with the palace banquet being particularly splendid. All the court officials, along with the concubines, generals, and princes would attend the feast. Some of the concubines began to stir with thoughts of opportunity. During the last Jiaojiao festival banquet, a concubine had performed a dance that had won the emperor's favor. Now, with Shen Yi, the favored consort, being pregnant and unable to serve the emperor in bed, It presented an excellent opportunity for them. Those unwilling to concede defeat were eager to try their luck. However, Xiao Yi was disinclined to spare them a glance, dismissing them with a wave of his hand, indicating they should return to their quarters as he prepared to accompany Cihuan back to Yaowang Palace. Seeing the emperor about to leave with the favored consort, Li Chongyi felt a pang of discontent and quickly spoke up, "Your Majesty, we were just discussing. The favored consort's abdomen appears quite large. Could there be an issue? Should we summon the imperial physician for a checkup to ease our minds?" Xiao Yi's brow furrowed in annoyance as he shot Li Chongyi a glare. "You again? Always chattering away. It is not your place to worry about the favored consort. Return to your palace at once. Or shall I send some of my troops to train with you as targets?" Li Chongyi was taken aback and quickly knelt, apologizing. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I spoke out of turn. I will return to my palace immediately." How could she have forgotten? The current emperor was not one to show pity. Those who displeased him risked being sent to run laps in the imperial garden. Following this, the Fenghuan palace fell silent as everyone hurried to bow and withdraw. Content. Xiao Yi decided that it would be prudent to have the imperial physician check on Shen Cihuan daily as he observed her abdomen, noting it was indeed larger than during her previous pregnancy. He promptly summoned a sedan chair and assisted Shen Cihuan back to Yaowang Palace. Shen Cihuan was well aware of the reason for her enlarged belly, having taken a multiple birth pill, though the exact number of children remained uncertain. Upon disembarking from the sedan chair, she was surprised to see a line of imperial physicians awaiting her for a checkup and glanced at Xiao Yi, asking, "Your Majesty, what is all this?" Coughing lightly, Xiao Yi hesitated to explain, fearing the implications of the current situation might evoke concerns about Shen Cihuan's well-being. He took her hand and explained, "A woman's pregnancy is a taxing experience, and I fear for your health. Thus, I have arranged for these physicians to attend to you daily." Shen Cihuan's mouth fell open in astonishment. "So, a dozen physicians are attending to me alone?" "Yes. Please sit and rest while they examine you properly." Xiao Yi gently helped her to sit, bringing over a large, soft cushion. The physicians, many of whom had never set foot in Yaowang Palace, were astonished to see the once domineering and aloof emperor displaying such tenderness before the favored consort. This side of him seemed more humane. Once Shen Cihuan was settled, he exchanged glances with the physicians, who then approached her one by one for her pulse. The first physician was already familiar with Shen Cihuan's condition from her previous pregnancy, and he was well aware of her constitution. Though she appeared delicate, like a fragile little rabbit, her health was remarkably robust. Even the emperor's pulse could not match hers. Strong and vigorous, her pulse indicated that even the arduous task of carrying the air would pose no challenge for her. Furthermore, she had conceived again shortly after giving birth, and her body showed no signs of wear. This was indeed remarkable. As the first physician confidently examined her pulse, he soon sensed something unusual, his expression turning serious as he meticulously sought out answers. This made Xiao Yi's heart race. Was it possible that something was amiss with little Cihuan? He anxiously watched the physician, fearing he might utter unfavorable news. But after several confirmations, the physician finally restrained his joy and knelt, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, consort. It appears that you are expecting multiple offspring, with several heartbeats detected. However, I cannot ascertain the exact number." "What? Multiple offspring? Really?" Xiao Yi was taken aback, leaping from his seat in astonishment as he gazed at Shen Cihuan's belly, as if fortune had abruptly and serendipitously smiled upon him. The physician nodded. "Indeed, Your Majesty. I would not dare deceive you. Perhaps we should have the other physicians take a look as well." Yes. Quickly. Have them check the favored consort's pulse to determine how many children there are." Xiao Yi gestured enthusiastically for the remaining physicians to hasten their examinations. His excitement was understandable. The royal family had never experienced the birth of multiple heirs before. In the past decade, he had struggled to have 2 daughters with not a single son. Just when he had almost lost hope, Shen Cihuan appeared, bringing a glimmer of hope for the future of the dynasty. With the birth of Junlin, he had anticipated that a second son would provide the assurance he desired. But to think that this time there would be multiple children, his lineage was suddenly flourishing. The physicians confirmed the same news one after another. Among them, the head physician, Dr. Zhou, known for his exceptional skills, stroked his white beard and prepared to expound at length, only to be interrupted by Xiao Yi's urgent hand gesture. "Dr. Zhou, no need for lengthy explanations. Just speak plainly." Dr. Zhou, momentarily caught off guard, rephrased, Your Majesty, it is indeed confirmed that the favored consort is expecting multiple offspring. In my humble opinion, there should be 5 heartbeats. 5. Is it possible for Cihuan to bear 5 children at once? That would exceed the total number of children I have had in the past decade. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his excitement palpable. Dr. Zhou, is this truly the case? Dr. Zhou shook his head and said, Of course. I have spent 50 years studying medicine, and I am confident in this matter. Ha ha! Wonderful! Wonderful! Bring forth the rewards. Grant all the court physicians 3 years' salary. Xiao Yi could not contain his laughter, his joy evident on his face. This was indeed a momentous occasion. However, his thoughts turned to Xiao Zhan, and he felt compelled to remind the physicians, I will first reward you with 3 years' salary, but in the days to come, you must serve the noble consort with even greater caution, as long as the noble consort and the 5 children in her womb are safely delivered. I shall triple your rewards. But, at this point, the physicians were all beaming with joy, yet Xiao Yi suddenly adopted a serious expression, releasing an imperial aura as he sternly declared, If anything were to happen to the noble consort or the children, then the entire Imperial Medical Bureau will have to pay with their lives. The physicians trembled and bowed in response. Afterward, Xiao Yi affectionately caressed Shen Cihuan's face, his tone gentle and imbued with evident affection. Huaner, do you feel any discomfort? Are you managing well? If it were an ordinary person, carrying 5 children would have been overwhelming. However, with the system in place, it was merely a trivial matter. Thus, Shen Cihuan felt no significant change in her body. She merely noticed a slight increase in her abdomen, which did not impede her daily life. She shook her head, smiling sweetly, nuzzling Xiao Yi's palm, and playfully said, Your Majesty, rest assured, I am in excellent health and feel no discomfort. I will surely deliver the children safely. Very well, Huaner, you have worked hard. At that moment, Xiao Yi felt not only happiness, but also concern for her. She was so young and yet tasked with bearing so many children. It was truly a heavy burden. He began to ponder the treasures in his treasury, considering what might be presented to her. After the physicians withdrew, Xiao Yi carefully embraced her, inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from her, his voice laden with deep emotion and gratitude. Huaner, I truly must thank you. It is you who has given birth to the princes, stabilizing this empire. Now, as you prepare to bear 5 more children for me, I find myself at a loss as to how to express my affection for you. Your Majesty, Shen Cihuan replied with tender warmth, My greatest joy is to be of service to you. I would not hesitate to give my life if it would aid you. Huaner, I will cherish you dearly. You are the most beloved woman of my life. As the two exchanged affectionate gazes, a bubble of romance blossomed around them. However, Chun Fuquan entered the hall at an opportune moment to report news to the emperor. Xiao Yi struggled to suppress his urge to kick him, and spoke with a hint of impatience. Speak, what news do you bring? With a pained expression, Chun Fuquan hesitated, not wishing to intrude upon the emperor and the noble consort's moment. Yet, regarding the matter of the eldest princess, he dared not remain silent. Your Majesty, I have just received word that the Empress Dowager has sent someone out of the palace to seek General Pei Xian. Pei Xian, the general of the armies, the husband of Xiao Zhan. Both Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan furrowed their brows. Xiao Zhan's arrogance stemmed from her status as a princess and the Empress Dowager's favoritism. But the most formidable factor was her husband, General Pei Xian. He commanded an army of 300,000 stationed at the borders. Shen Cihuan had previously refrained from taking action against Xiao Zhan due to her wariness of General Pei. Yet now that she had entered the palace, she found that the princess maintained numerous male favorites, but never drew close to her husband, leaving her perplexed. Xiao Yi understood the intricacies far better than she did. Although General Pei was not fond of Xiao Zhan, they had been married for over 10 years, and his attitude remained uncertain. Nonetheless, as the emperor of the Qi, fearing a general would be absurd. Thus, Xiao Yi merely nodded, contemplating whether to confront General Pei directly or engage in an open discussion with him, as his loyalty to Xiao Yi and to Qi was beyond doubt. Very well. I understand. You may leave now. Chun Fuquan nodded, preparing to withdraw when the emperor called him back. Go to my treasury and fetch the statue of the South Sea Guanyin. It would be best for the noble consort's pregnancy. Chapter 53. The schemes of Minister Shen in stark contrast to Shen Cihuan's tranquil approach to her pregnancy. Shen Yanshu was enduring a time of great distress. In the back courtyard of the Yin Wang mansion, She seethed. With whom did the prince spend the night yesterday? Her gaze was filled with venom, her tone icy. The maidservant, trembling with fear, dared not evade the question and replied, with Concubine Shen. That wretched woman. All of them are vile. Upon hearing Concubine Shen's name, Shen Yinshu erupted in fury, throwing everything on the table to the ground in a fit of rage. That wretched girl is merely the daughter of a butcher. How dare she be mentioned in the same breath as me? The prince has truly lost his mind, favoring those lowly women instead of me, a noble lady. She raged on, her chest heaving as she struggled to contain her tumultuous emotions. Concubine Shen was one of the many concubines the Yin Wang had secretly taken, and despite her lowly status, her beauty and youth captured the prince's attention. He had even sought out fortune-tellers who claimed she was destined to bear sons. Therefore, the Yin Wang was now wholly devoted to these concubines, particularly Concubine Shen. Shen Yinshu felt as if her teeth would shatter from the intensity of her resentment, wishing she could eliminate all those enchanting vixens. Yet, beneath her anger lay an overwhelming fear. Ever since the physicians had informed her that she was born without a womb and could not conceive, the Yin Wang had ceased visiting her chambers. He no longer wished to maintain her dignity as the Yin Wang Fei. Were it not for her father's status as Minister Shen, Shen Yinshu had no doubt he would seek a divorce. What was to become of her future? Shen Yinshu, with aspirations as vast as the skies, yearned to be a mother to the nation, yet could not bear a child. Now, devoid of the Yin Wang's affections, her position as Yin Wang Fei had become a mere title, once envied by noble ladies, now a hollow existence. She could not endure the thought of the Yin Wang showering love upon other women and fathering children, thereby usurping her position. After a day of contemplation, Shen Yinshu resolved that she could wait no longer. If those little vixens were to bear children, her status would be irrevocably compromised. However, she could not take action against those women. The Yin Wang was astute and had placed his eyes and ears at every corner of her residence. Any hint of her plotting would reach him instantly. With no other options, she returned to her home, seeking her father as assistance. What did you say? You have no womb? Minister Shen was taken aback when his eldest daughter stormed back from the Wang mansion, expecting good news only to be met with a dire revelation. Shen Yinshu's face was ashen. Father, this is not the point. The Yin Wang has taken numerous concubines and is now wholly focused on them. If they bear children, I will lose my position as Yin Wang Fei. Minister Shen, seasoned by years in the political arena, quickly regained his composure but could not suppress his irritation. You should have known that you were born without the ability to bear children. You should never have married the Yin Wang. How can it be that your sister can bear child after child, yet you cannot conceive even one? Upon hearing her father's mention of Shen Cihuan, Shen Yinshu trembled with rage, wishing to scream, to throw things in frenzy. Yet, her father was her only hope now, and she could not afford to lose his support. So she swallowed her anger. Father, please stop mentioning Shen Cihuan. Focus on my situation. What shall I do now? Minister Shen, now less concerned, chuckled coldly. The Yin Wang dares not divorce you. For I am the minister. In this court, he stands as the foremost civil minister. If he can bear to sever ties with his father, it will yield him no advantage in seizing great ambitions. You should put your heart at ease. Shen Yinshu furrowed her brows. Despite her words, she had no desire to remain in a hollow marriage. She yearned for both affection and power to grasp at once. Why should Shen Cihuan, that fool, be able to achieve what she could not? However, the prime minister was calculating in his heart. Currently, Shen Cihuan had ascended to the esteemed position of a dual-title consort in the palace, second only to the queen, enjoying unparalleled honor. Not to mention that the emperor had already proclaimed Junlin as the crown prince, which meant that he would become the maternal relative of the crown prince. His future was boundless. If he aligned himself with the emperor, wealth and nobility would soon be within his grasp. Conversely, following the Yin Wang, there was no certainty whether he would even have a son. Even if he did, it would hold no significance for himself. The Yin Wang lacked sufficient support to claim the throne. Even if he succeeded, without offspring to serve as a supporting bond, he could very well turn against him. Thus, at this moment, the prime minister's scales had tipped entirely in favor of the emperor. Nevertheless, he could not hastily sever ties with the Yin Wang, for the future remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to Shen Yinshu, her father was edging closer to abandoning the Yin Wang. She considered the prime minister her lifeline, resolutely unwilling to let go. and thus she continued to plead, "Father, for the glory of our Shen family, you must help me." The Prime Minister sighed and patted Shen Yinshu's shoulder. "Rest assured, Father will discuss this with the Yanwang." Upon saying this, a glint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. They are merely a group of inconsequential individuals. If the Yanwang insists on favoring them, let them bear children, regardless of who within the household gives birth. All will be brought to you to raise. For every child born to them, let one perish. Shen Yinshu was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes brightened, engulfed in a frenzy of joy. Indeed, what significance did it hold for those lowly concubines to bear children? Since she could not conceive, it was perfect to let others do so. Externally, she would declare it as her own 10-month pregnancy. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became. Whether it was a child born of a disgraceful concubine or the legitimate son of the primary wife, the Yin Wang would surely make the correct choice. The Prime Minister nodded. "Precisely. Now you need not worry. Consider matters thoroughly. You must firmly control the internal affairs of the Yin Wang's residence to secure your position." Shen Yinshu nodded. Alas, the Prime Minister felt a twinge of regret. How was it that both were his daughters, one so fertile and the other utterly barren? It was truly inconceivable. Shen Yinshu paid no mind to her father's thoughts. Her mind was filled with the prospect of someone bearing children for her. She would no longer be alone in an empty chamber and could finally rightfully assume the role of the Yin Wang's principal consort, her expression betraying a hint of madness. Subsequently, the Prime Minister indeed invited the Yin Wang to his residence for a discussion. The specifics of their conversation were unknown to Shen Yinshu, but upon returning to the Wang residence, the Yin Wang's attitude towards her had finally softened. Chapter 54. The birth pill. The news that the favored consort was pregnant with quintuplets was not kept secret, and soon the entire court, both officials and concubines, were aware. The gazes of the ministers towards the Prime Minister transformed. Excellent. The Prime Minister, truly the foremost among civil officials, had a daughter of such exceptional fertility. In terms of producing royal heirs, he was indeed admirable. However, the attention soon shifted back to the Yanwang. Given that the young lady of the Shen family was so prolific, it was unfathomable that her elder sister would be lacking. Why was it that even after several months of marriage, the Yin Wang had yet to deliver any good news? The Yin Wang, feeling the scrutiny of the ministers, could only grit his teeth and force a smile. "My consort has also been with child for over a month." "Oh, what splendid news." Many ministers supportive of the Yin Wang revealed expressions of joy. With his consort expecting, the probability of his ascension grew stronger. Yet, some observant individuals noted the unnaturalness of the Yin Wang's smile. It appeared strained. When this news reached Jiaojiao Palace, Shen Cihuan was in the midst of an audience with the Empress Dowager. The Dowager had been caring for the deranged Jiaojiao, harboring suspicions towards the emperor but lacking evidence. Moreover, the sibling rivalry had reached a point she found distasteful, so she endured it silently. Now, she awaited Pei Xian's return to the capital, hoping his presence might offer a glimmer of hope for Zhener, just as she was exhausted from tending to Xiaojiao. The Dowager received the delightful tidings of the favored consort's quintuplets, prompting her to rush to Jiaojiao Palace, chastising herself for not paying enough attention to her fertility recently, and thus bringing along several large boxes of gifts. As the Dowager grasped Shen Cihuan's hand, discussing the expansion of the palace, news arrived that the Yin Wang's consort was also with child and had been for over a month. "Oh, is that true? Umaba." Finally, some good news has surfaced. The Dowager was overjoyed, but then seemed to remember something, urgently commanding her attendants to summon the imperial physicians. Quickly, dispatch some physicians to the Yin Wang's residence to ensure proper care for the imperial grandchild. We must not allow any mishaps. Yes, the attendants bowed and withdrew. The Dowager could not suppress her smile, clapping her hands and sighing. Though Zhener lacks this fortune, at least Er and Chun'er are blessed with offspring, which brings relief to my heart. Shen Cihuan, however, was taken aback. It was impossible. She had administered infertility pills to Shen Yinshu. How could she still be pregnant? She firmly believed that the system would never make such an error, so she swiftly inquired within her mind. System, what is happening? I clearly gave Shen Yinshu infertility pills. How could she be over a month pregnant? Is this true or false? The system was equally astonished. Logically, it had no authority to observe matters outside the palace. Yet since last year, Shen Cihuan had performed exceptionally well, propelling its performance to the top of the entire system. thus granting it some additional permissions. Let me investigate. Do not worry, the system cannot possibly err. I have found it. Host. Shen Cihuan is not pregnant at all. Rather, it is a concubine named Chun who is pretending to be with child. Shen Cihuan's expression turned peculiar. She was not pregnant, yet was feigning it. What scheme was this? Host. I believe she intends to use the tactic of bear children to retain favor, a common maneuver in palace intrigue. By publicly claiming to be pregnant, when Chun delivers the child, she will seize it for herself. Heavens! Such malicious intent existed? Shen Cihuan gasped in shock, placing a hand on her abdomen. If someone were to snatch her child, she would fight vehemently. Indeed, host, you must think of a solution. Shen Cihuan furrowed her brows. Women are inherently weak, yet fiercely protective as mothers. Her own concubine had been a frail woman, but had summoned immense strength to raise her from the clutches of Shen Cihuan's tyranny. Therefore, if all the concubines in the Yan Wang's residence became aware of Shen Cihuan's schemes, they would likely form an alliance to combat her. If so, their chances of success would increase. Having made up her mind, she conferred with the system, intending to spread some rumors within the Yan Wang's residence. It would be best to have her own personnel and informants there. Does the system mall have anything that can be utilized? Of course. Host, have you forgotten? The heart-winning pill, 1,000 points each. Upon usage, barring the Empress Dowager, Emperor, and Empress, anyone else will heed your commands and remain utterly devoted to you. Shen Cihuan's eyes lit up with realization. She recalled her strong desire for this item previously, but the points were exorbitantly high. Now, however, she had received a reward of 10,000 points, leaving her with 7 or 8,000, making the purchase feasible. She resolved to buy one, targeting the chief steward of the Yan Wang's residence. Shen Cihuan's choice was made after careful consideration. To disseminate information within the residence of the Prince of Yan, one must possess a certain level of status and influence, as well as the requisite cunning and capability. Such an individual must be close to the masters of the estate and hold actual power. If it were someone from Shen Cihuan's circle, their comings and goings would inevitably raise suspicions. However, if it were someone associated with the Prince of Yan, the situation would be different. They frequently traverse the front courtyard and have minimal involvement with the rear courtyard. Even if discovered, it could simply add to the rift between the prince and Shen Cihuan, potentially exacerbating their relationship. Upon selecting the ideal candidate, she instructed the system to relay a message to the head steward of the prince's residence to circulate the news that the princess intended to murder her mother and usurp her child, while subtly fostering alliances among the concubines, assisting them in opposing Shen Cihuan if necessary. Beyond spreading rumors, Shen Cihuan believed that if the prince were to father a son, it might only serve to fuel undesirable ambitions, leading to future headaches for the emperor. While she could use infertility pills on Shen Cihuan, she could not do so with the prince, as he belonged to the royal family and bore noble blood, rendering the pills ineffective. Host, although infertility pills cannot be used, daughter-producing pills may still be employed. As long as they do not interfere with the royal family's normal reproductive functions, it is permissible. Shen Cihuan's eyes brightened. Daughter-producing pills would indeed be delightful. A daughter would be a cherished little companion. She longed for a daughter akin to the eldest and second princesses, though she wondered if her wish could be fulfilled this time. However, if the prince were to have only daughters, it might not bode well for him. She then spent her points to select the daughter-producing pills. Chapter 55. The Imperial Banquet. Recently, the Empress and Consort have been busily preparing for the Jiaojiao Festival Banquet. Shen Cihuan's belly has grown considerably, making movement rather cumbersome. Thus, the Empress specially visited Yaowang Palace to inquire about her intention to attend, recognizing that her health was of utmost importance. With so many people present at the banquet, any accidental jostling could pose a risk. However, Shen Cihuan had heard that General Pei Xian would also be in attendance, a matter that weighed heavily on her mind, fearing it might affect Jiaojiao. Therefore, she resolved to attend the banquet. As for the child within her, Ali had assured her that unless she took the system's abortifacient, the child would remain safe under any circumstances. The Empress wished to persuade her further, but upon seeing her pitiful expression, she relented, agreeing, "Very well. But you must stay close to me that day, do you understand? Ensure that the palace maidservants remain by your side at all times. Do not stray far. If anything arises, you must seek refuge behind me." The Empress's kindness did not go unnoticed by Shen Cihuan. who resolved to treat the empress and the second princess with greater affection in the future. The emperor, too, harbored concerns for her well-being, visiting Yaoguang Palace daily to accompany her in rest, and he diligently reviewed the physician's notes. To amuse her, he had also ordered that Zhu Jin and Mimi be trained well, intending to present a performance to delight his beloved consort. On the day of the Jiaojiao festival, Shen Cihuan traveled in a grand procession towards the Taiji Hall. The attending officials caught sight of this spectacle from afar, buzzing with speculation about how the favored consort, blessed with the prospect of a dragon child, garnered the emperor's affection. The consort was permitted only 6 sedan chairs, yet Xiao Yisheng, fearing any jostling, had arranged for 12, a stark contrast to the empress's 8. Previously, some officials had sought to lodge a complaint, implying that the consort possessed the allure of a bewitching courtesan, enchanting the sovereign and disregarding rank, demanding severe punishment. Xiao Yisheng showed no mercy to these individuals, swiftly dismissing them from their posts and imprisoning them. What a farce! With so many pressing matters, you choose to concern yourselves with the number of sedan chairs my beloved consort is afforded? Moreover, what if it exceeds protocol? The consort carries a prince within her, and the significance of a prince is self-evident, especially 5 of them. In Xiao Yisheng's eyes, no amount of court officials could compare to the value of these 5 dragon offspring. The officials silenced their protests, compelled to admire the consort's wit, resourcefulness, and fortune, which had firmly captured the emperor's heart. Since her entry into the palace, she had enjoyed exclusive favor, with the emperor never again showing interest in another. This marked a first since the establishment of the Great Qi. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, Yin Fei and Yun Gui cautiously assisted Shen Cihuan, followed closely by a procession of 20 palace maids. With her significantly enlarged belly, they had to be especially vigilant. By the time Shen Cihuan arrived, the banquet hall was already bustling with guests. The empress had reserved a seat beside the emperor for her. Aware of the consort's reputation and knowing that her eyes would likely be fixed on Shen Cihuan, thus, she assumed the role of a benevolent guardian, placing her near the emperor, ensuring no major incidents would occur. Once seated, Shen Cihuan could not help but be drawn to the officials. To her left sat the civil officials led by Prime Minister Shen, while to her right were the military officials headed by General Pei. Today, Prime Minister Shen appeared particularly elated. His eldest daughter was married to the Prince of Yin and was now over a month pregnant. His youngest daughter had entered the palace as the current favored consort, not to mention that he was the maternal grandfather of the crown prince. Amidst the congratulations, Prime Minister Shen beamed with youthful vigor, seemingly shedding 10 years from his age. In contrast, General Pei maintained a more understated demeanor. He wore official robes, sitting upright, and compared to the frail officials across from him, he appeared remarkably robust. Shen Cihuan noted his handsome visage, befitting the title of the most attractive man in Great Qi. Yet after years on the battlefield, he bore the ruggedness of war, lending him an intimidating presence. Shen Cihuan found it impossible to avert her gaze from him. His aura was overwhelmingly commanding. She felt a flutter of anxiety within her, pondering how far he might go for Xiaozhan. After all, they had been married for over a decade, and bonds of affection were inevitable. If he were to rashly seek vengeance for Xiaozhan, delving into the depths of the matter, although she was confident that no one would suspect her, it could still cast a shadow over the emperor. She began to contemplate whether to employ a heart-winning pill on him. If General Pei were to heed her words, there would be no concerns or complications. As she mulled this over, the emperor arrived alongside the Empress Dowager. Previously, the emperor had decreed that she was exempt from bowing and other formalities during her pregnancy. So while all others knelt in reverence, she remained seated, drawing attention. "All rise," the emperor commanded as he approached the high seat, taking a moment to grasp Shen Cihuan's hand, expressing concern. "Why are your hands so cold? Did you not wear a cloak when you came out?" With autumn upon them, the chill in the air worried Xiao Yisheng, who feared she might catch a cold and fall ill, complicating matters further. Shen Cihuan smiled shyly, radiating affection and reliance. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I wore a cloak when I left, but I have since removed it." "That's good to hear. I shall have the imperial kitchen prepare a bowl of soup for you shortly. Is that agreeable?" Before the assembly of officials and court ladies, Xiao Yisheng displayed no restraint in his affection for Shen Cihuan, astonishing those present. It had long been rumored that the consort held the emperor's favor, and while many had heard tales, Witnessing the emperor's demeanor towards her was a revelation, resembling the tender bond of an ordinary couple, something many officials could not replicate with their own wives. Some ministers discreetly glanced at the empress, curious if she would harbor resentment upon witnessing the emperor's affection for the consort. Yet, to their surprise, the empress seemed genuinely pleased. Meanwhile, General Pei harbored a flicker of interest in Shen Cihuan. Having known the emperor since their youth, he was well aware of their respective natures. The emperor's greatest ambition in this life has always been to unify the realm and become a legendary sovereign. Matters of personal affection have never occupied his thoughts. So why has he suddenly changed his demeanor? Chapter 56. Pei Xian. Once everyone was seated, Xiao Yi waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the grand banquet. The empress had commanded the Imperial Music Bureau to meticulously choreograph dances and compose melodies, which were distinct from previous performances. Both the attire and musical style were refreshingly novel and particularly delightful. Since entering the palace, Shen Cihuan had never witnessed such splendid courtly performances, and she watched with rapt attention. Although she had received some skills in dance and music as rewards for completing tasks, she had yet to find an opportunity to showcase them, and could only observe as a spectator. Seeing her enjoyment brought joy to Xiao, who turned to commend the empress. You and the virtuous consort have worked hard. This banquet is splendid, and the performances are exquisite. In a formal setting, the empress maintained her dignified composure, refraining from undermining the emperor's authority, and she smiled gently in response. It is merely my duty, Your Majesty. You flatter me. The implication of her words was clear. Please, spare me your praises. Before long, the emperor specifically ordered the kitchen to present a specially prepared soup. Shen Cihuan felt warmth in her heart and smiled sweetly at the emperor before delicately savoring the soup. The emperor's bestowal of dishes and soup was indeed a significant matter, drawing the attention of many, whether intentionally or inadvertently, including Pei Xian. It appeared that the emperor was quite deeply infatuated. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager had been watching Pei Xian with growing anxiety. She had originally sent word to him, expressing that the eldest princess was unwell and urging him to return to the capital promptly. Pei Xian, not lacking in compassion, had hastened back to the capital before the Jiaojiao festival. However, he had yet to visit the Whitening Palace to see the eldest princess. The Empress Dowager wished to discuss matters with him, but could only wait until the banquet concluded. Xiao Yi spoke first. Minister Pei, upon your return from the frontier, have there been any unusual movements from the barbarian tribes? Pei Xian quickly rose to respond. Your Majesty, there have been no significant actions from the barbarian tribes for the time being, but they have repeatedly sent troops to disrupt the border markets, posing a threat to the security of our trade. Xiao Yi frowned and snorted. It seems the barbarians are still unwilling to relent. A few years ago, they were routed by our Qi forces, and now they are hoping for a resurgence. The emperor's words held merit. The barbarian leader, Yi Li Shu, had assumed power last year and harbored great ambitions, consistently attempting to encroach upon our Qi territory, especially now, as autumn and winter approach. The cold weather may lead to the death of many livestock, increasing the likelihood of their offensive against our borders, threatening our people. Xiao Yi pursed his lips, his tone resolute. I have entrusted the border to you, which is a testament to my trust. Minister Pei, you must not disappoint me. I have never feared battle. If you suffer defeat, I shall personally lead the charge. Pei Xian bowed his head, his voice firm. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Seeing that they had concluded their serious discussion, the Empress Dowager interjected with a smile. Pei Xian, please take a seat. His Majesty's trust in you is well-deserved, for you possess the ability. You have guarded the borders for the Qi all these years. It has been a hard endeavor. You and Zhener have spent little time together, and I cannot bear to see it. Now that you have returned, do visit Whitening Palace to see Zhener, and the two of you may stay at the princess's residence. Pei Xian hesitated, genuinely reluctant to see the madwoman, Xiao Zhan. He had long heard of the 20 or so male favorites she kept. He had endured this humiliation for over a decade and could no longer suppress his resentment. With so many men to amuse her, why did she still seek to entangle him? Pei Xian felt a headache coming on. However, given the Empress Dowager's earnest gaze, he could not outright refuse and could only nod in acquiescence. At this, Xiao Yi's expression flickered. Shen Cihuan observed the entire exchange and harbored a vague feeling that Pei Xian might wish for Xiao Zhan's demise more than anyone, perhaps viewing it as his liberation. Meanwhile, the Prince of Yin could no longer sit idly. His ambition to seize the throne was fueled by his elder sister's encouragement. He believed himself to be the legitimate son of the late emperor, supported by Minister Shen, and with his sister's husband, a formidable general, at his side. If his elder brother remained childless, surely he would have a fighting chance. However, with his brother now having a son, even a crown prince, and his sister's deteriorating condition, rumored to be descending into madness, his only remaining allies were Minister Shen and Pei Xian. The Prince of Yin decided that he could not let Pei Xian slip away again. As the courtiers reveled in music and dance, he filled a cup with wine and approached Pei Xian. "General Pei, it has been 3 years since our last meeting. I often hear my sister speak of you. She has always cared deeply for me and has urged me to cultivate a relationship with you." Pei Xian's lips twitched slightly as he lifted his cup. "Your Highness, the Prince of Yin." "Alas, General Pei, you are being too formal. By my sister's account, you should refer to me as younger brother, while I ought to call you brother-in-law." The prince's overtures were glaringly transparent, and Pei Xian could sense the emperor's watchful gaze. Hastily waving his hand, "Your Highness, one must adhere to propriety." Seeing his attempt at camaraderie thwarted, the prince remained undeterred. Smiling broadly as he plopped down beside Pei Xian, "General Pei, do sit." Pei Xian had always been known for his stern demeanor. He maintained strict discipline in the military and had rarely displayed leniency. Now, in the capital, he was already at his most patient. However, he was disinclined to offer any warmth to this insipid younger brother, responding coldly, "Your Highness, your seat is over there." The Prince of Yin, sensing Pei Xian's persistent distance, felt a twinge of displeasure. What was wrong with this Pei Xian? Did he truly believe that commanding 30,000 troops entitled him to such arrogance? Did he not fear the repercussions of his rising prominence? If it were not for the prince's own humility, would he not think that the emperor could tolerate him indefinitely? Foolishness! With his temper flaring, the prince huffed and stormed away, leaving the surrounding ministers exchanging glances. The confrontation between the Prince of Yin and General Pei was akin to titans clashing. They were but mere spectators and preferred to remain unscathed. Chapter 57. Lady Liang's dance. Pei Xian paid little mind to the prince's indignation. After all, he was a commander of the imperial army, loyal solely to the emperor and to Qi. The prince was nothing more than a buffoon. However, General Liang, seated below, thought otherwise and kindly approached to advise. "General Pei, His Highness the Prince of Yin wishes to establish a closer rapport with you. This could be seen as a positive development. Why must you rebuff him so vehemently?" Pei Xian cast a sidelong glance at him. He had always held a low opinion of General Liang, who had only risen to prominence due to the favor of his ancestors, commanding a meager force and rarely being entrusted with important tasks. Their paths diverged thus. He responded accordingly. General Liang faced rejection and returned to his seat, somewhat chagrined. Meanwhile, the performances had reached their climax, leading into the talents displayed by the various consorts. Clearly, everyone had labored diligently to prepare for this grand Qinqiu festival banquet, as the quality of each performance garnered enthusiastic applause. The Jade consort presented a dance from her homeland. Qing Zhaorong showcased a painting. Li Chongyi performed a water sleeve dance, and Liang Jiyu played the guzheng. Finally, the eldest and second princesses recited ancient poems. Shen Cihuan watched with delight, appreciating the talents of the consorts in the harem. However, the performance on stage was not without its purpose. Their intention was, of course, to vie for favor, hoping to shine brightly and attract the emperor's attention. To their dismay, the emperor did not spare them a glance, focusing instead on serving dishes to consort Chini, which infuriated the onlookers. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager ordered rewards, preventing any further embarrassment for the performers. Seeing his daughters so favored, Chancellor Shun felt immense pride, envisioning the glory soon to belong to the Shun family. While he reveled in his daydreams, General Yang unexpectedly stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. He bowed his head and addressed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a request." "What is it?" Zhao Yi thought to himself, slightly displeased. How could this man be so oblivious, not noticing that he was currently attending to Huaner? Why was he so eager to interject? With a sense of urgency, General Liang continued, "My daughter was originally among the contenders for this election, but fell ill and missed the opportunity. She has been diligently practicing her dance, hoping to perform for your Majesty at a palace banquet." Xiao Yi's irritation deepened. How could this man be so tactless? Did he not see that his heart lay solely with the consort? Why persist in pushing forward? General Liang was acutely aware of the consort's favor. Yet his daughter had long harbored feelings for the emperor. The reason for her absence during the selection was due to his own decision. With no direct heirs born to the emperor and the prospect of the Prince of Yin ascending the throne, he could not bear to send his daughter into the palace to suffer. He feigned illness to keep her away from the selection. But now, with the consort having given birth to a prince, it was evident that the emperor was capable of producing heirs. If the consort could bear children, surely his daughter could as well. General Liang regretted his earlier decision, lamenting that he should have allowed her to enter the palace when the opportunity arose. Now faced with such wealth and honor, he realized the folly of his inaction. Thus, he prepared this performance, knowing that with the consort pregnant, the emperor lacked a formidable rival for his affections, and he hoped for his daughter's ascendance. Upon hearing this, General Meng regarded General Liang with disdain. Though he himself was a man of loyalty and valor, his reputation was built on his battlefield exploits, not on the whims of courtly favor. His daughter, Meng Meiren, had entered the palace, leaving him unable to see her for an extended period. Today at the banquet, he could only steal glances at his daughter, noticing the sorrow etched upon her once vibrant features, which pained him deeply. A father who truly loves his daughter would never wish for her to endure such hardship and separation, even for the sake of wealth and prestige. General Liang, however, remained resolute in his desire to see his daughter enter the palace, utterly unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. As he eagerly awaited the emperor's response, Xiao Yi waved dismissively, "No need." "Your Majesty," General Liang exclaimed in shock, "this is my daughter's lifelong wish. Consider it merely a source of entertainment." Gasp! At these words, aside from General Meng, the other officials who cherished their daughters regarded him with disapproval. To refer to one's daughter as mere entertainment was hardly commendable. General Liang's anxiety intensified. If he missed this opportunity, his daughter might never enter the palace again. Just as he contemplated further protest, the Prince of Yin stood up, smiling at the emperor. "Brother, the performances at today's banquet have been splendid, yet they lack a certain flair. Since General Liang mentions that his daughter has practiced extensively, why not allow her to perform for us? Let us witness her talent." General Liang bit his lip, while Xiao Yi's irritation grew deeper. He was about to reprimand when the Empress Dowager intervened. "Very well, it is merely the performance of a subject's daughter. Allow her to showcase her skill. Should she impress, I shall reward her." General Liang did not expect such a concession from the Empress Dowager, feeling both elated and apprehensive. He was delighted that his daughter could finally perform, as she had prepared for this moment for quite some time and possessed a secret weapon that could capture the emperor's heart. Yet, he was concerned about the emperor's cold demeanor and the Empress Dowager's involvement, which could alter the outcome. Ultimately, it would depend on whether Miss Liang's dance could indeed win the emperor's favor. The Prince of Yin and other officials prepared themselves to enjoy the spectacle. Shen Cihuan, having finished her soup, felt curious, having never heard of Miss Liang's prowess in dance. Pei Xian, on the other hand, remained aloof, regarding women as less significant than his own ambitions. In his heart, no one could ever compare to his eternal muse, the one who had inspired him to tread the path of war, forever unrepentant. As the drum beats began to rise, a graceful figure, veiled and ethereal, emerged. Yet, she did not enter directly. Instead, 8 maidens carried a table, at the center of which rested a white jade plate. Miss Liang stood poised upon this plate. This entrance undoubtedly drew the attention of all present. Whispers of admiration began to circulate. "I have never witnessed such a dance. Miss Liang's ability to balance upon the jade plate is nothing short of celestial, reminiscent of a soaring swallow. Indeed, I wonder what this dance is called. Today has truly broadened my horizons." We owe our gratitude to General Liang. Miss Liang's performance adds considerable splendor to the banquet. Though the officials held little regard for such displays of courtly favor-seeking, they could not help but appreciate the artistry. They watched, pondering whether someone like Miss Liang could capture the emperor's eye, as she danced gracefully on the white jade plate. Her slender form and coy demeanor stirred the hearts of many. It was evident that she had invested years into her craft, such finesse taking no less than a decade to cultivate. However, the consort was renowned for her beauty, the most striking in the palace, and even her pregnancy did not diminish her allure. It remained uncertain whether Miss Liang could rival her. Meanwhile, the other concubines exchanged glances of discontent. Li Shunyi spoke up bluntly. What a seductress! How dare she compare herself to Zhao Fian? Indeed, the emperor is no fool. Such remarks are utterly inappropriate. Qin Xiaorong, rarely one to voice her opinions, nodded in agreement with Li Chongyi. Sister speaks wisely. Miss Liang appears quite calculating. If she were to enter the palace, it surely would lead to trouble. Yuff, with a disdainful snort, remarked, missing the selection due to illness is a misfortune. Why does she still aspire to enter the palace? Miss Liang's ambition is excessive. If she were to join us, we might find our own positions threatened. De Fei, though not fond of Miss Liang, refrained from voicing her thoughts in front of the children, not wishing to expose them to such harsh realities. She subtly signaled to the empress, who shared her sentiment, and together they arranged for the eldest princess to be escorted back to the palace. The two princesses had initially shown curiosity towards Miss Liang's dance, but upon witnessing the displeasure of the concubines and their mother, they reluctantly withdrew. As Xiao Yi observed the growing chatter among the officials and concubines, his expression darkened further, sending chills through General Liang. Fortunately, his daughter had yet to reveal her face or unleash her hidden talents. There remained a glimmer of hope. Shen Cihuan was not at all concerned that His Majesty might develop feelings for her. The system had been constantly reminding her, rest assured, host, the Emperor's affection value for you has reached its peak. His feelings for Liang Ji are at a mere 5, which is even lower than 0. Although she was uncertain of the implications of 5, it certainly sounded as if the Emperor's sentiments were veering towards disdain. This thought brought a sweet sensation to her heart, and she discreetly glanced at the Emperor, who was serving her food, offering him a tender smile. In a moment of spontaneity, and while no one was watching, she gently brushed her fingertips against his palm beneath the table. Such a playful gesture easily delighted Xiao Yi. Amidst the tedious court banquet, her subtle flirtation was like a refreshing spring, clearing his mind. Truly, she was a charming little rabbit, evoking a protective affection within him. He smiled indulgently at her, who had caused a stir nearby and was now playfully seeking his attention, and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you tired? Is your waist hurting? Would you like to take a stroll, or would you prefer to rest in the palace? I shall come to see you shortly." Shen Cihuan shook her head, her gaze brimming with reliance. "I shall accompany your majesty." This gaze, how can it be described? To label it merely with a phrase filled with affection would be too simplistic. It was a look that, even in the eyes of any man, would make him feel like a towering hero, an irreplaceable figure in the eyes of the woman he cherished, let alone the deeply enamored Xiao Yi. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, sparks flew between the two. The system was in a frenzy, exclaiming awe. "Host, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are ranked first in performance. Who else could compare? Next time that Starlit Path system seeks my advice, I shall share this tale to expedite the growth of its host into a competent actor." The onlookers were startled to see that the Emperor was utterly unaffected by Liang Ji's charms. Even as her enticing dance left lingering shadows in the air, his attention remained solely on the favored concubine, causing a collective astonishment among the crowd. Could it be that the Emperor was genuinely a romantic at heart? Meanwhile, Prime Minister Shun had been anxious for his daughter, for although she was stunningly beautiful, he wondered if the Emperor might fall for new affections. After all, Liang Ji did possess some allure. However, it became evident that his daughter was indeed formidable, managing to captivate the Emperor's attention completely. Initially, Prince Yin had looked forward to a spectacle, but upon witnessing the Emperor's unwavering focus on the favored concubine, he found himself reassessing her worth. His thoughts drifted to his own wife, Shen Yanshu. In truth, Shen Yanshu was supposed to attend this event, but she had publicly announced her pregnancy, and venturing out could risk revealing her condition. Thus Prince Yin had come alone. Observing the favored concubine's pronounced belly, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Why couldn't Shen Yanshu be the same? Yet, was the Emperor truly so enamored with her? He seemed entirely disinterested in Liang Ji, who was desperately trying to catch his eye. Despite her veiled allure and captivating movements, the Emperor remained impassive and even displayed signs of irritation, eventually ignoring her in favor of lively banter with the favored concubine, leaving Liang Ji flustered. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, the rhythm of the drums intensifying as her movements became swifter, her forms spinning with fervor. In her whirlwind, her veil gradually slipped away. Initially, the audience struggled to discern her features, merely perceiving her beauty. However, a loud crash erupted as Pei Xian accidentally shattered a wine cup, prompting the crowd to realize how eerily familiar Liang Ji's visage appeared. Many officials shared the same thought, scrutinizing her face for resemblance. Once her performance concluded and she curtsied before the emperor, the realization struck them all at once. Liang Ji bore an uncanny resemblance to the late Ing Taifei. Not only Pei Xian, but Xiao Yi's eyes widened in shock, while the Empress Dowager pointed at Liang Ji, nearly rendered speechless. Chapter 59, Lu Congzhu. Ing Taifei was no ordinary figure. She was a legendary icon of the Deqi dynasty. Originally named Lu Congzhu, she was born to a family of convicted slaves, with rumors suggesting her ancestry traced back to royal lineage. Had the previous dynasty endured, she would have been a princess. Alas, with the fall of that dynasty, the Xiao family now reigned supreme. Yet, Lu Congzhu was breathtakingly beautiful, her humble attire failing to conceal her extraordinary allure. Rising from the depths of the harem's constraints, she caught the eye of the late emperor, who, disregarding the opposition from the previous court, insisted on bestowing upon her the title of Guirun, and within a year, elevated her to Ing Fei, showering her with affection. The late emperor was a full 20 years her senior, treating her like a princess. However, the other concubines regarded her as a disgrace to the royal family, plotting against her ruthlessly. One of the most sinister schemes involved insinuating a scandalous relationship between her and the similarly aged crown prince Xiao Yi. The resulting uproar in the court led many ministers to demand Ing Fei's execution to restore order. The late emperor was furious but trusted his son. Xiao Yi found such conduct beneath him. He had no interest in women, and even if he were to be enamored with Ing Fei, it would be with the utmost propriety, seeking his father's blessing. Thus, this scandal did not tarnish Xiao Yi's status as crown prince, nor did it damage the bond between father and son. However, Ing Fei, caught in the maelstrom of public opinion, could no longer remain in the palace. The late emperor initially intended for her to become a nun in seclusion, but Lu Congzhu, with her fiery spirit, realized the palace was rife with conspiracies. Even as a nun, she might not be safe, so she chose to set fire to the temple and vanished into the world, adopting a disguise as a man to traverse the realm. Later, while traveling through the borderlands, she was captivated by the prowess of General Pei and decided to enlist, thus becoming the first female soldier of the Qi. The fate of this remarkable woman remains shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that she perished in battle. When Xiao Yi ascended the throne, he posthumously honored her as Ing Taifei, yet her remains were not interred in the royal mausoleum but buried in the frontier. From that moment onward, Lu Congzhu ceased to exist. Now, witnessing a face so reminiscent of Lu Congzhu's, Pei Xian was astounded. How could this be? Who are you? Pei Xian, unable to await her response, hastily approached and grasped Liang Ji's arm, his expression fraught with emotion and his eyes glistening. Liang Ji was taken aback by this gesture, trembling slightly. Pei General Pei, I am Liang Mingxiu. Liang Mingxiu? How can this be? How do you share such an uncanny resemblance to her? Pei Xian's grip tightened, his knuckles turning white, disbelief etched across his face. The court officials were equally startled, glancing between the emperor and General Liang. General Liang surely had grand ambitions. It was previously known that the emperor, during his time as crown prince, had been involved with Ing Fei, who later fell from grace and retreated to the temple, eventually meeting her demise on the battlefield. General Liang had raised his daughter to possess the same beauty as Ing Fei, which could only imply he was gambling on the emperor's lingering affections for her. The Empress Dowager's demeanor darkened as she recalled the adoration Ing Fei had once commanded, only to be accused of an affair with her son, which had nearly jeopardized his position as crown prince. She held no fondness for this face. Moreover, General Liang's decision to mold his daughter in this likeness and publicly evoke memories of the past would undoubtedly reignite the gossip mill. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the Empress Dowager decisively proclaimed, "Enough. Liang Mingxiu has committed an affront to the crown, disregarding rank and propriety. She is to be expelled from the palace and shall never participate in the selection of concubines again." Both General Liang and Liang Mingxiu were taken aback. How could this be? Liang Mingxiu immediately crumpled, adopting a timid and pitiful demeanor as she looked toward Xiao Yi, her voice dripping with affection. "Your Majesty, I am devoted to you. I only wish for you to allow me into the palace, even if it is as a servant." The queen and the numerous concubines furrowed their brows, expressing their disdain. Xiao Yi maintained a stern expression, revealing no emotions, yet an impending storm seemed to loom. Shen Cihuan was also bewildered. She had certainly heard of the renowned Ying Taifei, for few were unaware of such a prominent figure within the Deqi dynasty. However, she had not anticipated that Ying Taifei had a past with the emperor, though the system claimed these were mere slanders. But who could be the source of such defamation? Ordinary concubines lacked the means to tarnish the reputation of a consort and the crown prince. It was likely the machinations of Jiaojiao. Just as the atmosphere in the grand hall grew tense, Xiao Yi spoke up. Liang Qing, have you raised your daughter to be like this? With someone behind her instigating her? General Liang was taken aback and hastily knelt, declaring, Your Majesty, I have never harbored any intentions against you. My daughter has always possessed such a demeanor. In the past, the incident regarding Ying Taifei caused quite a stir, and I dared not speak of it. Now that my daughter is growing up, I finally have the courage to let her appear. As for my daughter, she is genuinely innocent and only harbors admiration for your Majesty. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, while the Empress could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, Your Majesty, regardless of her intentions, this woman must not enter the palace. Meanwhile, Pei Xian had been intently observing Liang Mingqiu, studying her jade-like cheeks, her autumn water eyes, her delicate lips, and her graceful brows, as if he were looking through her to see another person. Liang Mingqiu could not help but shed tears. Your Majesty, I do not know why I resemble Ying Taifei. I do not know her, and I have never harbored any thoughts of replacing her. I only seek to serve beside your Majesty as a palace maid. Li Chengyi could not suppress a cold snort. Umph. Miss Liang speaks so lightly. Who among us does not know what you are truly after? Just a palace maid? I fear you're only dreaming of climbing into bed with the emperor. Impudent. The empress could not help but chastise her sharply. Li Chengyi's words were too reckless and offensive, not only insulting Liang Ji, but also disrespecting the emperor. In front of all the officials, the empress was displeased. She did not wish for anyone to think her incapable of managing the harem. Li Chengyi was known for her bluntness, often speaking before thinking. Now chastised by the empress, she felt wronged but dared not retort, sitting in silence. Just as silence enveloped the hall, Pei Xian stepped forward. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best if I take this woman away. This statement stirred a tempest. The prince consort of the grand princess wished to take away a woman who openly expressed her affection for the emperor. The empress was infuriated to the point of trembling. Pei Xian, do you know what you were saying? You are the prince consort of the grand princess, my son-in-law. What do you want with this woman? Do you intend to trample the dignity of the grand princess and the royal family underfoot? You are far too arrogant. Thinking that military merit grants you the right to insult the royal family, Pei Xian faced the empress's accusations in anger without changing his expression. Kneeling, he firmly gazed at the emperor and declared, Your Majesty, please believe that I harbor no treasonous intentions. Since the empress does not wish for Liang Ji to enter the palace, I only wish to temporarily take care of her. The empress was on the brink of madness. Ignoring the palace banquet and the gazes of the officials and concubines, she seized a teacup beside her and hurled it. Pei Xian, do not think I am afraid to strike you. Though Pei Xian knelt, he remained upright, unafraid of the empress's teacup, having faced many dangers on the battlefield. The officials dared not continue their discussions, exchanging frantic glances. What is happening? Old Lu, do you know? I have no idea. Isn't General Pei the prince consort of the grand princess? Why has he suddenly stepped forward for Liang Ji? I believe General Pei is genuinely loyal to the emperor. Bringing Liang Ji into his household could resolve today's predicament and facilitate her future entry into the palace. No. Onyo, you must be mistaken. I think General Pei is not seeking to resolve the situation, but genuinely desires this woman. What nonsense! This woman is clearly a product of General Liang's meticulous training. Meant for the emperor. What do you know? This is a man's intuition. Perhaps General Pei actually has feelings for Ying Taifei. Nonsense. Ying Taifei is the emperor's former beloved. What do you understand? Have you not heard that Ying Taifei's military service was due to the favor she received from the former General Pei? They are related thus. She must be acquainted with General Pei. Seated in a high position, Shen Cihuan observed the officials below, their heads bowed, yet their faces were animated, exchanging frantic glances as if their eyelids were twitching. She curiously inquired of the system, Ali, what are these officials doing? Why do they all seem uncomfortable? Oh, host, I am deciphering. They are engaged in encrypted communication. They are gossiping. As Shen Cihuan and the system decoded the official's expressions, Liang Mingqiu was taken aback by Pei Xian's unexpected intervention. If he truly took her back to his residence, would she not be unable to enter the palace? Gritting her teeth, she began to crush the hidden insect in her palm. A small, blood-red insect emerged from her hand and slowly took flight, heading straight for Xiao Yi. This was her secret weapon, the love insect. This insect was gifted to her by a local priestess during her journey through the southwest. When used, the victim would instantly fall in love with the practitioner, binding their heart and mind solely to that person. It was a secret technique from the Miao region, meant to control unwanted suitors and prevent harm to the Miao people. The tiny, blood-red insect fluttered before everyone and was about to enter Xiao Yi when it was detected by the system. Alert! Alert! Host! Someone is using an insect on the emperor. What? Shen Cihuan was alarmed. Quick! Stop her! This is indeed a love insect. It must be Liang Mingqiu's trick. Let's use a rebound talisman. With that, the system activated the item, deducting points, and the rebound talisman took effect, emitting a golden light that enveloped Xiao Yi. The tiny insect was instantly bounced back to Liang Mingqiu's own body. Shen Cihuan was left speechless. Hey, Ali. This love insect is meant to make the other party fall in love with oneself. If you bounce it back, who will she love? The system was at a loss for words. It had not considered this question, acting purely on instinct in a moment of danger. She should love herself, right? The system was also uncertain. Shen Cihuan could not help but twitch her lips. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi remained oblivious to what had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had no affection for Ying Fei, nor did he favor Liang Ji, who seemed capable of stirring trouble. The most pressing matter in the harem was ensuring Xiao Huaner's pregnancy, and he would not allow any risks or threats to her safety. Thus, he would never permit Liang Ji to enter the palace. If he could smoothly acquiesce to Pei Xian's suggestion, it would work to his advantage. He was well aware of Pei Xian's deep feelings for Ying Taifei, having lost the woman he loved most. Now, with someone resembling her, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Furthermore, Xiao Zhan had succumbed to madness, and the empress had persistently sought his assistance in her treatment. If he could use Liang Ji to sever Pei Xian's connection to Xiao Zhan entirely, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Hence, Xiao Yi waved his hand, granting Pei Xian's request. Pei Xian was overjoyed, quickly bowing in gratitude. General Liang's face turned ashen, while the empress nearly fainted with rage. The officials were entertained, and the harem concubines breathed a sigh of relief. As for Liang Mingqiu, what? I refuse. How could such an unattractive person as Pei Xian be worthy of someone as beautiful and noble as I? Liang Mingqiu struggled frantically, declaring, None of you are worthy to marry me. I am a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, while you are mere ants. The crowd was bewildered. What was this Liang lady up to now? Pei Xian frowned and approached her, gently grasping her arm, saying in a low voice, Do not make a scene. I mean you no harm, nor are you worthy of it. I merely seek to clarify a few matters. To his astonishment, Liang Mingqiu shrieked at the touch of his hand, Ah, do not touch me, you mortal. How dare a mere mortal lay hands on me? I am tainted. Pei Xian twitched his lips, his expression darkening. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, frantically signaling one another. Had this Liang lady truly lost her mind from the pressure? General Liang was equally perplexed, at a loss regarding his daughter's peculiar behavior. Shen Cihuan, meanwhile, was frantically communicating with the system. Ali, is this the consequence of consuming the lover's poison? It is truly terrifying. It must be. It seems to be extreme narcissism, indeed a malady. Xiao Yi had long grown tired of this farce and waved his hand dismissively. Pei Xian, take her away. The palace banquet is over. With that, he tenderly turned to assist Shen Cihuan, preparing to leave. Chapter 61. Annoyance. Xiao Yi observed the farce at the banquet, unable to contain his restless heart. He was inherently combative. Had he not been named crown prince by his father, had he not ascended as the emperor of the Qi, he would have preferred the battlefield, where even the thrill of bloodshed exhilarated him. Yet, even within the palace, such emotions could not be quelled. Otherwise, he would not have kept the likes of Jiaojiao and Mimi, nor would he have spoken harshly to the concubines. However, every time he encountered Shen Cihuan, His combative spirit melted like snow in spring. Gazing at her delicate face and sweet smile, he wished to shield her from the bloodshed and darkness, desiring only to see her happy and smiling, even if it meant enduring some discomfort himself. Thus this night, despite his anger towards the self-righteous General Liang and the scheming Liang lady, he contemplated executing them before the officials, letting blood flow like a river, a warning to any who dared covet his harem. Yet, upon turning slightly and seeing Shen Cihuan, his gaze softened instantly, especially at the sight of her slightly protruding belly. Should he execute them in her presence, it might frighten her. Thus, he restrained himself, allowing Pei Xian to escort the Liang lady away. As for General Liang, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A general who had no thoughts of leading troops was of little use. It would be better to assign him a position guarding the city gates. Having resolved the matter, Xiao Yi personally assisted Shen Cihuan step by step toward the exit. The crowd knelt in reverence, sighing in admiration of the favored consort. Upon returning to Yaowang Palace, Xiao Yi took a moment to reassure her. "Fear not, my dear. I have no interest in those women. You alone hold my heart. None can rival you, even in the slightest." Shen Cihuan smiled. "Your Majesty, I am well aware. It is just that regarding General Pei." Xiao Yi gently patted her back. "It is of no concern. Pei Xian is a wise man. He knows what to do." With the emperor by her side, Shen Cihuan felt reassured. Leaning tenderly against Xiao Yi, her warm breath caressed his neck like a feather, igniting a flutter within him, prompting his hands to wander. The atmosphere between them turned sultry, as if the very air was thick with tension. Soon, Shen Cihuan's eyes became misty, her breath quickening as she playfully chided, "Your Majesty, how vexatious." "How so?" Xiao Yi feigned innocence, reveling in the sight of his beloved rabbit blushing, ensnared in a whirlpool of emotions. He felt a twinge of regret. How much more enjoyable it would be after she bore their child, allowing for greater freedom in their affections. Shen Cihuan clutched his garment, her cheeks rosy and lips glistening, making her irresistibly alluring. Xiao Yi struggled to contain himself, mindful of her condition, refraining from crossing the final threshold. This night was destined to be one of restless longing. In stark contrast to the heated atmosphere of Yaowang Palace, the ambience in Xinang Palace was frigid, almost suffocating. The Empress Dowager glared at Pei Xian, her voice dripping with disdain. "Pei Xian, how dare you return to Xinang Palace? Have you taken that wretched girl back to the general's residence or the princess's quarters? If you have upset Jenner, I will not spare you." Pei Xian remained unperturbed, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, I harbor no inappropriate intentions toward Miss Liang. I merely seek to ascertain the truth. I implore you, do not misunderstand." "Misunderstand?" The Empress Dowager scoffed. "What more could I misunderstand? I never anticipated you would harbor such feelings for Liu Zhangzhu. In her prime, she captivated the late emperor, and after entangling with my son, she now dares to seduce my son-in-law. Truly remarkable." Pei Xian recognized the Empress Dowager's fury was beyond reason. Knowing it would be futile to argue further, and fearing for Liang Mingqiu's safety, he tactfully shifted focus to Princess Xiaojin. "Your Majesty, the immediate concern is the Long Princess. How is she faring?" Mention of her daughter brought tears to the Empress Dowager's eyes. "Oh, my poor child. Alas, she has devoted herself wholeheartedly to you, Pei Xian. If you still have even a shred of affection, you must treat her well. She is in a state of confusion. Perhaps only you can heal her." With a heavy sigh, the Empress Dowager commanded the Long Princess to be brought forth. Pei Xian stood aside, lost in thought. Moments later, he noticed several maidservants surrounding Xiao Zhan. Turning, he beheld the once haughty Xiao Zhan, now appearing weary, with dark circles under her eyes, clutching a pillow and murmuring, "Child, my child, be good. Mother will clear the way for you. I will see you upon the dragon throne." Pei Xian's expression darkened as he turned to the Empress Dowager, his tone icy. "Your Majesty, although the Long Princess is in a daze, some words should not be uttered lightly." The Empress Dowager's expression was pained. "It is my failure to guide her properly. I focused solely on her education, neglecting to curb her ambitions. Yet now, she cannot think clearly, uttering whatever comes to mind, leaving me helpless." Pei Xian observed Xiao Zhan's condition, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Your Majesty, do you believe in the cycle of cause and effect?" The Empress Dowager's expression changed, her voice sharp. "Pei Xian, what do you mean by that? Surely, you must understand. The Long Princess has long harbored ambitions for the throne, colluding with officials and committing unspeakable acts, all while dismissing human life. Little did she know, this may be the very consequence of her own actions. Now she reaps what she has sown. Outrageous! 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 The Empress Dowager felt as though Pei Xian were intent on driving her to madness. Yet Pei Xian retorted with a smirk, "Your Majesty, your kindness is evident, but your favoritism has led to the Long Princess's current state. It is your indulgence that has allowed her to reach this point. Otherwise, why has she remained childless all these years?" The Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed. "What do you imply? Her sins are simply too great. You claim she loves me wholeheartedly, yet I am aware the Long Princess has kept no fewer than 20 male lovers in her residence. It is impossible to rule out any complications arising from such circumstances." The Empress Dowager's gaze hardened, and she fell silent. Perhaps she had long evaded the truth. The root of the issue lay within her own actions. Her excessive favoritism towards Xiaojun had led to her repeated transgressions. In the present day, dwelling on past grievances holds no significance. All that remains is the hope for her safety. Chapter 62. The arrival of a miraculous stone. After Pei Xian departed from the Ci Ning Palace, Xiaojun did not follow him back to the princess's residence, opting instead to remain in the palace under the care of the Empress Dowager. Observing Pei Xian's demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt uneasy in trusting him with her daughter's well-being. Thus, she resolved to gradually atone for the sins of both mother and daughter. Perhaps this was their shared retribution. As these thoughts were conveyed through the system to Shen Cihuan, she was nestled in Xiao Yi's embrace, enjoying their closeness. Xiao Yi promised that once she bore their child, he would take her to the palace where they would be free from the presence of concubines, the Empress Dowager, and the Grand Princess, allowing them to relax together. Shen Cihuan was undeniably tempted by this notion. Consequently, Xiaozhan's absence from the palace became less significant. After all, she had succumbed to madness. Once she ascended to the status of the imperial noble consort and mastered the skills of the unseen, she would be able to orchestrate Xiaozhan's demise without a trace. This life would eventually be reclaimed. Perhaps it was her murderous intent that stirred the children within her womb, for they began to move restlessly, causing her belly to swell with small bumps. This alarmed Xiao Yi. When Shen Cihuan carried Junlin, she had taken a pill that ensured a calm demeanor, resulting in gentle movements. Thus, when the commotion intensified, it was unusual. Xiao Yi, in a state of urgency, summoned the imperial physician while holding Shen Cihuan, inquiring, "What is the matter? Are you unwell? Can your belly endure this? Are you about to give birth?" Counting the days, she had been pregnant for 6 to 7 months. Multiple births rarely reached full term, and Xiao Yi was particularly anxious about her delivering prematurely. However, Shen Cihuan had consumed a pain-free delivery pill, so she felt no discomfort, merely a peculiar sensation as if the children were defending her, ready to take action. She smiled and reassured Xiao Yi, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. I am fine. The children are simply more active than usual. It does not indicate an impending birth." Xiao Yi's expression darkened as he murmured, "Could it be that last night you encountered them?" Shen Cihuan's face flushed crimson, and she gently pushed him away, shyly exclaiming, "Your Majesty, what are you saying? Be careful. Someone might overhear." "What does it matter? Even if they hear, they would not spread it," Xiao Yi replied, glancing at the surrounding palace maids, who had lowered their heads in modesty. Only then did he feel satisfied. Shortly after, the imperial physician arrived. The group of physicians had been visiting daily to check on the noble consort's health. Thus they were well aware of her condition. After each physician took their turn to check her pulse and discussed among themselves, the lead physician, Zhou, reported back to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the noble consort is carrying multiple children. There are 5 dragon sons within her womb, so the vigorous movements are entirely normal. Is it truly all right? Will it affect the noble consort's health? Will her belly burst?" Xiao Yi's fear escalated at the thought of the 5 children fighting inside her, potentially harming Shen Cihuan. Zhou quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, there is no cause for concern. The noble consort possesses an unparalleled constitution, one of the healthiest I have encountered in my years of practice, far surpassing even some martial artists. She is exceptionally suited for carrying children. Please rest assured." Xiao Yi scrutinized the wrinkled face of Zhou, then his trembling hands and thinning hair, and found some comfort in his words, nodding in agreement. Yet, still feeling uneasy, He asked about last night. I and the noble consort. The normally domineering emperor hesitated, his words faltering, eliciting curious gazes from the physicians. Shen Cihuan sensed his impending revelation and, unsure how to intervene, turned her head away, unable to look. Having lived nearly 30 years, this was the first time he felt nervous about expressing himself, lacking the calm demeanor he had displayed moments ago. Perhaps it was the male physicians that made discussing matters of intimacy with his beloved consort difficult to broach. Nevertheless, to ease his mind, he inquired last night. I and the noble consort may have been a bit reckless. Might it affect the children? The physicians collectively fixed their gaze on the emperor, causing him to feel an unusual discomfort. Zhou cleared his throat and responded, "There is no issue. Just be gentle and avoid contact with the abdomen." Once the physicians departed, he tenderly assured Shen Cihuan, "Do not worry. I shall come to accompany you nightly until you give birth." The two nestled sweetly together. The palace banquet had concluded, yet the attention of those present remained fixated on the general's residence, for a young lady resembling the late consort Ing was present. Surprisingly, the most animated response came not from the emperor, but from General Pei. Meanwhile, rumors circulated throughout the capital, claiming that the grand princess had gone mad, and that the general had seized a woman intended for the emperor out of vengeance for his perceived humiliation. This became a sensational topic of gossip among the citizens. However, Pei Xian did not act as they speculated. Instead, he carefully arranged for the woman to be sheltered in a secluded courtyard, attended to by servants. Liang Mingxiu, under the influence of a love charm, retained her clarity of mind and understood that her plans to enter the palace had been thwarted. She was now under Pei Xian's control. Yet, the charm forbade her from allowing anyone to touch her, even the servants, as they were deemed unworthy of her noble form. The thought of marrying Pei Xian filled her with distress. For an entire month, she awaited his visit, but he never came, leaving her both relieved and perplexed. Pei Xian, in the meantime, was investigating Liang Mingxiu's background, seeking to understand the reason for her striking resemblance to Lu Congzhu. As time passed, he found no answers. Meanwhile, the imperial consort Shen Cihuan was once again at work. In the Yaoguang Palace, she exchanged for a divine symbol with a li, a symbol of auspiciousness. However, having previously acquired a gem from Junlin, she opted for a simpler arrangement this time, requiring only the ambience of a clear sky after rain, with auspicious clouds emerging from the east. Ali also provided her with a miraculous stone. As she performed her act in the birthing chamber, a disturbance occurred at the Zhennan Tower in the southeastern part of the capital. Chapter 63. The birth of 5 sons. The divine blessing unveiled to Qi has always embraced the beliefs of deities and the Taoist sects without restraint. The Zhennan Tower in the capital is revered as a site of miracles. Its history traces back to a renowned abbot named Xingzhe, who once foretold the fate of the founding emperor of Qi while in a secluded mountain retreat. He proclaimed him to be the embodiment of the celestial purple star, thereby gaining widespread acclaim. During an earthquake, he opened the Zhennan Temple to shelter the afflicted, including pregnant women, thus breaking the Buddhist precepts but earning the admiration of the populace. After Abbot Xingzhe's passing, his relics were venerated, and the Zhennan Tower was constructed to house them. On the day of its completion, a miraculous stone descended from the heavens, inscribed with the words, "Protect the Qi." Thus, the Zhennan Tower has remained a site of divine significance, regarded as a manifestation of celestial power. Today, a century after the tower's establishment, it experienced another extraordinary event. Citizens and monks flocked to the Zhennan Tower, surrounding it in droves. Following the commotion, they were astonished to discover that the inscription on the miraculous stone had changed. This occurrence was so surreal that the people knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "The deities have manifested! The deities have manifested!" Daring souls advanced to investigate. The original 4 characters had transformed into 8, boldly inscribed, "The birth of 5 sons, divine blessings to the great beginning." At this moment, the system excitedly shared the miraculous event it had orchestrated with Shen Cihuan. Host, I just made some alterations at the southern tower, and now the large stone there reads, "The birth of 5 sons, divine blessings to the great beginning." Almost half of the citizens in the capital have gone to kneel at the southern tower. How cool is that? Isn't it impressive? Shen Cihuan twitched her lips. There's really no need for such a grand display. The southern tower is the foundation of the great beginning. The founding emperor was prophesied there. And what of it? Being chosen by this system means you are the child of destiny, a favored one of the heavens. The system's voice grew increasingly haughty. A favored one of the heavens, giving birth, should receive some preferential treatment, right? What does the Southern Tower even signify? Next time you give birth, how about I summon a heavenly thunder to strike the palace? No need for that. Thank you, Ali. Shen Cihuan closed her eyes, deciding to focus on delivering the children first. With a determined effort, she prepared to give birth. Outside the Yaowang Palace, news of the unusual happenings at the Southern Tower had reached the palace. Shen Cihuan was astonished upon hearing that 5 sons were born. Realizing these were the 5 dragon sons within the noble consort's womb, as he recalled the auspicious signs accompanying the birth of the crown prince, he pondered whether this noble consort was truly a person of great fortune. How else could one explain that each child she bore was more extraordinary than the last? Before he could think further, he hurried to report this to the anxious emperor outside. The emperor was taken aback. His first thought was whether this meant all were princes and no princesses. His second thought was that it was only fitting he should be the emperor, for the sons of dragons are each unique, and his sons should indeed be remarkable. The Empress Dowager and the Empress, as usual, were present, and upon hearing the news, they felt it was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. The Empress Dowager sighed. It seems bringing Cihuan into the palace was indeed the right decision. She is truly a blessed person. Perhaps in the future, our great beginning will depend on her to alter certain circumstances. Hearing the Empress Dowager's words, the emperor felt not a trace of resentment. Rather, he felt a sense of pride and smiled. Indeed, Cihuan is our great beginning's lucky star, and her children are also stars of fortune. No sooner had he spoken than the loud cries of a newborn echoed from the Yaowang Palace. The 3 exchanged glances, each wearing a bright smile. Shortly thereafter, 4 distinct cries followed, all vigorous and hearty. The imperial physician and midwives emerged to announce the joyful news. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The noble consort has given birth to 5 princes, and both mother and children are safe. I have checked the pulse of the noble consort and the 5 princes. They are all in excellent health, without any flaws. Ha ha ha! Excellent! 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 Xiao Yi laughed heartily, feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in ages. He waved his hand generously. Reward them. Reward them all. Each midwife and physician shall receive 1,000 taels of gold. Those who serve the noble consort in Yaowang Palace shall receive 3 years' worth of salary. It had been a long time since the emperor had been so lavish with rewards, and everyone present rejoiced, kneeling to express their gratitude. The Empress Dowager could hardly contain her excitement. Quick, quick, let me see the 5 little princes. The empress was equally curious. I want to see, too. 5 quintuplets, and all born with such fortune. Little Cihuan is truly impressive. After saying this, she found it curious that the series of auspicious signs surrounding the birth seemed reminiscent of the golden indicators often attributed to time-traveling heroines. But wasn't she herself a time traveler? Why had such fortune not befallen her? The empress pondered the possibility of Cihuan having also traveled through time. But recalling the modern phrases she had previously uttered, she dismissed the thought. Regardless of whether Cihuan was a time traveler or possessed some other golden opportunity, she was unconcerned. After all, childbirth was not particularly enjoyable. She would focus on her daughter, happily embracing her role as empress and enjoying the wealth and honor that came with it. With this realization, the empress cheerfully followed the Empress Dowager into the delivery room to see the children and the noble consort. Naturally, Xiao Yi also wished to see his beloved Cihuan. He had initially expected her to appear pale and weak after giving birth. Yet what he found instead was a woman with a rosy complexion, radiant spirit, and the energy to admire her children. His anxiety and concern dissipated. Your Majesty, look. Each of these 5 children is unique. They are all so adorable. Shen Cihuan was astonished. This was her first time experiencing such a bountiful birth. She had thought that children born from the same pregnancy would resemble each other, yet each of her 5 sons bore distinct differences. However, now that she had ample resources, she administered the same standard enhancement pills to each child as she had to Junlin: intelligence pills, body-strengthening pills, immunity pills, beauty pills, and so forth. Thus, the children appeared well-behaved and intelligent, their rosy lips and white teeth reminiscent of the children depicted in traditional paintings. The Empress Dowager and the Empress gazed at them with affection, reluctant to let go. Xiao Yi's focus remained on Shen Cihuan, as he carefully sat beside her bed, asking with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Is there anything discomforting? Cihuan, you have given birth to 5 princes for me. It must have been an arduous task." Shen Cihuan shook her head and replied with a smile, "It's not arduous, Your Majesty. Being able to bear children for you is my greatest happiness." Xiao Yi was deeply moved, feeling that Cihuan was indeed one of kind, a gentle and extraordinary woman. He contemplated bestowing a grand reward upon her, but he had not yet settled on how to honor her. Initially, he considered promoting her to the position of imperial noble consort. However, the rank of imperial noble consort was equivalent to that of a secondary empress, and with the empress still alive, such a promotion could only occur under dire circumstances. To elevate Cihuan now might invite ill fortune. Thus, he hesitated, a rarity for him, seeing that the emperor was not entirely certain about promoting her. Shen Cihuan took a step back, adopting a modest stance. "Your Majesty, as long as I can bear you sons, I am willing to endure any hardships and do not require any rewards. All I ask is for you to cherish me in your heart." Xiao Yi was profoundly touched. Cihuan was indeed the most intelligent and considerate woman, selflessly thinking of him without asking for anything in return, save for his true affection. Such qualities were the rarest treasures in the world. He truly did not wish to neglect her, so he decreed that the surrounding palaces, Yufu Palace, Bichuan Palace, and Chaoyang Palace, be merged into one, expanding her territory. Additionally, he ordered that all privileges of the former concubine Chani be granted to her as an imperial noble consort. In this way, Yaoguang Palace became the largest territory within the imperial palace, nearly 3 times the size of the Tai Chi Hall, occupying half of the harem. Although she held the title of imperial noble consort, her grandeur far exceeded that of the empress. Shen Cihuan felt elated but feigned modesty. This is too much, Your Majesty." "Enough, Cihuan. I say it is fitting, and it is fitting. I only wish for you to live comfortably. Now that you have 6 princes, if the space is too small, it will not suffice for their growth and play. There may be more children in the future, and they will need room to run and jump. If the space is inadequate, how can they thrive?" Xiao Yi envisioned a future where dozens of children surrounded him and Cihuan, chattering, running, jumping, reading, writing, practicing music, and singing. What a beautiful scene that would be. Shen Cihuan revealed a perfectly timed shy smile. "Your Majesty, how can you speak of such things in front of the Empress Dowager and the Empress?" The Empress Dowager, having just welcomed 5 chubby grandsons, was in high spirits, beaming at the children. "The Emperor speaks wisely. We, Huaner, are indeed a beacon of fortune, and the princes we have born are also stars of good luck. I fervently hope that you will nurture your health and guide the children well. Rest assured, whatever you desire, both I and the Emperor can procure for you, even the stars from the heavens themselves. Such is the magnitude of my words." The Empress, undisturbed by these trivialities, responded with a cheerful jest. "Our Huaner is truly blessed, having given birth to 6 princes and with the auspicious sign of the heavenly stone's descent. It appears you are favored by the heavens." The celestial stone? Although she was aware it was a creation of the system, Shen Cihuan feigned ignorance. Xiao Yi recounted the tale with a smile, and Shen Cihuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gasped, "My goodness! Is this true? What merit do I possess? Ah, Huaner, do not belittle yourself. You are indeed a star of fortune." Xiao Yi felt a swell of joy in his heart, almost lifting him off the ground. He glanced at his 5 sons. The Empress cradled the second son, whose delicate features bore a resemblance to his own, while the third son nestled in the Empress's arms. "Vous êtes quali adorable, incroyably resembling Huaner." The remaining sons were held by wet nurses. The youngest had a spirited temperament, yet he did not cry, instead playfully waving his tiny hands as if greeting him, softening Xiao Yi's heart. "Good, all are good children." Xiao Yi felt overwhelmed by the cuteness of each son, especially since Huaner's children were not like ordinary newborns, all wrinkled and red, but rather plump and healthy. He often wondered how such a petite and delicate figure as Huaner could bear 5 children. "Your Majesty, have you chosen names for the 5 princes?" The Empress inquired with a smile. Xiao Yi had not anticipated having 5 sons. He had even prepared names for 2 daughters. As the crown prince, Junlin must be distinguished from his brothers. Thus, the 5 princes were named Jing, Jingning, Jingyan, Jingxian, and Jingyao. Shen Cihuan murmured the names, clearly pleased. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I am fond of these names. It seems the princes are quite fond of them as well. As if on cue, the 5 children wave their hands and feet upon hearing their names, displaying their delight. Xiao Yi, filled with pride, declared, "My princes are extraordinary. I shall ensure they receive ample guidance to expand our great qi." The announcement of the 5 princes' birth by the noble consort, sanctioned by the emperor's decree, sent ripples of excitement through the capital. Almost everyone was aware of the extraordinary phenomenon at the Zhennan Pagoda, where the heavenly stone bore the inscription, 5 sons born, blessed by the gods of the qi. In light of the noble consort's 5 princes, the populace was astounded, leading to the construction of a temple in her honor, proclaiming her the true star of fortune for the qi. Upon learning of this, the emperor not only refrained from objection, but also actively promoted the cause, aiding in the construction nearby. In no time, the name of Consort Shen resonated throughout the capital. When Shen Cihuan heard this news, she could hardly believe her ears. "What did you say? That wretched Shen Cihuan has given birth to 5 princes? How is this possible? How could she possess such incredible luck?" Shen Cihuan glared at the servant delivering the news, nearly lashing out in fury. The trembling maid, mustering her courage, replied, "My lady, I would not dare lie. Consort Shen truly, indeed gave birth to 5 princes. The recent disturbance at the Zhennan Pagoda, the heavenly stone's descent, speaks of the 5 sons born, blessed by the gods of the qi, referring to the noble consort's 5 princes." Wretched woman! Shen Cihuan was beside herself with rage, unable to accept her fate. Why was it that she was born barren while this woman bore 5 sons? Chapter 65. The prodigy Shen Cihuan's recent days were fraught with turbulence. Initially, after lamenting to shun the prime minister, the Yin Wang had shown some restraint, even claiming she was with child and intending to raise the child of concubine Shen. These developments seemed promising. However, rumors soon spread throughout the manor, alleging that she was ruthless and plotting to usurp children from their mothers, ready to harm any concubine who bore child. By the time she learned of it, the entire household was awash with gossip, and the concubines had formed an alliance against her, creating numerous obstacles. Not only did the Yin Wang avoid her quarters, but the steward authority also faced significant challenges. This infuriated her, as the Yin Wang's absence meant he was likely swayed by the whispers of other concubines, to her great disadvantage. This was not the worst of it. Her foundation was not built on favoritism, but rather on her family's background and the steward's authority. Yet, even the steward and various servants began to pay her lip service, which only fueled her anger. She considered summoning her servants to punish those treacherous maids. Just then, the Yin Wang returned and witnessed the scene, interpreting it as evidence of her cruelty and lack of compassion, which diminished his regard for her. She found herself in a predicament, unable to voice her grievances. She longed to return to her family and seek solace from her father, but unbeknownst to her, Shen the Prime Minister was currently basking in glory. Not only was he the Crown Prince's maternal grandfather, but he was also the father of the favored consort, basking in his own success. He showed little kindness to his unworthy eldest daughter, merely instructing her to remain quietly in the Yin Wang's manor until her child was born, without causing trouble. Shen Cihuan was unwilling to accept this fate, but felt powerless, compelled to continue her struggles against the other concubines and servants. Meanwhile, the Yaoguang Palace was particularly lively. No place in the entire harem was as bustling as Yaoguang Palace. Shen Cihuan was still in confinement, despite having no need for it due to the system's medicinal pills. Yet, adhering to the long-standing traditions of the qi and the physician's advice, she reluctantly complied. Fortunately, the emperor and the empress visited her daily, providing companionship, and with 6 children. Her days were filled with joy. Little Junlin was nearly 1 year old now, and the emperor was planning his first birthday celebration with the empress, intending to host an extravagant event at the Taiji Hall, inviting civil and military officials, as he was the crown prince. Xiao Yi, gazing at his son who bore a striking resemblance to him, felt immense joy. Moreover, Junlin's bright, dark eyes sparkled with intelligence. Even before reaching 1 year, he could articulate many words fluently, calling out to his father and mother, delighting both Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan, who readily dedicated 2 to 3 hours each day to play with him or read to him. Not only that, but he could also engage in conversation. "Father, this is for my little brother." He lifted a small, colorful ball adorned with vibrant tassels, exquisite in appearance. "Very well, Linner, go ahead." My brother will surely love it. Xiao Yi was increasingly astonished, even contemplating that if he were to teach his son poetry now, he might memorize it effortlessly. Thus, he attempted to teach Junlin a verse from Quiet Night Thoughts. Under the eager gaze of both Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan, little Junlin recited it flawlessly after just one reading. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown. Xiao Yi was genuinely taken aback. Huanar, Lukot Linar. He followed just one reading and could recite the entire poem fluently. Such brilliance. Surely, the heavens favor our Qi. Shen Cihuan stifled a laugh. This was likely the effect of the system's enlightening pills, but her son's intelligence was undoubtedly a blessing. Xiao Yi, brimming with excitement, proceeded to teach Junlin a longer poem. At the foot of North Solid Mountain, as anticipated, he recited it perfectly without error. Xiao Yi gazed fondly at his chubby, cherubic son, who was looking back at him with a radiant smile, nearly driven to madness with joy. Once more, he exclaimed, and then proceeded to recite classical texts such as the Lute Song, the Record of Yang Tower, What I Desire, and the Memorial on the Expedition. The system was utterly flabbergasted. Is he intent on having the child memorize all the required classical texts from the 12 years of education? How can he be so diligent at such a tender age, not yet even a year old? Little Junlin, unfazed, recited them all flawlessly and with remarkable fluency. Without a moment's pause, despite the lengthy recitation, he found it neither tedious nor tiresome. Instead, he appeared to revel in the experience, clapping his tiny hands in delight. Such a sight provoked a twinge of envy in the onlookers. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Wonderful! My son is truly a celestial prodigy, a child of extraordinary talent. He is indeed the auspicious child born of the phoenix. Xiao Yi laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with an almost frightening brilliance. From this day forth, I shall commence the education of my heir. Let us have him reside in the Tai Chi Hall, and I shall take him with me to court, allowing him to absorb the matters of state. Who knows, in a few years, he may even share my burdens. However, Shen Cihuan quickly intervened, Your Majesty. Little Junlin is still so young. He has not even undergone the traditional rites of passage. To suddenly bring him to the Tai Chi Hall and to court would be rather excessive. Perhaps it would be wiser to first teach him some foundational knowledge, reading history, memorizing verses, and after a few years, he may then go to the Tai Chi Hall. Xiao Yi, though impatient, recognized the validity of her reasoning. Most importantly, Junlin was still fragile. Should those with ill intentions learn of his remarkable abilities, they might resort to harmful schemes. While he was confident in his ability to protect Junlin, the cunning of malicious individuals was unpredictable. The tiniest ailment could pose a grave threat to the innocent child. To mitigate any potential risks, he decided against bringing his son to court for the time being. If Shen Cihuan were aware of his concerns, she might dismiss them, claiming that their son was as resilient as a diamond, impervious to harm, and possessed a vitality surpassing that of many adults. Knowing Junlin's brilliance, Xiao Yi felt a swell of anticipation for his other sons, eagerly awaiting the delightful surprises they would bring in the coming year. On the day of the prince's rite of passage, the entire palace was abuzz with excitement as everyone gathered at the Tai Chi Hall to witness the ceremony. Shen Cihuan donned a magnificent yellow gown befitting a noble consort, accentuating her delicate, captivating features, rendering her almost too radiant to behold. Despite having borne 6 children, her figure remained graceful and alluring, even more so than before her pregnancies. Such was the extraordinary nature of the system. Once appearing as a pure and innocent little rabbit, after a year in the palace and being cherished by the emperor, her demeanor had gradually transformed, exuding an alluring charm that drew the eyes of many. The other consorts, witnessing her allure, could not help but feel a pang of envy. They had heard that women often endure changes after childbirth, developing imperfections and dull skin. Yet, why did the noble consort seem untouched by such woes? Instead, she radiated even more brilliance, casting them into the shadows. It was no wonder the emperor's affections were solely for her. If they were men, they would likely be captivated by her as well. This realization left them both resentful and helpless, feeling a bittersweet sorrow. Regardless, the noble consort had distanced herself from them. They could scarcely reach her level. Her next step would surely be to ascend to the status of empress. As for what lay beyond that, it was unnecessary to elaborate. The crown prince had already been established. Many consorts were already scheming to ingratiate themselves with her, realizing that their future fortunes would depend on her once the emperor passed and the crown prince ascended. Xiao Yi remained oblivious to their thoughts and indifferent to them. When he saw Shen Cihuan appear, his focus was solely on her. He personally assisted her to her seat and cradled Junlin in his arms. The consorts and ministers were seeing the esteemed crown prince closely for the first time. Conventionally, a child of merely 1 year would be frightened by the presence of so many strangers. However, the crown prince, true to his royal lineage, exhibited a poise befitting a future sovereign. Instead of crying, he eagerly surveyed his surroundings. The little prince was exquisitely adorable, resembling the emperor, yet lacking the coldness and severity. An endearing miniature version of his father. This incited a longing in many consorts. How wonderful it would be if they too had children to brighten their long, dreary nights, alleviating the monotony of counting the bricks of the palace to drift off to sleep. The ministers were equally astonished, having never encountered such a well-nurtured child. With thick, lustrous hair and large, round eyes, he appeared far more charming than the emperor. The cherubic roundness of his face was irresistible to pinch. Ahem! The ministers, casting furtive glances at the stern emperor, dared not act out of line. Yet, the gaze of the prime minister, Shen Cihuan, was particularly fervent. And then there was the Prince of Yan, nearly drooling at the sight. Fortunately, through his relentless efforts, 4 of his concubines were now pregnant. He hoped fervently that they would all give birth to sons. The empress had already dispatched personnel to prepare the items for the rite of passage. A table was laden with exquisite objects, including rare and precious ancient texts, formidable sabers, gleaming gold abacuses, and smooth jade scepters. Most striking of all was the imperial seal, placed prominently in the center. The imperial seal. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Whether consorts, ministers, or the Prince of Yan, their hearts raced at the sight. That was the imperial seal, a treasure that, once lost, could never be recovered. To have it so carelessly displayed on the table was astonishing. They understood the emperor's intention, to provide the crown prince with leverage. If he could grasp the imperial seal, his claim to the position of heir would be solidified. But could such a precious item truly be treated so casually? In the presence of such esteemed individuals, who wouldn't wish to be favored by heaven and enjoy longevity and prosperity? A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Xiao Yi, brimming with pride, addressed Junlin. Go on. My son, take whichever you desire. Junlin, fully capable of understanding and engaging in conversation, turned to his father. Father, should I give these to someone? The onlookers were taken aback. The crown prince, at such a tender age, spoke with remarkable fluency. Their own children, nearing 3 years old, could scarcely articulate like him. The disparity was astonishing, prompting disbelief among the crowd as they rubbed their eyes. Xiao Yi chuckled. No need to give them away. These are all gifts from me to you. Choose as you wish. Junlin nodded, and, after being placed on the table, he stood up slowly, his little legs pattering as he glanced around in wonder. Though Xiao Yi hoped his son would choose as he envisioned, he had refrained from instructing him on what to select, confident that Junlin would prove to be extraordinary. The gathered crowd was too captivated by the crown prince's unusual demeanor to contemplate his differences. Their gazes were fixed upon him, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the rite of passage, their excitement palpable. Yet Junlin remained composed, taking his time to observe each item closely. The Prince of Yin scoffed. It seems the crown prince is overwhelmed by the dazzling array of choices. Xiao Yi shot him a glance, dismissing him as insignificant, a mere grasshopper after autumn. Li Chongyi typically had the urge to interject, yet the crown prince's endearing nature rendered her speechless. Ultimately, she decided to overlook the situation for the sake of the crown prince. However, Yu Fei harbored no such sentiments. Her ire had already ignited upon witnessing the emperor brandishing the imperial seal. How could the esteemed emperor trivialize such a significant matter for the sake of a mere child? Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up. Your Majesty, the table is cluttered with too many items. Perhaps we should remove a few for the crown prince's ease of choice. Xiao Yi raised his gaze towards her, his regal demeanor casting an undeniable pressure that made Yu Fei's heart race. You seem to be quite a hindrance. Perhaps it would be best if you took your leave and returned to the palace. Yu Fei was taken aback by the emperor's public dismissal, especially since she had merely made a suggestion. She attempted to defend herself, but Xiao Yi frowned, his tone growing impatient. "Leave at once." Feeling the underlying threat in his words, Yufei had no doubt that if she dared to utter another word regarding the seal, the emperor would not hesitate to eliminate her. Trembling, she retreated. Chapter 67. Seizing the imperial seal, all eyes were fixated on the newly minted one-year-old crown prince. Breaths held in anticipation, afraid to miss a moment. Minister Shen was in a state of agitation, signaling frantically for Junling to seize the seal. He had even forgotten that his grandson was merely a year old, questioning whether he could truly grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet, little Junling did not keep the assembly waiting long. He surveyed his surroundings and, after a moment, approached a particular direction. Gasps erupted as he made his way toward the imperial seal, surrounded by cosmetics and a musical instrument. If the crown prince were to take the cosmetics or the instrument, it would surely become a source of amusement. Even Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan felt a pang of anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, Junling was oblivious to the tension he had created. His attention was captured by a magnificent toy, seemingly more exquisite than the rest. He bent down and grasped the imperial seal. The crowd stood in stunned silence before erupting in jubilant exclamations. "Congratulations, your majesty! The crown prince holds the imperial seal. He shall undoubtedly lead the Qi to greatness." Minister Shen was the first to react, elated beyond measure. "Ha ha ha, splendid! Xiao Yi acclaim it," lifting little Junling with pride. "My crown prince is truly extraordinary." The courtiers were at a loss, showering the child with praises. "The crown prince is naturally gifted. Surely he possesses remarkable talent. Indeed, at such a tender age, he already exudes the aura of a future sovereign. The emperor's guidance is commendable. Your majesty is wise. Establishing the crown prince early fortifies the nation's foundation. The Qi's strength shall surely ascend." The praises flowed freely, elevating Junling to celestial heights. Meanwhile, Prince Yin seethed with frustration. A decade younger than the emperor, he felt robbed of his chance at the throne, yet he was far more mature than this toddler. Must he watch as this infant rode on his back? As he fumed, he could not help but voice his discontent. The crown prince is still a child. How can one discern his potential? "Brother, you seem overly hasty. I have heard that the concubine has given birth to 5 more princes. Why rush to establish a crown prince?" Shen Cihuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the insinuation in Yan's words. Yet, she knew the emperor was quite pleased with Junling's potential. As she glanced over, she indeed saw Xiao Yi cast a sidelong glance at Yan, his tone brimming with pride. "I have naturally recognized Linger as capabilities. Lingya, recite the Yang Tower that your father read to you last night." A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The crown prince was but a year old. If he could articulate coherent speech, he would surpass the average 3-year-old. Could he truly recite such a lengthy piece? This seemed implausible. The court was rife with disbelief, suspecting the emperor wished to outdo Prince Yan. However, in the next moment their jaws dropped. In the 4th year of Qingli, Tang Zijing was exiled to guard Bailing County. The following year, governance flourished and all endeavors thrived. Who shall I accompany in this life? Junling, undaunted, began reciting with clarity. He had retained the text from the previous night, etched in his memory, and completed the recitation effortlessly. The hall of supreme harmony fell silent, disbelief hanging in the air. Xiao Yi was the first to erupt in laughter. "Ah, splendid. Linger is truly extraordinary." Elder scholar Liu, the most senior among them, trembled with excitement. As a top scholar from the previous dynasty, his intellect was unmatched. He hurried forward, asking, "Your Majesty, you just said you read this to the crown prince last night, and he memorized it in one go?" "Indeed," Xiao Yi affirmed, appreciating the elder's loyalty. "He is indeed remarkable." Scholar Liu was astounded. The crown prince's memory is truly extraordinary. He is like a celestial being descended. Prince Yan's countenance shifted between shades of green and white, itching to retort. However, the emperor's warning gaze silenced him, and he swallowed his words. Still, he inwardly grumbled. How extraordinary! Where did this child come from? Surely he was 1 year old? He distinctly remembered struggling to recite this text at 12. Could it mean that even a 1-year-old surpassed him? Unable to accept this reality, he turned his gaze toward the concubine, admiring her radiant form, and a strange thought crossed his mind. Surely, this was connected to her. After all, the emperor had been childless for years until she entered the palace and bore 6 sons, including quintuplets. Now, the crown prince exhibited exceptional qualities that could not be unrelated to her. His heart burned with indignation, knowing that his own wife was the concubine's sister. Yet, as he recalled Shen Yinshu's infertility and her miserly nature, the flames of ambition were doused with cold water. Alas, the comparison was infuriating. The other ministers felt similarly humbled. They had not anticipated the crown prince's remarkable talents, which set him apart from his peers. Reflecting inwardly, they questioned how many in Qi possessed such prodigious memory and intelligence as the crown prince. Those who had initially rallied behind Prince Yin due to the emperor's childlessness began to waver. After all, the emperor was the legitimate sovereign, and supporting a foolhardy prince was a risk they were unwilling to take. Xiao Yi, from his exalted position, perceived the shifting sentiments among his subjects. He had not merely sought to showcase his son's brilliance. He desired to proclaim to the world that he, Xiao Yi, was the true sovereign, the rightful heir to the throne. This birthday celebration provided an opportune moment for such a declaration. All ministers witnessed the crown prince's extraordinary talents, solidifying their loyalty. Chapter 68. Side quest. The birthday celebration unfolded with remarkable success. Xiao Yi found himself unable to part from little Junling, spending his days in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, engaging him in studies. The subjects encompassed not only poetry and calligraphy, but also the intricacies of imperial strategy. Shen Cihuan was left astounded. Is it truly necessary for a 1-year-old child to learn the art of imperial strategy? This world seems utterly insane. However, she now finally has the leisure to fully embrace the rewards offered by the system. After all, she has borne 5 children in one go. Surely, the rewards for 5 offspring must be exceedingly generous? Ari, quickly, I wish to claim my rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Give birth to 5 princes. Task reward, 50 multiplicity pills. What? Shen Cihuan found it hard to believe. 50 multiplicity pills? It felt as though she would never need to exchange points for any birthing pills again. The system's rewards were more than sufficient. Yet, she realized she could not possibly use all 50 multiplicity pills at once. Doing so would mean being pregnant for 50 years. That was far too daunting. Once she gives birth to a princess, she could choose to stop using them. After all, with so many sons, she still desired a few affectionate daughters. Yet, the system's tasks seemed to have reached an impasse. Beyond the birthing tasks, there were also tasks for promotion and favor points. At this moment, she could not ascend to the rank of imperial concubine, and her favor points had already reached the maximum. The emperor's favor for her had hit 1,000 and would not increase further. Just as she was about to inquire, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Due to the slow progress of the main quest, the Ari system now opens a side quest. Win over 5 concubines to join your faction. Task reward, 1,000 points. Item, Rainbow Feather Garment. Wearing the rainbow feather garment grants maximum favor from others for 2 hours. Ding! The Ari system issues a task. Resolve the troubles of the Grand Princess. Task reward, understand the language of infants. Ari was truly looking out for her, issuing 2 tasks at once. Shen Cihuan began to examine each one. The first task was relatively straightforward, but what was this rainbow feather garment with a time limit? It seemed that even for 5 concubines, it would not guarantee that everyone would hold her in high regard. It appeared that this item could only be utilized at specific moments. However, upon seeing the favor points, she recalled the skill of charm she had acquired upon her promotion to concubine. Each time, she could select one person to use the skill, granting them an additional 50 favor points. This skill would prove exceedingly useful for the task of winning over 5 concubines. The second task, however, surprised her. Wasn't the Grand Princess currently receiving instruction in the Rihua Palace? What troubles could she possibly have? Shen Cihuan had always maintained a good relationship with the Grand Princess, who bore her no malice. Thus, she was willing to assist her. Yet, what did it mean to understand the language of infants? The system kindly explained. The language of infants refers to the communication of babies. Mastering this skill will allow the host to communicate effortlessly with your children. Shen Cihuan felt something was amiss. However, the children had all taken the enlightenment pills. It wouldn't be long before they could speak and communicate with her normally. The system seemed at a loss for words. Seeing this, Shen Cihuan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. It must be useful in some way. The system seemed a bit embarrassed. Would you like me to reward you with an item from the system's trading mall? Ari's mention reminded Shen Cihuan that the system's trading mall had been opened, offering a plethora of goods from various systems. She recalled one item. The The Starship Battle System's iron armor, priced at 500 points, which could withstand any physical attack. She was quite fond of this, though it might be difficult to utilize in the palace. Nevertheless, one could never know when it might come in handy, especially since the Emperor had promised to take her to the Summer Palace in a month or two, perhaps even to tour the countryside. Therefore, she still desired this item. Thus, Shen Cihuan decided to negotiate with the system. Ari, could this time's reward include an iron armor? That won't do. You can only redeem that yourself. As I recently had a quarrel with the Starship Battle System. For now, the only item I have is the Elven Nectar from the Immortal Cultivation System, a superb beauty product that all the fairies are using. As a woman, Shen Cihuan was certainly interested in the Elven Nectar, but she was even more intrigued by the fact that the system had quarreled with another system. She quickly inquired, "What happened? Didn't you just visit the other system a few days ago? How did you end up in a dispute?" A few days before the Emperor's birthday banquet, the system had disappeared for a while, claiming it was gathering information from other systems regarding their KPI achievements this year, as it wished to maintain its position at the top. To her surprise, a conflict had arisen. The system huffed in frustration. "That old ding has always coveted my top spot, subtly undermining me and suggesting I should learn from his experience due to my youth. I couldn't stand it, and we ended up arguing. After all, I've never encountered a host as talented as you. This year's performance evaluation will surely see me remain at the top." Shen Cihuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that even for the system's sake, she had to strive and diligently complete her tasks. Ultimately, the system's reward was set at 100 portions of Elven Nectar. However, Shen Cihuan herself chose to purchase 2 sets of iron armor from the trading mall, designating herself and the Emperor as the recipients. Now, she was quite affluent in points, so the mere cost of 1,000 points posed no concern. She could easily afford it. After completing the exchange, she began contemplating how to fulfill the first task. Among the concubines, the only one with whom she was on amicable terms was the concubine. Apart from her, there was also the General Meng's daughter, Meng Marin, with whom she had a harmonious relationship. "Ari, I can currently only see the malice values of the concubines. Is there a way to detect their favor values?" "No problem. A favor detection talisman is available for 5 points each, applicable to the concubines in the harem. Only 5 points each? Buy. Ding. Points deducted. Favor detection talisman received." Shen Cihuan promptly clicked to use it. Unlike the malice detection talisman, this one appeared to be improved. It did not require her to see the individuals in person to ascertain their values, as the data could be viewed directly on the system panel. The highest favor value was that of the Empress, a remarkable 95. Among the concubines, the concubine indeed held the highest favor with 70. Shen Cihuan inquired of the system, for this task to win over 5 concubines, does the Empress count among them? The system regretfully informed her that the Empress did not qualify. This made the task of finding 5 among the concubines rather challenging. To win them over, their favor values needed to exceed 60. With the concubine at 70, she could count as 1. Next was Meng Marin at 50, followed by the rather invisible Bai Guirin at 40. The next revelation left her astonished. It was none other than Li Chongyi, who had always been outspoken and critical of her, also at 40. Shen Cihuan struggled to comprehend. When she ascended to her position, Li Chongyi had been nothing but a thorn in her side, always causing trouble, though she was repeatedly punished by the Empress for her antics. After pondering for a moment, she began to grasp a notion. The Empress had once mentioned that Li Chongyi was merely a bit foolish, not truly malevolent. The system appeared surprised as well. While it had encountered many who feigned friendship while concealing betrayal, it had never seen someone who openly criticized yet secretly held favor. "Please hold on, host. The system is conducting a query." Ding. Query complete. The favor value increased due to Li Chongyi's fondness for the crown prince during the birthday banquet. So she had inadvertently benefited from the charm of little Junling. It seemed Junling was more popular than she was. This realization brought her joy, as it meant the task would be less daunting. The remaining candidates were Lin Kaier and Huang Baolin, both of whom held a favor value of 30. Shen Cihuan thus decided to include the concubine, Meng Marin by Garen, Li Chongyi, and Lin Kaier in her faction. Indeed, she could comprehend the system's approach. Possessing a faction within the harem would undoubtedly facilitate numerous endeavors. Moreover, it was not solely about themselves. The significance of their respective families was paramount. Behind Meng Marin stood General Meng, whose importance need not be elaborated upon. Bai Gairin hailed from a scholarly lineage. Her father currently held considerable prestige among the civil officials, albeit with a modest title. Yet he had nurtured countless talents, and many officials in the court had benefited from Lord Bai's generosity. Lin Siren's brother was presently a rising star, with a promising future, and His Majesty was preparing to bestow further responsibilities upon him. All of these factors would serve as invaluable support for the future ascension of Junling. Having contemplated this, she resolved to begin utilizing her skills, with Meng Marin as her first target. Meng Marin currently possessed a favorability score of 50. Adding another 50 would elevate it to 100. According to the system's regulations, a favorability score of 100 would ensure unwavering loyalty, rendering betrayal impossible. She felt a sense of anticipation, for within the harem, she found herself most compatible with only the Empress and Fei. After selecting Meng Marin as her target, she observed that the system panel indicated an addition of a red label, Loyal, next to Meng Marin's name. Excellent. However, the color of the manipulation skill had altered to gray, accompanied by a countdown of 72 hours, equivalent to 36 time units. It appeared that she would have to wait until the countdown concluded before she could employ the skill again. She suddenly realized the immense potential of this system. A favorability score exceeding 60 would secure allegiance, and with each use of the skill, she could garner an additional 50 points. If this trend continued, given sufficient time, would not all the concubines in the harem eventually belong to her faction? Enlightened by this notion, Shen Cihuan felt elated. After all, no one desired to be surrounded by enemies. With the palace intrigue system at her disposal, navigating the harem seemed effortlessly achievable. Power, status, progeny, allies, all were within her grasp. Truly splendid. It appeared that she had exhausted all her luck to encounter such a system. The initial task was progressing well. Her next focus would be the Grand Princess. After much contemplation, she found herself still puzzled by the Grand Princess's troubles, realizing that she would need to approach her directly. However, with noon approaching and His Majesty returning to Yaowang Palace for lunch, she decided to visit Chonghua Palace in the afternoon. When Xiao Yi returned to Yaowang Palace with his son, his face radiated joy. He felt that since welcoming Huaner into his life, he had smiled more in these days than in all his previous years combined. Noticing the happiness of His Majesty and her son, Shen Cihuan inquired with a smile, "Your Majesty, is there any joyful news today?" Xiao Yi affectionately ruffled Junling's hair before taking a seat at the table. Today, Scholar Lu visited specifically to assess Linger, and it turns out our Linger performed even better than his own grandson. This was indeed delightful news. Scholar Lu was advanced in years, exceptionally talented, and his family was renowned for its literary prowess. It was said that his grandson was among the best of his peers in the capital. Moreover, while his grandson was already 7 years old, Junling had only just surpassed one. I plan to visit the palace in Jiaojiao next month. You and the children shall accompany me, and we shall reside in Mingguang Hall. Upon hearing His Majesty's words, Shen Cihuan was taken aback. Your Majesty, Mingguang Hall is the Emperor's residence. It may not be appropriate for me and the children to stay there. If others were to discover that a concubine resides in Mingguang Hall, it would surely invite scrutiny. Fear not. What I say is final. And you are not merely a concubine. You are my beloved, Xiao Yi replied with a smile, revealing a softer side of the otherwise stern emperor. Shen Cihuan's heart fluttered, and she instinctively leaned into his embrace. Just as their tender moment unfolded, Junling's innocent voice interrupted. Father, mother, Linger is here too. Linger is here. The atmosphere was undeniably disrupted. Shen Cihuan, her cheeks flushed, quickly withdrew from the emperor's embrace to lift her son. Xiao Yi playfully scolded, "This little rascal." Junling pouted, glancing between his father and mother with a hint of grievance. Just a moment ago, he had claimed to be his father's favorite child. Was that no longer the case? Shen Cihuan, feeling shy, refrained from further displays of affection in front of her child and hastily proceeded to eat. Today's meal was particularly sumptuous, featuring white jade cake, fish maw chicken soup, and assorted vegetable delicacies. Xiao Yi seemed to recall something, saying, "During our trip to Jiaojiao, there's a restaurant nearby known for its red braised lamb, which is incredibly tender and flavorful. I shall take you to savor it." The prospect of an outing ignited excitement in Shen Cihuan's eyes. "That sounds wonderful. I have never ventured far from the capital and have yet to experience the local customs of the Qi. It is truly regrettable." Hearing her words, Xiao Yi felt a pang in his heart. Is it so? Have your days in the Prime Minister's residence been so confining? Shen Cihuan offered a bitter smile. It is enough for mother and me to have survived. Chapter 70. The princess's female tutor Xiao, he was aware that Shun Yinshu had been bullying Huaner in the Prime Minister's residence. But he did not realize the severity of the situation until now, which fueled his anger further. Does the Prime Minister not care for you, father? Shen Cihuan's expression turned bitter. Father would intervene if he noticed, but he has far more pressing matters and does not pay attention at home. Seeing the emperor's concern for her, Shen Cihuan felt warmth in her heart. She was comforted knowing that, despite her mother's absence, His Majesty would always stand by her side. Furthermore, she was determined to make Shun Yinshu pay for his actions. The concubines of the Yin Wang residence were soon to give birth, and there would certainly be much to witness then. Little Junling sensed his mother's distress and extended his tiny hand, softly saying, "Mother, don't cry. Linger is here. Linger is here." Shen Cihuan quickly shook off her sorrow, caressing her son's cheek and smiling at the emperor. "I am fortunate to have Your Majesty and my lovely children." Xiao Yi resolved to treat Huaner with boundless kindness in the future. After lunch, he took Junling to the Taiji Palace, while Shen Cihuan summoned Yin Fei and Yun Gui to head towards Chonghua Palace. As they passed through Tai Pool on their way to Chonghua Palace, they spotted Meng Marin admiring the fish by the water's edge, prompting Shen Cihuan to slow her pace. Upon noticing Shen Cihuan's presence, Meng Marin's face brightened with surprise, and she hurriedly approached with her maid to pay her respects. Shen Cihuan waved her hand. "There is no need for such formalities. It is delightful to see you enjoying the fish." Meng Marin, with a friendly demeanor, replied, "I am merely passing the time in leisure. May I inquire where Your Highness is headed? If you have a moment, I will be pleased to visit you." She added, "I have brewed my own peach blossom rice wine. Though it may not rival the palace's offerings, it possesses its own unique flavor." Shen Cihuan smiled. "I am merely wandering about. If you wish, you may come to Yaowang Palace tomorrow." A delighted smile graced Meng Marin's face. "Very well. I shall not hesitate to intrude tomorrow." After a brief pause, she glanced around, then lowered her voice. "Your Highness, I happened to see the Grand Princess in the nearby pavilion. She appeared quite downcast and was heading toward Yaowang Palace." "What?" Shen Cihuan exclaimed in astonishment. She had intended to seek out the Grand Princess, but had not heard of her arrival at Yaowang Palace. Meng Marin nodded. It seemed to be the case. However, when I observed the Grand Princess preparing to greet me, I noticed her eyes were red, and she ultimately turned back toward Chonghua Palace. Shen Cihuan furrowed her brow. What could be troubling the Grand Princess? As the emperor's firstborn, who had long struggled with infertility, she had been showered with affection. The former Fei had not been favored, merely a concubine in the palace, yet she had secured a place in Xiao Yi's heart due to bearing a daughter. And thus she was elevated to the first among concubines, all thanks to the Grand Princess. Although she has given birth to 6 imperial sons, she is acutely aware that in the emperor's heart, the eldest princess remains irreplaceable. For the past 6 years, he has treated her with utmost affection. And the same goes for the second princess. Who in the harem would dare show disdain towards the eldest princess? Perhaps her female tutor or her companions. The eldest princess has 2 companions, both daughters of noble families. One is the eldest daughter of Minister Lin, and the other hails from the Yi family, the maternal clan of the Empress Dowager. Yi family. Shen Cihuan furrowed her brow. It was not that she harbored prejudice against the Yi family, but rather that Yi Jiangwei was a disgrace to them, making it difficult for her to feel any fondness. With her suspicions aroused, Shen Cihuan decided not to waste words with Meng Marin and instructed her to return to Yaowang Palace as a guest the following day before hastening to Chonghua Palace. Upon arriving at Chonghua Palace, she found a female tutor still conducting lessons, teaching the eldest princess how to paint. Shen Cihuan stood at the entrance and observed. It seemed the eldest princess lacked enthusiasm, pouting as she aimlessly wielded her brush. In contrast, the 2 companions appeared quite earnest. Suddenly, one of the young companions noticed the noble consort and quickly rose to pay her respects, exclaiming, "The noble consort has arrived." The female tutor and the eldest princess, along with everyone else in the room, hastily stood. Shen Cihuan noticed the eldest princess's expression brighten momentarily before she lowered her head, which puzzled her. "I merely came to see if the eldest princess was adjusting well to her lessons." The eldest princess lifted her head and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Consort Shen. Huayang is adapting well." Shen Cihuan frowned slightly. Why did it seem that the eldest princess was becoming somewhat distant with her? The princess's female tutor was from the Liang family, though not from Liang Mingqiu's side, but rather a cousin of Liang Jiyu. She had been vetted by the emperor. The Liang family was considered a scholarly lineage, and this cousin had been raised like a son, imparting numerous lessons in literature, making her one of the more renowned talents in the Qi. The emperor respected this Miss Liang, who at 30 remained unmarried, dedicating herself to her studies and even opening a girls' school, which led him to appoint her to teach the eldest princess. The female tutor had a rather stern demeanor. Upon seeing the noble consort, she straightened her back and respectfully said, "Noble consort, I am currently instructing the eldest princess. May I inquire what brings you here? I wish to speak with the eldest princess." The female tutor frowned, clearly displeased, but did not outright refuse, simply stating, "The princess's study time is precious. I hope the consort can understand." Shen Cihuan had not encountered such disregard in a long time. It was important to note that she was Consort Shen, the first consort in Qi's history to hold a dual title, enjoying the status of a noble consort. Aside from the emperor, the empress, and the empress dowager, she need not concern herself with anyone else's sentiments. However, she did not wish to provoke a conflict with the tutor, especially in front of the eldest princess. Yet, she was unwilling to swallow her pride and simply said, "As the noble consort, I naturally consider the eldest princess's well-being. Today, the eldest princess has studied for long enough. It will be beneficial for her to take a break. If the female tutor is unwilling, perhaps you could create 10 more spring swallow paintings for the eldest princess to replicate." The tutor was taken aback. She was the one instructing the eldest princess. Even the emperor held her in esteem. Moreover, she was a cousin of Liang Jiyu. Why was the consort being so difficult? Nonetheless, she lacked the courage to counter the noble consort's words and simply replied, "Understood." After resolving the matter with the tutor, she called the eldest princess to a side hall and asked Yin Fei to present the rose pastry. Consort Shen remembers that Huayang enjoys rose pastries and specially had them made. "Would you like to try some?" In the side hall, there were only the eldest princess, Shen Cihuan, and Yin Fei. The eldest princess visibly relaxed. Upon seeing the rose pastry, a smile spread across her face, but just as she was about to take a bite, she seemed to remember something, pouted, took a small nibble, and then set it down. Shen Cihuan found it curious. "What is it, Huayang? Is today's rose pastry not to your liking? Why have you eaten so little?" The eldest princess, feeling a bit wronged, pouted. The tutor said that as a princess, I must not eat heartily and should maintain my figure. I cannot overindulge. Shen Cihuan was momentarily stunned. "The tutor told you this?" The eldest princess quickly nodded, and after a moment of trepidation, she glanced at Shen Cihuan, her voice quivering. "Consort Shen, I will be obedient. Please do not tell the tutor or my mother." Seeing the youngest princess's fearful countenance, devoid of her previous mischievousness and liveliness, resembling a frightened little creature, Shen Cihuan felt a pang of pain and anger. "Huayang, tell consort mother what is truly going on. Since the tutor began teaching you, have you never had a full meal? Does she punish you?" The eldest princess hesitated, wanting to speak up, but lacking the courage. Shen Cihuan's heart sank. How charming the eldest princess had once been, a little girl brave enough to sneak into Yaowang Palace to see her younger brother. But how little time had passed, and now she was too afraid to voice her thoughts. Shen Cihuan couldn't comprehend how the Defei had failed to notice this. After all, she was the eldest princess's biological mother. Nonetheless, it was imperative to clarify the situation. Shen Cihuan took a deep breath, steadied herself, and gently held the eldest princess's hand, saying softly, "Huayang, do not fear. Consort mother is here. I will ensure you have enough to eat." She couldn't help but recall her own childhood, filled with bullying and hunger, grateful for her mother's protection during those trying times. The memories of her own childhood, where she often feared starvation, were indelibly etched in her mind. As she looked at the wronged eldest princess, tears welling in her eyes, she saw her younger self reflected back. Now a noble consort, she possessed the power to protect herself, and thus Shen Cihuan resolved to assist the eldest princess. She could not bear to witness the same tragedies befall her that she had endured in her youth. It seemed that Shen Cihuan's voice, imbued with a gentle and soothing quality, gradually calmed the eldest princess, who began to recount her experiences through sobs. "Ever since I arrived at Chonghua Palace, my grandmother made me leave my mother and move to the nearby Xiaowang Hall, claiming it was closer to Chonghua Palace. Moreover, All the princes and princesses enrolled in studies must reside there. Shen Cihuan was already aware of this. It was a regulation in Qi that once a prince or princess turned 6, residing in the harem was no longer appropriate. Furthermore, since Chonghua Palace was somewhat distant from the harem, arrangements were made for the princes and princesses to reside in Xiaoguang Hall for convenience and to avoid suspicion. So, was that the reason that a Fei was unaware? The eldest princess continued, "The tutor is very strict with me. She says that as a princess, I must be a role model for all women and should pay great attention to my appearance. I cannot let my temperament dictate my actions. I must adhere to palace rules and be even stricter with myself. Whenever I wish to eat a little more, she tells me that it is improper, that princesses cannot eat too much, or else they will become plump and lose their grace and poise." A wave of frustration surged within Shen Cihuan. She was a princess, the emperor's first daughter, merely 6 years old. What was there to fear about gaining weight? Even the system was incensed. This is outrageous. This tutor is simply despicable. A child of such tender age cannot even have enough to eat. How can she grow healthily? This is harmful. Host, you must avenge the eldest princess and teach this ungrateful tutor a lesson. This is truly malicious. After the eldest princess finished speaking, she cautiously gauged Shen Cihuan's expression and added, "Mother came to see me once, but the tutor warned that if I told her about this, she would starve me for 3 days. Then you didn't inform the Fei?" Shen Cihuan's brows knitted tightly. The grand princess shook her head. "I originally intended to speak, but my companion, Yi Ling, mentioned that confiding in Mother Empress would be futile. Mother Empress is the most rule-bound individual and would undoubtedly support the female instructor. If the female instructor were to learn of this, it would only result in further suffering for them." "Yi Ling? Is she a daughter of the Empress Dowager's family?" Shen Cihuan remarked, sensing that something was amiss with the daughters of the Yi family. Once the grand princess opened up, it seemed she finally discovered an outlet for her pent-up emotions. No longer concerned with restraint, and laid bare all her experiences. Indeed, Yi Ling had also remarked that now that Consort Chen had given birth to a prince, the entire harem, including Father Emperor and Grandmother Empress, only cared about the younger brothers and would no longer attend to me. The grand princess pouted. "I wish to seek out Mother Chen in Yaoguang Palace. I recall her saying that both my brother and I are Father Emperor's children, and she would surely care for us. However, Yi Ling is always watching me. If I leave for even a moment, she will inform the female instructor. I cannot escape." Upon hearing the unfolding events, Shen Cihuan felt a pang of heartache and embraced the grand princess, softly reassuring her, "It is all right, Huayang. Mother Chen has arrived. She will advocate for you. It is the female instructor and Yi Ling who are in the wrong. If the emperor and consort to become aware of this, they will certainly feel sympathy for you. Is that true?" The grand princess lifted her tear-streaked face, appearing quite pitiable. But Mother Empress said, "I'm a grown child now and should not throw childish tantrums." "This is not a childish tantrum, Huayang. You're a princess, a being of nobility, and no one should be allowed to belittle you. Of course, a gentleman must know when to act and when to refrain. We must not misuse our power to oppress others." Shen Cihuan hoped fervently that the grand princess would not encounter the same trial she had faced in her youth. Yet she also wished to prevent her from developing a temperament akin to Xiaozhen's. The grand princess nodded, somewhat understanding, and with a hint of childishness in her tone, said, "Mother Chen, I am very well behaved, and I truly adore my little brothers. I find them exceptionally endearing. All I desire is to have enough to eat and not to face the female instructor's harshness." "All right, Huayang, Mother Chen understands that you have been wronged. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved." As Shen Cihuan comforted her, she instructed someone to summon the emperor, empress, and consort Da. As for the female instructor and Yi Ling, she ordered that they be restrained. Chapter 72. The Reckoning. When Xiao Yi received the news, he was initially puzzled. He was currently studying with Junling in the Tai Chi Hall. For some reason, Xiao Huan had rushed to Chonghua Palace. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly recalled that Huayang was receiving her lessons there. Could something have happened to her? With that thought, he hastened his steps. Neither Xiao Huan nor Huayang could afford to encounter any trouble. Consort Da was even more anxious. She sensed something was amiss with her daughter during this period at Chonghua Palace, but had refrained from frequent visits, believing it was merely Huayang's adjustment period. However, today, the imperial consort relayed that something had occurred in Chonghua Palace. Her heart raced. Could it be that Huayang truly was in distress? She quickened her pace and coincidentally encountered the emperor and empress at the entrance of Yaoguang Palace. The three exchanged looks and promptly entered. Inside, they could hear the female instructor's shouts. "Your Highness, by what right do you imprison me? You lack the authority. I am the princess's instructor, appointed by the emperor himself. Only the emperor has the right to deal with me. Do not think that just because you have given birth to a prince, you are free from concerns. You disregard propriety, overstep your bounds, and violate the laws of the land. Even if the emperor arrives, you cannot escape punishment." Xiao Yi furrowed his brows and angrily rebuked. "Foolish creature, what gives you the audacity to mention the imperial consort? Guards, take her away and execute her." The crowd was taken aback. The emperor had only just arrived and was still unaware of the full circumstances. How could he immediately order the execution of the female instructor? The empress sneered. This Liang female instructor was truly audacious, daring to insult Xiaohuan. Did she not realize that this was the emperor's most beloved? To provoke a tiger is to court disaster. As consort entered, her gaze fell upon her daughter, and seeing traces of tears on Huayang's face tightened her heart. "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Seeing the emperor's fury, Shen Cihuan quickly interjected. "Your Majesty, we must address this matter swiftly and ascertain the facts first." Xiao Yi disregarded everything else and hurriedly approached Shen Cihuan, inspecting her from top to bottom before sighing in relief. "As long as you are unharmed, what has this foolish creature done to anger you?" The female instructor was utterly unprepared. She had thought that her talents and family background afforded her some standing before the emperor. Yet, she had merely insulted the imperial consort, and he was ready to execute her. The color drained from her face. The grand princess listened in fear, but seeing the female instructor's low standing in her father's eyes, she felt a sense of support and no longer experienced dread. Shen Cihuan recounted all that had transpired with the grand princess. Consort deux expressions shifted dramatiquement, and both the emperor and empress turned pale with anger. With a sharp motion, Consort could no longer contain herself. She turned and delivered a resounding slap to the female instructor, instantly reddening and swelling her face, the impact also leaving a mark that could be deemed disfiguring. Consort cradled the grand princess in her arms, pointing at the female instructor as she berated her. "You vile woman! What grievance does my Huayang hold against you that you would treat her so? I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." "Xiao Yi sneered. I was truly mistaken. I thought you possessed some intellect, but it turns out you have a heart as dark as night. To punish an esteemed princess, do you truly wish to court your own demise?" The empress interjected. "Your Majesty, we must also consider Yiling, the grand princess's companion." Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Arrest her as well, and conduct a thorough investigation to uncover who instigated her with such divisive words. We shall disregard the Empress Dowager's opinions. If the truths are revealed, execute them directly. My daughter has never needed to tolerate anyone. By the way, this female instructor is the cousin of Concubine Liang, is she not?" Upon recalling something, he received confirmation and swiftly ordered the handling of Concubine Liang as well. What basis did the female instructor have for her arrogance? She merely relied on her relationship with a concubine. It seemed Concubine Liang had never acted virtuously, always bullying others. Thus, he decided to confine her to the cold palace for life, to see where she would find her arrogance. The emperor's decree sealed their fates. The female instructor's face turned ashen as she desperately cried, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. I am the princess's instructor. I have the duty to guide her, and I must be right. I represent the palace's regulations." "What palace regulations?" "The regulations are set by me, and my word is law." Xiao Yi could not be bothered to engage further, ordering her taken away for execution. After dealing with her, Yi Ling and Lin Rushi were brought forth. Yi Ling trembled, her youth rendering her speechless, and as she realized the gravity of her misdeeds, she knelt and repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, forgive me. It was not my intention. It was all my sister. She taught me this." Xiao Yi furrowed his brows, his voice icy. "Who is your sister?" It is Yi Jiangwei." Yi Jiangwei? Xiao Yi recalled that she had entered the palace alongside Xiaohuan, a niece of the Empress Dowager, his distant cousin. It seemed she had some mental issues, constantly at odds with Xiaohuan, even physically assaulting her. Subsequently, she had been demoted to Baolin and confined. How could she still be causing trouble? How did you two come to conspire? Xiao Yi glared at her, the imperial aura pressing down on Yi Ling, nearly suffocating her. It was indeed a palace made by the side of the elder sister who found me. She instructed me to sow discord between the Grand Princess and the imperial concubine, promising that she would help me gain more of the Empress Dowager's attention. Yi Ling, being merely a little girl, was frightened and cried out, "Your Majesty, I harbor no ill intentions. I wouldn't say anything. It's all my sister's teaching. I am simply following her words. You are not obedient. You are envious of the Grand Princess." Remarkably, another attendant, Lin Rushi, stepped forward to accuse her. Despite her young age, Lin Rushi was unafraid in such a situation and defended the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess seemed to share a relatively good rapport with her, reaching out her hand from Defei's embrace. "Dear ones, if you enjoy this, please give it a 5-star review. You may also leave your favorite names, and I shall weave them into the narrative if suitable." Chapter 73. Devoted practice. Upon hearing Lin Rushi's words, Yi Ling immediately retorted, "How dare you speak to me?" Lin Rushi, now emboldened, replied, "Why should I not? The Emperor, Empress, and the Imperial Concubine are all present. You can no longer act with arrogance." With that, she knelt, bowing several times to Xiao Yi, clearly stating, "Your Majesty, Yi Ling has been abusing her position as a girl from the Empress Dowager's family, constantly oppressing me and frightening the Grand Princess by claiming that now that there is a prince, the princess is an unwanted child, neglected and unloved." Defei, her teeth clenched in rage, looked at Yi Ling with even greater disdain. "Is there more? Speak it all." "Indeed, I overheard her conspiring with the female tutor, providing her with information to prevent the Grand Princess and me from leaving the Xiaowang Hall. Otherwise, their schemes would be exposed." As Lin Rushi's indignant words unfolded the entire sequence of events, Xiao Yi's face darkened with fury, brewing a tempest of wrath. While Defei longed to flay the person before her, Yi Ling continued to shout, "You are speaking nonsense. Your Majesty, Lin Rushi is merely jealous of my popularity, which is why she says such things. She is kicking me when I am down." Yet, Xiao Yi was unwilling to hear more from her. Gesturing for her to be taken away, Yi Ling cried out in terror, "Your Majesty, please. I was brought here by the Empress Dowager." Her cries faded into the distance. Taking several deep breaths, Xiao Yi finally turned his gaze upon the Grand Princess, his tone filled with remorse. "Huayang, it is the fault of your father. I failed to notice you in time and did not perceive the character of this tutor and her attendant." Defei, equally pained and guilt-ridden, added, "Huayang, it is all the fault of your mother. I only insisted you be obedient, failing to realize the grievances you have endured." Seeing her father and mother apologize, the Grand Princess quickly waved her hand. "It is fine, father, mother." Huayang is not aggrieved. Xiao Yi imbranjit Huayang, letting out a long sigh. "I have neglected you of late. From now on, I shall visit the Chonghua Palace every day to see you. Is that agreeable?" The Grand Princess's eyes lit up, her face radiating joy. "Yes, yes, yes." The Empress, witnessing this, spoke up. Perhaps it would be best for Huayang to return to Defei's residence. Living alone will surely frighten her. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to confide in us. It is more reassuring to reside in her mother's palace. Defei cast a grateful glance at the Empress and then looked expectantly at the Emperor. Xiao Yi, feeling sorrow for his daughter and the burden she had borne at such a tender age, did not wish for her to suffer further in the palace. Hence, without much deliberation, he agreed. After comforting Huayang, Defei turned to Shen Cihuan with a face full of gratitude. "Your Grace, once again, you have saved Huayang's life. This great kindness shall never be forgotten. From now on, Huayang and I shall regard you as our benefactor." Defei's tone was entirely different from before. Previously, she had prided herself on being older and considered herself a sister. But now, for the sake of her child, she had completely humbled herself, her voice trembling with emotion as she gazed at Shen Cihuan with profound gratitude. Huayang also reached out her hand, softly saying, "Thank you, Mother Shen, for your concern for Huayang." Shen Cihuan smiled, caressing Huayang's cheek, then turned to Defei. "There is no need for such formality. I have watched Huayang grow and naturally wish for her health and happiness." This time, it was thanks to Meng Marin. She saw the Grand Princess crying at the Tai Pond, which prompted me to visit the Chonghua Palace and discover the troubling situation. Defei paused at the mention of Meng Marin, but regardless, she was determined to align with the imperial concubine. Shen Cihuan noticed that Defei's favorability score had reached 100 adoration. As for Xiao Yi, his admiration for Shen Cihuan only deepened. This was his beloved Huaner, so kind-hearted, so attentive. Had it not been for her, Huayang would have surely suffered considerably. Reflecting further, he resolved to reward Huaner with some treasures from the southern tributes. Having heard of a large luminous pearl, which would serve perfectly in the Yaowang Palace, Defei hurriedly wished to take her daughter back to the palace. Eager to comfort her properly, the empress, gazing at the young yet dignified Lin Rushi, smiled. "Your Majesty, there is still this young lady here." Xiao Yi's gaze fell upon Lin Rushi. The Lin family was known for their outspoken advisors in court. He had not anticipated that his daughter would share such integrity. Nodding subtly, he addressed her. "Lin Rushi, is it? You may leave the palace now. When the new tutor arrives, you shall continue to accompany the Grand Princess. Should any issues arise in the future, you are to report them." Lin Rushi's eyes brightened instantaneously, and she nodded vigorously, exchanging smiles with the Grand Princess. Their laughter soft and joyful. Upon returning to the Yaowang Palace, Xiao Yi instructed that the esteemed ruler's embrace from the Taiji Hall be brought back. With a sigh, he remarked, "I truly did not expect anyone would dare to show disrespect to the Grand Princess. Huaner, it was indeed thanks to you that Huayang avoided a grave misfortune. It seems we must be more discerning when selecting tutors for the princes and princesses in the future." Shen Cihuan concurred. "Indeed, Your Majesty, you did not witness how that Liang female tutor was particularly arrogant, keeping the Grand Princess under strict control, refusing any leniency. While it is good for tutors to be strict, it must not cross the line into oppression." Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. "This Liang Jiu is a constant nuisance. Were it not for her backing, I doubt the Liang tutor would have dared to act so brazenly. As for Yiling, how should she be dealt with?" Xiao Yi found himself in a quandary. Yiling had evidently become an adversary to the Grand Princess, observing her capricious and overbearing behavior. He feared she might undermine the Grand Princess in the future. Naturally, he did not wish to leave such a peril for his daughter. However, to eliminate her would mean taking a life, and Xiao Yi felt an unusual reluctance. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old child and, in a sense, his cousin. After some contemplation, he decided against leniency, resolving to send Yiling to a monastery for devoted practice. Having entered the monastic life, she would become a person of the Buddhist teachings, henceforth unable to easily return to the secular world. He would assign a couple of individuals to watch over her, ensuring she remained within the monastery, where she could cultivate her character. This incident served as a valuable lesson, prompting him to be more vigilant in selecting a new tutor and to establish stringent regulations to prevent similar occurrences. As for the Liang tutor, her fate was sealed. Chapter 74. Elven Honey. At last, the matter concerning the Grand Princess had been resolved. The system rewards were subsequently dispensed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, resolving the Grand Princess's troubles. Task rewards. Understanding the language of infants. Elven Honey etundra. Shen Cihuan gazed curiously at the 100 fairy nectar bottles that had unexpectedly appeared in her system backpack. The detailed description stated that these were crafted by the little fairies residing within the fairy blossom trees, boasting benefits such as skin rejuvenation, moisturizing, scar removal, and firming effects. This remarkable elixir promised to enhance beauty, rendering the skin more radiant and youthful. Ah, what a splendid treasure this is! Far superior to any beauty products available in the capital or the palace. After all, this is a treasure unique to the celestial realm. Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly decided to use it. A translucent little box materialized in her hands, containing a thick, rose-tinted cream that exuded a delightful fragrance. She quickly applied it to her face, and within moments, her skin visibly brightened by a degree. Previously, her complexion had already benefited from beauty pills and skin-softening elixirs, rendering her exceptionally fair and supple. However, this newfound brightness was astonishing, making her appear almost ethereal under the sunlight, captivating all who beheld her. Moreover, the small pimples that had begun to surface due to the impending summer vanished without a trace. She couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the fairy nectar. Having previously consumed system pills, she was astounded that she could become even more beautiful. If women who had never experienced such exquisite beauty products were to use it, the results would undoubtedly surpass her own. How magnificent! While her own skin's potential seemed limited, the possibilities for other women remained vast. although she wasn't particularly in need of money. Thanks to the occasional generous rewards from the emperor and empress dowager, she realized that with 6 young princes, her financial resources might soon dwindle. As they grew older, their needs would increase, whether in establishing connections, managing estates, or eventually marrying and raising families, all of which required substantial funds. Initially, Shen Cihuan had not contemplated such practical concerns, having entered the palace with little to her name. However, the system reminded her, "Host, you have birthed so many children. You must save ample funds for them. After all, the title of gold-swallowing beast is not conferred lightly. My previous host met her demise due to financial ruin. She was neither favored nor well-resourced, leading to her dire circumstances. You must never make such a mistake. Prepare for the future. When a princess arrives, you'll need to gather a dowry." Enlightened by the system's warnings, Shen Cihuan resolved to save diligently. The fairy nectar had opened her mind to a new entrepreneurial avenue. The culture in Qi was relatively progressive, with no policies suppressing commerce, allowing merchants to occupy a respectable status. There were indeed many wealthy merchants in the capital, but she needed to thoroughly vet potential partners. She planned to seek a collaborator, as her position as a noble consort precluded her from public dealings. Therefore, enlisting someone trustworthy was imperative. She decided to leverage her connections at the Yin Wangfu, where the steward was her informant, to help identify suitable candidates. Without hesitation, she communicated through the system, instructing him to find a clever, reliable merchant in the capital, preferably a woman, as this would facilitate smoother communication. While pondering her next steps, she remembered that several concubines of Yin Wang were due to give birth, curious about the outcomes. Just then, Yin Fei hurried in to report, "Your Highness, the concubine Chun has given birth to a daughter, but the Yin Wang has not publicly acknowledged her as the mother." This revelation was expected. After all, Shen Cihuan had given Yin Wang the daughter-producing pills, ensuring that any offspring would be cherished. However, the latter part of the report raised her eyebrows. Yin Wang had initially intended to usurp the children, claiming them as his own with Shun Yinshu, and had recently announced Shun Yinshu's pregnancy. It seemed he was indeed plotting. Yet, since Chun had given birth without incident, and Yin Wangfei had not produced a child, it appeared her earlier strategy had borne fruit. With dozens of concubines in the Yin Wang's harem, their collective influence could not be underestimated. Even whispers could drive a wedge between Yin Wang and Shun Yinshu. Shen Cihuan felt a surge of joy, imagining her sister's fury. Perhaps she was even smashing things in a fit of rage. At the Yin Wangfu, as anticipated, Shen Yinshu was in a frenzy, confronting Yin Wang vehemently. "How dare you go back on your word? Do you not remember your promises to my father? You owe me this." Yin Wang, irritated, pushed her away, scolding, "Look at yourself." Chapter 75. The complete fracture. Shun Yinshu had already suffered greatly due to her inability to bear children, viewing the prospect of usurping Yin Wang's children as her last hope. However, when Chun's time came, she arrived with her entourage and midwives, only to find Yin Wang surrounded by guards, barring her entry. Enraged, she hurled insults at him, branding him a heartless traitor. Yet, upon hearing the cries of the newborn, she calmed down, only to be dismayed upon learning it was a girl, wishing it could be returned for another chance. Yet, having a child was better than none, but Yin Wang's sudden shift in demeanor left her bewildered. He coldly declared that Shun Chengxiang had already torn up their agreement, and he felt no obligation to the Shun family anymore. "I should have never trusted you, nor should my father have wed me to you." Shun Yinshu's anguished cries only fueled Yin Wang's anger, prompting him to confront her directly, gripping her chin forcefully. "You remain the Yin Wangfei solely by my mercy. Continue this madness, and I shall cast you aside." "Cast me aside? You dare?" Shen Yinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yin Wang sneered, "What do you think? Ask around the capital. What noble lady is without a womb? There are 3 great unfilial acts, and being childless is the gravest. I could easily annul our marriage 3 times over. Do you believe that the position of a Yinang princess is solely yours? Countless noble ladies are queuing up for it. Do not think for a moment that you are secure in your status." Shen Yinshu's expression shifted as she contemplated the ramifications of the rumors spreading throughout the capital regarding her inability to conceive. She would become the subject of ridicule. She could already envision the mocking laughter of those noble ladies who had long awaited the favor of the Yindang, thinking they could bask in marital bliss, only to find themselves in such a predicament. Her younger sister, now a favored concubine, had borne numerous princes, while she found herself in stark contrast, a situation that would undoubtedly be the greatest humiliation. Yes, yes, my sister is a favored concubine. My nephew is the crown prince. Suddenly, Shen Cihuan seemed to grasp something profound and shouted at the Yindang. You cannot cast me aside. My sister is the esteemed concubine Chani, and I am a crown prince's aunt. Even the emperor would not dare to dismiss me for the sake of the Shen family and the concubine's dignity. The Yindang replied nonchalantly, You are the crown prince's aunt? But I am the crown prince's uncle. Furthermore, I am the emperor's own brother and the son of the empress dowager. Shen Cihuan regarded him with a peculiar disdain, retorting, Xiaochun, you have always harbored ambitions to seize the throne. Do you truly believe the emperor is oblivious to your schemes? The princess of state has been so arrogant. What is her fate now? Do you not perceive this as the emperor's warning to you? The Yindang's expression darkened as he absorbed her words. Details he had long feared to contemplate were now laid bare. Shen Cihuan's confidence surged as she continued. Do you think the emperor spared you out of brotherly affection? Do not be deluded. It is merely a matter of not having found your weakness yet. Should you cast me aside, I shall expose your moral failings to the emperor, providing him with just cause to punish you. Do you think he would let such an opportunity slip away? You dare, you vile woman. The Yindang, enraged, struck her across the face, causing it to swell immediately. Yet Shen Cihuan remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Ha ha, Xiaochun, are you afraid? Have I hit the mark? I was blinded by ambition when I thought you could ascend to the throne. It appears you are nothing more than a blusterous fool. Previously, the emperor lacked heirs, which unsettled the throne, but now with 6 princes in the palace, do you think you can eliminate them? You shall never have your turn. You are but a deluded frog, now merely a stray dog without a home. Instead of leveraging my family's connections and my father's power, you foolishly fantasize about dismissing me? Without the protection of these ministers, the emperor could easily find an excuse to dispose of you. And if things turn dire, look at the fate of the princess of state. Has she not gone mad? That could very well be your future. As Shen Cihuan articulated her points, her confidence swelled. Her posture proud, as if the Yindang's very existence hinged upon her. The Yindang clenched his fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face, causing a flicker of unease within Shen Cihuan. But tell me, what if I were to kill you and claim you succumbed to illness? The Yindang's gaze hardened, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Shen Cihuan realized she had underestimated the Yindang. After all, he was the legitimate son of the late emperor and had learned much in the shadows of power. He was far from a fool, especially when it came to silencing threats. Steeling herself, Shen Cihuan forced a scornful expression. You would not dare, for I have meticulously documented every connection you maintain. Should I perish, this list will be delivered straight to Yaowang Palace. The Yindang, taken aback, had not anticipated her foresight. Yet he remained skeptical. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your strained relationship with the concubine. Given your temperament, you must have deeply offended her. Why would she come to your defense? If you were to die, she would likely rejoice. Initially, the Yindang had been oblivious to the dynamics between the sisters. Yet since marrying Shen Cihuan, he had sensed the palpable tension. After all, the favored concubine had never once summoned her after their union, let alone shared any intimate conversations. He had even dispatched spies within the palace and learned that Shen Cihuan had entered the palace prior to their marriage, but had left on unfavorable terms with the concubine. To all appearances, they were more like enemies than sisters. Shen Cihuan, resolute, declared, Regardless, we are sisters. You may test your resolve. The Yindang fell silent. Though he did not believe in such familial bonds, he was unwilling to gamble everything. After all, it was merely the position of a princess consort. He could spare Shen Cihuan's life, but would never allow her to dominate him again. Chapter 76. The wealthy lady when Shen Cihuan received news. She learned that the Yindang princess was gravely ill after a difficult childbirth and had lost a significant amount of blood. She was now bedridden. The Yindang's newborn daughter was being cared for by one of his concubines in the rear courtyard. The Yindang princess had since begun her decline, unable to receive guests or manage affairs. Shen Cihuan realized what had transpired. The Yindang and Shen Cihuan had undoubtedly severed ties, employing this method to ensure she would not resurface. This news was fortuitous for her, as with the Yindang and his concubines present, Shen Cihuan would find no respite. Furthermore, she still had an informant within the Yindong's household, making it relatively easy to control a confined and powerless individual. After years of suffering, she could finally exact revenge for the torment Shen Cihuan had inflicted upon her in the past. However, she harbored concerns about whether her father would lend assistance. After observing for several days, she discerned that her father, the prime minister, showed no inclination to intervene. Upon hearing of the Yindang princess's illness, he had not once visited her. Shen Cihuan understood then that her father had abandoned her. After all, a daughter lacking cunning, intelligence, and the ability to bear heirs held no value to him. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. This was her father, who would sacrifice his daughter for the family's gain. In stark contrast to his indifference toward Shen Cihuan, he was fervently eager for contact with her, having sent numerous letters expressing a desire to meet the crown prince and his grandsons. Though she knew he harbored no ill intentions toward the boys, to him, they were merely golden opportunities to secure his own fortune. Nevertheless, Shen Cihuan wished to keep her children away from him, fearing that his malevolent tendencies might infect them. Presently, little Junlin was rapidly advancing in his studies alongside the emperor in the Tai Chi Hall, and her other sons were thriving, well-fed, and cheerful, filling Yaoguang Palace with laughter. The eldest princess no longer visited the Chonghua Palace, as the selection for the new female teacher had yet to be finalized. Xiao Yi intended to assess the candidate's character before evaluating their knowledge. In an effort to comfort her daughter, the concubine took her to the Imperial Garden daily to fly kites, swing, and even row boats at Tai Lake, bringing immense joy to the eldest princess. Occasionally, Shen Cihuan received invitations to join them at Tai Lake. Additionally, since her favorability had reached its peak, Meng Marin visited Yaoguang Palace daily to alleviate her boredom, often bringing gifts for the children. The camaraderie between them deepened. Shen Cihuan felt the urgency to accelerate her objectives. After all, she would be leaving the palace next month and was already in the process of packing, leaving her little time. Currently, both the concubine and Meng Marin's favorability were maxed out. She had also utilized her skills on Bai Guirun, leaving only Li Chongyi and Lin Kairen to conquer. There was no rush with Li Chongyi, as they had not been on amicable terms for quite some time. It was more pressing to focus on Lin Kairen. Just as she was about to invite Lin Kairen to the Yaoguang Palace for tea, the system suddenly transmitted a message indicating that the informant from the Yin Wangfu had something to report. She felt a bit perplexed, uncertain whether there had been another incident at the Yin Wangfu, or if the reliable merchant she had previously asked him to keep an eye on had yielded results. After placing the letter intended for transmission against the palace wall, the informant departed, and in the next moment, the letter vanished. Upon receiving the information, the system relayed it to Shen Cihuan. Host, the informant stated that he has identified a reliable female merchant. This merchant, namely Li Xuan, possesses exceptional business acumen. Starting from scratch as a mere vendor of cosmetics, she has developed her enterprise into the largest boutique in the capital, Huaxiangrong. Huaxiangrong is a popular establishment in the capital, catering specifically to affluent ladies and noble women, emphasizing a premium product line, which has led to substantial profits. Thanks to this establishment, Li Xuan has ascended to the ranks of the wealthiest merchants in the capital, truly deserving the title of a wealthy matron. Shen Cihuan's eyes brightened, growing increasingly pleased as she listened. This was precisely the collaborative partner she had been seeking. Intelligent, bold, and capable of securing a foothold in the competitive capital. This individual was undoubtedly remarkable. More importantly, her industry aligned perfectly with the enchanting fairy flower nectar. The effects of the fairy flower nectar were astonishing, and its limited quantity would command a high price, targeting the elite ladies of the capital. Thus, Li Xuan was the ideal collaborator she had longed for. Great. Ali quickly informed the informant to confirm with this Li Xuan. Arrange a meeting time. I can leave the palace to meet her and discuss the sale of the fairy flower nectar in person. Okay, no problem, host. I also find this Li Xuan quite impressive. I just checked her background and found no affiliations with any officials, which implies her exceptional capabilities. Moreover, she might require our influential support for protection, a true win-win situation. Shen Cihuan nodded eagerly. She anticipated her meeting with Li Xuan. However, Ali, how can I leave the palace? Does the system have any tools I can utilize? Just a moment, let me check. I found it. Host, there's an invisibility cloak available in the system store. Wearing it will render you invisible for 8 hours, and removing it will immediately reveal you. You can don this cloak to exit the palace, and then take it off once you meet her. 8 hours should suffice for your round trip. Perfect. How many points does it cost? Let us exchange for one. All right, 100 points have been deducted, and the invisibility cloak has been credited. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shen Cihuan was astonished. She had not expected such a precious item to cost merely 100 points. With the choice of partner and method to leave the palace decided, the next matter at hand was timing. Shen Cihuan felt a bit troubled, as the emperor visited the Yaoguang palace almost daily to accompany her, even returning late at night to rest beside her rather than sleeping outside. This made her feel both cherished and bemused. How could she manage to leave the palace now? Soon, she thought of a particular day. The 15th of every month was when the emperor was required to stay overnight in the central palace. However, since her presence, he had never stayed with other concubines, choosing to rest alone in the Taiji Hall on the 15th. This conveniently provided her with the opportunity to leave the palace. Chapter 77. The Lychee Beauty. Naturally, Shen Yinshu's plight had reached the emperor's ears. Her current predicament was not solely the result of Shen Cihuan's schemes, but also due to the emperor's subtle machinations. The concubine Shen from Yin Wangfu was, in fact, affiliated with the emperor. Xiao Yi was untroubled by the prospect of the Yin Wang having a son, as he never viewed the Yin Wang as a rival. His intention for Chen was to systematically dismantle Shen Yinshu's position as the Yin Wang Fei, ensuring she experienced the torment she had once inflicted upon Cihuan, thus receiving her just deserts. Under the dual influence of Chen and the palace steward, the concubines quickly united to bombard Shen Yinshu with relentless torment. Given that the Yin Wang had completely discarded her, and even Shen the prime minister had forsaken his unworthy daughter, their actions became increasingly audacious. They confined Shen Yinshu to the main courtyard, minimizing her meals and subjecting her to verbal and physical humiliation, plunging her into nightly nightmares reminiscent of her previous hellish experiences upon entering the palace. Shen Yinshu was filled with rage and regret, realizing too late that she should never have allowed Shen Cihuan to enter the palace on her behalf. Otherwise, the glory of being the Gui Fei would undoubtedly have been hers. Had she achieved that status, she would not have descended into her current state. Regardless of her regrets, the daily torment remained unabated. When Xiao Yi received the news, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He often felt guilty toward Xiao Huan, as she had given him so much love, warmth, support, and a host of offspring, along with her rare sincerity. The only things he could offer her in return were power, status, and his unique devotion. Additionally, he harbored a desire for vengeance, seeking to resolve the grievances inflicted upon her by those who had wronged her. Shen Zhen was one such individual, and Shen Yinshu another. That night, he intentionally ordered 2 large baskets of fresh lychees to be brought to Yaoguang Palace, wearing a smile while carrying a basket himself. In the Qi era, lychees were indeed a rare delicacy. Situated far from Lingnan, they required swift transportation and special preservation methods to retain their freshness. The officials from Lingnan had sent only 2 large baskets, all of which Xiao Yi brought to the Yaoguang Palace without even tasting one himself. He had covered the baskets with a layer of gauze, concealing their contents, which piqued Shen Cihuan's curiosity. "Your Majesty, what treasure have you brought for Huaner?" Observing the beauty's eager expression, Xiao Yi affectionately pinched her nose. "Guess. If you guess correctly, all of these are yours. I believe you will surely love them." "Wow. Let me think. It should be fresh fruit, right? Perhaps it's tribute grapes or peaches, or maybe tangerines, or pomelos." Seeing her earnest attempts at guessing, Xiao Yi felt his heart melt. She was simply too adorable. No, none of those. He teased her as if she were a child. His expression markedly different from before, playful, mischievous, and with a hint of roguish charm. This made Shen Cihuan's cheeks flush, inexplicably shy. Shen Fuqiuan, crouched nearby, would have slipped away if he were not waiting for the emperor's instructions on when to bring in the remaining 2 baskets. During this time, he had noticed that whenever he was near the Gui Fei, he must remain inconspicuous. Just look at how the emperor gazed at the Gui Fei with such affection, his eyes glistening like honey, making one feel sweetly envious yet somewhat pained. Though he was a powerful and influential eunuch, he too longed for genuine affection. Clearly, the emperor did not regard him as a person. How heart-wrenching. Yet, this was for the best. The previous emperor had never cared for such romantic entanglements. Often exhibiting a cold demeanor, infused with an undeniable imperial pressure, as if nothing could stir his thoughts. Having served him for so many years, Shen Cihuan often felt the fear of losing his head. However, since the arrival of the Gui Fei, the emperor had become increasingly like a normal person, occasionally engaging in playful banter with her, appearing significantly younger. At this moment, teasing the girl he adored, he seemed no different from the youthful suitors of court. Although Shen Cihuan has never tasted pork, he has certainly seen pigs run. Your Majesty is now akin to a naive youth, newly awakened to love. As expected, the young lovers engaged in playful guessing for a while, ultimately embracing and sharing tender kisses, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment. Xiao smiled as he unveiled a layer of cloth, revealing lychees still glistening with dew. These are the exquisite lychees from Lingnan, which I just acquired today. I immediately brought them to you. Come, let's have some slice for tasting. Wonderful. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is truly delightful that Your Majesty considers my enjoyment. Shen Cihuan responded, clearly unperturbed by the flattery. There are still 2 large baskets, enough to fill 20 or 30 plates. Let them store it well, and I shall bring it to you later, he continued, playfully squeezing her fingertips and mimicking her earlier actions by teasing her palm. Shen Cihuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, Your Majesty, you are quite mischievous. Shen Cihuan, being perceptive, noticed the 2 masters becoming increasingly intimate. Sensing the escalating atmosphere, he hurriedly waved to the other palace attendants to exit, kindly shutting the door behind them. Once they were alone, the 2 indulged freely, first savoring the chilled lychees, then relishing sweet dew, their passion unabated on the couch. Xiao leaned down to kiss her cherry lips, remarking, people say lychees are rare treasures, but their flavor pales in comparison to your natural fragrance, which is utterly irresistible. Thus, their figures intertwined once more beneath the bed curtains. Xiao gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, who, after giving birth, appeared even more radiant, her skin as lustrous as fine jade, translucent and exquisite, rivaling the lychees. In the throes of passion, her sultry glances were truly captivating. Huaner, you are breathtaking. Upon hearing the sincere praise from the emperor, Shen Cihuan's intimate skills were activated, and it wasn't long before Xiao felt his soul elevate. Their voices grew increasingly fervent, and the warmth in Yaoguang Palace persisted throughout the night. Chapter 78. Naturally pregnant after a night of fervor, Xiao emerged from Yaoguang Palace, refreshed and invigorated. Before departing, he glanced at the adorable Shen Cihuan, who was still nestled in bed, her cheeks rosy. Last night, she had appeared as an enchanting temptress, yet this morning, she was shy and demure. This contrast endeared her to him even more. The previous night had been exquisite, revealing to him the essence of warmth and softness. Had it not been for Shen Cihuan's persistent reminders, he might have missed the morning court assembly. Noticing the marks on Huaner's skin, Xiao tenderly suggested, you need not pay respects at Fenghuan Palace this morning. Rest well. I shall visit you again tonight. Shen Cihuan's heart raced. Today was the 15th. She had plans to leave the palace to discuss a collaboration with Li Lishuan that evening. In a flurry, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, today is the 15th. Oh, is it the 15th? Xiao was taken aback, having forgotten. Then I shall sleep in Taiji Hall tonight. Do not fear being alone. If you cannot sleep, send someone to call for me. Shen Cihuan buried herself in the blankets, her eyes sparkling, prompting Xiao to steal another kiss before taking his leave. Once the emperor had finally departed, the system burst forth excitedly. Host, you've resumed your scandalous life with the emperor. I held my breath all night, blocking out everything until just now. You two are utterly outrageous. This is truly a hormonal explosion. I believe it was fate that led me, as a palace intrigue system, to choose you. This must be the heavens' arrangement. With the intensity of your encounters, you could have 10 children, and it would be no surprise. Shen Cihuan blushed at the system's banter, but quickly noticed something peculiar in her status panel. Pregnant, 10 months remaining. Note, naturally conceived. Pregnant again? And this time, it was natural conception. After giving birth to 5 sons, she had intended to take a break for half a year before using the multiple birth pill again, wanting to savor the sweet moments with the emperor. However, she never anticipated that her constitution was so conducive to conception that she could become pregnant without the system's pills. Embracing her situation, she delighted in the thought of children. In the palace, Children could signify greater power, yet she genuinely adored them, aspiring to be a loving mother like her own, ensuring her children lived carefree, joyful lives, preventing the tragedies of her own childhood from recurring. Even if it meant confronting her past shadows, she was willing to bear more children. After all, childbirth held no fear for her. It was not painful or difficult, nor was it dangerous, and there was indeed a throne to inherit. However, since this was a natural pregnancy without the assurance of childbearing pills, she purchased a smooth pregnancy pill from the system shop for 200 points to ensure her child has safety. This pill would guarantee a smooth pregnancy, much like her previous experiences, making it worth the investment. Yet, she was curious. Would this child be a prince or princess? Ali, is there a way to determine the gender of the unborn child? Of course. Host, the fetal mirror has that capability. Just click to use it for a gender check. It costs 50 points. All right, let us purchase one and use it. Very well, host. 50 points deducted, selecting to use the fetal mirror. Checking. Ding. Fetal mirror check complete. The host is expecting a daughter. Wow, it's truly a daughter. Shen Cihuan was overjoyed, never expecting her wish to come true. With a daughter, she would have to diligently save for her dowry. Filled with excitement, she began preparing to outline the details for her discussion with Li Xuan that night, eagerly awaiting nightfall to depart. As night descended, Shen Cihuan had arranged for Yin Fei and Yun Gui to keep watch, instructing them to permit no one to enter. She took a calming potion, intending to rest soundly. Both women nodded in agreement, assuring her they would not disturb her. Only then did Shen Cihuan feel at ease. Observing her constant reminders, the system couldn't help but interject. Host, worry not. I ranked first in performance last year, and I have leveled up. My range now covers the entire capital. Even if you leave the palace, I can still sense everything happening within. Wow, Ali, you're amazing. This is wonderful. I'll rely on you. The system beamed with pride. Rest assured, even if something unusual occurs, the terrifying live broadcast system still sells teleportation cards, allowing you to return to the capital instantly. However, they're quite expensive, 8,000 points. Your current balance is insufficient for redemption. You must complete more tasks. Such a thing exists? Shen Cihuan's eyes widened in surprise, realizing her exploration of the system shop had been lacking. There were many treasures to be found. The palace was vast, and after leaving, she needed to navigate to the agreed meeting place with Li Xuan, which she did not know well. If she got lost, it would waste precious time. The invisibility cloak, while effective for 8 hours, was not something she wished to rely on all night. However, the teleportation card was indeed appealing, albeit prohibitively expensive, far more than steel armor. Even if she gritted her teeth, she couldn't afford one. The system continued to gloat. The mortality rate for hosts of the terrifying live broadcast system is the highest. This profession is perilous, necessitating the teleportation card as a trump card. Thus, the pricing is exceptionally steep, truly a rogue merchant. Ruthless merchants, relying solely on exploiting the resources of other system hosts to accumulate points for their own advantage. They are merely my defeated foes. Shen Cihuan had grown accustomed to the system's arrogance. Observing that the surroundings were deserted, she hastily donned her invisibility cloak. This cloak, silver in hue, appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet once worn, it truly rendered her invisible. Departing from the Yaoguang Palace, she moved effortlessly, unnoticed by anyone. Not even the ever-observant Yin Gui, who merely sensed something amiss, glanced over and assumed it to be a figment of his imagination. Chapter 79. A successful meeting to save time and facilitate her navigation. The agreed meeting place was a private room in and not far from the Imperial Palace. Li Xuan had been waiting there for a while, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Though she possessed skills and tenacity that allowed her to carve out a niche in the bustling capital, she was still quite young, merely in her early 20s. The prospect of discussing a collaboration with the esteemed Imperial Concubine filled her with excitement. Initially, when the housekeeper from the Wang residence approached her, she was somewhat incredulous. However, upon learning that it was the mother of the crown prince, who had borne 5 protectors of the Qi emperor, she readily agreed. After all, since the miraculous birth of the Southern Tower, the entire capital was abuzz with tales of her. Few would dare to impersonate the imperial concubine. She harbored a quiet anticipation, having heard that the concubine possessed a miraculous beauty elixir. having dedicated herself to the business of women's beauty and cosmetics. She had developed various ointments and tonics from herbs and petals, effective yet unable to achieve a youthful glow. The housekeeper had extolled the elixir's virtues to heavenly heights. As a merchant, she was acutely aware of the lucrative opportunities at hand. After a while, a knock echoed at the door, prompting her to open it swiftly, revealing a woman clad in a silver cloak. The lady was strikingly beautiful, her skin radiant and translucent, with an innocent pair of almond-shaped eyes shimmering with tenderness. Her loose garments could not conceal her graceful figure, and Li Xuan surmised that this was indeed the renowned imperial concubine. She instinctively assessed the concubine's visage, growing increasingly astonished. Having dealt with numerous highborn women, she had never encountered anyone whose skin could rival that of the concubine. Luminous, flawless, as delicate as silken tofu, truly the epitome of perfection. Logically, having borne 6 children should have left some traces on her complexion, yet there was not a hint of age or wrinkle. Overwhelmed by curiosity about the beauty elixir, she exclaimed, "You are indeed the imperial concubine. I pay my respects to you." Upon realizing her gaffe, Li Xuan hurriedly bowed, fearful of appearing disrespectful. Shen Cihuan removed her cloak, revealing her form, and promptly assisted Li Xuan to her feet as they entered the room together. No need for excessive formality. Do not refer to me as the imperial concubine in public, lest we attract unwanted ears. Li Xuan nodded earnestly. "Yes, Miss Shen." Shen Cihuan cast a glance at her. Recognizing that Li Xuan was indeed astute, perceptive, and intelligent, qualities she appreciated. "I have little time. Let us proceed to our discussion." Without further ado, Shen Cihuan produced a small vial of elven flower honey from her bosom. Li Xuan received it with utmost seriousness, gently uncapping it to reveal a golden hue. Nodding in approval, leaning closer, she inhaled its sweet aroma, confirming it would surely appeal to the affluent ladies and young maidens. Shen Cihuan continued, "I trust that Steward Zhang has briefed you about this. This is elven flower honey, renowned for its myriad benefits, of which even I am not fully aware. At its core, it moisturizes the skin, brightens complexion, and diminishes scars." Li Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she dabbed a small amount on her face. Gazing into the mirror, she observed a noticeable lightening of her complexion and a small scar on her right cheek. An injury from a past treachery began to fade with another application. Astonishingly, this scar, which had haunted her for 6 years, was vanishing before her eyes. Despite her extensive studies in beauty products, she had never managed to eradicate it completely, regardless of the herbal remedies or floral extract she had tried. Her delight was palpable as she exclaimed, "Ms. Shen, this is a remarkable treasure. Merely a tiny amount yields such extraordinary results. Might I inquire as to its origins?" Shen Cihuan pressed her lips together, aware that the elven flower honey did not belong to this realm. The system had expressly warned her against revealing the true origins of these products, lest chaos ensue and reality collapse. Thus, she shook her head. "It is merely something I concocted during my leisure time. I believe it has decent beautifying effects. Perhaps it might fetch a good price?" "Indeed, absolutely," Li Xuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable, eager to acquire more. While she did not fully believe the concubine's claims, she understood the need for discretion, given the potential dangers of crossing someone of such high status. After a moment's contemplation, she gathered her composure, recognizing the urgency of the situation. The concubine's venture outside the palace must have been fraught with difficulty, and she wished to optimize their time tonight to finalize all the details for the upcoming sales, which would be her responsibility. "Ms. Shen, I believe this small vial of elven flower honey could be sold for 100 taels of silver." 100 taels? Shen Cihuan replied, taken aback, as she initially expected it to yield only a few dozen taels. After all, the system allocated just 20 points for a vial of elven flower honey, quite inexpensive. Furthermore, a single vial could be divided into 5 smaller portions. The vial she brought tonight was but one of those portions. By this calculation, a vial worth 20 points could exchange for 500 taels of silver. She currently possessed 100 vials, with the potential for hundreds more. However, what Li Xuan said next left her utterly astounded. "Ms. Shen, do you think that is too little? Rest assured, we can transfer this elven flower honey into a more exquisite jade bottle for storage, dividing it into 5 portions, making each worth 500 taels." "What? It can be divided further? That means one vial could sell for 2,500 taels? Is that feasible? Judging by the concubine's expression, Li Lishuan smiled. Fear not. Ms. Shen, I am a professional. As long as the packaging is exquisite, utilizing the trendiest jade or glass bottles, a slightly lesser amount of honey only enhances its allure. Chapter 80. Another transcendence. Shen Cihuan understood the principle of rarity equating to value. Li Lishuan evidently grasped the psychology of the affluent ladies and noble women. As long as the packaging was lavish and rare, the exceptional efficacy of the honey would ensure a market, regardless of the price. They would not perceive it as expensive, but rather as a worthy investment befitting their status. Moreover, the elven flower honey's effects were indeed remarkable. A single vial could command 2,500 taels, totaling 250,000 taels for 100 vials. Shen Cihuan was left in shock, while the system erupted with excitement. Ah, a cunning merchant. Truly a cunning merchant. How I adore her. I am utterly elated. Host, we are on the brink of prosperity. So much wealth. I am a billionaire, I confess. In this performance review, I shall undoubtedly be first once more. The system was so exhilarated that it began to set off fireworks in Shen Cihuan's mind. Shen Cihuan exerted considerable effort to regain her composure. Nodding slightly, the matter of selling shall be entrusted to Bosley. Rest assured, I am a professional. The carvings on this jade and glass bottle must be exquisitely perfect. I shall take responsibility for this, providing the materials as well. You need only supply the fairy flower nectar, and I shall handle everything else. In a bid to demonstrate her sincerity, Li Lishuan beamed with joy and insisted that she would take care of everything. Shen Cihuan nodded in agreement. Now, should we perhaps consider renaming the fairy flower nectar? Li Lishuan cautiously suggested. Given that this pertains to our flower, it might be wise to coordinate the name. This was a point Shen Cihuan had not contemplated. Bosley, what do you think it should be renamed? Like a startled swan, graceful as a roaming dragon, radiant like autumn chrysanthemums, lush like spring pines, elusive like light clouds veiling the moon, drifting like snowflakes in a gentle breeze. From afar, it shines like the sun rising amidst morning clouds. Upon closer inspection, it dazzles like the lotus emerging from rippling waters. Li Lishuan paused for a moment before proposing. Why not call it Luotian honey? Ah, this. Bosley is quite talented. Shen Cihuan recognized the reference to Luotian Fu, which closely related to her original name, Mi, and quickly nodded in approval. Seeing her agreement, Li Lishuan immediately smiled. It must be said that Boss Shen is a magnanimous person. No wonder you hold such a high position. One must possess this far-sighted perspective and literary elegance. You are indeed the one. Rest assured, our business will thrive splendidly. Following this delightful discussion, Li Lishuan seemed to have relaxed considerably, shedding the initial awkwardness, even daring to flatter Shen Cihuan profusely. Yet, the system grew increasingly perplexed. Host, what is it about this Bosley that feels so off? Her manner of speaking is indeed peculiar. Shen Cihuan shared the sentiment, though she found this more vibrant version of Bosley rather amusing. Li Lishuan noticed her slight loss of composure, chuckled awkwardly, and regained her usual demeanor. So, Boss Shen, regarding our profit sharing, how about 9 for you and 1 for me? Shen Cihuan hesitated, considering that she was providing the significant portion of the fairy flower nectar. Yet the external packaging would still be Li Lishuan's responsibility, relying on her to attract more business. If she proved reliable, there would be opportunities for future collaboration. Thus, she refrained from objecting and merely nodded. Li Lishuan was particularly pleased, feeling she had gained much from this evening. She had discovered a substantial opportunity for profit and made the acquaintance of a noble lady. Truly, it was a day worthy of a protagonist. It seemed she was indeed the heroine of this tale. The path ahead led to becoming the wealthiest in the capital, dominating the great Qi, and reaching the pinnacle of her life. The system, sensing Li Lishuan's innermost thoughts, was taken aback. Wait, I suspected something was amiss. Host, this Bosley, she's also a time traveler. What? Shen Cihuan was equally astonished. To her knowledge, the Empress had come from the future, and now it appeared that Bosley was also from that era. Why were people from the future arriving here? Shen Cihuan could not comprehend, nor could the system. However, it was certain that Li Lishuan was a trustworthy individual. After further deliberation regarding their plans, Shen Cihuan glanced at the time and prepared to depart. Li Lishuan hurriedly offered to see her off, but Shen Cihuan stopped her. No need. I can return by myself. Boss Li, you need not accompany me. The business of Luotian honey requires your vigilant oversight. Such flattery, Boss Shen. Then, I shall bid you farewell. Rest assured, I will keep meticulous records for your convenience. Shen Cihuan nodded, then exited the room, promptly donning her invisibility cloak as she made her way back to the palace. Fortunately, she encountered no issues along the way, and upon returning to the Yaowang Palace, no one noticed her absence. After stowing away the invisibility cloak and refreshing herself, she climbed into bed. Before drifting off to sleep, she could not resist chatting with the system. Ali, why are there two time travelers from the future? The system was equally perplexed. Could it be that the world has encountered a bug? That cannot be. The main system has grown increasingly lethargic. It used to be so diligent. As the system spoke, it abruptly halted. Shen Cihuan found this curious. What's wrong? Why did you stop speaking? I forgot. You forgot. Shen Cihuan could hardly believe her ears. Aren't you the system? Aren't you composed of data and technology? How can you forget? The system wore a puzzled expression. I don't know. This shouldn't be happening. Did I encounter a bug? One moment. I will check my internal functions tonight to ensure no virus is infiltrated. Very well. I shall rest now. Shen Cihuan, unable to assist further, slowly succumbed to sleep as the system puzzled over the anomaly. This should not be the case. How could such a situation arise? Had it lost a segment of its programming? Why couldn't it recall prior events? It initiated a self-check, repeatedly attempting to mend the flaws, yet found nothing amiss. By the time the next day dawned, and Shen Cihuan inquired about the situation, the system could only provide a negative response. No, it's quite strange. I shall consult other systems shortly to see if they are experiencing similar issues. Uncertain, Shen Cihuan consoled the system. It's nothing to fret over, merely two time travelers, and they seem to be good individuals. It's of no consequence if previous events are forgotten. Chapter 81. Leaving the palace ultimately, the system's concerns faded into ambiguity, but a lingering doubt remained in its mind, awaiting a resolution in the future. In recent days, the Yaowang Palace had been bustling with preparations for the departure of the noble consort and the emperor. The 5 princes had only recently been born, and Xiao Yi originally intended to keep them behind, as young children should not be subjected to too much upheaval. He feared they might catch a chill or suffer a mishap during travel, which could lead to illness. However, within the harem, he was not entirely at ease with any of the concubines caring for them. Although the empress was kind, she needed to attend to the second princess, and 5 children were quite a handful. He worried she might struggle to manage them all. The others were even less reliable. Xiao Yi had also considered asking his mother, the Empress Dowager, to help, given her genuine affection for her grandchildren. Yet, the Sinang Palace harbored not only the Empress Dowager, but also the perpetually erratic Xiaozhen, a madwoman who had consistently displayed a poor attitude towards Huaner. Xiao Yi could not risk the children's well-being. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to take all the children with him. Shen Cihuan had no objections, as she had administered medicinal pills to the children, ensuring they were robust and healthy, thus unlikely to encounter any issues. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Over the preceding days, she had skillfully elevated the favor of Lin, Caning, and Li Chongyi. The mission of rallying the 5 concubines to her side was complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Recruit 5 concubines to join your faction. Quest reward, 1,000 points. Item, Rainbow Feather Garment. Wearing the Rainbow Feather Garment will make everyone's fondness for you reach its peak for 2 hours. The system had quickly completed 2 side quests and was now issuing a new task. Ding! The Ali system announces a new quest. Manage the business to achieve a profit of 500,000 taels. Quest reward, 1,000 points. Profit will be doubled. Shen Cihuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A few days ago, Li Lishuan informed herself that the first batch of Luo Shanmi had commenced sales. Initially offered to a select group of top-tier VIPs for trial and internal testing, yielding remarkably positive feedback. Numerous distinguished young ladies have already expressed their desire to purchase Luo Shanmi, and due to the limited quantity carefully controlled, only 10 portions were released in the first batch, which were instantly snatched up. Many are eagerly awaiting the release of the second batch. The astonishing results have prompted these fortunate purchasers, including noble ladies, to spread the word, igniting a fervor among the elite circles of the capital. It is said that Hua Xiangrong has developed an extraordinary beauty elixir, unparalleled in quality, with a superior ability to hydrate the skin and eradicate even the most pronounced scars. Among them, Madame Chun, the wife of the minister, displayed the most remarkable results. Despite her age and numerous wrinkles, her passion for beauty led her to try countless skincare products, all to no avail. However, upon applying Luo Shunmi, her wrinkles noticeably diminished, and after using an entire jar, her skin resembled that of a freshly shelled egg, rejuvenated by at least 20 years. It is now rumored that the bond between Madame Chun and her husband has never been stronger. This news has caused a rush among the crowds. Hua Xiangrong's reputation skyrocketed. Just as Shen Cihuan anticipated that Mr. Li would release a substantial quantity, he only unveiled another 10 portions, which were again swiftly claimed, demonstrating a clever strategy of scarcity marketing. Those who succeeded in securing their portion felt triumphant and were eager for more, while those who missed out expressed their discontent, willing to pay extra to obtain it. This back and forth led to a rapid dissemination of information about this new product throughout the capital. Shen Cihuan was thoroughly satisfied. Mr. Li was indeed a professional. After entrusting her business entirely to Li Xuan, she departed from the capital to join the emperor at the palace. The journey from the capital to Jiaojiao Palace spanned 3 to 4 days. Although the concubine's carriage was lavish, it paled in comparison to the emperor's 24-carriage royal entourage. Feeling sympathetic for her journey, Xiao Yi offered to share a carriage with Shen Cihuan. Initially, she intended to decline, but the comfort of the emperor's carriage was undeniable, devoid of any turbulence. Moreover, with only the two of them present, the servants and attendants were discreet, allowing her to comply with the emperor's wishes and happily take her seat. Inside the carriage, the two continued to indulge in affectionate banter, cherishing their rare moments of intimacy. Even the attendants, Yin Gui and Yin Fei, felt shy to intrude. "Are you enjoying this outing?" Xiao Yi inquired, gently caressing her delicate hand while gazing at her with a smile. Shen Cihuan's eyes sparkled with joy, reminiscent of crescent moons, illuminating the hearts of those who beheld her. "Yes, His Majesty brought me out of the palace to Jiaojiao for a refreshing escape, and I truly appreciate his thoughtfulness." Xiao Yi playfully pinched her earlobe, retrieving a pair of exquisite earrings adorned with pearls and emeralds from his robe. "With such sweet words, I must reward you," he declared, offering her the new EC pearls, which he believed suited her splendidly. "What do you think? Do you like them?" EC pearls are precious jewels, rare even among royals, typically reserved for the empress and the dowager empress. Delighted by the earrings, Shen Cihuan carefully accepted them and adorned herself, asking, "Your Majesty, how do they look?" Xiao Yi admired the shimmering pearls against her delicate, slightly translucent earlobes, enhancing her purity and innocence, as if she were an ethereal goddess deserving of the finest treasures and adoration. "They are exceptionally beautiful, perfectly complementing you." As they reveled in their intimacy, Chun Fuquan spoke from outside the carriage. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince wishes to see you and the concubine." "Oh, has Liner awakened?" Xiao Yi repeated, recalling how the Crown Prince had fallen asleep upon boarding the carriage. Concerned for his young and fragile state, he had personally soothed him to sleep. Surprised by his quick awakening, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, still concerned for the child. "What are the other princes? Bring the Crown Prince to me." Shen Cihuan was eager to see her son as well. Chun Fuquan promptly responded, "Your Majesty, the other princes are still asleep, all quiet without any disturbances." "That is good. Go ahead," Xiao Yi said, finally at ease. However, upon the arrival of the young Crown Prince, he stretched his arm, ready to call for his father. But upon seeing Shen Cihuan, he pointed to her belly and exclaimed, "Sister." Chapter 82. Princess Qingyuan Xiao Yi was taken aback and quickly asked, "Liner, what are you saying? Where's their sister?" Shen Cihuan was equally astonished. She had not expected Liner to perceive the child within her. The young Crown Prince, articulate for his age, pointed at his mother's belly, stating clearly, "Father, it's Mother. Mother has a sister in her belly." Hearing this, Xiao Yi's heart raced as he looked towards Shen Cihuan's still flat abdomen, excitement flooding his expression. "Huana, you were expecting again?" Shen Cihuan contemplated the timing, realizing it had been nearly a month, and the physician should be able to confirm it. With a shy smile, she replied, "It seems. I should be." Xiao Yi's joy was palpable as he immediately summoned the physician. Given their entourage included 6 children, half of the physicians had come along. including 5 or 6 who had previously attended to the concubine during her earlier pregnancy. They were the first to check Shen Cihuan's pulse, and after exchanging glances, they congratulated the couple. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness. The Empress is over a month pregnant. Ha ha, excellent. Rewards all around." Xiao Yi exclaimed, waving his hand exuberantly, showering the physicians with gifts, and then embracing Shen Cihuan tightly. "Huania, you truly are my lucky star. The blessing of Deqi. With you, I shall never lack heirs." Laughter erupted among the crowd, their joy infectious, as the Emperor's elation resonated both inside and outside the carriage. However, Xiao Yi quickly regained his composure, gripping Shen Cihuan's hand anxiously. "Huana, how do you feel? Traveling while pregnant. Is there any discomfort? Is this royal carriage too small? I can have it enlarged." Witnessing the Emperor's overwhelming joy mixed with concern, Shen Cihuan felt a blend of happiness and exasperation. "I feel perfectly fine, Your Majesty. Thank you for your concern. The carriage is quite spacious and comfortable." Xiao Yi nodded in relief. "That is good. If you feel any discomfort, you must let me know immediately. Do not endure it. This journey is not like being in the palace, where everything is readily available. Once we reach the palace, I will ensure everything is prepared for you." He then commanded the caravan to slow their pace, careful not to disturb the concubine's pregnancy. With the concubine expecting once again, the task of care fell to the accompanying physicians, yet they felt no pressure. Rather, they were all filled with joy. They were well aware of the concubine's excellent health, making her the ideal pregnant woman with no issues foreseen. Their primary concern was ensuring the Empress had a safe delivery, knowing that given the Emperor's affection, their rewards would undoubtedly multiply. The atmosphere was jubilant, and young Linner was equally thrilled. Having only a sister and a brother, he was excited by the prospect of a little sister. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Father, Mother, what will we name our sister? Will she arrive?" Xiao Yi couldn't help but share in the anticipation. "It may still be 9 months. However, I have already thought of several names for the princess. We can choose from them." Leaning in, Shen Cihuan, intrigued, inquired, "What names have you considered, Your Majesty?" Xiao Yi took a piece of paper from the tea table and inscribed the names: Qing Yuan, Chu Huang, Cheng Wan. Yuan, Huang, and Luan are divine beasts, revered throughout the realm and of immeasurable value. Shen Cihuan could certainly comprehend the Emperor's hopes and esteem for his daughter, and with a smile, she suggested, "If we're to have only one daughter this time, let's name her Qing Yuan. Should there be another princess in the future, we can name her Chu Huang and Cheng Wan." "Excellent. I shall eagerly await the arrival of our Princess Qing Yuan." Young Junlin clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Sister Qing Yuan! Sister Qing Yuan!" The journey to the Jiaojiao palace was initially expected to take only 3 days. However, due to the Empress's pregnancy, it was extended to the 5th day before their arrival. The palace had long been prepared, with the gates flung open to welcome the Emperor and the Empress. The crowd first beheld the Emperor, the esteemed sovereign, disembarking from his carriage, but soon noticed his careful support of a lady, undoubtedly the beloved Empress. The assembly promptly knelt in reverence, and the officials stationed there began to report on the palace arrangements when the Emperor interjected, "The Empress and I shall reside in the Mingguang Hall." The crowd hesitated, their words caught in their throats. The Empress, being the mother of the crown prince and having borne 6 imperial sons, was indeed a woman of great fortune in Deqi, and thus they had no place to interject. The news of the Empress's pregnancy soon spread throughout the palace. In Fenghuan Palace, the concubines were taken aback upon hearing this news. How recently had the Empress given birth to 5 sons? 2 months? Or 3? And now she was expecting again? Would this not harm her health? Generally, a woman needs to recuperate for 1.5 years after childbirth, let alone after delivering quintuplets. How could the Empress be so extraordinary? It seemed as if childbirth was as simple for her as drinking water or eating. Was it possible that some were simply born to bear children? They could not help but admire her. Yet, amidst this, there were always those eager to speak disparagingly. Previously, it had been Liang Jiu or Li Chongyi, but Liang Jiu had been demoted to a commoner due to her previous misdeeds against the eldest princess. Why then was Li Chongyi silent? This was unusual. The others turned their attention toward Li Chongyi, who appeared to be in high spirits, almost gleeful. What was going on? They exchanged bewildered glances. Qing Zhaorong was the first to speak with a hint of sarcasm. Li Chongyi seems quite well-behaved today. The Empress's fortune is indeed beyond what we common concubines can compare. Li Chongyi glanced at her, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yet she responded, I have always been well-behaved. I never knew how to speak with sarcasm. Moreover, the Empress is indeed a fortunate woman, the mother of the Crown Prince, and certainly not someone we mere mortals can hope to rival. What was going on? The usually sharp-tongued Li Chongyi had suddenly changed her tune? Even the Empress was taken aback. Had the girl finally come to her senses? Qing Zhaorong, feeling slighted, retorted, Li Chongyi, whom are you calling sarcastic? After a few days, your temper seems to have grown. Li Chongyi found it strange and countered, Your Highness, you just said I was well-behaved. Why now accuse me of having a temper? What do you mean? What did she mean? Was it not clear? Qing Zhaorong had grown accustomed to having Li Chongyi take the lead, but today she had unexpectedly changed her demeanor. Chapter 83. Painting Qing Zhaorong was rendered speechless, and as the crowd's gaze fell upon her, she felt compelled to remain silent. Today, they had witnessed something rare. The typically forthright Li Chongyi had turned her coat. Even the maidservants attending Li Chongyi were perplexed. She had previously advised against opposing the Empress, recognizing that the Empress was thriving and that any confrontation would yield no good. Yet, suddenly, her mistress had changed her mind. It was truly peculiar. Regardless, this was a positive turn of events. The Empress, while curious, did not dwell on it too much. She was simply pleased. It was rumored that Shen Cihuan was expecting a princess, which delighted her immensely. Her own second daughter, Jiaojiao, was now 4 years old and had been clamoring for a sister. She could not bear another child herself. If Shen Cihuan were to have a third daughter, Jiaojiao would finally have a sister. This would alleviate her pressing concerns. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan and the emperor had just settled in. The climate in Jiaojiao was pleasant. Although it was July, the sun was not overly harsh, and a refreshing breeze occasionally swept by. The vicinity of the palace was filled with trees and bamboo groves, making even the hottest summer days feel cool. In the evenings, the lush greenery provided a refreshing chill, requiring a thick blanket for sleep. He had instructed the palace attendants caring for the young princes accordingly. The usually stern and imposing emperor was now tenderly attending to his sons. The crown prince was fine, able to express his needs clearly. But the other 5 sons were still young, just learning to crawl and full of mischief, unable to speak. He worried they might kick off their blankets at night and catch a chill. After playing a lively game of chase with his sons, he returned to the inner chamber to find Shen Cihuan combing her hair. Feeling a sudden urge, he stepped forward, took the comb from her hand, and smiled. Your hair is as beautiful as a cloud, Huaner. Allow me to assist you in untangling it. Having traveled all day, Shen Cihuan felt somewhat fatigued and allowed Yan Fei and Jiaojiao to help her remove her hairpins. To her surprise, the emperor showed such interest, causing her cheeks to flush. With sparkling eyes, she shyly said, Your Majesty, it troubles you to comb my hair. Her soft words grazed Xiao Yi's heart like a feather, and he felt content with her presence. The act of a husband combing his wife's hair was an intimate gesture, akin to the enjoyment of painting brows in a cozy chamber. Thus, Yan Fei and the others discreetly withdrew, leaving the couple alone. Shen Cihuan also took his leave, as the emperor seldom required his services when the empress was present. Yi attentively combed Shen Cihuan's hair, enchanted by the sweet fragrance of her tresses, reminiscent of her pure and charming demeanor. After finishing, they leaned against each other, conversing. Yi wrapped his arms around her, gently caressing her belly, and remarked, I had intended to take you to explore the markets, but now that you are with child, you must not overexert yourself. If you were to stumble, it would not do. Shen Cihuan responded with a soft, oh, a hint of displeasure in her tone as she tugged on Xiao Yi's sleeve, playfully pouting, Your Majesty, I'm perfectly fine, truly. The child is still very small and does not hinder my walking. I will be exceedingly careful and ensure no one bumps into me. It's been so long since I've ventured into the markets. Please, let me go. Yi had always been defenseless against Shen Cihuan's playful antics. Hearing her plea, he relented. Very well. I shall take you out of the palace in a few days. Rest assured, you will have a delightful time. Jiaojiao is quite bustling, with many new and exciting things. With the emperor's assurance, Shen Cihuan's anticipation surged, wishing they could leave the palace immediately. Yi, caressing her belly, smiled affectionately. Our Liner is truly a sensible child, already aware that he is to have a sister and wanting to find his toys for her to play with. It is remarkable, considering he is still just a child himself. Xiao Yi was astonished by Junlin's rapid growth, although he was merely over a year old. His actions and thoughts were already beyond his age. Yet, instead of fear, he felt a swell of pride. After all, how could the child destined to be the heir be anything but exceptional? He wished for Junlin to be even more astute. As for how to educate the crown prince, Shen Cihuan felt inexperienced, given the emperor's remarkable governance and Junlin's intelligence surpassing her own. All she could do was ensure Junlin's well-being. However, His Majesty did not spare even a shred of opportunity for her, personally securing little Junling to his belt, attending to every detail himself, and taking it upon himself to handle many matters. When little Junling dined, it was His Majesty who fed him. When little Junling read, it was His Majesty who taught him. When little Junling wet his bed, it was His Majesty who changed his trousers. On several occasions, Shen Cihuan witnessed little Junling riding on the emperor's back, playing horsey, given the emperor's deep affection for Liner. Shen Cihuan genuinely feared that the child might be spoiled rotten, if not for the medicinal pills produced by the system. Speaking of children, little Junling was indeed a child. Beside Mingguang Palace, there was a pond where the lotus flowers were in full bloom, accompanied by numerous red koi. Upon seeing them, little Junling insisted on picking flowers and catching fish. The palace staff had no choice but to wade into the water themselves. When Xiao Yi heard of the commotion, he came out with Shen Cihuan just in time to see Junling holding a freshly picked lotus, laughing and calling out, "Father, Mother, Lotus!" The exquisite child, with a warm smile and a handful of large lotus flowers, appeared like a living painting under the sun. Xiao Yi felt a surge of inspiration and ordered someone to bring ink and brush, capturing the scene before him. Little Junling dashed around a few steps, gazing at his father painting, exclaiming in delight, "Wow," and clapping enthusiastically, "Father is amazing." Shen Cihuan echoed, "Your painting skills are truly remarkable, Your Majesty." This was not mere flattery. In just a few strokes, Xiao Yi captured little Junling's endearing essence, resembling a charming figure from a traditional painting. Unexpectedly, he even included Shen Cihuan, who was smiling and leaning against him. Shen Cihuan was taken aback. The artwork was essentially a family portrait of the three of them, and she exclaimed in delight, "It's beautiful, Your Majesty. May I have this painting for myself? I wish to hang it in Yaowang Palace." "Of course," he replied tenderly. "When I have the time, I shall paint another one just for you." Chapter 84. Hand in Hand. Growing old together, the days spent residing in Mingguang Palace had been exceptionally comfortable. Here, it was only the emperor and Shen Cihuan, free from the distractions of other concubines, allowing for a particularly pleasant atmosphere, with the children playing around, their laughter noticeably lighter. However, Xiao Yi gazed at the woman before him, half clad in silk, exuding fragrance as she poured tea for him. His eyelids twitched, and he glared at Chun Fuchuan. "Did you arrange for this?" Chun Fuchuan hastily knelt and bowed, "Your Majesty. It is a misunderstanding. This is a woman who remained at the Jiaojiao Palace. Her name was Xiang, who had painstakingly sought this opportunity to serve tea before the emperor, hoping to employ all her charms to entice him, dreaming of a title that would allow her to return to the palace, waiting in the Jiaojiao Palace for her master's summons. She felt like her time was being wasted in obscurity. She was confident in her beauty and believed she was the most stunning of all the beauties in the Jiaojiao Palace. Even the matron in charge had remarked that if anyone were to rise above the rest, it would surely be her. Thus this grand opportunity fell into her lap. Little did she know, rather than being captivated, the emperor was furious, causing her to tremble in fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. Xiao Yi's knowledge of her background did not mitigate his anger. Each palace had its share of waiting beauties, ready to serve when the emperor arrived. However, he had never needed such distractions, especially since he was here with Cihuan. How could he indulge another woman in a manner that would sadden her? He had assumed that such trivial matters would be taken care of by Chun Fuchuan. Yet here was a disheveled woman, shamelessly swaying before him, sending chills down his spine, wishing to have her dragged out and dealt with at once. But then he realized that Cihuan and the children were in the side hall. Causing a scene would only alarm them. It was best not to let Cihuan know. She was with child and should not be troubled by such trivialities. So he gave Chun Fuchuan a knowing glance and whispered, "Quickly take her away and deal with it," without disturbing the empress. Shen Cihuan nodded vigorously, instructing the guards to escort Wolf Xiang out of the hall. Once she was gone, Xiao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had never been particularly interested in women. If not for the need for an heir, he probably wouldn't have indulged at all. But now, things were different. He desired a long-lasting life with Cihuan. They were to hold hands and grow old together, and no other woman could intrude upon that bond. The existing concubines were a matter beyond his control, but he would certainly not allow any newcomers into the palace. Xiao Yi contemplated proposing the abolition of the selection process upon returning to the palace. During his reign, he would cease selecting concubines. When Junling ascended the throne in the future, he could reinstate the selection process then. Having resolved his thoughts, he began drafting plans. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan was communicating with Li Lishuan through the system. Li Lishuan's marketing prowess was exceptional. Under her promotion, the entire capital buzzed with excitement over the newly launched star product, Luo Shunmi, known for its remarkable effects that could instantly make one appear 20 years younger. The limited quantity was available only to esteemed members, causing a rush among many to acquire it, significantly boosting its popularity. In her messages, she inquired whether the ladies of the palace had heard of Luo Shanmi and were seeking her out to purchase it. This left Li Lishuan in a quandary. After all, her boss was the empress, and these concubines could be seen as her competitors, if not rivals. Should she sell Luo Shanmi to them? If they used it and became even more beautiful, what if they captured the emperor's favor? Having watched dramas like Zhen Huanjuan and Bu Jing Xian in modern times, she recalled that usually the more beautiful one was, the more favored they became. Thus, she found herself uncertain about whether to sell to these concubines and wrote to consult the empress. Shen Cihuan, however, was unconcerned, remarking that earning money was still earning money, and she felt confident that even if those concubines used Luo Shunmi, they could never compare to her beauty, which was a perfect 10. Even if they did become more beautiful, His Majesty would not shift his affections. After spending so much time together, she had long understood that the emperor's feelings for her were unlike those of those who merely lusted after beauty. Soon, all 100 portions of the fairy flower honey she had in hand were sold, netting her 250,000 taels of silver, of which she took 90%, amounting to 225,000 taels. Shen Cihuan was overjoyed, quickly spending 2,000 points in the system's trading mall to exchange for another 100 portions of fairy flower honey to sell. She was now halfway to her task of earning 500,000 taels. Moreover, these small treasures could be saved and later distributed among the children. With 7 children, though, 225,000 taels seemed substantial, but divided among them, it wouldn't amount to much. Sigh. Shen Cihuan felt the weight of responsibility upon her. Fortunately, the sales of the fairy flower honey were exceptionally promising, and she anticipated a significant profit. When Xiao Yi finished his state affairs and entered the sleeping quarters, he was greeted by the sight of Shen Cihuan, who was stifling laughter. He couldn't help but chuckle. "What brings you such joy today?" "Your Majesty." Shen Cihuan quickly composed herself. "Did you not say you would take me out of the palace?" "I have been waiting." "Yes. I have ordered a set of commoner-esque clothing made for you. Try it on. I shall take you out tomorrow morning." "Wonderful." Shen Cihuan took the garments and noticed they were quite different from what she had worn before entering the palace. Her previous dresses were those of an unmarried maiden, while the ones the emperor brought resembled those of a married woman. Yet the colors were elegant, adorned with subtle embroidery of white magnolias. She felt an instant fondness and hurried to change into them. When she emerged, having donned the new attire, Xiao Yi praised, "Cihuan is truly beautiful. You look lovely in anything. This outfit is so simple, yet it exudes a natural grace on you. Your Majesty enjoys teasing me." Shen Cihuan giggled. "What will you wear tomorrow? Shall we take Junling along?" "I shall don a simple azure robe. Let Liner rest here, for he is still but a child." "Alas, poor Liner. However, when mother returns, she will bring him delightful treats and entertaining toys, ensuring he does not weep." Xiao Yi could not suppress a chuckle. "Such a sensible child. Liner will not cry. If I were to leave you behind in the palace, it would be you who truly sheds tears. You are indeed my little darling." Chapter 85. The Treasure Garden the following morning. Xiao Yi assigned 10 essays for Junlin to memorize before setting off with Shen Cihuan, accompanied by a few guards. Chun Fu possessing some martial skills, was tasked with ensuring their safety as the emperor and imperial concubine ventured out incognito, thus limiting their retinue. However, disguised imperial guards were ever present, shadowing them closely. Though Shen Cihuan had grown up in the capital, her excursions outside the estate had been scant. Living under the formidable presence of Shen Shu had drained her energy, leaving little room to appreciate the city's beauty or its cultural richness. Consequently, her excitement was palpable. Jiaojiao City was indeed bustling with life. Vendors lined the streets, selling food, jewelry, toys, clothing, and cosmetics, overwhelming the senses. A crowd gathered around a street performer, and the sight of flaming hoops drew enthusiastic applause. Shen Cihuan tugged at Xiao Yi's hand, her eyes sparkling with delight as she pointed to various sights. Despite the throngs of people, her beauty stood out, capturing attention even in her simple attire. Xiao Yi noticed the gazes directed toward them, and while he contemplated suggesting she wear a veil, he was softened by her radiant joy. Let her have her fun, he resolved. I know my husband. Look, there's so many kites. I've never flown a kite before. Shen Cihuan exclaimed, nearly letting slip a word, but quickly corrected herself, excitedly gesturing toward a nearby stall brimming with kites. The vendor, a woman in her 30s, smiled and said, Madam, these kites are of excellent quality. The wind is perfect today. They will soar high. Look at this exquisite butterfly kite. And this swallow. It's our bestseller. Xiao Yi regarded the kites, finding them somewhat rudimentary, albeit charming in their rustic appeal. Shen Cihuan eagerly examined them, her face alight with joy as she playfully tugged at his sleeve. Husband, let us buy two and fly them together, shall we? He did not refuse. Although he had never flown a kite himself, he was more than willing to indulge her. The vendor, observing the affectionate couple, beamed, Madam, your husband is quite the handsome gentleman, and you two are so well matched. In my 10 years of selling here, I've never seen a couple as extraordinary as you. Why not purchase this pair of mandarin duck kites? They symbolize everlasting love, envying not the immortals but each other. Perhaps moved by the sentiment, Xiao Yi generously selected the mandarin duck kites, along with a butterfly, a swallow, and a hawk kite. Chen Fu promptly stepped forward to settle the bill. Shen Cihuan held one of the mandarin duck kites, gazing at Xiao Yi with a smile. I wish to be as inseparable as these ducks, forever in love. Very well, Xiao Yi replied, holding her hand tightly as they walked closely together. Their evident affection drew numerous onlookers, and eager vendors quickly approached. Young master, look at this exquisite set of hairpins. They would perfectly complement your wife's elegance, urged a jewelry seller. Xiao Yi examined the set of 12 flower hairpins. Though not as exquisite as palace adornments, they were still quite refined, adorned with tourmaline beads, something Shen Cihuan adored. Nodding, he instructed Chen Fu to procure them. The vendor beamed, feeling he had secured a substantial customer, and beckoned, Young master and madam, this is our shop. We have even more exquisite jewelry inside, sourced from the capital and Lingzhou. The prices are naturally high, but would you care to take a look? While the capital's wares could not compare to those of the palace, the allure of novelty was undeniable. Xiao Yi glanced at Shen Cihuan, noticing her keen interest, and nodded, very well, let us see what you have. The price is of no concern, as long as it brings joy to my wife. Shen Cihuan felt a warmth in her heart, and the system cheered. Wow, the domineering gentleman is treating her lavishly. The establishment, named Treasure Garden, was opulently decorated. The vendor hastily invited them inside, calling for a waiter. Cheng Zi, come quickly. Bring out all the finest items from our treasure garden for the young master and madam to see. The waiter nodded eagerly, and Shen Cihuan surveyed the shop, noting its success. It boasted a variety of fashionable jewelry of high quality, nearly on par with palace offerings. A waiter carefully presented 2 exquisite boxes, announcing, young master, madam, these are our shop's treasures, top-quality goods. At his words, the other patrons grew intrigued. They had purchased numerous items, yet had never seen the waiter proactively retrieve goods from the inner hall. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the waiter opened the boxes, revealing a stunning set of crimson gold jewelry adorned with large, radiant rubies that dazzled onlookers. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What a magnificent ruby! I have never seen one so large, exclaimed a bystander. Indeed, this ruby is of superb quality. It must be from the capital, rivaling even the imperial offerings, another remarked. Surrounding chatter ensued. However, Shen Cihuan displayed little interest. Such items were common, having seen many in the emperor's private treasury, which had sent numerous treasures to Yaojiao Palace. Xiao Yi shared her indifference, having plenty of similar wares in his own storerooms, deeming them somewhat mundane in comparison. Even Shen Fu remained unfazed. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice broke through the crowd. "I'll take it." Chapter 86. The Jiang sisters. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a young lady of 17 or 18, clad in a bright yellow dress, adorned with jewels and surrounded by attendants, suggesting she was a local noblewoman. "Waiter, I'll take that crimson gold jewelry set," she reiterated when the waiter hesitated. The waiter, appearing troubled, replied, "Miss Jiang, they were here first." Perhaps you could. Jiang Wanner's expression turned haughty, and she scoffed, "They are merely looking, yet have made no commitment to purchase." "I have decided. Why are you still hesitating?" Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, visibly irritated. Though he had no desire for the jewelry, he could not allow her to claim it without contest. He had never understood the concept of cherishing beauty, and began contemplating how to reprimand her. The system, meanwhile, was particularly animated. The classic villainess attempting to seize an item. "I told you, it's all about my palace intrigue system." "Host, this woman will undoubtedly regard you with disdain from now on. What you need to do is to slap her face." Shen Cihuan hesitated. "Slapping her? That seems excessively brutal. Wouldn't it tarnish my image in the eyes of the emperor?" The system quickly clarified, "It's not a literal slap. It's about revealing your identity, shocking her into submission, making her regret her ignorance and weep bitterly." Shen Cihuan twitched her lips, perplexed by the system's bizarre notions, as if it had been programmed to think this way. The system insisted that this was a classic trope from ancient tales, and she had prepared for it, with questions in a repository. However, before she could react, someone had already intervened. "Jiang Mianhua, are you stealing from others again?" A clear, melodious voice chimed in, belonging to a woman clad in simple attire, appearing to be around 25 or 6, with a gentle demeanor and an air of cultured elegance, exuding an intrinsic charm. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Mianhua felt even more impatient, yet she could only take a step back and respond obediently. "Elder sister, how many times must I remind you that matters should adhere to the principle of first come, first served? You cannot act on your whims." Jiang Mianqin scolded her sister with a frown. Jiang Mianhua rolled her eyes in annoyance. "You always resort to quoting poetry. You've merely read a few more books. You should think about marrying instead of burying yourself in literature. What good does it do?" "It seems you remain unconvinced." Jiang Mianqin raised an eyebrow, prompting Jiang Mianhua to hurriedly shake her head. No, elder sister, I was wrong." She was not keen on enduring another lengthy lecture. Her sister could drone on for 3 days without tiring, and she was genuinely intimidated by her. Jiang Mianqin was not easily appeased. "You owe an apology not just to me, but to this gentleman and lady." Jiang Mianhua had no choice but to bow to Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan. "I was reckless earlier. Please do not take offense." Jiang Mianqin added, "My younger sister is still young and has been spoiled at home. If she has offended you in any way, please forgive her. Allow me to cover your expenses today in the treasure garden. This exquisite headdress is quite suitable for the lady." Her words were spoken with genuine sincerity. She had been captivated by this lady upon entering. Despite her youth, she exuded an alluring charm, her skin translucent and radiant, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. Every smile and frown seemed to tug at the heartstrings. Jiang Mianqin realized that her troublesome sister was envious of this beauty. Her sister, conceited about her looks, had always dreamed of entering the palace through selection, soaring to great heights, and could not tolerate anyone more beautiful than herself, hence her attempt to seize this headdress. Shen Cihuan regarded Jiang Mianqin with curiosity. This woman appeared mature, yet her gentle demeanor was endearing. She turned to Xiao Yi and, noticing his impassive expression, whispered, "Husband, look." Xiao Yi grasped Huaner's small hand and declared, "No need. This headdress is too commonplace and does not suit my wife at all. However, Miss Jiang, your sister's temperament is truly unlikable. If not properly disciplined, she will surely cause trouble in the future." Jiang Mianhua felt displeased at his words, hands on her hips. "Who do you think you're to speak to me like that? I step back out of respect for my sister. Do not overstep your bounds." "Mianhua." Jiang Mianqin's vision darkened as she scolded sternly. "Your behavior is becoming increasingly unruly. You will be confined for 3 months and must transcribe the Heart Sutra 100 times. Why should I? You think you can throw around threats? Do you really believe father values you? You are merely an old maid who can't marry. Pretending to be noble, Jiang Mianhua unleashed a tirade, infuriating Jiang Mianqin, who seized her hand, intent on returning home. Yet, Xiao Yi intervened, his face dark as thunder, coldly stating, Jiang Mianhua has spoken disrespectfully. Miss Jiang need not take her home. What do you intend to do? Do you know who I am? I am a candidate for selection. I will be in the capital next year. A future concubine. What do you dare to do to me? Jiang Mianhua's voice grew louder, drawing attention from those around them. Shen Cihuan was astounded. She still aspired to be a candidate for selection? She wished to become a concubine? Having thoroughly offended the emperor, what future could she possibly hope for? The emperor was not one to show mercy. Many concubines had met grim fates for their misdeeds. If she continued in her reckless manner, she would surely suffer dire consequences. Jiang Mianqin could hardly contain her frustration, reprimanding, Is this how you behave as a noble lady? Haven't I taught you better? Do you wish for father to resort to family discipline? Hearing the words family discipline, Jiang Mianhua finally quieted down, while Xiao Yi's expression darkened further. Jiang Mianqin had no choice but to apologize once more. Xiao Yi sneered. I was unaware that the Jiang family had such rules. Kulme, let us not disturb your household any longer. The Jiang sisters were momentarily taken aback, watching as Xiao Yi led Shen Cihuan toward the Jiang residence. Elder sister, this. Jiang Mianqin frowned, utterly speechless at her sister's antics. Meanwhile, the two ahead, Shen Cihuan quietly spoke, Your Majesty, it is of no concern. Jiang Mianhua's willfulness must be addressed. I should teach her a lesson. Shen Cihuan frowned but missed Jiang. Xiao Yi's gaze flickered. Jiang Mianqin, being upright and well-read, demonstrated admirable character through her prior words and seemed uninterested in marriage. He began to entertain thoughts about Jiang Mianqin. Perhaps he had found a suitable candidate for the female instructor of Huaiyang. Chapter 87. The Crime Deserves Punishment. Xiao Yi took Shen Cihuan's hand as they boarded the carriage. Behind them, Jiang Mianhua noticed the carriage's ornate design and majestic stature, realizing belatedly that she might have provoked someone she should not have. She quickly tugged at her sister's sleeve. Elder sister, you must save me this time. Jiang Mianqin felt a headache coming on. Look at your disposition. You constantly bring trouble to the family. You must understand that our fortunes are intertwined. We rise and fall together. You bear the family's honor and must uphold our reputation in public. How can you act this way? Jiang Mianhua, flustered but unable to bear any further lectures, quickly regained her composure. So what? Just because they boarded the carriage doesn't mean they're headed to our residence. What if they are fleeing? Jiang Mianqin was nearly amused. Fleeing? Mianhua, did you not notice that at least 50 or 60 guards are following that carriage, both openly and covertly, keeping an eye on that couple? These are not individuals we can provoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mianhua's mind suddenly cleared, and the previously overlooked details became increasingly evident, causing her complexion to pale. Jiang Mianqin sighed. Ultimately, I have not taught you well. Alas, let us return home first and discuss matters with father. No, that won't do. Elder sister, I beg you. Save me. I must participate in the selection next year. I cannot leave a blemish on my record. Elder sister, Jiang Mianhua seemed to have thought of something, gripping Jiang Mianqin's hand tightly. Jiang Mianqin's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? You must confess. Say it was all your idea. That you wanted that headdress and instructed me to snatch it. Everything is your doing. All my doing? Jiang Mianqin was incredulous. While her sister had always been somewhat spoiled, she never imagined that one day she would think of such a malicious plan, leaving her somewhat alarmed. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not speaking nonsense. That's right. It's you. I am your sister. I can only follow your lead. You were the one who angered them, and I was merely compelled to act. Jiang Mianhua seemed to gain confidence with each word, her voice growing louder. Jiang Mianqin furrowed her brow. How can you not distinguish right from wrong, turning black into white? As Jiang Mianhua immersed herself in her pleas, she could not help but beg, Elder sister, I implore you. You are the most educated among our family, the most understanding and magnanimous. Since you have no intention of marrying, please assist me this once. I wish to become a talented woman, and my reputation must remain untarnished. It is different for you. Even if you have a notorious name, it does not matter. Your reputation is your own. But what of my honor? Jiang Yanqin seemed incredulous at her sister's blatant disregard for her own standing, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Yet, Jiang Minhua shattered that illusion. We are not the same. Father has always valued you. Even if you were to err, you would not face severe punishment. Moreover, as the elder sister, it is your duty to bear the blame for me. A surge of frustration welled up within Jiang Yanqin. She had never imagined her own sister could be so despicable. Remaining silent, she boarded the carriage, with Jiang Minhua hastily following, tugging at her sister's sleeve and showering her with a barrage of pleas. However, seeing her sister remain resolutely mute only heightened her anxiety. Ultimately, she resorted to her trump card. If it comes to it, I will confess my guilt, allowing my disgrace to tarnish the entire Jiang family. Jiang Yanqin sighed deeply. Upon their return to the estate, they encountered the grand carriage previously used by Xiao, Yi, and Shen Cihuan, which made her heart skip a beat. After disembarking, they found Xiao, Yi, and Shen Cihuan waiting at the gate, wearing enigmatic smiles as they said, "You arrived just in time. We have just gotten here as well. Why not enter together?" Jiang Yanqin realized the inevitability of this visit and bowed to the two. "I apologize for intruding upon your leisure, regardless of the outcome. I shall present you both with tokens of my regret." Jiang Minhua, hiding behind her sister, was utterly silenced, her previous arrogance dissipated. Xiao Yi observed her cowering behind Jiang Yanqin, disdainfully remarking, "One must take responsibility for their actions. Whoever errs must face the consequences." With that, he chose to forego further conversation and strode directly into the Jiang residence. The guards at the entrance dared not impede the two young ladies, allowing Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan to enter the main hall with an air of authority. It seemed Jiang Darren had heard reports of visitors and hurried to the hall, only to be struck dumb with disbelief upon confirming that the figure before him was none other than the reigning emperor. Though he had long served in Jiaojiao, he had once taken the imperial examinations and recognized the visage of the former emperor and the crown prince, whose striking features were impossible to forget. Jiang Darren was taken aback, struggling to comprehend why the emperor was there, let alone in his own home. In a daze, he instinctively knelt and bowed his head, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant, here to pay my respects." Xiao Yi's expression darkened, remaining silent as Jiang Minhua and Jiang Yanqin were equally astonished. They had anticipated that their visitor was someone of significance, yet never imagined it could be the emperor himself. How could he be here in Jiaojiao, away from the capital? Jiang Minhua realized then that she had offended the emperor, and any hope of entering the palace for selection was now futile. Jiang Yanqin was the first to recover, urgently pulling her sister down to kneel. Only then did Xiao Yi speak. "Jiang Wenji, I recall you are the governor of Jiaojiao. What punishment do you believe is fitting for the daughter of a mere governor who has committed such an affront to imperial authority?" Jiang Wenji knelt, cold sweat beading on his forehead, contemplating which daughter had brought this calamity upon them, Minhua or Mianqin. A glance at his daughters revealed Mianqin frowning in worry, while Minhua trembled as though facing doom, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was clear that one of them was the cause of this turmoil. As he deliberated on how to respond, Xiao Yi's impatience grew. "Have you been a governor so long that you are unaware of the laws of the Qi? Your Majesty, I..." Jiang Wenji stammered, drenched in sweat and flustered. Just then, a clear feminine voice interjected, "To defy imperial authority and insult the emperor, such a crime deserves execution." Both Jiang Minhua and Jiang Wenji turned in shock, realizing it was Jiang Yanqin who had spoken. Enraged, Jiang Minhua shouted, "How could you, Jiang Yanqin, wish to see me perish? What sisterly bond is this? You stand by and watch your own sister face death. You are beyond inhuman." Jiang Wenji wished to interject, but with the emperor present, he held his tongue. Jiang Minhua continued her tirade, and Xiao Yi, clearly annoyed, gestured to Shen Cihuan, who swiftly restrained her and muffled her protests. Jiang Wenji, seeing this, repeatedly bowed his head in apology. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to spare her life. My daughter has always been headstrong and has committed a grievous error. She is unworthy of life, yet her demise would only ruin your enjoyment. Please, grant her a reprieve as one would a mere pet." Xiao Yi dismissed their pleas, turning his attention to Jiang Yanqin. "What say you? Should I order the execution of Jiang Minhua?" Jiang Yanqin shook her head. Despite standing before the emperor, she remained unyielding, addressing him with calm dignity. "Your Majesty, My sister has erred and must face punishment in accordance with the laws of the Qi. However, should a family member take her place, her sentence may be mitigated. I am willing to bear her guilt. You would sacrifice yourself to save her? Xiao raised an eyebrow, his expression still stern, a hint of anger lingering. Indeed, as Mencius said, a gentleman finds joy in three things: having both parents alive, having unblemished integrity, and educating the talented of the world. Jiang Yanqin paused before adding, I am unworthy, yet I aspire to be such a gentleman. Xiao Yi's demeanor softened slightly, while Shen Cihuan regarded Jiang Yanqin with growing curiosity. The young woman's composure amidst such dire declarations revealed a resilience that was striking. Xiao Yi inquired, if you repay resentment with virtue, how do you repay virtue? I seek only to remain true to my conscience. In life, one must act with purpose and discern what should not be done. Xiao Yi shook his head, gazing into the distance. Sometimes one cannot see the long-term implications by merely following the heart. The others were puzzled by the emperor's cryptic words, save for Shen Cihuan, who understood he was reflecting on himself. Your Majesty, I believe Miss Jiang possesses a certain chivalry and understanding. Though overly kind, her character is rare and precious. I feel she deserves an opportunity. An opportunity? What opportunity? The crowd murmured, particularly Jiang Yanhua, who realized the woman referred not to herself but to Jiang Yanqin. Was she to be granted entrance to the palace? Xiao Yi was taken aback, finally grasping the meaning of having a kindred spirit, someone who truly understood his thoughts. His gaze toward Shen Cihuan grew warmer. Very well, as the esteemed concubine suggests. The esteemed concubine? The gathered audience gasped, realizing she was the renowned concubine. 2 years prior, she had entered the palace and swiftly ascended to the esteemed title, the only one to hold a double-character title, a first in Qi's history. Moreover, she had borne 6 sons for the emperor, enjoying unparalleled favor. Jiang Yanhua looked at Shen Cihuan with barely concealed envy. Realizing this was the true essence of power and beauty within the imperial harem. Having heard that the imperial concubine was absent, the emperor found even eating and sleeping to be lacking in enjoyment. However, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the opportunity the concubine had just alluded to. With a grand gesture, Xiao Yi declared that the daughter of Jiaojiao's governor, Jiang Wanqin, would enter the palace on the 10th of next month. Indeed, she would truly be entering the palace. Jiang Wanhua's eyes burned with rage, and her vision blurred with fury, had it not been for Chen Fuquan restraining her. She might have rushed forward to rend her elder sister to pieces. Jiang Wenji was overwhelmed with joy. In the wake of such magnificent news, he felt dizzy, casting aside any concern for his younger daughter's fate. Jiang Wanqin, struck with disbelief, soon furrowed her brow. She had no desire to enter the palace. Though it promised a meteoric rise to unparalleled wealth and splendor, she felt it would also bind her freedom. How many beautiful souls lay buried beneath those towering walls? Moreover, she did not believe the emperor had eyes for her. With the ethereal beauty of the imperial concubine present, how could she possibly capture his attention? Was it her foolishly tender heart that might attract him? Shen Cihuan observed their reactions with a twinge of sentiment, reflecting on how similar Zhang's family situation was to her own. Xiao Yi, aware of their misunderstanding, clarified, I hereby appoint Jiang Wanqin as the tutor for the Grand Princess. In the future, the Grand Princess's education shall be entrusted to you. A twist of fate. Upon grasping the implications, Jiang Wanqin's reluctance transformed into exhilaration. To be the tutor of the Grand Princess was an honor of the highest order. This recognition of her talents and character was a testament to her worthiness to instruct the royal child. Unable to contain her excitement, she quickly bowed in gratitude, declaring, I am deeply thankful for your Majesty's trust. I shall dedicate my utmost efforts to teach the Grand Princess and ensure you are never disappointed. The emperor nodded appreciatively. I value your virtuous character, which befits a gentleman. However, you must cultivate a broader perspective and vision in your teachings. You're to not only impart knowledge, but also to guide her in setting an example. Can you achieve this? Jiang Wanqin understood the unspoken weight of the emperor's words. The responsibilities of the Grand Princess far surpassed her own. She solemnly nodded. I will, Your Majesty, you may rest assured. After arranging for Jiang Wanqin, it was time to address the trembling and indignant Jiang Wanhua. The emperor regarded her coldly, his tone laced with disdain. I have encountered many assertive women. Yet you're the first to display such foolishness. To take your life would be too lenient. Shen Cihuan, send her to the Whitening as a servant. Jiang Wanhua could scarcely believe her ears. How could this be? The emperor had previously spared Jiang Wanqin. Why then was she facing such a severe punishment? She protested, but Shen Cihuan, unwavering, silenced her and dragged her away, leaving no room for further utterance. Jiang Wenji stood in shock, his mind reeling. In mere moments, he had oscillated between elation and despair. Ultimately, his eldest daughter was to enter the palace as a revered tutor, while his youngest was to become a servant. After departing from the Jiang residence, Shen Cihuan sensed the emperor's heavy heart, which was not as light as she had anticipated. She softly inquired, "Does your majesty feel a sense of loss for Miss Jiang?" Indeed, a person of her caliber should not be burdened by her family. Otherwise, she would surely achieve greatness. The emperor's appreciation for talent stirred something within Shen Cihuan. She smiled gently, her words resonating with him. He turned to admire her exquisite profile, his earlier gloom dissipating. "You are quite perceptive. I find it impossible to conceal my thoughts from you," he teased, his tone affectionate. "Of course, your majesty knows me best, and I understand you as well. It is as if our hearts are in perfect harmony. Very well, we are indeed like two phoenixes soaring together, attuned to one another." As the two nestled sweetly in their carriage, the atmosphere at the Jiang residence was fraught with tension. With Jiang Wanhua taken away, only Jiang Wenji and Jiang Wanqin remained. Jiang Wenji, still in a daze, murmured, "Qiner, is there any way to save her?" Jiang Wanqin frowned, her voice heavy with gravity. "Huar has offended the emperor. To have retained her life is already a significant mercy. But what will become of Huar? Shall we merely watch her become a servant?" Jiang Wenji lamented. "You know she has been accustomed to luxury. How could she endure such hardship?" The thought of his youngest daughter suffering pained him greatly. Previously, he had been overwhelmed by the prospect of his eldest becoming a royal tutor, but now his clarity urged him not to abandon his younger daughter. He hastily took Jiang Wanqin by the shoulders, insisting, "Once you are in the palace, seize the opportunity to win over the emperor. If you could ascend to the dragon bed, it would be even better. The emperor admires you. This must mean he has feelings for you. Do not be foolish. Ascend the dragon bed?" Jiang Wanqin was at once incredulous, wondering if her father had lost his senses. Jiang Wenji, captivated by this audacious idea, had pinned all his hopes on his younger daughter. Yet now, with her enmeshed in peril, it was his eldest who must carry the burden. Initially, he believed that at 25, his eldest daughter would remain at home for life. Who could have foreseen such fortune? If she were to become a concubine and rescue her sister, it would be a joyous outcome for all. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated he became, eager to hear the news of becoming the emperor's father-in-law. He urged, "I shall prepare your garments immediately. Ensure you have several exquisite outfits. We must discern what is in vogue at court. Today, I observe the imperial concubine, though clad modestly, radiated beauty. You must learn from her. I possess a few volumes that could entice a man's heart. You should practice diligently." As her father continued to speak inappropriately, Jiang Wanqin, typically composed, felt her temper rise. "Father, enough. What do you take me for? A mere tool for your ambitions?" At that moment, she finally comprehended the emperor's earlier assertion that sometimes merely following one's heart does not lead to lasting success. "Father, I have always regarded you as my role model, centering my life around you. I have dutifully complied with your every command, no matter how arduous. Though you favored Wanhua, I bore it willingly, accepting my role as the elder sister. But you cannot solely focus on Wanhua and push me into the fire." After expressing the sentiments that had long been buried within her, Jiang Wanqin felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenji stood in stunned silence. With a deep breath, Jiang Wanqin declared, "I will pack my own belongings, father. You need not worry. I shall fulfill my duties as the Grand Princess's tutor and bring you no shame." From this point forward, she would break away from the Jiang family and carve her own path. Shen Cihuan, too, was deeply moved. Jiang Wanqin's plight mirrored her own. If she could escape the Jiang family to become a tutor, then surely she could abandon the Shen family to ascend as an imperial concubine. This realization fostered a newfound kinship with Jiang Wanqin. Unbeknownst to them, however, little Junling was oblivious to their discussions, only aware that his father and mother had ventured out while leaving him and his younger brother at the temporary palace. Although he was sensible enough not to cry or fuss, a shadow of disappointment lingered within him. As the emperor's favored son, Xiao Yi noticed this and, caressing Junling's head, instructed Shen Cihuan to bring forth the small trinkets they had purchased that day, which included books and toys specially made for children. Within the realm of exquisite craftsmanship, there existed a complete set of miniature wooden furniture comprising intricately designed screens, wooden beds, writing desks, and more. This remarkable collection was tailored specifically for the leisure of young masters from affluent families. Having been accustomed to fine things from an early age, Junlin found little interest in trivial distractions like the 9 linked rings. Yet he was quite taken with this set of diminutive wooden furnishings. As he gazed upon the room he had painstakingly assembled, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Shen Cihuan, overflowing with maternal affection, yearned to assist her son in this delightful endeavor, but she quickly realized that this was not her forte. Clutching a wooden piece, she was at a loss as to where it should fit. Amusingly, little Junlin, with an air of confidence, organized the pieces with precision, and with his mother's assistance. He seemed to slow down. "Mother, this piece should go here. You've placed yours incorrectly." He patiently corrected her, causing her cheeks to flush. How perplexing it was that she, an adult, could not match the skills of her young son. Perhaps she ought to consume a wisdom pill herself? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the system intervened. Warning: host, adults cannot use the wisdom pill. It is exclusively for children. Should you attempt to use it, adverse effects will ensue. Adverse effects? This was the first time Shen Cihuan had heard such a term. It refers to unfavorable outcomes, including memory loss. With a sigh, she conceded that she was indeed outmatched by her son. However, Junlin, ever perceptive, noticed his mother's mood and offered comforting words. "Mother, you're doing splendidly. The colors are lovely." Upon hearing this, Shen Cihuan's spirits lifted once more. Indeed, she was not lacking in skill. But she must hasten to administer a wisdom pill to her unborn daughter. She could not allow her to lag behind her brothers from the very beginning. Consequently, she procured another round of beauty pills, fitness pills, and wisdom pills that she had previously given to her sons. She couldn't help but wonder what her daughter would look like after consuming the beauty pill. Chapter 90. Jiaojiao having secured a suitable female tutor for the eldest princess, Xiao Yi dispatched a message to the palace. This time, he had learned from experience. He first assessed Jiang Manqin's character before examining her scholarly qualifications. To his satisfaction, he discovered that she was indeed well-versed in the classics, and in certain matters, she demonstrated a deeper understanding than some scholars. If she were to participate in the imperial examinations and take up an official position, it was likely she would achieve great things. This was precisely the standard he wished for his daughter to attain. He did not believe that it sufficed for a young lady to merely learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In his view, princes and princesses should be treated equally, and their education should encompass the same subjects. However, Junlin was the crown prince, exceptionally intelligent, which set him apart from the eldest princess. He hoped that she would be taught to read and observe propriety, to broaden her horizons, and to cultivate strategy and skill, for that was the hallmark of an outstanding princess. Yet, he also thought of Xiaozhan, which required careful consideration. In guiding the princess, one must instill a sense of noble authority while also imparting the wisdom of knowing when to act and when to refrain. This was precisely what had impressed Xiao Yi about Jiang Manqin. Xiaozhan was overly arrogant and disregarded imperial authority. Were she truly talented and capable, he could regard her as a rival. Alas, she was merely a ruthless simpleton, incapable of managing even disaster relief efforts, fixated solely on selling official positions and accepting bribes. If entrusted with the fate of the great Qi, it would indeed lead to ruin. At the moment the imperial message arrived, Defei found it somewhat unbelievable. She was engaged in needlework with Meng Meiren and remarked in astonishment, "Didn't His Majesty go to the Jiaojiao palace with the imperial concubine? How could he possibly secure a female tutor for Huayang?" Meng Meiren shared her bewilderment, but soon deduced, "I believe the imperial concubine has been constantly concerned for the eldest princess, even while traveling." Defei concurred and sighed, reflecting, "Indeed, the imperial concubine has always been diligent regarding Huayang. She saved Huayang once, and now she has promptly addressed the issue of the tutor for the 3rd time, selecting a reliable and knowledgeable woman." Meng Meiren, intrigued, inquired, "Who is this tutor?" It is said she is the daughter of the governor of Jiaojiao, Jiang Manqin. Approximately 25 or 26 years old, wholly devoted to literature and never indulging in romantic entanglements. Hence she remains unmarried. The Fei found this quite satisfactory. After all, her own marriage had not been particularly fulfilling. Having been with His Majesty for many years, she had never felt he understood her needs, showing little empathy or warmth. The only silver lining was that she had given birth to a daughter. Thus, she certainly did not wish for her daughter to grow up preoccupied with romantic notions. A resolute tutor like Jiang Manqin would be ideal. Furthermore, His Majesty had mentioned that Jiang's scholarship surpassed that of many scholars in official positions. It was no wonder the imperial concubine held her in high regard. The fact was genuinely pleased. Meng Marin echoed her sentiments before turning her attention to the imperial concubine's condition. I wonder how the imperial concubine is faring during her pregnancy, especially while traveling. De Fei responded confidently. Rest assured, the imperial concubine has a natural disposition for pregnancy. None of us can compare. Her health is exceptional, and each pregnancy is truly remarkable. That is good to hear. With the scheming individuals no longer present in the palace, it has become much more tranquil. The more children the imperial concubine bears, the more stable the harem will be, Meng Marin said contentedly. She had never been fond of the emperor, entering the palace merely due to family arrangements. Yet she harbored a strong aversion to the palace's intrigues. Thus, the current calmness was precisely what she cherished. De Fei smiled, knowing that as long as all the princes were born of the imperial concubine, the harem would remain undisturbed. Currently, it seemed that His Majesty would not afford opportunities to others. Meanwhile, at the Jiaojiao Palace, as the weather grew increasingly warm, Shen Cihuan sought solace in the coolness of the Lotus Pavilion, where she became enchanted by the sight of plump fish swimming therein. Eager to fish, she requested a fishing rod, but was halted by Yun Gui. Yun Gui earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, you truly cannot fish. It requires considerable strength, and with your current condition, you must be cautious not to strain your abdomen." Pouting slightly, Shen Cihuan retorted that she had taken the system's pregnancy smooth pill. She could fish without concern, let alone dive into water. However, the others were unaware of her confidence, and they continued to dissuade her. Reluctantly, she acquiesced and instructed them to fetch a couple of fish for cooking to satisfy her cravings. Perhaps due to the natural effects of pregnancy, Shen Cihuan felt her emotions fluctuating easily. For instance, she had felt somewhat disheartened after being outmatched by Junlin in assembling toys, and now her unsuccessful attempt to fish left her in a similar mood. She pondered that perhaps her pregnancy had made her more sentimental, speculating that this little princess might also be quite lively. When Xiao Yi finally concluded his governmental duties, he found Shen Cihuan reclining on the couch, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Instantly, concern washed over him. "Wonder what troubles you?" "Your Majesty," Shen Cihuan exclaimed as she nestled into his embrace, recounting her thwarted fishing attempt. Initially, Xiao Yi had been irked. Who would dare to upset the imperial concubine? Whatever she desired would be granted. Yet this time, he could not easily dismiss her wish to fish, for he too was worried. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and suggested, "Why not forego fishing? I shall take you outside the palace. There is a tavern nearby, renowned for its delectable fish dishes. Would you care to try?" Shen Cihuan, currently in a phase craving indulgent delights, brightened at this proposal and eagerly agreed to accompany him, prompting Xiao Yi to tease her. My Huan has truly become a little darling. She is yet to bear a princess and already acts like one herself." Her cheeks flushed at the emperor's playful banter. The two changed their attire, accompanied by several guards, and set off in a carriage, leaving the palace behind. In the bustling city of Jiaojiao, numerous food vendors lined the streets. Seated within a horse-drawn carriage, Shen Cihuan could hear the lively calls from outside. The steamed cake seller, the lamb soup vendor, the sesame cake purveyor, and the braised beef merchant, all of which made her mouth water. Compared to the exquisite dishes in the palace, these humble street foods possessed a more vibrant and authentic essence. Observing the long lines of townsfolk eagerly awaiting their purchases filled her with a delightful sense of anticipation. With a furtive glance, she lifted the curtain to peer outside, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of offerings. Soon, they arrived at their destination, Jiaojiao Tower. From the exterior, the establishment appeared grandiose, boasting 4 or 5 stories and occupying an expanse several times larger than the average shop. Inside, a continuous flow of elegantly attired patrons suggested it was indeed a prestigious dining venue. Let us proceed. Before my ascension to the throne, I often visited Jiaojiao Tower. Their dry-fried fish is unparalleled, and I am certain you will relish it, the emperor remarked, his gaze filled with conviction. Shen Cihuan felt a swell of excitement within her heart. Following closely were Chen Fuchuan, Yin Fei, Yin Gui, and others. As they ascended to a private room on the second floor. Once seated, Xiao Yi, familiar with the menu, promptly ordered. The attentive waiter quickly repeated the names of the dishes and recommended several newly introduced specialties, concluding with a compliment. You two truly embody a loving couple. I have never seen such a perfectly matched pair. Since their excursion from the palace, Shen Cihuan had heard such remarks countless times. Yet each occasion brought joy to Xiao Yi, as if no other women existed between them, only each other. Shortly thereafter, the dishes began to arrive, with the first being the much-anticipated dry-fried fish. This dish was prepared differently from ordinary fish, utilizing lard to season the wok and infusing various spices before gently pan-frying the fish until it was thoroughly cooked. The fish was then simmered in a rich red broth until the sauce thickened, leaving the fish glistening with a reddish hue. Shen Cihuan could hardly contain her eagerness as she sampled a piece, dipping it in sauce, savoring the savory, tender flavor that surpassed any fish she had tasted previously. Surprisingly, despite the robust seasonings, the freshness of the fish still shone through, leaving her in awe. Seeing her satisfaction brought immense joy to Xiao Yi. Shen Cihuan had endured 10 months of hardship during her pregnancy, and he was willing to do anything to bring her a moment of happiness. After indulging in their meal, they were suddenly drawn to the commotion emanating from the hall below. After a short while, only the voice of a storyteller remained audible. Initially intending to leave, they found themselves seated once more, curiosity piqued. Xiao Yi, intrigued, had heard many storytellers in the capital, but they often recounted tales of their own exploits, resulting in tedious repetition. He wondered how the tales in Jiaojiao would differ. As he listened, it became apparent that this was no ordinary tale. The storyteller was recounting the saga of the Empress Ying. While not entirely taboo, her connection to the current emperor, Xiao Yi, rendered the subject delicate in the capital, where citizens feared repercussions from the authorities. However, in Jiaojiao, far from the capital's scrutiny, the atmosphere was more liberated, and the tale of Empress Ying was particularly captivating and legendary. Each time her story was narrated, it garnered enthusiastic applause. Today, the focus was on the origins of Lu Cangzhu, the Empress Ying. It was said that she descended from a royal lineage of the previous dynasty, akin to a modern-day princess. However, the truth was more remarkable. Lu Cangzhu was a descendant of the renowned General Lu Jingchuan, a hero who led a mere 100 soldiers to triumph over barbarian foes. Tales of his valor were well known, having participated in countless battles without ever suffering defeat, a true embodiment of military prowess. Even the esteemed General Pei Xian of the present day could not rival his legacy. The storyteller animatedly recounted Lu Jingchuan's exploits, prompting waves of applause. This was new information for Shen Cihuan. She had only known Lu Jingchuan as the general who vanquished the barbarians, ensuring their absence for 50 years, but she had not realized the extent of his achievements. As the descendant of such a figure, Lu Cangzhu must be exceptional indeed. The storyteller skillfully engaged the crowd and soon raised his voice. Because of his immense contributions, General Lu's prowess instigated jealousy from the emperor of the previous dynasty, leading to his untimely demise. Hence, Lu Cangzhu harbored no loyalty towards that regime. After all, they were his enemies. Even after the establishment of our great Qi, Lu Cangzhu had no intention of resurrecting the former dynasty. Therefore, the Empress Ying can be considered a loyal descendant of heroes. As the storyteller concluded, applause erupted from the crowd. Well said. Lu Cangzhu is indeed a noble soul. She fought on the battlefield against the barbarians. She is a general of our great Qi. The crowd erupted in praises for Lu Cangzhu, and the storyteller's grin widened as he continued to stir their enthusiasm. Indeed, is Lu Cangzhu not a virtuous individual? Should we not remember her? Yes, yes. Therefore, Lu Cangzhu is a loyal figure of our great Qi. She once fought alongside our esteemed General Pei. The storyteller adeptly heightened the audience's emotions, rapidly elevating their admiration for Lu Cangzhu. However, some voices of dissent emerged. How do you know she was a trusted aide to General Pei? I heard that the current General Pei seems to have some feelings for Lu Cangzhu. Is that true? No way. General Pei is the husband of the princess of the state. How could he be involved with Lu Cangzhu? Are you foolish? If Lu Cangzhu was indeed a trusted aide to General Pei, they must know each other. No, I meant that the Empress Ying is. One individual began, but was met with scrutinizing gazes and quickly adjusted his words. Isn't there some connection with the current emperor? Others quickly countered. That's impossible. The emperor has never mentioned the Empress Ying in all these years. If he truly cared for her, he would not have left her unrecognized. Exactly, that's impossible. The storyteller, noticing the crowd's focus shifting to the current emperor and Lu Cangzhu, deftly redirected the conversation. Let us return to discussing Lu Cangzhu's lineage. Furthermore, Lu Cangzhu and our General Pei would make a splendid match. Xiao Yi observed the lively discussions on the first floor, narrowing his eyes slightly, as the storyteller seemed oddly familiar. As the crowd became increasingly engrossed in the storyteller's narrative, he seized the opportunity to drop a bombshell revelation. It is said that Lu Cangzhu had a twin sister. Does anyone know of this? The crowd buzzed with excitement. A twin sister? We have never heard of this. When the former emperor conferred the title of Empress Ying, it was a moment of great glory. If she had a twin sister, surely there would have been whispers about it. Indeed. This has been over a decade. How could anyone still know the truth? Tell us, storyteller. From where did you hear this? Dare I ask if this is true? As doubts began to circulate among the audience, the storyteller raised an eyebrow, his tone dismissive. My friends, why the haste? You may not have heard of these matters, but that does not imply their non-existence. If there was someone in the know, they would undoubtedly confirm the veracity of my words. Who could possibly be informed? Perhaps they are merely a charlatan. Indeed, it's absurd. After over a decade, why suddenly bring up the tale of Princess Ying? I have also heard rumors that the princess of the state has gone mad. Yet, I am uncertain whether this news is genuine or mere fabrication. Do you dare to mention the princess? Are you not afraid she might bring about your demise? Here, in this remote place, who would know the truth? As the crowd grew, the conversation veered off course, prompting the storyteller to hastily redirect to the tale of the twin sisters. However, Xiao Yi detected something amiss. This individual did not appear to possess insider knowledge. Rather, they seemed to be fishing for information, probing to see if anyone was privy to the events of that year. Suddenly, Xiao Yi recalled that when Lu Cangzhu fled, she had hidden for a time in Jiaojiao. Shen Cihuan was puzzled. She had never heard of Princess Ying having a twin sister. There had been someone named Liang Mingxiu who bore a resemblance to Princess Ying. But Liang Mingxiu was the daughter of General Liang and was now residing in the household of General Pei Xian. She found it difficult to comprehend. Yet, Xiao Yi understood. He scoffed, his gaze toward the storyteller becoming one of intrigue, instructing Shen Cihuan, go summon that storyteller from downstairs. If she refuses, have the guards bring her up. Yes, your majesty. Shen Cihuan replied, bewildered. Shen Cihuan turned to him, confused, sensing that the emperor seemed to recognize this storyteller. Xiao Yi gently patted her hand, reassuring her, do not worry. We shall wait a while longer, as I need to confirm certain matters. Shen Cihuan grew curious, eager to discover the true identity of this storyteller. After a time, the storytelling ceased, yet the gathered crowd remained, fervently debating the existence of Lu Cangzhu's twin sister. But no one with credible information stepped forward. The storyteller began to pack up, having failed to procure the answer she sought. However, she knew that following today, the tale would surely spread, rendering her efforts not entirely in vain. Yet, departing proved more challenging than anticipated. Just as she was about to exit the tavern, a group silently blocked her path. Shen Cihuan, with a forced smile, stated, my master wishes to see you. Please oblige. At the sight of them, the storyteller appeared flustered. Yet she did not attempt to flee, instead complying and following them to a private room on the second floor. Upon entering, Shen Cihuan instructed her to pay her respects to the emperor. Commoner pays homage to your majesty. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively, sneering, are you still attempting to feign mystery before me? The storyteller's expression turned perplexed, seemingly unable to comprehend the emperor's words. Xiao Yi, uninterested in further conversation, signaled to a nearby guard, who promptly approached and removed her mask. Shen Cihuan gasped in astonishment. The system exclaimed in disbelief. Heavens! What is this? This technique? Such a thing truly exists here? The system was bombarded with questions, mirroring Shen Cihuan's astonishment. To think that a technique for altering one's appearance was real. She quickly scrutinized the true face beneath the mask. Surprisingly, it revealed a remarkably beautiful young woman, appearing around 15 or 16 years old, with large, sparkling eyes full of vitality, reminiscent of a lively sparrow, instantly endearing her to those who beheld her. At the very least, Shen Cihuan found herself quite fond of this spirited young girl, especially compared to the morose, venomous concubines of the palace and her own arrogant, willful sister. This girl seemed to possess a similar innocence. Xiao Yi indeed did not chastise her harshly. Instead, he coldly remarked, Pei Wuqing, have you grown so audacious as to play tricks before me? I ask you, why are you not dutifully residing at the borders, yet have come to Jiaojiao? Pei Wuqing stuck out her tongue, touching her face. Your Majesty, how is it that after so much practice in disguise, I cannot conceal myself from you? Of course, my brother is aware. I came to assist him. Brother? Shen Cihuan was taken aback, realizing this must be General Pei Xian's sister. She hurriedly compared the girl's visage to the image of General Pei in her mind, noting their striking resemblance. Both siblings possessed remarkable appearances. Xiao Yi appeared skeptical of her claims. You have always been a source of trouble. I find it hard to believe that Pei Xian would allow you to travel to Jiaojiao alone. Speak the truth. Otherwise, I shall send someone to escort you back. Oh dear, I will tell you. Just let me speak. Pei Wuqing pouted, her expression crumpled like a bun, and she was compelled to confess. My brother returned to the capital, and I secretly followed him. Then I heard he brought a woman back from the palace banquet. Initially, I couldn't see her. I only heard the servants say that she resembled Princess Ying. Pei Wuqing sighed. I understand my brother's concerns and merely wish to help him uncover the truth about the connection between that woman and Princess Ying. What if, hypothetically, she truly is Princess Ying's sister? Then my brother might finally find some solace. Her words were remarkably candid. Xiao Yi found her explanation somewhat believable, though his expression remained stern. So, you devised such a foolish plan to masquerade as a storyteller and extract information? Yes. Your Majesty, you do not know. I have honed my disguise skills to perfection, and no one has been able to see through it. Chapter 93. The Great Snot Bubble. Pei Wuqing's disguise was indeed impressive. Prior to Xiao Yi's discovery, no one had doubted her, believing her to be merely a storyteller in her 30s, with hardly a flaw in her ruse. However, Xiao Yi possessed an extraordinary perceptiveness, having long noticed that this storyteller was unlike the ordinary folk. She seemed to be deliberately guiding the thoughts of the people, extracting information from their lips, all concerning Pei Xian and Lu Cangzhu. Reflecting on this, he surmised that she was likely affiliated with Pei Xian. It was evident she had gleaned nothing useful from Liang Mingxiu, prompting her inquiry in Jiaojiao. After all, Lu Cangzhu had indeed resided here for several years after leaving the palace. Yet, observing Pei Wuqing's demeanor, Xiao Yi understood she had likely not acquired any substantial information. Regarding this young girl, he felt a certain fondness rather than disdain. He had shared a close bond with Pei Xian in the past and was aware of her background. An orphan from the battlefield, rescued by Pei Xian from the clutches of death, adopted as a sister. Although she was regarded as a sister in name, Pei Xian treated her as a beloved daughter. However, after Xiao Zhan married Pei Xian, she had consistently harbored animosity toward Pei Wuqing, making her life difficult, even resorting to cruel treatment. The young girl bore many bruises and scars from the beatings. Enraged, Pei Xian severed ties with Xiao Zhan, taking Pei Wuqing to the borders, never to step foot in the princess's residence again. Xiao Yi recounted her story to Shen Cihuan, who listened with a heavy heart. It turned out this seemingly spirited and daring girl had a troubled past, much like her own, having suffered under Xiao Zhan's cruelty. Thus, she felt a sense of kinship. Instructing someone to offer Pei Wuqing a seat and ordering a spread of food for the girl, who was moved to tears, repeatedly praising Shen Cihuan. Your Highness, you possess a face like that of a celestial being and a heart of gold. You are the most beautiful and kind-hearted person I have ever encountered. No wonder they say you are the blessing of the Qi. Having met you today, I can see is truly deserved. When I return, I shall honor you with a longevity tablet, wishing you a life of health, safety, and prosperity. Pei Wuqing's words left everyone momentarily stunned. And Xiao Yi displayed evident disdain. Enough, enough. The imperial consort is indeed fortunate, and she is my beloved. It is not your place to speak so freely. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, return to the capital, where Pei Xian will take good care of you. As a young lady, you mustn't roam about recklessly. What if something were to happen? At present, Pei Xian was considered Xiao Yi's trusted confidant, which made him somewhat inclined to be kinder to this young girl. However, Pei Wuqing was unwilling to comply. Bold in spirit, despite her fear of the emperor, she understood his broad-mindedness and was confident he would not hold a grudge against her. Thus, she bravely beseeched, "Your Majesty, I have yet to uncover any news from my brother. Please allow me to stay a few more days. Look, my skills in disguise have reached an unprecedented level. Apart from your unparalleled intelligence, no one else has even the slightest suspicion." Xiao Yi frowned, about to respond, when Pei Wuqing quickly invoked Pei Xian's name, appealing to emotions. "Your Majesty, you and the imperial consort share such a deep connection, yet my brother suffers in silence. You are well aware of how he has endured over the years. Now, there's a glimmer of hope that might be related to Lady Ying. How can we not investigate it? Moreover, you may not know, but my brother weeps daily before Lady Ying's portrait. His sorrow is palpable. Tears and snot flow freely, and his clothes are soaked. Just the other day, I witnessed him crying while blowing his nose. Can you bear to see him like this?" Xiao Yi's lips twitched at the vivid imagery painted by Pei Wuqing's words. Having known Pei Xian for many years, he found it difficult to believe that his friend could be so tearfully pathetic. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that this girl was spinning fanciful tales. Shen Cihuan, however, was more inclined to believe in her capabilities despite being younger than herself. Wanting to assist her, she suggested, "Your Majesty, why not allow Miss Wuqing to stay for a few days? She can reside in the temporary palace. We can find a quieter palace for her. This way, you may rest assured, and I can send 2 guards to ensure her safety." Xiao Yi glanced at Cihuan, letting out a sigh, but unable to suppress a smile of indulgence. Alas, there is no helping it. Cihuan is simply too kind-hearted. She cannot bear to see others suffer. With such a pure and benevolent nature, if left unprotected, she would surely face great hardships. Thus, in consideration of Cihuan's wishes, I shall reluctantly agree. He shot a cold glance at Pei Wuqing and declared, "Were it not for the imperial consort interceding on your behalf, I would have sent you back immediately. No more wandering about." Seeing Pei Wuqing nod vigorously, her expression one of heartfelt gratitude towards the imperial consort, Xiao Yi felt satisfied. "Very well. You shall reside in the temporary palace's Chuanjiao pavilion. When the time comes for you to leave, a few guards will accompany you, and when I return to the capital, you shall return with me. During your stay, feel free to investigate any news you wish." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Imperial Consort. Your kindness is etched in my heart." Pei Wuqing expressed her gratitude fervently. Shen Cihuan smiled at her, but her meddling was driven by the system's prompt. A new side quest had emerged. Ding. The Ailey system has issued a side quest. Raise Pei Wuqing's favorability to 100. Note, the skill of charming others cannot be used. Quest reward: 2,000 points, 1 teleportation card. A teleportation card, worth 8,000 points. Shen Cihuan felt certain that the system was considerate of her desire for a teleportation card, but recognized her reluctance to spend points, hence presenting her with this opportunity to earn it through quest completion. She silently communicated with the system. "Ali, thank you so much. You're truly wonderful for arranging this task for me." "You're welcome, host. I recently visited the StarCraft system and exchanged a multiplet pill for the teleportation card." "What?" Shen Cihuan was taken aback. A multiplet pill could be traded for a teleportation card? Why would the StarCraft system need a multiplet pill? The inhabitants of that planet are on the brink of extinction. If they do not produce more children, they will vanish. Shen Cihuan was astonished. That was the reason. Yet, it was fortunate, for it allowed her to obtain the teleportation card with such ease. Chapter 94. Favorability. Shen Cihuan promptly checked Pei Wuqing's favorability towards her through the system, discovering it to be only 60. This increase was likely due to her speaking on Pei Wuqing's behalf, without the ability to use the formidable skill of charming others. Increasing favorability to 100 would be a daunting task. However, given the promise of 2,000 points and the teleportation card, it represented a wealth of useful items and resources for her. Thus, her gaze towards Pei Wuqing softened. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. sensing that Cihuan was paying too much attention to this girl. No, it must be an illusion. Cihuan surely loved him the most. He reassured himself, taking Shen Cihuan's hand as they departed, with Pei Wuqing trailing behind them back to the temporary palace. Though the Jiaojiao temporary palace was not as exquisite or spacious as the capital's palace, it held its own charm. Jiaojiao Pavilion was particularly elegant, adorned with a folding screen depicting the four seasons: spring's vibrant blossoms and chirping birds, summer's lush flowers, autumn's golden harvest, and winter's snow-dusted plum blossoms. Pei Wuqing was captivated, feeling that her previous days with Pei Xian had been filled with hardship compared to the luxury of the palace. Yet, being inherently free-spirited, she found the confinement of the temporary palace somewhat stifling. Although it was less strict than the royal palace and devoid of scheming concubines, the presence of numerous attendants still imposed restrictions on her movements, starkly contrasting with her previous life of climbing trees and rooftops in the borderlands. Just 2 days into her stay, she began to voice her grievances. However, she could not complain too much, as it was the imperial consort's intercession that allowed her to remain. While returning to the borderlands might provide comfort, it would hinder her efforts to uncover the truth for her brother. Regrettably, despite her efforts to disguise herself as a storyteller and recount Lady Ying's tale at a renowned tavern in Jiaojiao for several days, no one with pertinent information had come forth, leaving her feeling disheartened. She resolved to remain in the temporary palace and devise new strategies. Boredom reigned in the palace, devoid of entertainment, when one day Shen Cihuan summoned Pei Wuqing to go kite flying, and she eagerly accepted. Upon arriving at the garden, she spotted the emperor and the imperial consort standing together, sweetly nestled against one another, holding a kite that had already soared far into the sky. The emperor embraced the consort, whispering tenderly in her ear, their affectionate display eliciting envy from onlookers. Pei Wuqing sighed. Such a perfect pair. If only Lu Cangzhu were still alive, perhaps she and her brother could have found happiness together. She felt a pang of regret for her brother. Truthfully, she admired Lu Cangzhu greatly. To establish herself in the borderlands as a woman, to command respect in the military, and to hold her own against the barbarian tribes was a remarkable feat. She understood the difficulty of such an endeavor, as she too was striving to achieve the same. A woman of such legendary stature would undoubtedly leave a significant mark on anyone's life. It was no wonder her brother could not forget her, nor could he draw close to any other woman. The memory of the moonlight had faded, leaving no one to compare. Yet, gazing at the emperor, she could not help but think of that domineering princess sister-in-law, the very one who had wrought tragedy upon her brother's life. Had she not been so resolute in her desire to marry him, perhaps Lu Cangzhu would not have departed this world so soon. It is said that Xiao Zhen has now succumbed to madness, recuperating within the Sinang Palace, no longer able to harm others. A most gratifying piece of news. Pei Wuqing's thoughts churned several times before she finally approached Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Shen Cihuan, delighting in the sight of kites soaring in the sky, waved her hand invitingly for Pei Wuqing to join her in play. Pei Wuqing gazed at the exquisitely crafted kites, her hands itching to join in, yet mindful of the emperor's presence. She hesitated and glanced toward him. Xiao Yi, unusually softenet in demanor, replied. I must attend to state affairs. The empress is in high spirits, so you shall keep her company. He then tenderly adjusted Shen Cihuan's hair, tousled by the wind, and advised, let Pei Wuqing entertain you for a while before you return to rest. The wind is strong today. Be cautious not to catch a chill. And do not linger too long. While flying kites, remain here. Do not run about, lest you injure yourself. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. You may go about your business. I shall behave. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Xiao Yi's gaze darkened slightly, as if her rosy lips were tempting him. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, he noticed Pei Wuqing, eager to fly the kite, casting glances at Shen Cihuan. A wave of frustration washed over him. He shot a disapproving look at the playful Pei Wuqing, caressed Shen Cihuan's cheek, and departed. Watching the emperor's retreating figure, Pei Wuqing stifled a laugh. Covering her mouth. Your Highness, look. His Majesty's eyes are fixed upon you. He cannot take his gaze away. Flustered by Pei Wuqing's teasing, Shen Cihuan quickly shifted the topic. Let's fly the kite. His Majesty has gone to attend to his duties. Indeed, Pei Wuqing exclaimed, her spirits high. Clearly adept at kite flying, she selected a swallow kite and, chasing the wind, soon had it soaring high. Like a proud rooster, she held the string aloft. "Your Highness, look, I have set it free." Shen Cihuan chuckled and praised her, then checked her system panel. Only a slight increase in favorability to 61 for flying kite? How disappointing. Having strained her neck watching the kite, Shen Cihuan felt a twinge of discomfort just as Yin Gui and Yin Fei brought over a chair, an umbrella for shade and refreshments. She settled down to rest. After a while, Pei Wuqing, feeling parched from running, approached. "Your Highness, what delightful weather we have today. Shall we go horseback riding? Have you ridden before? If not, I can teach you. I have been proficient in archery since I was 4. Shen Cihuan's eyes brightened, but she placed a hand on her belly and shook her head. "Not now, I am pregnant. Perhaps after the child is born, you can teach me." Upon hearing that the Empress was with child, Pei Wuqing perked up, inspecting Shen Cihuan's slightly rounded belly. "Is there really a little one inside? Will it move? Could it break through your belly? How does it come out? What does it eat in there?" Pei Wuqing, having grown up in the borderlands and lived among soldiers, was accustomed to masculine ways and had little experience with women, which explained her remarkable talent in portraying a 30-something storyteller without a hint of flaw. However, this also meant she lacked knowledge about many things, such as pregnancy and childbirth. Intrigued by Shen Cihuan's condition, she bombarded her with questions. Though Shen Cihuan had borne several children, she was only a few years older than Pei Wuqing and felt somewhat shy about explaining everything in detail. Instead, she smiled sweetly. "In time, when you have someone you love, all your questions will find their answers." Pei Wuqing pouted. "I have no idea where my future beloved might be. The barbarian tribes remain unconquered. How can I think of family? Alas, the future of the Pei household rests upon my shoulders." Shen Cihuan couldn't help but laugh. Yet it reminded her of her own initial entry into the palace, driven by the desire for vengeance for her mother and to restore the glory of the Shen family. Her intentions had been straightforward. She sought to bear children, rise in status, and leverage the emperor's power for influence. Now that Jiaojiao had been punished, it was merely a matter of time before she ascended to the rank of imperial consort and could exact her revenge. She believed it wouldn't be long before her mother would have her vengeance. As for the Shen family, Shen Yinshu had become the princess of Yin. It was merely a figurehead, her own safety in jeopardy. With the Yin prince present, she likely would never rise again. And her father, consumed with ambitions of wealth and power, had seemingly achieved his desires. As long as he did not cause trouble, he could live a life of luxury due to his ties as the father of a consort and the maternal grandfather of the crown prince. Thus, she now lived in the palace for her own sake. As they conversed joyfully, little Junling came running over with short, hurried steps, his face alight with urgency. "Mother, mother, the younger brothers are crying." "What?" Shen Cihuan gasped, alarmed. Her children had all taken the intelligence-enhancing pills produced by the system, making them extraordinarily clever and well-behaved, never prone to crying. While it was common for other children to cry, it was exceedingly abnormal for her own to do so. Despite her worry, she felt no fear. After all, she had given her children immunity pills and health supplements. Unless someone possessed a power like the system's, they could not harm her children. She gently touched Junling's face and asked softly, "Did the younger brothers start crying suddenly? Has anyone been in to see them?" Though Junling was small, his mind was clear, and he understood it was time to help his siblings. He recalled, since His Majesty went to handle state matters, "I stayed in the palace to play with my brothers. I'm not sure what happened, but while we were playing ball, suddenly my second brother began to wail. And soon all the others joined in." At that moment, the attendants who had been with the princes arrived, frowning and trembling as they reported to Shen Cihuan. "Your Highness, the princes seem unwell and are crying incessantly. No amount of coaxing calms them. Perhaps you should check on them." Upon hearing this, Shen Cihuan took Junling and hurried into the hall, with Pei Wuqing following eagerly. Her curiosity piqued about palace intrigues. She wondered if some concubine was secretly attempting to harm the princes. However, she was puzzled, having stayed in the palace for several days. She noticed that only the emperor and the empress were present. Where could other concubines be? Who could have harmed the princes? Furthermore, according to the crown prince, they had started crying out of nowhere. What had they encountered? As she pondered various conspiracies and schemes, they rushed into the hall. Indeed, the 5 young princes were wailing, each louder than the last, as if sensing some imminent danger. Shen Cihuan quickly picked up one of her sons, examining him closely, yet found nothing amiss. Furrowing her brow, she called out to the system, Ali, what is happening?" Why are the children crying suddenly? Host, please wait a moment. I am conducting a scan. Just then, the emperor strode in, having been in a meeting with officials when he heard the children's cries from the main hall, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. He knew that among the 6 young princes, each was his treasure. Familiar with his children's temperaments, he knew they would never cry without cause. Something must have occurred, and he hurried to investigate. Upon entering, Xiao Yi gently patted Junling's head before proceeding to assess the condition of his other sons. The more he observed, the more perplexed he became. Chen Cihuan and the others had yet to discover any abnormalities. The attire worn by the princes, their bedding, and the furnishings within the room had been thoroughly examined, revealing no issues. It must be a person involved. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yi demanded in a stern voice, "Who was attending to the princes in the hall just now?" "Step forward." Several wet nurses and palace attendants trembled as they stepped out. Since they began serving the young masters, their families' lives had been entrusted to the emperor. Now, with the princes crying for no apparent reason, they felt a deep sense of panic. "You all speak. What transpired in the hall?" Xiao Yi suppressed his fury and ordered an immediate search of their garments. The children's cries persisted. "Your Majesty, nothing happened. Truly, we were merely attending to the young masters, never taking our eyes off them." A younger attendant hastily distanced herself from the situation. Another echoed, "Yes, Your Majesty. We are devoted to serving the young masters." In truth, the princes were still quite young, and some fussing was normal. Perhaps they were merely hungry or tired. Xiao Yi felt a mixture of anger and amusement, nearly delivering a kick to an elderly wet nurse with a dark complexion and a face full of wrinkles. He scolded her, "Foolish woman, dare you speak back? My princes never cry without cause. Who are you to question it? Seize her and take her away to be punished." After being kicked out, the wet nurse lay on the ground, clutching her stomach and groaning, soon dragged away by guards. As Xiao Yi acted, he carefully covered Junling's eyes with his hand to shield the child from fright. Meanwhile, the interrogation yielded no results, and his anxiety deepened, his expression growing increasingly grim. At that moment, Shen Cihuan suddenly recalled that if indeed a person were at fault, the children, with their remarkable intelligence, would certainly know who it was. She tugged at Xiao Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should bring each of these attendants before the children to see their reactions. We might uncover the truth." Xiao Yi found her suggestion sound. He had unwavering trust in his children, who were undoubtedly the cleverest. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Pei Wuqing, Chen Cihuan led the attendants past the 5 little princes one by one, up until the 6th attendant, Aunt Hu. The children exhibited little response. However, as soon as they encountered Aunt Hu, the 2nd prince led the way, and all 5 children began to wail. Without waiting for the emperor's command, those around swiftly restrained Aunt Hu, who pleaded, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I'm not at fault. Truly not me. I bear no ill will towards the princes." Xiao Yi's gaze darkened further, regarding her as if she were already a dead woman. At that moment, the system finally spoke up. "Host, we have detected something. There is mugwort on her sleeve. This substance is non-toxic, which is why others could not identify it. However, it can easily trigger allergies in young children. The effect cannot harm the princes, as they are protected by the 100 venom immunity pill. Their crying is simply due to their dislike of the smell." Shen Cihuan's eyes narrowed. Someone dared to lay hands on her children, and she would not tolerate it. Though not inherently cruel, a mother's instinct is fierce. She turned her eyes, a plan forming in her mind, and in the next moment, tears like glistening pearls streamed down her cheeks, exuding an air of vulnerability. Her voice trembled as she gazed at Xiao Yi. "Your Majesty, I fail to understand why. Despite my utmost efforts, having risen to the position of imperial consort, I remain a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Am I doomed to be harmed?" Shen Cihuan's heartfelt words left Pei Wuqing aghast and stirred Xiao Yi's compassion, prompting him to embrace her tightly. "How could that be? You are the imperial consort of Qi. No one can harm you. Rest assured, I will protect you. But why then do they target my children? Your Majesty, these are your flesh and blood. If anything were to happen to them, if they fell ill or worse, how could I possibly endure?" Shen Cihuan wept sorrowfully, her beauty undiminished by her tears, which fell like pearls into Xiao Yi's heart, creating ripples of emotion. This notion struck Xiao Yi profoundly. If anything were to happen to the princes, what would become of the realm? After enduring so much to finally have sons, they represented all his hopes, aspirations for the empire, and his ambitions. Yet now, someone sought to strip that away. Such a person would be a traitor to the Qi. If he did not punish them severely, he would risk becoming a ruler of a fallen state. He pressed his lips together, his gaze aflame with anger, yearning to see that attendant executed immediately. The hatred for those behind her actions surged within him. If he were to discover their identity, he would ensure their annihilation. He cast a glance at Shen Cihuan. Go. Investigate her family members. Bring everyone to me. None shall escape. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to endanger my children. Shen Cihuan complied, binding Aunt Hu tightly, ignoring her desperate cries, and commanded that her family be brought to the palace. Aunt Hu, now genuinely frightened, had not anticipated that the emperor would first seize her family rather than dispose of her. The promise of protection for her kin felt uncertain, and her heart raced. Any palace attendant with family members had likely been restrained already. She found it implausible that anyone could rescue them from the emperor's guards. As these thoughts flooded her mind, darkness engulfed her vision. He fixed her with a cold stare, demanding, "Speak. Who instructed you? How did you plan to harm the princess?" At this juncture, her only recourse was to deny everything, to hold steadfast in her innocence to secure a chance for her family. Thus, she fervently bowed her head, blood trickling from her forehead, and cried out, "Your Majesty, there is truly nothing. No evidence links me to any plot against the princes, and the princes are unharmed. Your Majesty, please see reason. I am not involved. Spare my family." Such stubbornness. Pei Wuqing scoffed, astonished that such a mere servant possessed such audacity. Shen Cihuan discreetly exchanged a glance with Pei Wuqing, sighed, and softly remarked, "Miss Wuqing, observe how this attendant has been closely serving the second prince, who often enjoys looking at flowers in her embrace. Yet, who would have thought she could appear so trustworthy?" Pei Wuqing, charmed by the beauty and kindness of the imperial consort, felt compelled to assist her further. Hearing Shen Cihuan's words, she scrutinized Aunt Hu. Such a brazen servant must be punished severely to serve as a warning to others. However, an idea sparked in her mind, and her eyes lit up. "Imperial consort, you mentioned that the second prince enjoys resting in her embrace while looking at flowers?" Seeing her astuteness, Shen Cihuan felt pleased but feigned ignorance, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Jingning is quite well-behaved and honest. Sometimes he can spend quite some time admiring flowers." Pei Wuqing's mind raced with inspiration, and she turned to Xiao. "Your Majesty, please have someone inspect this insolent servantess garments, especially the neckline and cuffs. Since the second prince enjoys being close to her, she must have tampered with them." Xiao paused, finding her reasoning somewhat credible, and promptly ordered an inspection. As a result, this Aunt Hu, who had just moments ago displayed a defiant expression of resistance, suddenly transformed into a frenzy upon hearing that her cuffs would be inspected. Struggling incessantly, the more she resisted, the more it validated Pei Wuqing's assertions, prompting the onlookers to act with greater urgency. Indeed, an elder maid soon discovered the powdered herb known as Lu grass hidden in her cuffs, and promptly reported it to the emperor. Chapter 97. A Son, Your Majesty. This is Lu grass. While it is not toxic, it can easily trigger allergic reactions. If the second prince remains in her embrace for too long, the risk of an allergic reaction increases significantly. Allergies in infants can be life-threatening. Upon hearing the elder maid's explanation, he was incensed. He delivered a powerful kick to Aunt Hu's chest and barked, "Seize her, subject her to 18 forms of torture, and force her to divulge the truth. If she remains obstinate, let her family face execution before her eyes." Aunt Hu stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with horror. The return of eunuch Shen Cihuan meant her loved ones had fallen into the emperor's grasp. It was over, utterly finished. "Your Majesty, please, spare my life and that of my family. I will confess. I will confess everything. I beseech you for mercy." Aunt Hu wept, her cries filled with desperation. At her age, she could scarcely withstand even one form of torture, let alone 18. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have spared herself the agony. As the interrogation commenced, remained silent, knowing that the extent of her confession would determine her fate. The guards holding Aunt Hu released her. Recognizing this was her sole opportunity. After today, even if she were to dash headlong into a pillar, she would never again see the emperor. Thus, She divulged every scrap of information she possessed. I am Aunt Hu, the aunt of Hu Xiang. Previously, Hu Xiang was selected as a candidate for the imperial court, but alas, she lacked the fortune to enter the palace and remained in the Jiaojiao residence instead. Realizing her prospects were dim, she sought my assistance. Xiao, he furrowed his brow. Who is Hu Xiang? Aunt Hu hesitated before explaining. She was the one who served tea to you a few days ago in the Taiji Hall, only to be punished and expelled from the palace. I do not know where she has gone since. Xiao, he recalled the audacious young woman who had attempted to seduce him upon his arrival at the residence. He quickly glanced at Huaner, anxious that she might feel anger or sorrow. Shen Cihuan was momentarily taken aback, for she had been in constant company with the emperor, essentially inseparable, except when he was attending to state affairs. She had not anticipated that another woman would attempt to serve him tea and entice him. As she raised her head, her gaze met the emperor's, and he grasped her delicate hand, whispering soothingly, "She is merely a woman with ulterior motives." I barely glanced at her before sending her away. If you do not believe me, inquire with Shen Cihuan. Shen Cihuan understood that the emperor had no need to deceive her and smiled. Her eyes filled with trust. I believe your majesty loves Huana the most. Beside them, Pei Wuqing remarked, Your Majesty, the Empress is truly adept at charming you. After exchanging a few words, the trembling Aunt Hu continued, Hu Xiang sought my help to find an opportunity to serve you closely. I contacted Eunuch Zheng. Eunuch Zheng? Who is he? Pei Wuqing pondered, realizing the depths of intrigue within the palace and the multitude of individuals involved. Zheng Guangxiu, the chief steward of the Jiaojiao residence. Aunt Hu clarified. Xiao, he cast a glance at Shen Cihuan, who promptly bowed, Your Majesty. He was the one you tasked with investigating who arranged for Hu Xiang to serve tea. It was indeed Zheng Guangxiu. Very well. How audacious of Zheng Guangxiu to extend his reach into my affairs, even to the Taiji Hall. Xiao Yi's fury transformed into a mocking smile. Continue. Who is behind Zheng Guangxiu? Aunt Hu shook her head, crying, I do not know. All I am aware of is that Zheng Guangxiu demanded I apply Lu grass powder to my garments daily in exchange for his assistance. He promised me 200 taels of silver and to bring my family out once the task was accomplished. At this point, the matter was crystal clear. Aunt Hu prostrated herself, pleading, Your Majesty, I speak nothing but the truth. I implore you, in light of my candor, spare my life and that of my family. Xiao Yi scoffed, Spare you? And your family too? Do you realize you have committed a capital offense, a crime that warrants the extermination of your entire clan? How many heads do you think you have? Considering her somewhat forthright confession, he decided to grant her a complete corpse. Upon hearing she was still to be executed, Aunt Hu struggled violently. No, Your Majesty, I beg for your mercy. Her agonized cries were so piercing that Xiao Yi ordered the children to be taken away to avoid being unnerved by her suffering. Shen Cihuan was dispatched to apprehend Zheng Guangxiu. In truth, Xiao Yi had his own suspicions about who was behind Zheng Guangxiu, particularly his ambitious younger brother, the Yin Wang, who was currently poised to seize his son. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. He would need to expedite his plans. As it appeared, the Yin Wang had become desperate in his pursuit of his son. Xiao Yi had received reports from his spies that the Yin Wang was now obsessively seeking additional concubines, having taken in 4 to 5 dozen from common folk, filling his residence to capacity. Even with such numbers, the Yin Wang was exhausting himself in his relentless quest for a son. Ironically, despite having 6 or 7 concubines with child, all had given birth to daughters, leaving him furious and blaming the women for their perceived failures. Thus, he continued to seek out fertile women to add to his harem, consumed by his obsession with fatherhood. Xiao Yi had always looked down upon him, believing such misguided pursuits could not endure. He proclaimed with certainty, the Yin Wang lacks virtue. If heaven sees fit, may he never be blessed with a son. That would be true retribution. When Zheng Guangxiu was brought forth, he was already battered and bruised, indicating that Shen Cihuan had interrogated him prior. Xiao Yi wasted no time and demanded, Speak. Who is your master? Shen Cihuan, swift in his actions, brought in a dozen skilled torturers. Zheng Guangxiu, though injured, managed to respond, only to shake his head, I do not know. Stubbornness. Shen Cihuan, you are excelling in this task. Xiao Yi cast a disapproving glance at Shen Cihuan, who quickly bowed an apology before leading Zheng Guangxiu away to face harsher penalties. Chapter 98. Preparing to return to the palace, Zheng Guangxiu, loyal to his master, remained silent under intense torture, uttering only trivialities. Shen Cihuan found himself in a dilemma, unable to report back to the emperor. In a moment of carelessness, Zheng Guangxiu bit his tongue, ending his own life. The trail of evidence was severed, and Shen Cihuan, steeling himself, returned to report to the emperor, receiving a scolding before being sent back to investigate further. He was growing increasingly frustrated. He had ordered the execution of those involved, intending for all within the palace to witness the punishment. What surprised him was the realization that the Yin Wang had managed to infiltrate the Jiaojiao residence with spies. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved to retaliate against his younger brother. Meanwhile, Shen Cihuan found herself spending more time with the children, feeling compelled to be with them in light of recent events, despite the protective measures in place. Pei Wuqing had consistently returned empty-handed from her searches, leading her to question whether Lu Cangzhu had ever even been in Jiaojiao. How could it be that no one knowledgeable about the matter was around? With nothing else to occupy her time, she found herself daily helping Shen Cihuan with the children. And in the process, she grew quite fond of the little princes. "Your Highness," she remarked playfully, "might I take one of these princes to the frontier? The vast skies and open pastures there are splendid. A little prince raised in such an environment would surely become a capable warrior in the future." How wonderful! Pei Wuqing's eyes sparkled at the thought as she beheld the group of little ones. Shen Cihuan could only chuckle and rub her belly, knowing full well that such a proposal would not be entertained, especially by His Majesty. After spending time together, Pei Wuqing's favorability had reached a commendable 70. Yet, while this was a notable achievement, the journey to a perfect score of 100 remained uncertain. Shen Cihuan replied with a smile, "When you find someone you love, you can be with him and witness your own child grow." Pei Wuqing found herself lost in reverie momentarily, but quickly returned to the matter at hand. "Right now, it is far more important to help my brother uncover the truth. Alas, who exactly is Liang Mingxiu? What connection does she have with Empress Xing?" Shen Cihuan too found this peculiar. Liang Mingxiu was the daughter of General Liang, and it seemed unlikely that she would have any ties to the Empress. The only plausible explanation was that while they might not be related, their appearances could easily be mistaken, given that Pei Wuqing possessed the art of disguise. It was conceivable that there existed methods to alter one's appearance to resemble that of the Empress. She shared her speculation with Pei Wuqing, whose eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, how did I not think of that? It need not be only identical twins who could look alike. With certain techniques, one could indeed alter their visage." Gratefully, Pei Wuqing thanked Shen Cihuan, stating, "Thank you, Your Highness. Without your insight, I would still be utterly lost." Yet, soon her expression turned somber. "But this means that this lead may very well be lost. I had hoped to find some semblance of hope for my brother." Shen Cihuan frowned slightly, offering consolation. "General Pei has fought valiantly on the battlefield for many years. He is more than capable of overcoming any obstacle." Pei Wuqing sighed, "Your Highness, you are truly fortunate. His Majesty's heart is solely yours. How blissful that must be." She couldn't help but feel a pang of envy towards Shen Cihuan. As Shen Cihuan smiled, her gaze caught sight of eavesdropping outside the hall. Raising her voice a tad, she sweetly declared, "It is His Majesty's affection that fills my heart, and I reciprocate that sentiment wholeheartedly. One day, I truly hope to be with him for eternity, never to part." Pei Wuqing found her words somewhat excessive. Was this how all couples in love express their feelings? Xiao Yi, standing at the door, absorbed every word Shen Cihuan uttered, his thoughts consumed by her wish for eternal togetherness. As summer swiftly passed, Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan spent 3 months at the Jiaojiao Palace, witnessing the season's full bloom. While Shen Cihuan's belly gradually grew rounder, reports from the Yin Wang Fu indicated that the Yin Wang had been acting strangely, prompting Xiao Yi to decide to return to the palace immediately. September had arrived, heralding the onset of autumn. Shen Cihuan's pregnancy had been progressing smoothly, thanks to the protective potions provided by the system, though she had developed some pickiness. In order to address the situation with the Yin Wang and ensure Shen Cihuan received better nourishment, Xiao Yi resolved to return to the palace and invited Pei Wuqing to accompany them. Pei Wuqing had been thoroughly enjoying her time at the Jiaojiao Palace, bonding wonderfully with Shen Cihuan, helping care for the children, and marveling at the remarkable intelligence of the little princes. Though they were merely months old and just beginning to crawl, due to the enlightening pills they had taken, they were now able to pull themselves up and timidly take their first steps, even starting to babble and distinguish various objects and colors, leaving Pei Wuqing in awe. Are all children as bright these days? She mused, especially after witnessing the eloquence of Junlin. She looked expectantly at Shen Cihuan's belly. I can't wait to meet the little princess. She will undoubtedly be exceptionally clever, adorable, and beautiful. When the time comes, I shall teach her to ride and shoot, and take her to the frontier. Shen Cihuan was somewhat amused by Pei Wuqing's fervent desire to whisk her child away. As their carriage began to roll back to the capital, Shen Cihuan felt a twinge of reluctance, frequently lifting the curtain to gaze back at the palace. Due to her pregnancy, Xiao Yi had ordered a remarkably spacious carriage, even grander than the emperor's own, gliding smoothly along the official roads without a hint of turbulence. Xiao Yi sat beside her, noticing her reluctance to leave, and gently reassured her, "Do not worry. If you wish, we shall return next summer. Or perhaps once you have given birth, I shall take you to various palaces to lift your spirits. Ruzhou is warm, Lianzhou is prosperous, and Lingzhou by the coast has its own charm. I shall show you all." Shen Cihuan was captivated by the allure of his words, yearning to embark on their journeys immediately, yet could only sigh in longing. Upon their return to the palace, Pei Wuqing was escorted back to the general's residence. News of the emperor and the empress's return spread quickly, prompting the concubines to gather, particularly the empress dowager, who rushed to the forefront, anxiously inquiring, "Where is Huaner? She must be feeling heavy with child. I wonder if she is unwell." Chapter 99. Dongshi imitates Shishir. The empress dowager had been fretting ever since hearing about the empress's pregnancy, worried that her daughter might not receive proper care while away from the palace. She feared that should anything happen, she would be inconsolable. After all, it was only Huaner who was blessed enough to bear so many grandchildren. She could not allow anything to happen to her. Thus, the empress dowager had been persistently urging the emperor to return, sending many gifts as tokens of her concern, which eventually stirred the entire imperial harem into action, causing them to follow her lead and send various presents to the empress. Witnessing the empress dowager's excitement upon learning of the empress's return left many feeling envious. She, like the emperor, seemed to have eyes only for the empress. When Shen Cihuan finally alighted from the carriage, she was taken aback by a shadow that darted toward her, startling her as she thought it might be a large rat. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the beaming face of the empress dowager. Upon seeing Shen Cihuan, the empress dowager dashed forward like a gust of wind, gently grasping her hand, inspecting her from head to toe multiple times before finally relaxing with a warm smile. "Were you tired on the journey? Was the sandstorm harsh? Did you eat well? Was it delicious?" The empress dowager's level of concern for the empress surpassed even that of the emperor. It was evident that as soon as the empress made her appearance, the empress dowager rushed over, barely sparing a glance for her own son, the emperor. Shen Cihuan smiled sweetly, responding warmly, "Do not worry, mother. I am perfectly well. The journey was smooth. I was so comfortable I nearly fell asleep." Upon hearing this, the empress dowager beamed with delight, nodding vigorously, "Wonderful, wonderful. As long as you feel well. Now, let us go to Sinang Palace to rest. I have already instructed the servants to prepare a meal. After you eat, you may resume your duties." The empress dowager took hold of Shen Cihuan's hand, determined to lead her to the sedan chair, not allowing her to take another step. Xiao Yi, who had yet to exchange a word with his mother, followed closely behind, while the empress dowager, the emperor, the empress, and the 6 little princes made their way towards Sinang Palace in a grand and lively procession, drawing the attention of Yu Fei, who couldn't help but comment enviously. Such a grand display. One might think a princess was arriving. Hearing this, the De Fei turned around and scoffed. Of course, the Gui Fei is more precious. "What is the matter, Yu Fei? Are you feeling particularly envious of the Gui Fei lately? Your tongue seems increasingly unrestrained." Yu Fei, caught off guard by her retort, paled slightly but maintained her composure, feigning calmness as she replied, "How could I dare? I merely spoke out of turn, dear sister De Fei. You are reading too much into it. Let us hope it is indeed I who is overly sensitive, rather than you. After all, an abundance of scheming can lead one to err, and just look at the lessons from the past. How many sisters remain in the palace now? I advise you to simply live well, for that is of utmost importance." The De Fei would never coddle her or grant her any favor. With the empress having returned to Fenghuan Palace, at this moment, she held the highest position. Her words bore no consequence. Yu Fei's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet she dared not utter another word. The other concubines remained silent as well. It was well known that the Gui Fei was supported by the emperor, the empress dowager, the empress, and the de Fei, all prominent figures in the palace. They stood firmly behind her, offering unwavering support. No matter how strong their arms, could they possibly rival a thigh? Enough, enough, let's disperse, the de Fei declared, diffusing the impending farce before it could begin. On their return to the palace, Meng Marin remarked cheerfully, I noticed the Gui Fei's complexion seemed a touch rosy. It is no wonder the concubines are envious. I hear they are secretly imitating the Gui Fei's style. The result, however, was nothing but a case of dong, sure, imitating she sure. The de Fei had also heard whispers of a remarkable beauty named Hua Xiangrong in the capital. This Li Xuan, the proprietor, had launched a product called Luotian honey, reputed for its remarkable skin-enhancing properties. Countless noble women in the capital clamored for it, quickly depleting the stock. Upon hearing of this, the concubines recklessly spent fortunes, each yearning for the delicate, peach blossom-like complexion of the Gui Fei. Whether they could win the emperor's affections was secondary. After all, most women possess a love for beauty. Yet, inevitably, there were a few who, blinded by ambition, believed that with the miraculous effects of Luotian honey, they could transform into celestial beauties and rival the Gui Fei. Yu Fei was one such individual. However, upon the Gui Fei's return, her ethereal grace and exquisite countenance were beyond what these mundane souls could hope to compare. The mere thought of Yu Fei's expression earlier made the de Fei chuckle. Ah, it is merely a case of imitation. After her jests at Yu Fei's expense, the de Fei felt quite pleased and invited Meng Marin to her palace for tea. Meng Mei, come along, there is still time. Let us enjoy some tea at my place, especially since Huayang is still at Chonghua Palace and does not require my attention. We should also summon Bai Guiran and Lin Kairan to join us for a game of leaf cards. Certainly, Meng Marin agreed cheerfully, wondering how the new female tutor was faring in teaching the Grand Princess at Chonghua Palace. The de Fei smiled broadly. Ah, speaking of this, I must prepare a gift for Yaowang Palace to express my gratitude to the Gui Fei. Huayang has told me that the new tutor is exceptional, gentle, courteous, and immensely talented. She does not wield her authority oppressively, and her explanations are thorough. Huayang is quite enamored and eager to learn from her. I accompanied them for a few days, and from her teachings and discourse, it is evident that she is truly remarkable. The term profoundly knowledgeable hardly does her justice. Moreover, after only a brief period under the guidance of this Jiang tutor, Huayang has made significant progress. She can now recite numerous classic texts, her handwriting improves daily, and she even dabbles in poetry and painting with commendable skill. Furthermore, Huayang's posture has improved, and her speech is much more coherent. One might say she carries the grace of someone well-versed in literature. Meng Marin had not anticipated her casual inquiry would prompt such an elaborate discourse from the de Fei. Hearing her description, it was clear that the Jiang tutor was indeed remarkable, prompting her to praise truly. The Gui Fei possesses an eye for talent and a genuine concern for the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess is naturally intelligent and bright. With such an excellent tutor, her progress will surely be exponential. The de Fei beamed. Indeed, I hope Huayang will cultivate a wealth of knowledge and wisdom for whatever path she chooses in the future. Her insights will be invaluable. Upon arriving at Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager had indeed prepared an extravagant feast, fearing that Shen Cihuan might be picky, thus presenting a variety of dishes to cater to every palate. Try this, my dear. This is the Tianshan Snow Lotus I specially sought to stew for you. How does it taste? The Empress Dowager's face radiated warmth as she gazed at Shen Cihuan. Shen Cihuan was astonished by the Empress Dowager's generosity. The Tianshan Snow Lotus was exceedingly rare, typically yielding only 2 specimens a year, even as a tribute to the palace. The fact that the Empress Dowager had set aside one for her soup left her both amused and touched. Recognizing this as a manifestation of the Empress Dowager's affection, she smiled with genuine gratitude. Your kindness overwhelms me. Empress Dowager, it is nothing. You are with child, and the journey from Jiaojiao lacks the delicacies of the capital. You must have endured hardships during your time away. Now that you are back, I shall ensure you are treated to delicious meals every day. The Empress Dowager clasped Shen Cihuan's hands, examining her closely. Noticing her slight frame, she could not help but admonish, if the dishes do not suit your taste, please do not hesitate to say so. Do not worry about waste. Seeing your delicate form pains me greatly. There is also a white jade guanine scent from Nanhai, rumored to be particularly effective. I shall send it to you shortly, so you may have it nearby to ensure a safe delivery. The Empress Dowager's love for Shen Cihuan and her children was sincere and evident. She genuinely cared for them as a loving elder, always pondering what precious gifts to present whenever Shen Cihuan visited, fearful of neglecting her. Xiao Yi felt a pang of reflection. His mother was truly benevolent, her affection for her children boundless, which had inadvertently fostered the ambitions of Xiao Zhen and Xiao Chun to an irreparable extent. While the Empress Dowager sincerely loved both him and Shen Cihuan, her maternal instincts extended to Xiao Zhen and Xiao Chun, showering them with the same tenderness. The thought of Xiao Zhen, now residing in the side hall of Xinang Palace, had succumbed to madness darkened Xiao Yi's gaze. Shen Cihuan found herself enjoying the meal far more than she anticipated, hardly able to resist the delicious, spicy mountain delicacies. The Empress Dowager remarked with a chuckle. It seemed to have developed quite a taste for spice this time. Perhaps it indicates a little princess on the way. As the saying goes, sour for sons, spicy for daughters. Previously, Shen Cihuan had taken medicinal pills from the system, causing her diet to remain consistent. However, she had always preferred sour flavors, leading the Empress Dowager to believe she was certainly carrying a prince, which turned out to be true. Now, under the influence of her natural pregnancy, her craving for spice delighted the Empress Dowager even more, leading her to hope for a little princess. In truth, Xiao Yi already had a grand princess and a second princess. The Empress Dowager did not lack granddaughters. She was merely yearning for grandsons. However, now she had 6 grandsons, and the thought of a little princess embodying the finest traits of both Xiao Yi and Shen Cihuan brought her great joy. Shen Cihuan, shyly caressing her abdomen, confessed, I have already consulted Dr. Zhou. It is indeed a princess. Ha ha ha. Splendid. The Empress Dowager's face lit up with joy. A princess is wonderful, with 6 royal sons. A darling princess would be delightful. When it came to the notion of a beloved princess, the Empress Dowager's expression slightly shifted. Her first child had been a princess, and she had genuinely cherished Xiao Zhen, perhaps even indulging her more due to her gender, thinking that since she was a princess, there was no harm in showering her with extra affection. Yet, she never anticipated it would lead to such a fate. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Mother, your daily care for Xiao Zhen in the Xinang Palace is truly arduous. When she descends into madness, it is inevitable that she may harm you. It would be wiser to return her to the Princess Mansion, where we can assign more attendants to look after her. The Empress Dowager glanced at Xiao Yi, hesitating to respond, ultimately shaking her head. How could she rest easy? After all, Xiao Zhen was her own flesh and blood. Without her protection, there was genuine fear that Xiao Zhen might be flayed by a group of people seeking revenge. Observing the Empress Dowager's continued favoritism toward Xiao Zhen, Xiao Yi felt an irritable displeasure rising within him, his countenance hardening, while the Empress Dowager appeared resigned. Shen Cihuan certainly did not wish for Xiao Zhen to recover. She had heard that the Empress Dowager was tirelessly searching for renowned physicians, spending lavishly in hopes of curing her. At this rate, it was indeed possible that Xiao Zhen might be healed. Shen Cihuan chuckled coldly, indifferent to the outcome, for she knew she would intervene at the opportune moment. Oh no, it wasn't her. It was the system that would take action. Yes, it was the system, and she remained blissfully unaware. The Empress Dowager sighed, deeply, Your Majesty. For the sake of my dignity, please refrain from holding grievances against Shen'er. What harm can she still cause in her current state? Xiao Yi's expression was one of impatience, yet he ultimately chose silence. Upon leaving the Xinang Palace, Shen Cihuan was followed by several young eunuchs, tasked with delivering items from the palace. This large entourage was quite conspicuous within the imperial grounds. As they passed by the Tay Pool, they fortuitously encountered the Yufei, who was out for a leisurely stroll. Observing Shen Cihuan's demeanor, Yufei felt a wave of jealousy, yet she was acutely aware that she was no match for her. Thus, she behaved with restraint. Respectfully greeting Shen Cihuan, I pay my respects to the noble consort. Shen Cihuan lifted her gaze and noticed that, at some point, Yufei's malice towards her had blatantly reached a score of 70. She smirked slightly and inquired, Yufei, what brings you here? Yufei paused, contemplating her response. She couldn't reveal her true feelings of envy and anger, so she replied, I am merely here to enjoy the breeze and scenery. Shen Cihuan placed a hand on her abdomen, deliberately drawing attention to her protruding belly as she leaned closer to Yufei. Yufei was perplexed by this behavior. Shen Cihuan giggled. "I've been feeling increasingly fatigued of late." The child within stirs restlessly, creating a sense of unease. "I envy you, Yufei, for you seem to have the leisure to enjoy the breeze. I must be cautious, for even the slightest draft causes His Majesty to fret, personally draping garments over me." Upon hearing this, Yufei was momentarily stunned, only to feel a surge of anger the next moment. Was Shen Cihuan flaunting her pregnancy, boasting of the emperor's favor? Or was it both? Moreover, she had the audacity to call her sister, despite being several years her senior. It was nothing but a deliberate insult stemming from her elevated status. Yufei felt her teeth grind with frustration, yet she maintained her composure, forcing a smile as she replied. "The noble consort is indeed fortunate." Chapter 101. Yufei's fury. Shen Cihuan had no desire to provoke the concubines, but with Yufei's malice level at 70, she feared the potential for covert sabotage. Additionally, eliminating a concubine with full malice would earn her bonus points from the system. Currently, points were of utmost importance to Shen Cihuan. After all, 20 points equated to a vial of fairy flower nectar, promising a return of 2,500 taels. Recently, under Li Lishuan's marketing efforts, fairy flower nectar had become the trendsetter in the capital and even throughout the Great Qi dynasty. Not only was it highly esteemed in the capital, but other provinces were also sending buyers to procure it. Their earnings were substantial, and Shen Cihuan's share alone was nearing 1 million taels. Without exaggeration, if this pace continued, earning 4 to 5 million taels by year-end would be entirely feasible. Thus, she would not overlook any task that could earn her points. Next, her objective was to elevate Yufei's malice to its maximum. Hence, she approached Yufei, delivering a series of biting remarks. As anticipated, Yufei's malice quickly escalated to 75, but that still wasn't sufficient. Shen Cihuan furrowed her brow, contemplating whether she would need to revert to her previous tactics of provocation. Provoking ire was not her forte. Reluctantly, she stepped closer, scrutinizing Yufei before stating, "I have heard that Yufei has been experimenting with makeup recently?" Yufei, sensing an ominous feeling, steeled herself and nodded. "What does the noble consort mean by this? Your makeup seems rather heavy. I noticed some of it flaking off as you spoke. If age is catching up with you, there's no need to cover it up excessively," Shen Cihuan remarked innocently, delivering the most cutting of criticisms. Yufei's expression darkened instantly, and she coldly retorted, "Why does the noble consort persistently oppose me today? Have I not done enough?" Shen Cihuan sighed inwardly, acknowledging Yufei's resilience. Even without offspring, she maintained her elevated status. "It's merely a friendly reminder," she replied. "Otherwise, the other concubines may follow your example, and the entire palace could descend into disarray, angering His Majesty." Yufei felt a surge of rage, gritting her teeth in hatred. Today, the noble consort seemed intent on provoking her, and she was intrigued. Shen Cihuan noticed Yufei's malice had reached 85 and felt satisfied. A few more nudges would suffice. She placed a hand on her belly, preparing to depart. "I shan't keep you from your temper tantrum any longer. The Empress Dowager has just bestowed many gifts upon me, and I must organize them. Oh, by the way." She turned back to Yufei, offering a well-meaning caution. "The color of your attire today does not suit you. The delicate pink is rather juvenile." Yufei, the system erupted in laughter. "Exactly, this is how it's done. Host, you are becoming increasingly audacious, and I adore it. A favored consort must embody this spirit." However, Shen Cihuan felt a twinge of concern. This behavior did not align with her usual character. "No matter, from my observations, the Emperor has developed a thick filter over his perception of you. Even if you were to slap someone or commit a crime before him, he would find you endearing, considering you a spirited little creature with survival instincts." Shen Cihuan contemplated this, finding it quite plausible that the system's assertions were accurate. Once she returned to the Yaowang Palace, her children were also brought back. The Empress Dowager had missed her grandchildren dearly and insisted on keeping them, playing with them for quite some time, especially with Junlin. The Empress Dowager embraced him as if he were her very heart, generously offering him gifts. And by the time Junlin returned, he was followed by an entourage bearing presents longer than his own. Shen Cihuan mused that if this continued, she and her son would soon deplete all of the Empress Dowager's treasures. She changed into a looser garment, contemplating, and then instructed someone to send gifts to Yufei. Yan Fei and Yun Gui were somewhat puzzled. "Your Highness, Yu Fei has consistently shown you disrespect, criticizing your every move. Why should we send her gifts? Shen Cihuan grinned slyly. Let us send her pearls. Didn't His Majesty bestow many EC pearls upon us? We shall send her all the pearls except those from the EC. Pearls? Yin Fei was still processing this when Yun Gui had already grasped the idea, chuckling as he prepared the gifts. Yun Gui, you shall deliver them. Remember to mention that Yu Fei should refrain from wearing delicate pink in the future, as it does not suit her age. She should consider trying charcoal blue and ochre instead. Shen Cihuan stifled a laugh, and Yin Fei nodded, realizing that charcoal blue and ochre would indeed complement Yu Fei's age and temperament. When Yun Gui arrived at Yu Fei's Yongfu Palace, he happened upon her in a fit of rage. The room was strewn with shards of porcelain, and a group of kneeling palace maids could be seen, indicating that the jade concubine was venting her anger. Upon hearing that Yun Gui from Yaowang Palace had returned, the jade concubine slightly restrained her fury, allowing the maids to rise and hastily tidy the hall. By the time Yun Gui entered, the jade concubine had already regained her composure, smiling as she inquired, "Does the esteemed concubine have any instructions?" Yun Gui, maintaining a steady gaze, produced a delicate wooden box and, with an air of neither servility nor arrogance, declared, "Esteemed concubine, this is a gift from our master for you." The jade concubine twitched her lips. After all, she was merely a lowly maid. What audacity did she possess? "Well then, I thank the concubine for her kindness," she replied. Signaling to a nearby attendant, she took the wooden box, opened it, and discovered it contained over a dozen perfectly sized pearls. However, the pearls appeared rather aged, causing her expression to stiffen and soon give way to an overwhelming rage. "Miss Yun Gui, what does the esteemed concubine mean by this? Is she mocking me for being past my prime?" Yun Gui, unfazed by the confrontation, calmly replied with a smile, "Not at all. Our master is known for her benevolence, and even His Majesty often praises her. These pearls were specifically chosen for you, as they were said to complement your character splendidly." The jade concubine's fury intensified, her vision darkening. "What nonsense!" Yun Gui added fuel to the fire, "By the way, our master also conveyed a message. That pink is rather ill-suited for you. Perhaps you should wear more dark green and ochre shades." With that, she held her head high and exited, leaving the jade concubine's countenance as dark as a pot's bottom. Unable to contain her anger, the jade concubine hurled a teacup across the room. Those colors were typically reserved for the dowager and elderly palace maids. As Chapter 102 unfolded, Shen Cihuan noticed the jade concubine's malice level rising rapidly, reaching 95. Clearly, the gift she had presented had made quite an impact. Before long, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, and the Empress and a concubine had diligently prepared for the palace feast. This time, the Emperor sat at the head of the table, but the Empress Dowager was absent, reportedly tending to Xiao Zhan, who had fallen ill. Xiao Yi scoffed. His mother was very protective of her, but he wondered how long she could hold on. At the feast, the focus was evidently on the concubine, who sat closer to the Emperor than the Empress herself. However, no one dared to comment, considering she was the mother of the crown prince, pregnant and deserving of respect. Meanwhile, the Yin Wang appeared sullen and somewhat sinister, as he had been unfortunate of late. Though several of his concubines had conceived, they all bore daughters. He now had 12 daughters, more than the emperor's offspring, yet not a single son. The Yin Wang began to doubt his own fate. Was he destined only to father daughters? But he quickly dismissed that thought. The emperor himself had only 2 daughters in his first 10 years, and yet he later fathered numerous sons. Surely, he was more capable than the emperor. As he contemplated this, the Yin Wang's demeanor reflected his preoccupation with his progeny, his face growing increasingly haggard. Xiao Yi, noticing his condition, found it amusing and inquired, "Yin Wang, what troubles you? You appear pale. Have you been neglecting your rest, or overexerting yourself?" The Yin Wang swore he detected a hint of schadenfreude in the emperor's tone as he gritted his teeth, responding, "I am well. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Afterward, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the concubine beside the emperor, wondering how she managed to bear so many sons. Pei Xian still lingered in the capital, having yet to discern the secrets surrounding Liang Mingxiu, and he was in no rush to return as he had matters of border defense to discuss with Xiao Yi. The Yin Wang, spotting Pei Xian seated alone, forced a smile and remarked, "General Pei, why do you remain in the capital? I trust that Miss Liang is faring well in your household?" As a young maiden, She ought not to be kept without a proper status. Pei Xian did not lift his gaze, coldly replying, I have heard that the Yin Wang has recently granted many young ladies their status. Perhaps your health is compromised for this reason. At this, the atmosphere of the banquet grew lively. Everyone was aware of the Yin Wang's recent exploits. Despite his attempts at discretion, the influx of concubines into his residence had become common knowledge. Curiosity piqued. Someone asked, isn't the Yin Wang deeply in love with his consort? He even sought the emperor's decree for their marriage. Yet now that she is ill, he has taken dozens of concubines? The Yin Wang's face turned a shade of green with embarrassment as he shot a hostile glance at Pei Xian. If we were to speak of familial ties, General Pei, you are my brother-in-law. Must you humiliate me so? If you regard me as a brother-in-law, then I must advise you to refrain from devious schemes and instead enjoy a stable life. Pei Xian retorted, showing no signs of yielding. The Yin Wang, nearly provoked to violence, felt a sense of amusement from Xiao Yi, who found Pei Xian's sharp tongue entertaining. You are still young, dear brother. Wishing for sons is nothing to be ashamed of. However, I have heard that you have only welcomed daughters. Perhaps I should bestow upon you a few more concubines. He jested. Almost immediately, a procession of 10 beautiful maidens entered the hall, each one graceful and enchanting, a sight to behold. The Yin Wang was momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? These 10 ladies are unassigned beauties from earlier selections, of reputable lineage and virtuous conduct. I bestow them upon you as concubines. The Yin Wang could scarcely believe his ears. 10 concubines? Surely this was a ruse. Xiao, he must be planting spies among him. He hastily refused, Your Majesty. I assure you, I am not one to indulge in the pleasures of the flesh. These ladies should be given to another. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yi signaled for the maidens to withdraw. No matter, you are my brother, and I must extend you some privileges. When you return to your residence, take them with you. The emperor's words bore an undeniable authority, leaving the Yin Wang no room for further protest, though his heart churned with reluctance. Seeing the Yin Wang's predicament brought a knowing glance among the officials present. Ever since the emperor had sired a son, his position had grown increasingly secure, and the Yin Wang now resembled a mere jester, manipulated at the emperor's whim. Any insightful official would prefer to keep their distance from the Yin Wang. Fearing the emperor's ire, the Yin Wang was acutely aware of this shift in perception, clenching his fists in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Was he to spend his life beneath someone else's shadow? Would he truly never surpass Xiao Yi? Before exiting the palace, the Yin Wang was unexpectedly obstructed by an individual. Infuriated, he prepared to kick the interloper aside, barking, Are you blind? How dare you block my path? Do you wish to be fed to the dogs? Please spare me. I did not mean to. The man pleaded. Not you but me? The Yin Wang squinted, realizing the figure was not a servant, but an official. He decided against further reprimanding him, allowing him to rise. To his surprise, upon standing, the man revealed himself to be a familiar face, General Liang. In a bid for wealth and favor, he had sent his daughter to the palace banquet to seek the emperor's affection, only to incur the emperor's wrath and be demoted to a mere guard. General Liang, what brings you here? The Yin Wang offered him a modicum of respect, as he would not have wished to engage further with someone of his current station. Minister Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead and quietly remarked, I am now like a tiger fallen to the plains. I understand that His Highness the Yinzhou Prince harbors resentment and aspires to great ambitions. How could he settle for a subordinate position? I am willing to offer my assistance to His Highness. The Yinzhou Prince raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing General Liang with a smile. Tonight, Minister Liang has come to the palace. Let us converse in detail. Delighted by the prince's response, Minister Liang eagerly nodded in agreement. Chapter 103. Following the noble consort for prosperity, the 10 concubines bestowed upon the Yinzhou prince by Xiao Yi were, in truth, the finest talents selected from the shadows of the guards, excelling not only in martial arts, but also in medicine and disguise. He knew that the Yinzhou prince, wary of potential traps, would never engage with these women. However, it mattered not, for as long as they resided in the prince's palace, they could realize their worth. One day, this would inevitably transform into a dagger aimed at the Yinzhou prince. After the mid-autumn festival, the weather gradually turned cooler and the nights lengthened. Concerned that the concubines might find it inconvenient to pay their respects, the empress decided to forego the evening audience. With little to occupy their time, the concubines frequently gathered in small groups for companionship. On this day, the concubine, May the Beauty, and by the noblewoman visited the Yaoguang Palace. The concubine arrived bearing lavish gifts, commanding her attendants to bring forth a four-season glazed screen adorned with intricate and exquisite designs, its craftsmanship remarkable. As the sunlight streamed in, the screen shimmered with dazzling colors, a treasured item she had specially brought for Shen Cihuan. In addition, she presented several garments she had personally crafted, smiling as she said, "I come today to express gratitude on behalf of Huayang. Thanks to the female instructor you recommended, Master Jiang, who is not only exceptionally talented but also patient, Huayang has made significant progress. Much thanks to you. These garments are made with my own hands for the little princess, in the style she has long desired. Please take a look, and should they not fit, I shall return to make adjustments." The concubine's smile was sincere as she handed over several garments in soft yellow and gentle pink, all suitable for young girls. Shen Cihuan accepted them, running her fingers over the soft and comfortable fabric, noting the meticulous stitching that clearly showed the care put into them. She quickly expressed her gratitude. "The concubine, there is no need for such formality. I have always held affection for Huayang, hoping she learns wisdom for her future. Truly, such lavish gifts are unnecessary." The concubine insisted, "Your Highness, such words are unwarranted. It is only right." After a moment, she could not help but jest. "Could it be that your Highness looks down upon my clumsy craftsmanship, seeking excuses to spare my feelings?" Shen Cihuan hastily waved her hand. "Not at all. The concubine's needlework is among the finest in the palace. Even if I had two more hands, I could not compare. The garments are truly lovely, comfortable fabric and exquisite stitching, evidently made with care." The concubine beamed. "Well, they're merely passable. If you like them, I shall make a few more." With the mid-autumn banquet over and the new year still far off, and since Huayang visits the Chonghua Palace daily, I have time to create a piece or two. Meng the Beauty chimed in. "Indeed, the concubine, you're truly skilled. I, on the other hand, can only wield a sword or whip. Such delicate needlework eludes me." By the noblewoman echoed, "Yes, the noble consort is kind, and the concubine is diligent. This is the epitome of harmony in the harem. Just the other day, I paid my respects at the Fenghuan Palace, and the Empress praised you both." Exchanging smiles, the concubine and Shen Cihuan shared a light moment. Shen Cihuan instructed for tea and pastries to be served, cheerfully asking, "I have an array of pastries here. Do try them and let me know if they are to your liking." The concubine playfully remarked, "Now that every morsel you consume is arranged by His Majesty, how could we dare partake? Wouldn't tea that mean consuming His Majesty's intentions?" Laughter filled the room, and Shen Cihuan, understanding the jest, sighed lightly. "Alas, there is no avoiding it. His Majesty's intentions are too precious. Perhaps you should simply observe." "Ha ha, you mischievous girl." The concubine teased, pinching Shen Cihuan's cheek, marveling at its softness. The playful glint in her eyes was irresistibly charming, reminding her of her own daughter. She began to comprehend why the emperor was so infatuated with the noble consort. Were she a man, she too would find it hard to resist such a delightful presence. After their merriment, they began enjoying tea and pastries. Shen Cihuan felt a flutter in her abdomen, drawing the curious gazes of her companions. This was the first time by the noblewoman witnessed such a scene. Observing as the contours of Shen Cihuan's belly shifted, sometimes bulging prominently. Concerned, she inquired, "Your Highness, is this truly all right? Should we summon the imperial physician? Are you feeling unwell?" The concubine chuckled. "Silly girl, that is merely the movement of the fetus. Perfectly normal. Look at how vigorous this little princess is, kicking and punching. She seems more spirited than many of the princes." Meng the Beauty expressed her worry. "The movements are quite frequent. Perhaps we should still call for the physician?" Shen Cihuan laughed, shaking her head. "It is nothing to worry about. She has her set times for movement. She is well behaved." Meng the Beauty could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, carrying a child must be arduous. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me." By the noblewoman, eager not to fall behind, quickly added, "Yes, Your Highness. Whatever you need, just let us handle it." Shen Cihuan smiled knowingly, suggesting, as the year draws to a close, the emperor mentioned that the palace has welcomed many princes, wishing to manage affairs well. "I think it would be delightful if the sisters in the harem could share in this joy, especially you, by the noblewoman, and Meng the Beauty, whose current ranks seem somewhat insufficient." Both women understood the noble consort's implication, their faces lighting up with excitement. "Thank you, noble consort, for your consideration," they exclaimed. "Indeed, thank you, noble consort." Shen Cihuan waved her hand dismissively. "I merely mentioned it to the emperor. Once the decree arrives, there will be time for thanks." The concubine turned to the two women with a smile. "Upon receiving the decree, you must prepare generous gifts to express your gratitude to the noble consort, just as I have today." They nodded eagerly, understanding the fortune of aligning themselves with the noble consort. But the noblewoman suddenly recalled something. "Oh, your highness, during my recent visit to the Fenghuan Palace, I noticed that you, the concubine, seems somewhat off. Whenever your name is mentioned, her demeanor becomes rather agitated. Unlike her usual cool disposition, I fear she may pose a threat to you." "You the concubine?" "No matter," Shen Cihuan replied. "I am merely waiting for her to reveal her true intentions. Once her malice reaches 100, she shall be dealt with." Chapter 104. Card games. As the conversation continued, they soon heard Yinzhou Prince's attendant announce the arrival of Li Chongyi and Lin the Talent. Meng the beauty and by the noblewoman exchanged glances. Lin the Talent was unremarkable, but Li Chongyi was a rare visitor, previously known for her sharp jibes at the noble consort, yet always emerging the loser in their exchanges. Curiously, she seemed to have softened her attitude lately, even defending the noble consort during her audience with the empress. "Let them in, and bring more tea," Shen Cihuan instructed, unfazed by their arrival, as she had confidence in her allies. When Li Chongyi entered, she felt the gazes of the concubines upon her, causing her to feel a bit awkward as she cleared her throat. "I pay my respects to the noble consort." Lin the Talent, gentle and soft-spoken, followed suit. Shen Cihuan welcomed them warmly. "It is delightful to have everyone gathered today." The noble Defei gazed at Li Chongyi and smiled. "Indeed, especially Li Chongyi. What a rare visitor she is." Li Chongyi felt somewhat embarrassed, having previously opposed the noble consort, but her mindset had now shifted. The noble consort was currently the most influential figure in the harem. After the emperor ascended to the heavens, her very life would be in the hands of the noble consort. Why should she jeopardize her future? In life, the ability to bend and yield is a hallmark of true nobility. Thus, she smiled ingratiatingly. "I have long admired the noble consort's talents. In my youth, I was rash and outspoken, and if I have offended you in any way, I beg for your forgiveness." Meng Marin chuckled softly. It was understandable. Li Chongyi was not particularly young, at least 6 or 7 years older than the noble consort, and to claim youth and ignorance was somewhat ludicrous. Li Chongyi pouted, feeling a tinge of grievance. It was only when Shen Cihuan shot a glance at Meng Marin that she stifled her laughter. From now on, they were all sisters and needed not maintain distance. The noble consort's attitude was clear. Li Chongyi was one of their own, and the other concubines had no choice but to accept it. However, Defei looked at Shen Cihuan with some surprise, having always thought of the noble consort as innocent and charming, not realizing she possessed the means to win over Li Chongyi. "I have come today to share some news," Li Chongyi declared, eager to demonstrate her sincerity. Unsurprisingly, Shen Cihuan showed interest, and the others were also curious. With a triumphant smile, she lowered her voice. "I have heard that the family of Yu Fei has secretly procured some medicinal materials, ensuring no one sees them. I, with my sharp eyes, caught a glimpse of shadow. Matters related to Yu Fei were not to be overlooked by Shen Cihuan. She would not forget the animosity Yu Fei held towards her. However, the idea of medicinal materials being smuggled into the palace raised suspicions. Clearly, the others shared her thoughts. By Guerin analyzed, Yu Fei is a consort and receives a considerable share of provisions. If she needed something, why not procure it directly from the Imperial Medical Institute? Why go through the trouble of bringing it from outside the palace? It must be something unspeakable. But what could it be? Is it for her own use or intended to harm others? Li Chongyi nodded. "I think so too. Recently, Yu Fei has been quite critical of the noble consort, and I fear she might be plotting against you, so I hurry to inform you." Shen Cihuan chuckled, easing the tension that had gripped Li Chongyi's heart. This information was indeed valuable, and Li Chongyi had clearly put thought into it. Receiving praise from the noble consort, Li Chongyi beamed, nearly revealing her teeth in delight, almost wagging her tail like a little dog. Shen Cihuan could not help but reflect on the queen's words that Li Chongyi, though sharp-tongued, was indeed a decent person. The group then began to speculate about the nature of the medicines Yu Fei had brought from her family. It was said that Yu Fei's mother belonged to the Yu clan, known for their expertise in aphrodisiacs. Was it possible these were the types of herbs? Defei suddenly had a thought and spoke up. The others exchanged glances. Lin Kairin softly remarked, "But Yu Fei is an old resident of the palace. If she had such materials, she would have used them on the emperor long ago. Why wait until now?" Meng Marin, hailing from a military family, found it difficult to grasp such intricacies, perceiving Yu Fei as a venomous snake, poised to strike at any moment. Defei gently sipped her tea and said leisurely, "No matter, we should keep an eye on the movements of Yongfu Palace. The immediate concern is for the noble consort to rest well during her pregnancy and not to overthink, lest she disturb the fetus." Everyone deemed Defei's words wise. The noble consort was indeed expecting and ought not to be troubled. They promptly shifted the conversation to playing cards. Shen Cihuan was not particularly skilled at the game, yet her high status warranted that others would inadvertently give her an advantage. Before long, her pile of silver coins had grown substantial, bringing her immense joy. When Xiao Yi entered, the sight before him was that of his beloved girl, gleaming eyes fixed on her heap of silver, resembling a little money grubber. He could not help but chuckle. "It seems today, Huaner, your luck is splendid." Upon seeing the emperor arrive, everyone hastily stood to pay their respects, except Shen Cihuan, who remained seated. She dared not rise. Whenever she was pregnant, the emperor would excuse her from such formalities. If she were to stand, the emperor would surely be displeased. As expected, she remained seated, and the emperor took the opportunity to sit beside her, grasping her hand. "These past few days, the weather has turned cooler. You should add more clothing for the mornings and evenings. Just so happens that a new batch of fabric has arrived at the clothing bureau, and I have instructed them to make you some garments." Shen Cihuan beamed. "Thank you, your majesty. You are the one who cares most for Huaner. Your happiness is what matters. If you lack anything, just let me know." Since Xiao Yi's entrance, his focus had been solely on Shen Cihuan, engaging her in conversation while the other concubines remained ignored. Shen Cihuan waved her hand to signal them to rise, pulling on the emperor's sleeve playfully, "Your majesty, please let them stand." Xiao Yi nonchalantly replied with a hum, then inquired, "Are you all playing cards with the noble consort?" Upon glancing at the table, he noted the others had little silver left, most of it piled before Huaner. He understood that this group was considerate, allowing Huaner to take the lead in their game. For such thoughtful concubines, Xiao Yi was willing to show them a favorable countenance. Defei, holding the second highest rank after Shen Cihuan, naturally replied, smiling, "Indeed, we were playing with the noble consort for a while. Her luck is truly remarkable. Collectively, we are no match for her. Your majesty, look, all the little treasures we gathered have ended up in her hands." Shen Cihuan stuck out her tongue. "You all are simply letting me win. I have no such skill." "Not at all. We have all exerted our utmost effort, but none can compare to the noble consort's extraordinary fortune." Defei Schmoil was genuine, as if she herself had not been the one to provide the most assistance. Regardless of the truth of this statement, anyone who could bring joy to her beloved Huaner was a good person in Xiao Yi's eyes. With a grand gesture, he declared, "What's the big deal? I shall grant each of you half a year's worth of monthly allowances, as long as you keep the noble consort entertained." The women exchanged astonished glances, quickly bowing in gratitude, their smiles unable to be contained. This visit to Yaoguang Palace had indeed yielded unexpected benefits. Their surprise was far from over. Noticing the emperor's good spirits, Shen Cihuan playfully chimed in, "Didn't your majesty mention yesterday about rewarding by Guerin and the others? It has been a while since the palace has had any joyous occasions with the births of the children." At this, the ears of everyone perked up, eagerly awaiting the emperor's response. Xiao Yi looked at Shen Cihuan with fondness, interpreting her desire for companionship as a longing for these consorts to play with her. Thus, he generously decided to elevate their ranks, immediately issuing a decree. "Since the noble consort has spoken, I shall now issue a royal edict. You shall be rewarded for accompanying the noble consort and bringing her joy. Li Chongyi will be elevated to Li Fei, Bai Guiran to Bai Jiu, Meng Marin to Meng Pin, and Yi Kairan to Yi Guiran. As for Defei, I shall bestow upon you the title of second-rank lady." The emperor's words were undoubtedly a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned, unable to comprehend the magnitude of such rewards for merely playing cards with a noble consort. In truth, Xiao Yi had long harbored intentions of promoting the ranks in the harem, as many of the higher-ranking consorts had fallen out of favor in recent years. The only high-ranking consorts remaining were Defei, Yu Fei, Qing Zhaorong, Li Chongyi, with the mid-ranking Jiu and pin positions largely vacant, followed by Bai Guerin, and the rest were merely Kai Ren and Mei Ren. In the event of promoting concubines, the first consideration would undoubtedly be those who pose no threat to Huaner, ensuring a solid alliance behind her. He wished to avoid creating adversaries for her. Thus, among the remaining candidates, he initially selected those closest to Huaner, who belonged to her faction, elevating them to high-ranking positions as concubines. This strategic move would place a significant portion of the harem under Huaner's control. Additionally, it would send a clear signal to the others in the palace. Opposition to the favored concubine would lead to dire consequences, ranging from loss of life to the annihilation of entire clans. Conversely, cultivating a good relationship with her could lead to substantial advancement. Consequently, he would no longer have to fret over Huaner accumulating a multitude of venomous enemies. Thus, today marked a celebration for all. As they departed from Yaowang Palace, everyone was in high spirits. Shen Cihuan calculated that within the entire harem, only Yu Fei and Qing Zhaorong harbored significant malice, while the other high-ranking concubines were allies. Once those two were dealt with, she could rest easy. Overcome with joy, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Yi's waist and sweetly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you are truly kind to Huaner. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Foolish Huaner, you have borne so many children for me. Of course, I must cherish you and ensure you suffer no grievances." Xiao Yi replied, affection gleaming in his eyes as he patted her head. In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere between them, when the imperial decree circulated throughout the harem, Yu Fei and Qing Zhaorong ground their teeth in resentment. "What? Did you say Li Chongyi has been promoted to a concubine? On what grounds?" Qing Zhaorong exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Among the current concubines, it was evident that the favored concubine was paramount, with De Fei having borne the eldest princess, while Yu Fei and she herself were both remnants of the former court, albeit with slightly superior family backgrounds. If anyone deserved the title of the highest among concubines, it would surely be herself. If only one could be elevated, it would undoubtedly be her. Among the 9 concubines, she was the one of the highest standing. Why then? Was it that the dim-witted Li Chongyi was granted such an honor? Did she truly deserve it? The mere thought of having to pay her respects made Qing Zhaorong seethe with fury. She quickly grasped the hand of her closest maid and inquired, "Aside from Li Chongyi, who else has been promoted?" This was of particular significance to her, as no one had been elevated in the harem for an extended period, save for the favored concubine. Why was His Majesty so generous this time? "Your Highness, Bai Guerin, Meng Marin, and Lin Kairen have all been promoted 2 ranks. The maid responded, equally astonished. Qing Zhaorong gasped, 2 ranks? She was utterly perplexed. Yu Fei, too, was at a loss, pacing in Yongfu Palace. On what basis? This shouldn't be happening. His Majesty has never favored them. Why grant them such promotions? She pondered the commonalities among these individuals by Guerin, Lin Kairen, Meng Marin, Li Chongyi. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Were they not all sycophants of the favored concubine? Particularly the most contrasting figure, Li Chongyi, who always seemed to antagonize her during court greetings, for whom she had secretly harbored disdain, viewing her as a mere opportunist. Could it truly be because of their allegiance to the favored concubine? As speculation ran rampant among the palace ladies, the imperial decree was unequivocal. They were promoted for their companionship and efforts to please the favored concubine. What sort of reasoning was this? Qing Zhaorong mused. What have they done? Did they dance for the favored concubine? Is it truly enough to gain 2 ranks simply by making her happy? If so, can I not also ascend to concubine status by currying favor with her? I can perform feats far more impressive than mere dancing. In contrast to Qing Zhaorong's indignation, Yu Fei's expression darkened further. His Majesty is indeed blinded by the favored concubine. To please her, he casually elevates concubines, disregarding decorum. Moreover, what does this do to the dignity of the Empress? By doing so, does it not imply that the Empress is of little consequence? Encouraging concubines to curry favor with the favored concubine undermines the very authority of the Empress. Yu Fei's mind whirled as she devised a plan.